Lin Mo were doomed. There are just too many zombies. Standing atop the city wall, Lin Mo gazed at the surging tides of undead on all sides, his heart sinking into utter despair. For 4 long years, humanity had fought the zombies in bitter combat, as one human shelter after another was breached and destroyed. This shelter was the last one in Fengjing City, and now it seemed it too could no longer be held. Lin Mo sighed. There's no escape. Inform everyone to prepare for a final desperate battle. A deafening boom resounded as the massive main gate failed to withstand the assault of a colossal zombie and collapsed with a thunderous crash. With the city gate flung wide open, Lin Mo led his people as they stood a short distance away. Within the roiling corpse tied, a pale-skinned man spotted the crowd opposite him. With a casual sweep of his hand, the zombies surged forward in a frenzied assault. A massacre unfolded. Lin Mo was swallowed by the corpse tied, his face twisted with unwillingness as he was slowly consumed bit by bit. Just as he was about to be devoured entirely, a streak of white light flashed at his neck. Beep, 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 beep. Lin Mo, turn off the alarm. I want to sleep a little longer. Hearing that familiar voice, Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes. Wasn't he supposed to have died in the corpse tide? What was going on? He turned off the phone alarm and shifted his head to look at his left arm, which had gone numb beneath a weight. It was Jiangyu. What is it? Why are you staring at me? Afraid my fiancé will find out. Now you know fear. You weren't afraid at all last night. Jiangyu spoke with a face full of mirth. Your fiancé? I'm not afraid of him. Lin Mo lifted the blanket, picked up his phone, and glanced at the time. 9 a.m. June 6, 2066. He let out a soft, derisive laugh. What a fitting moment. Only 3 hours remained before the apocalypse descended. Lin Mo turned his head toward the bed. A small patch of red lay quietly upon the sheets. What a sin. He and Jiangyu had been university classmates, the closest of buddies, and never had he expected fate to play such a trick. After simply sharing a meal and some drinks the previous night, they had somehow ended up like this. Forget it. The end of the world was about to arrive. What was there left to be afraid of? Well, who would have thought that the usually timid Lin Mo has a stubborn side after all? People change, Lin Mo replied. You'd better put your clothes on. Everything's on display. It's not like you didn't see it all yesterday. What's there to be afraid of? Lin Mo picked up the clothes scattered on the floor and tossed them onto the bed. As for the shredded stockings, he threw them straight into the trash. Stretching lazily, he said, I just don't want you being seen by someone you don't like. Jiangyu watched Lin Mo's profile and couldn't help blushing. You should put something on too. It's a bit frightening like this. Lin Mo glanced down at himself and said helplessly, can't help it. I was born this way. He picked up the clothes on the floor and dressed himself, then hurried to the wardrobe. Opening the door, he took out a Tang-style horizontal saber. It was a hand-forged long blade he had asked a friend to purchase for him as a decorative piece. He had never imagined that a day would come when it would truly be put to use. Staring at the blade, he fell into reminiscence. It was this very saber that had accompanied him through the entire apocalypse. What are you taking a knife out for? Jiangyu recognized the saber. After all, Lin Mo was always telling her about it whenever he had nothing better to do. You'll see in a while, he replied. You're really strange today. Don't tell me I accidentally flipped some weird switch in you. Lin Mo's lips twitched. To be honest, she wasn't entirely wrong. Something had indeed been switched on. He cast a glance back at Jiangyu's graceful, curvaceous figure. A pity that in the end she would forget it all. But there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. This life would not be the same. Lin Mo walked to the window, drew the curtains aside, and looked down. People outside were living as they always did, their daily routines, unchanged. Lin Mo, I really don't want to get married. If it weren't for the fact that I can't afford to provoke that man, I would have slapped him long ago. He believed her. Back in university, there had been a boy who pestered Jiangyu relentlessly. Driven to her limit, she had simply dislocated his arm. After that, no one dared harbor any strange thoughts about Jiangyu, and she enjoyed the peace and quiet. You'll be able to realize that wish very soon, Lin Mo said. Jiangyu looked at Lin Mo's back and shook her head. She was increasingly certain that Lin Mo had changed overnight. Could simply becoming a man cause such a drastic transformation? Ding. Apocalypse survival auxiliary system successfully bound. Lin Mo froze. Who was speaking? Had dying once left him with auditory hallucinations? Host, this is not a hallucination. I exist to assist you in surviving the apocalypse. Lin Mo asked inwardly. Are you that kind of system from the stories? I am. Then what can you provide me? Ding. Novice gift pack has been issued. Open it. Open it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 100 cubic meter storage space upgradable. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the exclusive passive skill plunder. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the unique cultivation art Dragon Phoenix Carefree Art. Lin Mo did not even need to read the introduction to know what the third one was about. He turned to look at Jiang, only to find her gazing back at him. I've noticed you're very different today, so strange, she said. There's nothing strange about it. Just hurry and put your clothes on. So much time had passed, yet Jiang Yu still hadn't changed her posture from earlier. Jiang Yu helplessly lifted up her clothes. Look at this. How am I supposed to wear it? What does it even look like now? You want me to wear something full of holes? Lin Mo rubbed his nose. He had no memory of that part at all. Just wear mine for now. The wardrobe is full. Jiang Yu rolled her eyes and got out of bed, rummaging through his clothes. Lin Mo turned his attention to the descriptions of the 3 items from the gift pack. There was no need to elaborate on the storage space, though its upgrade requirements were not specified. Plunder by killing zombies attribute points can be obtained. At the first stage, 100 uses are available, at the second stage, 200 uses, and so on. Different types of zombies yield different amounts. Dragon Phoenix Carefree Art Effect 1. Affection born of time for opposite-sex individuals with a rating above 85 points. Initial favorability toward the host increases by 10 points. When the two remain within 4 meters of each other for over 3 hours, 110 favorability points will be gained at random. Note maximum favorability is 100. Any excess is converted into favor points, which can be used to exchange for items. Be aware that different modes of interaction yield different amounts of favorability and may even trigger a critical hit favorability bonus. This favorability does not conflict with normal, everyday favorability. Effect 2. Spirit Chain. Once an opposite-sex individual's favorability reaches 100, an invisible chain links the two. For any life form the other person kills, the host receives 50 of the energy gained. Effect 3. Spirit Web. The host can adjust who receives damage. Anyone whose favorability has reached 100 can be included in the web. Damage borne can be adjusted between 0-50, and the number of people included is determined by the host's level. Just as he had suspected, it was even more domineering than Lin Mo had imagined. In other words, he would have to. He drew in a sharp breath. This was almost too good to be true. When he had first returned to this point in time, Lin Mo had planned to seek out the teammates from his previous life. But after seeing all this, he abandoned that idea. With this system, what need did he have for teammates? On the system interface, there was also a shop. When Lin Mo opened it, he discovered that it sold practically everything imaginable. Food, clothing, housing, transportation, all kinds of weapons. Everything was there, and the prices were fairly reasonable. Beyond that, there was a pink button, and when he tapped it, the currency inside was favor points. The items sold, there were even more astonishing ability enhancement potions, dual ability development potions, body strengthening elixirs, and more. Lin Mo couldn't help smacking his lips. This wasn't mere assistance, it was God-making. Knock, knock, knock. Whatever happens in a bit, don't be afraid. I definitely won't hurt you. Lin Mo set the saber on the back of the sofa, then walked to the entrance and opened the door. Everything was unfolding exactly as it had in his previous life. Jiang Yu, get out here and face me. I'll deal with you in a moment. Jiang Mingho shoved Lin Mo aside and barked to the 2 men behind him, lock the door. Yes, young master. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Yu slowly sauntered out of the bedroom. She was still wearing Lin Mo's clothes. She had no choice but to come out. Listening to Jiang Mingho's tone, Jiang Yu knew there was no way she could avoid what was coming today. When he saw the clothes on Jiang Yu, a fury flooded Jiang Mingho's eyes. It felt to him as if the grassy field atop his head was now vast enough for horses to gallop across. You pair of filthy dogs, you really did end up sleeping together. Lin Mo looked at him with an utterly calm expression. Jiang Mingho was a second-generation rich kid with modest assets, his family running a construction company. As for Jiang Yu's family, they were about the same, just slightly less wealthy than Jiang Mingho's. Their engagement existed only because Jiang Yu's father had demanded it. Jiang Yu had not the slightest room to resist this arranged marriage, and as for Jiang Mingho himself, she held not a shred of affection for him. In his previous life, it had been exactly the same. Not long after this, Lin Mo had been beaten until he was covered in wounds and lost consciousness. When he awoke, it was already the end of the world. Lin Mo had thought he would never get the chance to avenge this humiliation, yet unexpectedly, he had been reborn. Since that was the case, they could hardly blame him for what would follow. What happened yesterday was just a small accident and no need to make such a fuss. Besides, didn't you go see that little internet celebrity Shasha yesterday? You look like you were having plenty of fun. Jiang Yu toyed with her long hair, leaning casually against the wall as she spoke. You. Jiang Mingho was left speechless. After all, nothing she said was wrong. Give me the club. I'll cripple this man first. At those words, Jiang Yu hurried to stand in front of Lin Mo, spreading her arms to shield him. If you so much as touch a single hair on Lin Mo's head, you can forget about sleeping well tonight. Be careful, or I'll feed that thing between your legs to the dogs. For some reason, when Lin Mo heard this, a chill ran down between his legs, and he unconsciously pressed his thighs together. Good, even now you're still speaking up for this man. Damn it, just wait till we're home tonight. I'll make sure you pay for this. The more Jiang Mingho thought about it, the angrier he became. He was not even allowed to touch her, yet now she had climbed into another man's bed. He felt he had suffered a huge loss, his home brazenly invaded. Jiang Mingho shouted to the two bodyguards behind him, "Go restrain that woman for me. I want to see just how tough this man's bones really are." "Young madam, our apologies." The two bodyguards stepped forward and dragged Jiang Yu away. "Let go of me, let go. Jiang Mingho, if you dare lay a hand on him, I'll never let you off." Even though Jiang Yu possessed some strength, it was useless against two burly bodyguards. She gazed at Lin Mo with deep worry, steeling herself inside. If Jiang Mingho truly dared to strike him, she would find a chance to make sure Jiang Mingho left no heirs behind. At this moment, Jiang Mingho was already seeing red, paying no attention whatsoever to what Jiang Yu said. Jiang Mingho stared at Lin Mo with a feral grin. "Blame yourself for touching her. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Just hurt you a little. There will be plenty of chances to slowly toy with you later. I hope you can still bear to stay in Fengjing after this." He was willing to beat someone, but he would not cripple them too severely. Jiang Mingho raised the baseball bat and swung it toward Lin Mo. Bang! Lin Mo lashed out with a kick, sending Jiang Mingho sprawling to the floor. The bat flew from his hand. "Young master, are you all right? Do I look all right to you? Go give him a beating. Just don't cripple him." At this moment, Jiang Mingho felt such pain in his chest that he could barely breathe. Staring at Lin Mo, he could not understand how could this man possess such strength, and how dared he fight back. Jiang Yu simply stared blankly at Lin Mo. She felt that Lin Mo had truly changed. He had once been a gentle, elegant youth. When had he switched into hardened warrior mode? Could that really have had such a drastic effect? The scene Jiang Yu saw next stunned her completely. Did Lin Mo no longer care about his life? The bodyguard holding the baseball bat walked toward Lin Mo, but Lin Mo reached back, drew the Tang saber from behind the sofa, and with a single stroke, slashed toward him. The bodyguard froze stunned. He was only wielding a blunt weapon, yet the other man had drawn a sharp blade and was swinging it with full force. Wasn't that going too far? But it was too late for him to dodge. The blade was already at his shoulder. With a single slash, a wound over 30 centimeters long tore across his chest, deep enough to expose bone. Oh! The bodyguard staggered backward again and again, but Lin Mo gave him no chance to escape. He rushed forward, and with one stroke across the neck, ended the man's life. Exhaling deeply, Lin Mo felt not the slightest ripple inside about having killed someone, or it was as if he were already used to it. Seeing this, Jiang Mingho even forgot his pain. Only one thought echoed in Jiang Mingho's mind: this man is a madman. He backed away, repeatedly stammering, "Bro, it's just a woman. No need to pull a blade over this. Killing is against the law. You'll go to prison for this. You should just turn yourself in. The law. In 2 hours there would be no law left." Lin Mo paid no attention to Jiang Mingho's words. Holding the saber, he walked toward him at an unhurried pace. Tap, tap. Each step landed in time, with Jiang Mingho's hammering heartbeat, sweat dripping nonstop from his forehead. "Li Mingwei, save me, save me." The other bodyguard, Li Mingwei, loosened his grip on Jiang Yu's shoulders and edged quietly toward the front door. He was no fool. This man truly dared to kill. Money could be earned any time, but one only had a single life. 20,000 a month was not worth staking his life on. Seeing that Lin Mo was not looking at him, Li Mingwei's expression brightened. He placed his hand on the doorknob and pressed down gently. Swish! A streak of white light flashed before his eyes, and his wrists suddenly felt numb and burning hot. Click! The knob returned to its original position. Big brother, I'm just a bodyguard. This has nothing to do with me." The meek fear the ruthless, and the ruthless fear the ones who care nothing for their lives. He was only a strong bodyguard, not some desperate outlaw. Besides, he no longer even held a weapon. Their only weapon lay on the floor. Lin Mo let out a cold laugh. If this man had joined in beating him as well. With another slash, Li Mingwei instinctively raised his arm. Sweat the size of beans dripped from his forehead as he spun around and bolted toward the kitchen. Bang! Lin Mo kicked out. Li Mingwei crashed to the floor. One stroke of the blade, and it was over. After finishing off the two of them, Lin Mo walked up to stand before Jiang Mingho. "Young Master Jiang, how exactly were you planning to deal with me?" I was just joking. Please, I'm begging you, let me go. I can give you money, as long as you let me walk away." Jiang Mingho's voice trembled. He was terrified. How could Jiang Yu be involved with someone like this? And those investigators, hadn't they said this man was just an ordinary salesman? What salesman used such vicious methods? But I don't believe you were joking, so. Wait. Lin Mo, stop. Don't do this. You'll go to prison. Having finally snapped back to her senses, Jiang Yu forced down the nausea churning in her stomach and grabbed Lin Mo's arm. "You heard what he said just now. He wanted to drive me out of Fengjing. My hands are tied. I didn't want this either. They drove me to it." Lin Mo's face was full of contrived remorse. Seeing this, Jiang Yu hardened her heart and snatched the long saber from his hand. "If someone has to go to prison, then we'll go together." Jiang Yu gripped the saber with both hands and raised it above her head. You're insane. You'll both go to prison. Just put it down quickly." But the blade was already descending. Jiang Yu squeezed her eyes shut as she raised and swung her arms again and again. Meanwhile, Lin Mo had quietly stepped off to the side, the corner of his eye twitching now and then. She was even harsher than he was. He would have ended it in just a few strokes. This was too tragic. Lin Mo actually felt a trace of pity for Jiang Mingho. He had only wanted to tease Jiang Yu a little. After all, the apocalypse was coming. What prison was left to fear? He simply had not expected Jiang Yu to go this far, and he was unexpectedly moved. Lin Mo stepped forward and hurriedly stopped Jiang Yu's still swinging arm. That's enough? Any more, and people will think you're mincing meat for dumpling filling today? As Lin Mo gazed at Jiang Yue, a semi-transparent screen suddenly appeared before his eyes. Name Jiang Yue, age 25, rating 88, favorability 88. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. They had been good friends before, but he didn't expect the base favorability to be so high. Even after deducting 10 points, there were still 78 points of favorability. Reaching the maximum value of 100 was incredibly simple. Should we confess or dispose of these bodies? After finishing, Jiang Yu felt a pang of regret. However, if given the chance to do it again, she would still act the same way. After all, it all started because of her. Lin Mo shook his head and said calmly, "Don't worry, no one will pursue this matter. There will be many more who are about to die soon." Jiang Yu was quite confused, but she trusted Lin Mo. Lin Mo glanced at the time. The apocalypse was about to begin. "You'd better lie down now, otherwise you might feel a lot of pain later." "How annoying, what time is it, and you're still thinking about this?" Jiang Yu blushed and shot Lin Mo a glare. "What nonsense are you thinking? If you trust me, just lie down." "Oh, fine." For some reason, Lin Mo saw disappointment on her face. What was going on? Lin Mo stood by the window looking outside. This harmonious scene would only last for this brief moment. "Aren't you getting into bed?" "They'll be right there." Half an hour later, with just 1 minute until midnight, Lin Mo lay down on the bed. Buzz. A roar swept across the globe. Lin Mo felt a sharp pain that lasted nearly a minute. Jiang Yu fainted the moment the sound erupted. "System, what's going on? Why am I fine?" "The system has protected the host. Oh, please rest assured." "Is there such good fortune?" Lin Mo shook his head and stood up to approach the window. Their home was on the 5th floor, allowing him to clearly see the situation below. Dozens of people lay on the ground. Some vehicles had crashed into shops, others into walls, and some were involved in chain collisions. In the upper left corner of Lin Mo's vision, a countdown of 1 hour was displayed. "System, this time won't be." "That's right, in 1 hour, everyone will awaken." Hearing there was still 1 hour left, Lin Mo quickly grabbed his backpack and rushed out the door. With only 1 hour to spare, Lin Mo couldn't afford to waste time. He pressed the elevator button. Soon the elevator arrived from the 1st floor. Ding! The doors opened to reveal a man and a woman lying inside. Lin Mo kicked the two of them inside and pressed the button for the 1st floor. Once they reached the 1st floor, he dragged the two out and tossed them outside the elevator. He then hurried out of the building, running towards a nearby convenience store. He had considered going to a supermarket, but the nearest one would take 10 minutes by bus, and he simply didn't have the time. It was more practical to go to a convenience store nearby. After raiding 2 convenience stores, Lin Mo hurried back. As for the other 2 stores, he had no space left to store anything and had to give up for now. Upon returning home, there were still 10 minutes left. He took a bottle of red wine from his storage and poured it into a glass. He lifted the glass ceremoniously and gave it a gentle swirl. Once again, welcome to the apocalypse. He downed it in one gulp. Yuck, what a terrible thing, but tastes spoiled. Lin Mo put the bottle of red wine aside. He still preferred soda. What's wrong with me? I'm feeling a bit dizzy." Hearing the noise, Lin Mo stored the Tang Hung Dao away and went to the bedroom. "You awake? Next time just say it directly, or why go through all this?" Lin Mo was speechless. What was Jiang Yu thinking? Am I that kind of person? Enough joking. What exactly happened? Why did I suddenly faint? I fainted too, but I have a rough idea of what happened. Come and take a look at the balcony. The two went to the balcony. Jiang Yu stared out at the scene, completely stunned. Even from the 5th floor, the cries for help and shouts could still be clearly heard. 4 or 5 people were kneeling on the ground, tearing at a man, while vehicles crashed chaotically. She turned to Lin Mo and asked, "What's going on? Why are those people eating each other?" "I saw all this when I woke up. Given the situation, it should be zombies like in the movies." He had no intention of revealing that he had been reborn. "This is simply terrifying." Jiang Yu trembled all over, leaning against the window. Lin Mo placed a hand on Jiang Yu's shoulder. "Don't worry, I'm here." With the system and his experience from his past life, Lin Mo appeared quite composed in the face of this situation. Knock, knock, knock. Is someone coming again? A flash of inspiration struck Lin Mo as he remembered who might be at the door. He glanced at Jiang Yu beside him, unsure if this place would turn into a battlefield. It probably wouldn't, right? "Someone's knocking, go check it out, but be careful." "Oh." Lin Mo went to the living room and looked through the peephole. Sure enough, it was them. He quickly opened the door. Sister, wake up." A girl with twin ponytails shook the woman on the bed. Luo Yin stopped shaking. "If you keep it up, my head will fall off." The woman on the bed opened her eyes and said helplessly, "You scared me. Come and see outside, it's terrifying." Luo Yun pulled her sister Luo Fei to the window. Upon seeing the scene below, Luo Fei's first thought was what happened to this world. Although she felt a bit flustered, she quickly calmed down. She couldn't panic. If she did, Luo Yun would panic too. Luo Fei hurried to the storage cabinet and took out a long gun. "Let's go, sister. We need to find Lin Mo. It's safer to stick together in times like this." The calm Luo Fei immediately thought of Lin Mo, a man she had secretly admired for a long time. "How at a time like this you're still thinking about your crush? He's so weak, isn't it you who has to protect him?" Luo Yun said, puffing up her cheeks. In Luo Yun's eyes, her sister was a provincial martial arts champion, while Lin Mo was just a weak scholar. "Don't be ridiculous. The outside world has changed. Only by gathering people can we survive." Although he had no real strength, his intelligence. He was rational and calm. While he didn't know if those things outside were the so-called zombies from TV, having more people would definitely be advantageous. "All right, let's go then." When it came to reason, Luo Yun had to admit it. As for intelligence, he should be a bit smarter than them. Take all the food you can carry out. Anything you can't take can be retrieved later. Her home was only one household away from Lin Mo's house. The two stood at the entrance of Lin Mo's house with their backpacks. Looking at her sister, who was taking deep breaths, Luo Yun could no longer hold back. "I'll do it myself." Knock, knock, knock. "Creak. What are you doing here? Come in, please. I saw the situation outside and worried you might not have food. We brought some provisions. If that's not enough, we have more at home." Luo Fei tucked her hair behind her ear, her face slightly flushed. Lin Mo stepped aside to let the two pass. Bang! Upon seeing Jiang Yue, Luo Fei froze. "That outfit must belong to Lin Mo. And what about your pants?" "Oh, it's Luo Fei. Long time no see." "Yes, Jiang Yue, it has indeed been a while. I didn't expect to see you here as well. I drank too much last night and just slept here. I must say that bed was quite comfortable." "Haha, I guess you feel comfortable because you're full, huh?" "You guessed it right." The two women completely forgot about the current situation, exchanging barbs verbally. Jiang Yu's gaze shifted. "It's been a long time since we met. Let's go to the bedroom and have a good chat." "Sure." The two women walked into the bedroom together, clicking the door shut behind them. Lin Mo watched this scene, unsure of what to say. "I didn't expect you to be living quite well with beautiful women by your side." Luo Yun looked up at Lin Mo. Lin Mo coughed lightly. "Ahem, it's going okay. By the way, why weren't you waiting for rescue at home?" "It's my sister's fault, as she was worried you might not have food and insisted on looking for you." Luo Yun rolled her eyes at him, genuinely puzzled by her sister's thoughts. Lin Mo was just a bit handsome and taller. "Then I truly have to thank both of you sisters." In his previous life, the two women also came looking for Lin Mo. One could say that if it weren't for Luo Fei in the early days, Lin Mo might have died long ago. Later, during a zombie wave, they got separated and Lin Mo searched for a long time without finding any news of the two women. However, this time, he wouldn't let that happen again. Of course, Lin Mo was not attracted to their looks, but rather their strengths. Don't let Luo Yun's petite and cute appearance fool you. After awakening, her combat power would be frighteningly high. Lin Mo glanced at Luo Yun and a light screen appeared. Name: Luo Yun, age 24, rating 87, favorability 61. Her favorability is much higher than expected. In Lin Mo's view, Luo Yun should have no favorable feelings towards him. It seemed that being handsome had its advantages. "Hey, are you not worried about the two women fighting inside? My sister is quite formidable. They know their limits. They won't fight. Besides, Jiang Yu isn't some fragile girl." Before long, the two women walked out laughing and chatting as if they weren't the same two who had just been bickering. "What are you two up to?" Lin Mo looked at them in confusion. "Oh, we're doing quite well. By the way, what should we do now?" Speaking of serious matters, Lin Mo ignored what had just transpired between them. As you can all see, the situation outside is chaotic. Judging by the current state, those are likely the so-called zombies. What we need to do next is to clear the zombies in the building and then search for supplies to survive. After that, we will wait for rescue, but judging by the current situation, it seems that rescue will take a long time to arrive. Although I collected quite a few supplies earlier, the quantity is truly minimal. Most of it is instant noodles and bread, which won't suffice to stave off hunger. The most important point is that without killing zombies, one cannot awaken supernatural powers. It's uncertain whether this life's powers will be the same as those from the previous one. As for rescue, it's too difficult. All right, let's set off now. Jiang Yu was the first to speak up, and although the sight of the zombies was somewhat disgusting, it was something they could overcome for the sake of survival. "I want to go too." Seeing Jiang Yu speak, Luo Fei naturally wanted to join. "Then I'll go along as well." Luo Yun felt that since her sister was going, she couldn't stay behind. "Then let's go together and look out for each other." Although Luo Yun currently had no strength, once she awakened, she would be quite formidable. Taking the opportunity, Lin Mo also looked at Luo Fei's information. Name: Luo Fei, age 25, rating 92, favorability 92, goodness, another high favorability. By the way, what's with that pool of blood? Did you kill a pig? Something like that. Lin Mo didn't mention Jiang Mingho, and the others fearing the two women would become scared. Once the group was ready, they opened the door. Lin Mo held a long knife, while Luo Fei wielded a long spear. Jiang Yu had a baseball bat, and Luo Yun was empty-handed. Remember to give me a weapon later. I feel uneasy empty-handed. In truth, Luo Yun was far more anxious than she appeared. She had only pretended to be brave. Don't worry, I'll make sure to give you something good at the first opportunity. They knocked on the door of the next room. After confirming there was no sound, Lin Mo took out a piece of iron wire and a metal plate from his pocket. After spending 2 minutes, he successfully unlocked the door. The living room was empty. Have you been studying somewhere? When did you learn to pick locks? Jiang Yu looked at Lin Mo in shock. She had never heard of him being able to pick locks. An old man taught me when I was a child, but I never used it since it's illegal. Alright, be careful, kill zombies on sight. If they're humans, be cautious. In the apocalypse, the most terrifying thing is not the visible zombies, but the unseen hearts of people. Lin Mo had struggled in the apocalypse for 4 years, and had seen too many people turn against each other, not to mention strangers. The term good person in the apocalypse either represents death or represents resentment. After a thorough check, the room was empty. It seemed the occupants had left early. Our goal is food and water. Let's not worry about anything else for now. Luo Yin, go see if there's anything that can be used as a weapon. The four split up. The haul was meager. They only found a pile of drinks and snacks with not a single staple food. Lin Mo said in disbelief. It seems the residents here are young people. They don't even have rice or flour. What a waste of time. He now doubted how much food could be found in this building. As for going outside, Lin Mo hadn't considered that for the time being. With so many zombies around, it wasn't as simple as just going out. Hey, can this be used as a weapon? Luo Yun held up a hollow iron pipe with ridges on it, obviously a curtain rod. She had no choice of which household would leave weapons lying around. Her sister was a martial arts champion and trained regularly. As for how Lin Mo had a knife, she had no idea. This was the only thing she could find to use as a weapon. Let me modify it for you. It can be used in a pinch. Lin Mo took the steel pipe and wrapped a sharp kitchen knife around it with tape. The sturdiness of the weapon was temporarily set aside, only at least its safety had increased somewhat. Luo Yun took the weapon crafted by Lin Mo and waved it a few times casually, jokingly saying, "It should be sturdy, right? I hope I don't die before I can kill a zombie. That shouldn't be a problem. At most it will need to be fixed again after a few uses. Use it like this for now, and later I will find you new weapons." Except for him, the other three's weapons needed to be redone. Luo Fei's spear could only stab zombies. Whipping them would merely drive them away without killing them. As for Jiang Yu's baseball bat, it would also take considerable effort to smash a zombie's head. In terms of efficiency, these two weapons were hardly effective. After confirming there were no omissions, Lin Mo led them to the next place. They continued to knock on doors and search for supplies. 505, 504, 503. When they reached 502, after Lin Mo knocked, an unusual sound came from inside. "Be careful this time. If anyone gets bitten, don't blame me." Lin Mo's words carried no warmth, yet the three women didn't find anything wrong. Even Luo Yun, who had little interaction with Lin Mo, had no objections. Injuries were on oneself, not others. With the experience from the previous doors, Lin Mo opened the door in less than half a minute. Whoosh. A gray decayed hand reached out from the crack of the door. Slash. Lin Mo swiftly chopped off the hand. He felt little resistance. Perhaps after turning into a zombie, their bones had become brittle. Upon opening the door, Lin Mo kicked the zombie in the chest, knocking it directly to the ground. He gave no chance to the creature, stabbing his knife directly into its head. A strange warm current flowed through Lin Mo's entire body. Ding. Killed a level 0 zombie, strength 1, energy points 2. Lin Mo felt his strength increase slightly. Be careful in the other rooms. Don't get attacked by zombies. Rest assured, we will be cautious. Jiang Yu led the two women toward the bedroom, knocking on the door, and sure enough, the sound of zombies came from within. Are you opening it, or am I? Jiang Yu looked at Luo Fei. You open it, it'll take action. As for Luo Yun, she was completely ignored by Jiang Yu. After all, Luo Yun was only a little over 1.5 meters tall, making it hard to see where her combat strength lay. Jiang Yu slowly pressed the handle and opened the door. Whoosh. A flash of cold light, the tip of the spear pierced right into the center of the zombie's head, killing it instantly. The entire process from opening the door to seeing the zombie and stabbing it took less than 2 seconds, demonstrating how solid Luo Fei's fundamentals were. Clap, clap, clap. As expected of the provincial champion, your marksmanship is indeed impressive. Jiang Yu couldn't help but admire. If it were her, she wouldn't have been able to solve it in less than 10 seconds, but the sight was quite grotesque. A mix of dark red and gray matter scattered on the ground, which was truly hard to accept. Lin Mo glanced at the situation, and seeing he was not needed, remained standing still. After binding the system, Lin Mo had not had time to check his personal information. Since he just killed a zombie, he decided to take a look. Host Lin MO rank level 0 experience 1100 attributes strength 10, constitution 9, agility 8, spirit 11 average male value is 10 female is 8, awakened ability none storage space 100 cubic meters energy points 2 skill exclusive passive plunder 1 unique technique dragon and phoenix soaring technique. Looking at his data, Lin MO frowned. Is my constitution even worse than that of an ordinary person? I have pectoral muscles, biceps, and a 4-pack abs. Also, why is my plunder ability infinite? Didn't it say it was only 100? The system sensed Lin Mo's confusion and answered him. Physical quality is built through training, not merely observed. Plunder at level 0 is infinite. With this explanation, Lin Mo understood. So if I train, will my physical quality increase? Strength, constitution, and agility can increase through training. They can increase slightly in the early stages, but there will be almost no change later on. Spirit cannot be trained. A slight increase is not worth training. I can just kill a few zombies to achieve that. Moreover, even those without a system can increase attributes by killing zombies, so the significance of training is diminished. It would be better to spend the time training on killing techniques or on zombies. Lin Mo, I felt a warm current flowing through my body after killing the zombie. Luo Fei paused for a moment after killing the zombie. She had trained for a long time and was most aware of her own condition. She immediately sensed the change in her body. Could it be that killing zombies enhances physical quality? I had that feeling earlier too. It seems everyone is experiencing this. It should be a good thing. Lin Mo nodded in response. I want to kill zombies too. I want to kill zombies too, Jiang Yu and Luo Yun said in unison. Lin Mo shook his head. There will be plenty of opportunities later. For now, let's look for food first. Killing zombies is not the main objective now. There were only 2 zombies in 502, and they were all eliminated. After packing their things, the group arrived at 501, which was the last house on the left side of Lin Mo's home. Fortunately, this house was also silent, indicating that there were probably no people inside. Lin Mo was glad that it was Sunday. Most people had gone out for leisure. If it were Saturday, luck wouldn't be on their side. Most people in the building would be resting at home. After clearing this room, the backpacks of Lin Mo and his group were already stuffed full, and everyone was also carrying 2 large bags of food. This food would last them at least a month without worrying about eating and drinking. The group returned to Lin Mo's home in room 507 and put away their things. Phew, I was worried you wouldn't have enough to eat. It seems I was overthinking it. Luo Fei looked at the food scattered all over the floor, feeling a bit embarrassed. The food she brought was negligible compared to this. Lin Mo quickly said, "Don't say that. True feelings are revealed in times of hardship. In this apocalypse, your ability to bring me food speaks volumes. It doesn't matter if there's more or less food." Luo Yun stood aside, rolling her hands up and down on her arms, looking at Lin Mo with a face of disdain. Lin Mo directly ignored her. She was not the main target right now. Ding. Luo Fei gained 10 points in favorability. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your favorability with Luo Fei has reached 100 and you have received a reward. Desert Eagle with infinite bullets X1 hiss. There's even a reward. Why didn't he know? Even with such excitement, Lin Mo still gazed affectionately at Luo Fei. Luo Fei, seeing his sincere eyes, couldn't help but blush. All right, everyone is tired and hasn't eaten yet. While there's still gas, let's cook something hot. There may not be another chance in the future. After Lin Mo finished speaking, he hurried to the master bedroom and closed the door. He urgently needed to consult the system. System. Brother Tongzi, why is there still a reward? I had no idea. Lin Mo was completely stunned, as if there was indeed no mistake. But he didn't have a system before, so how could he possibly know these things? Lin Mo took out the Desert Eagle exactly like the one from the game he had played before. It was entirely silver without any flashy patterns. Lin Mo pressed the button on the side to release the magazine, and it fell out. Looking at the magazine, he was filled with questions. Wasn't it said to have infinite bullets? Why was there a magazine? Host, please explore them all. It seemed the system could not stand it anymore and gave Lin Mo a hint. Lin Mo followed the system's suggestion and opened the mall. However, there were no firearms in the regular mall. Lin Mo opened the Affinity Value Mall, and the Desert Eagle appeared, showcasing dozens of items. The most ordinary Desert Eagle only required 100 affinity points to purchase, but the bullets had to be bought separately. Lin Mo even saw a golden Desert Eagle priced at 500 affinity points. Lin Mo couldn't help but complain, who in their right mind would buy a golden one? Is there really that much money to waste? The bullets were also categorized into many types. The ordinary ones required only 1 affinity point for 100 rounds, while armor-piercing and explosive rounds required 10 affinity points for 100 rounds. In addition, Lin Mo discovered bullets that only existed in the game, such as fire bullets, freeze bullets, and lightning bullets, which required 100 affinity points to purchase 100 rounds. Of course, these were not what he wanted to see. Below, Lin Mo found the infinite bullet version of the Desert Eagle for 1,000 affinity points. Wow, It was surprisingly expensive. Additionally, there were magazines. The ordinary bullet magazine was 1,000 affinity points, while the armor-piercing one was 5,000, and the fire one was 1,000. All of them were infinite versions. Lin Mo now understood why magazines could be returned. It was for him to switch between different types of bullets. But where would he get that many affinity points? Even if one person could provide 20 points a day, it would take 10 people to provide 200. Moreover, he didn't have that many people. If he had known, he wouldn't have searched. It's frustrating to see, but not use. Host, don't worry, affinity points can be exchanged for energy points at a ratio of 100 energy points for 1 affinity point. Damn, that's really unfair. Killing one only gives 2 energy points, and it takes 50 to exchange for 1. Only a fool would exchange. At this moment, 4 dishes were already laid out on the dining table, and the 3 women were happily chatting at the table as if there were no end of the world. You're done. Hurry up and come eat. We made those foods that are not easy to store. First, worried there might be a power outage later. Jiang Yu pointed at the food on the ground. That's good. I was just about to say that. Lin Mo approached the dining table, glanced at the table, and then at the balcony. He turned and walked towards the balcony, closing the window tightly, and then drew the curtains. This. Are you worried about the opposite side or upstairs? Luo Fei asked in confusion. Before Lin Mo could answer, Luo Yun said, Sister, if this smell goes out, everyone upstairs and downstairs will know. At that point, we would be easily targeted. As for the curtains, it's to prevent anyone across from using binoculars. Lin Mo nodded in agreement, pleased that this little one could think of that. Luo Fei looked apologetic. Sorry, I didn't think of it so thoroughly. It's okay, I just thought of it too. Let's eat. The 4 were also hungry, devouring the food before them. Lin Mo was really starving, even after working out for so long last night, and dealing with so much in the morning, he was already starving. Half an hour ago, Fermin sat on the sofa at 6:07, gnawing on bread. I told you to prepare some vegetables and meat in the fridge. Now look, we only have bread. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a gray suit looked dissatisfied at the 3 in front of him. Second brother. Slap. What do you mean second brother? Call me big brother. Isn't big brother dead? The 5th brother rubbed the back of his head, looking aggrieved. If he's dead, doesn't that make me the boss? Zhang Ziang was furious, looking at the 5th brother, feeling like he was talking to a fool. It's not that I don't want to buy, but it's just that no one knows how to cook. Haven't we always been ordering takeout? This is just a box of bread I bought online before. Yeah, big brother, don't blame the 5th brother. If it weren't for him buying a box of bread, we probably would have starved to death. The 3rd and 4th brothers also spoke up for the 5th. All right, let's not talk about this. What happened with Zhang Hao and Wang Jia? How did they end up like that? Zhang Ziang recalled the previous situation, feeling uneasy. The 6 of them had originally discussed a plan to get rich, only to suddenly faint. When they woke up, they saw Zhang Hao eating Wang Jia, almost biting through his neck. The 4 quickly chopped Zhang Hao into pieces, and even the head was still moving. Wang Jia, in less than half an hour, also turned into a similar state as Zhang Hao. It was truly terrifying. It must be some virus like the zombies in the movies. As long as they injure someone, they will mutate. The 5th brother murmured. Zhang Ziang's expression changed. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have come to find them today. He still had food at his place. He could last for half a month. At that time, he could just wait for rescue, but who knew such a thing would happen? Sniffing, Zhang Ziang's nose twitched, asking the 3, do you smell cooking? The 3 sniffed and nodded in unison. There is indeed a smell. One dish is braised pork and another should be sweet and sour. Let's go see whose house it is. The 3 went to the balcony to look around. The smell was coming from directly below. Is it downstairs? It should be. Looking around, the only window open was downstairs. Damn it, while we're here eating bread, they are having a meal. Let's go, follow me down to confront them. We'll steal their food. As for breaking the law, what does it matter how things are downstairs? Who still cares about laws at a time like this? Big brother, don't be anxious. Let's first check the situation outside using the camera. The 3rd brother took out his phone and observed the hallway through the camera. Boss, there are no zombies outside. We can go out. Zhang Ziang nodded in satisfaction, pleased with the camera installation. Grab the weapons and bring me the bow I bought as well. Boss, let's skip the bow. You can't shoot accurately. Zhang Ziang glanced at the 5th brother, increasingly disliking him. Why does he speak without thinking? If you say that, it makes me look bad. The 3rd brother quickly interjected. What nonsense is the 5th brother saying? The boss' archery skills are flawless. He can hit a fly from 20 meters away. Zhang Ziang nodded in satisfaction, pleased with the 3rd brother's words. After preparing their gear, the 4 arrived at 5:07. 5th brother, go knock on the door. If he asks what you want, just say you want to borrow some bread. The group dining in the room was momentarily stunned by the sound of knocking on the door. Lin Mo, do you have a friend living here? Jiang Yu asked, puzzled. No, I don't know anyone here. Huh, didn't you meet my sister before? Oh, that doesn't count. Lin Mo rubbed his nose, having momentarily forgotten about the Luo sisters. Could it be a neighbor from nearby? We've already cleared the left side, and only the few households on the right remain. The knocking sound echoed again. "They'll go take a look. You all grab your weapons as they might not be friendly." Lin Mo glanced at the balcony, and a guess formed in his mind. He approached the front door and peered through the peephole, seeing Lao Wu. Lin Mo squinted and asked through the door, "Hello, may I ask what you need?" "This young brother, my family has run out of food, and with things happening outside, could you spare me 2 loaves of bread? They'll find food later and return it to you." Following Zhang Ziang's instructions, Lao Wu spoke. Lin Mo observed Lao Wu's actions and realized there were definitely more people outside. But ignoring it was not an option. Allowing such a ticking time bomb to linger outside would prevent him from sleeping soundly. "I have someone come in, and he'll give you some." Lao Wu did not expect things to go so smoothly, and quickly glanced at Zhang Ziang. Zhang Ziang nodded, holding the long knife in his hand with a composite bow strapped to his back. Lin Mo signaled to the others, instructing them to hide their weapons behind them. After opening the door, Lin Mo took 2 steps back. Indeed, it was as he thought. After Lao Wu entered, Zhang Ziang and the others followed, lining up with knives pointed at Lin Mo and the others. Zhang Ziang saw Jiang Yu and the other 3 women and could not help but swallow hard, truly stunning beauties. Then he glanced at Lin Mo. "Humph, just a pretty boy. This place is now under my control. From now on, you will all follow my orders. The men will gather supplies, and the women will arrange work for you later." Zhang Ziang pointed with his long knife. "This is my home. What right do you have to take it?" Lin Mo struggled symbolically. Jiang Yu couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Ziang frowned. "Oh, what was so funny about this? Whoever's fist is bigger gets to decide. Kid, you'll understand when you grow up." Regardless of their laughter, Zhang Ziang had already decided to claim this place as his own, not only because of the 3 women, but also due to the food on the ground. There was enough food here to last a month. As for the man in front of him, he could be useful or be killed directly. Lin Mo felt reassured when he confirmed there was no one else on the other side. Since that was the case, he could act freely. Lin Mo had just reached for the knife handle when he said, "I advise you not to think about making a move. We have 4 knives, and even if we flail, we could still kill you." The other 3 took a step forward, their blades pointed at Lin Mo. "I just took down the knife. There's no need to be so agitated." Although he was strong, he currently had no special abilities and was physically weak. He was not a match for 4 people and had never intended to draw his knife from the beginning. Zhang Ziang nodded in satisfaction. "Kid, you're quite perceptive." Clang. Seeing that he really threw down the knife, Zhang Ziang and his group relaxed their grip on their weapons. As for the remaining 3 women, he didn't see them as a threat at all. Bang! Bang! Several gunshots rang out. The group fell to the ground. Fortunately, we were close, or we might not have shot so accurately. All of Zhang Ziang's knees were shattered, and the others received 1 shot each, with Zhang Ziang being shot 4 times. His knees were now shattered beyond repair. Off. The pain was unbearable. Zhang Ziang was drenched in cold sweat, looking at Lin Mo in horror. How could this person have a gun? Not only did Zhang Ziang not expect it, but the 3 women behind Lin Mo also did not anticipate that he would have a gun. Guns, after all, were prohibited in Huagua and were things that should not exist. However, the 3 women did not think to ask. Only a fool would inquire where it came from. "There are 4 in total. Each of you take 1 and kill them." Bang! Lin Mo hit the bullseye, sending Zhang Ziang away directly. Since they had come, they could not leave alive. Lin Mo would not leave any unstable factors behind. The Luo sisters looked at Lin Mo in shock, surprised that he was asking them to kill. Killing zombies was one thing, but killing a fellow human was another. Jiang Yu felt no pressure at all, as she had already experienced it once, so going through it again was acceptable. She picked up the long knife dropped on the ground and walked towards Lao San. At this moment, Lao San also realized they had kicked a metal board. "Grandma, please spare me. I have elders above and younger ones below." Uft. Lao San's eyes widened, hands clutching his neck helplessly as he collapsed to the ground, the light in his eyes slowly fading away. Luo Fei and Luo Yun were stunned by the scene before them. Did they just do that? Didn't they have any psychological barriers? The remaining 2 looked at Lin Mo in terror. To them, Lin Mo was nothing short of a devil. Luo Fei swallowed hard and took the long knife from Jiang Yue, walking towards Lao Si. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and swung the knife down. Off. I'm sorry. Luo Fei quickly pulled the knife out from the other's shoulder. She even stepped on the other's body, pulling hard to get it out. Then she made a cut across the neck, finally ensuring that the other died without too much suffering. The last one, Lao Wu, also realized his fate and completely gave up resistance. Seeing her sister had already gone, Luo Yun knew she couldn't lag behind. Gritting her teeth, she took 1 step at a time towards Lao Wu. "Luo Yun, you haven't picked up a knife yet." Lin Mo shook his head and reminded her. He wanted them to understand that in the apocalypse, humans were the most dangerous creatures. To survive, you must be harsher than others. In the apocalypse, human life is the least valuable. Oh. Luo Yun took the long knife handed over by her sister and approached Lao Wu. "I'm sorry. She swung the knife fiercely across his neck, clearly feeling the blade touch the bone. Clang. Luo Yun dropped the knife and hurried to the windowsill to open the window. Ugh, Luo Fei couldn't hold it any longer and joined the group of vomiters. Jiang Yu was fine after all she had gone through it once before. Although she felt a bit uncomfortable, she could still hold it together. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. The first time is always a bit hard. Once you adapt to the first time, the second time will be much easier. Lin Mo's good intentions would soon be understood by them. Lin Mo carried the bodies to the balcony and opened the nearby window to throw them out. The zombies below, smelling the blood, rushed up frantically to tear and bite. As the bodies were thrown down, the gathering zombies increased in number. All right, let's continue eating. Lin Mo, as if nothing had happened, sat down to eat. The three women looking at the meat on the table couldn't help but feel nauseous again. Jiang Yu was slightly better, at least she could eat something, but her chopsticks were still picking up only vegetables. After finishing dinner, a notification chimed on everyone's phones. Lin Mo opened the video and called the three girls to watch together. The host appeared with a serious expression. All citizens are advised to stay at home and await rescue who do not venture outside. The creatures roaming outside have been determined by experts to possess strong infectious capabilities, and any carelessness may lead to assimilation. This type of creature has been temporarily named a zombie. Please ensure you stay at home for rescue. Rescue teams have been organized in various regions. Please trust the country. This is a nationwide notification that anyone with a phone can receive. From this day forth, chaos has begun. He said to wait for rescue. Luo Yun looked at Lin Mo. Rescue? Forget it. Can you imagine what it feels like for 10 people to live in such a large space? Lin Mo pointed to the living room. The three girls shuddered at the thought. It's better not to go. Things are quite good as they are now. Zombies aren't as strong as imagined, and life for them is quite good. All right, let's not overthink it. I was going to find you weapons anyway, and now they have delivered themselves to us. You can take your pick. On the ground lay 4 machetes and a compound bow brought by Zhang Ziang and the others. I want this one and that one. Luo Yun immediately picked the compound bow and then grabbed a machete. Do you know how to use that? Lin Mo initially intended to use it himself. In his previous life, the compound bow was one of his main tools for combat. Please remove that do from your question. I was actually the runner-up in the National Youth Archery Championship. Luo Yun said proudly. Lin Mo looked at her height of over 1.5 meters and could hardly believe she was a national runner-up. What kind of look is that? Archery doesn't require height. Luo Yun was all too familiar with such looks. Ahem. It's just a bit surprising. Lin Mo was quite satisfied with the current team. Luo Fei was the martial arts champion of the province. Though it was ornamental, who says routines can't hurt. Luo Yun needn't be mentioned. As for Jiang Yu, she had practiced Sanda since childhood. Although she couldn't beat strong men, she was quite capable against local thugs. At least in terms of combat power, the 4 of them were definitely sufficient. All right, enough chit-chat. Let's clear out the remaining rooms on the 5th floor. Okay, let's first go to my place here. I need to change clothes. Luo Yun quickly said as she was still wearing a dress, which was really inconvenient for movement. Let's go to your place first then. Lin Mo was in room 507, while they were in 508. Although they lived close, they had hardly visited each other. Lin Mo had never dared to talk much with Luo Fei, as there was a significant difference in their situations. They arrived at Luo Fei's home. Luo Yun hurriedly ran into the bedroom, took off her long dress, and changed into sportswear. This feels much more comfortable. She then slung the compound bow over her shoulders, strapped the quiver on her back, and walked out with a long knife in hand. Let's go. In just 1 hour, Lin Mo and the others had cleaned up the remaining 5 rooms, with Lin Mo killing 2 zombies. He simply looked at the system notification. Ding. Killed a level 0 zombie, strength 1, energy points 2. Lin Mo wondered, system, I killed 2 zombies, why is there only 1 notification? Using firearms for kills will reduce plunder efficiency. Handguns and sniper rifles have a plunder effect of 50, while automatic rifles and machine guns have a plunder effect of 20. Grenades and landmines have a plunder effect of 10, while other firearms have nearly 0 effect. Lin Mo's mouth twitched. Wasn't this a bit unfair? He looked at his data. His experience points had turned into 3. This meant that the 2 zombies he had just killed had added to his experience, but the plunder had only triggered once. If he calculated like this, using a machine gun to kill would yield significantly fewer plunders. Originally, he could have gained 300 or 400 plunders at level 0, but in the end it might only be a few dozen. Not worth it. It truly wasn't worthwhile. He initially wanted to accumulate some favorability points to exchange for powerful weapons, but it seemed there was no need for that for now. The system's loopholes are indeed hard to exploit. Doesn't this just force him to use cold weapons in the early stages? Lin Mo, are we leaving now? There's nothing useful left here. Let's head back. Tonight we should treat ourselves well. The group walked towards Lin Mo's home. Lin Mo lagged behind, walking alongside Jiang Yu. He placed his hand gently on her waist and whispered, By the way, I drank a bit too much last night and today. Jiang Yu instantly blushed. How annoying the Luo sisters are still here. As if recalling something, her face turned even redder. Lin Mo leaned closer to Jiang Yu's ear and said, "It's fine, we can wait a little longer." Jiang Yu's ears felt hot, and she quickly escaped from his grasp. She turned slightly and whispered, "Can we wait for a while?" Lin Mo hadn't intended to pursue anything. He wasn't worried about the Luo sisters, just concerned about Luo Yun. After all, Luo Yun's favorability. Then let's wait for a while. Ding. Jiang Yu's critical favorability increased by 20. Suddenly, she gained 20. Ding. Congratulations, host. Jiang Yu's favorability reached 100. Reward space x10. Wow, amazing. This thing is much better than a handgun. With this, Lin Mo could basically clear out a small supermarket. You two hurry up already. Luo Yun turned back to look. The two were still behind. But why was Jiang Yu's face so red? Hearing Luo Yun's words, Luo Fei also turned back to glance. Seeing Jiang Yu's appearance and recalling what Jiang Yu said to her today, could it be that he? Luo Fei couldn't help but blush as well. Luo Yun looked at her sister curiously. "Sister, what's wrong? Is it hot here?" "Oh, it is indeed a bit warm." Luo Fei hurriedly fanned her face with her hand. After returning home, the group placed the food on the floor. Lin Mo looked at the scattered food and then turned to the three girls. It should be fine to reveal that he is exceptionally gifted, and perhaps he should mention the space abilities as if he had spatial powers. Otherwise, some food would go to waste. In the future, it wouldn't just be this amount of food. He couldn't just leave it all lying around. With a wave of his hand, all the food on the ground entered the space. The three girls who had been talking gaped at this scene, which far exceeded their understanding. "Can you do magic? What happened to those things? How did they just disappear?" The three girls looked at Lin Mo with curious eyes. Maybe I'm just talented. I accidentally awakened spatial abilities and gained storage capacity. Just keep this between us. If anyone else finds out, we would be in big trouble." With their current favorability, Luo Fei and Jiang Yu had already reached a steadfast 100 points. Speaking of maxing out, Luo Fei gave him a nuclear bomb. Absurd. As for Luo Yun, she wouldn't say anything either. Later, he just needed to exchange for a capability to detect others' favorability. "You all start preparing dinner. I have something to take care of." Click. Lin Mo closed the door behind him and hurriedly asked the system after confirming that no one outside could hear. The theoretical maximum for affection points is 1,000. The values gained vary based on different interactions, and the host can explore gradually different methods. Thinking about the sensation in his hands and the name of his unique skill, he suddenly realized how to gain more affection points. So that's how this system works, but I like it. At 9 in the evening, the three women sat together chatting, while Lin Mo approached the window to gaze outside. Only about 20 to 30 households across the street had their lights on. The other rooms were dark. Either they had turned into zombies, or no one was home. As for downstairs, even though it was dark, the faint moonlight allowed him to see zombies moving around. Fortunately, Lin Mo was in the eastern suburbs, an area that wasn't very developed, so there weren't that many people. The only place with more people was a pedestrian street about a kilometer away. "Lin Mo, my sister, and I are heading back now." Luo Fei, noticing how late it had gotten, decided it was time to leave. Of course, the main reason was Luo Yun's presence. Without her, she would have wanted to stay here, not wanting to leave Lin Mo's side. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo frowned and said, "You can go back, but make sure to lock the door and barricade it with something heavy. No matter who knocks, do not open the door." As Lin Mo spoke, he inadvertently glanced at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu rolled her eyes, silently realizing that rest would be impossible tonight. Luo Fei, accompanied by Luo Yun, reluctantly glanced back at Lin Mo as she opened the door. She turned and closed the door behind her, leaving only Jiang Yu and Lin Mo in the room. "I'm going to take a shower now. Go ahead, remember to wash well." What a character. Jiang Yu shot him a look before walking into the bathroom. Lin Mo stood on the balcony, looking down and deep in thought. Perhaps that method would work. Lin Mo turned around, extending his hand, causing the coffee table to vanish along with the distant sofa and even the teacups further away. After repeated testing, Lin Mo found that his collection range was about 5 meters. This further solidified his determination. He decided to take action. Lin Mo directly pulled open the bathroom door. "Off. Are you trying to scare me to death?" Jiang Yu stared speechlessly at Lin Mo outside the door. "Tisk, we've seen that yesterday, so what are you shy about? Just letting you know I'm going out to handle something, and we'll be back soon." Not caring that Lin Mo had seen her, she asked, "What are you going to do? It's dangerous outside. Do you need me to accompany you?" Seeing Jiang Yu's worried expression warmed Lin Mo's heart. He reached out to ruffle her hair, and then pulled out his gun. "With this, I don't think anyone can stop me. Besides, I'm only on this floor, don't worry." "That's good, just don't run around carelessly." Hearing that Lin Mo would only be on this floor, Jiang Yu felt relieved. "All right, I'm heading out now. Be careful." Lin Mo waved his hand and stepped out the door. While observing the zombies downstairs earlier, he noticed that although he couldn't see clearly, he could tell that the zombies were getting closer to the building. Lin Mo suspected this was related to his gunfire earlier. After all, this gun had no silencer, and the loud noise practically announced to the zombies that someone was inside this building. However, what he was thinking wasn't closely related to this matter. Lin Mo arrived at the neighboring room, 506. He turned on the light and directly transported the refrigerator, various items, coffee table, and TV cabinet into his storage space. Then he spent 1 energy point from the system to exchange for 10 glow sticks. After lighting one, he threw it vertically down. The landing spot was clearly illuminated. There are quite a few, I just don't know how many I can hit. With that, Lin Mo directly threw the largest bed down. Boom. A loud noise caused the nearby zombies to gather around. The result was as Lin Mo had anticipated. Ding. Killed 0 tier zombie, strength 1, energy point 2. Ding. Just past midnight, the system chimed with a notification. Ding. Jiang Yu has gained a critical affection rating of 999. Lin Mo. How could it be so much? At this moment, Lin Mo finally understood why the limit was 1,000 and why it mentioned the way of interaction. So this is how it works. No wonder the items in the shop are so expensive. It turns out there is a way to gain more affection points. What's wrong with you? I just suddenly thought of something more interesting. Next door, room 508. Sister, I can't sleep. Luo Yun glanced speechlessly at the wall. After staying here for several days, it was the first time she realized how poorly soundproof the wall was. As for yesterday, it was probably due to sleeping early or some other reason. In any case, she had slept quite soundly yesterday. Close your eyes and you'll fall asleep soon. Luo Fei tightly shut her eyes, trying not to listen to the noise from next door. If the light were on, Luo Yun would have noticed that her sister's face was unusually flushed. I want to sleep too, but it's too noisy. Why don't you go tell him? Luo Fei glanced at her sister with exasperation. If she went, she could only sleep alone. Sleep will go take a shower. Luo Fei hurriedly jumped off the bed and rushed into the bathroom. Luo Yun looked at the ceiling in silence. 3 hours later, the noise next door finally stopped. Luo Yun finally let out a sigh of relief. Who knows how many positions she had changed in bed, but still couldn't fall asleep. Now she could finally sleep. She couldn't help but complain in her heart. Wasn't this person a hard worker working tirelessly without rest? She forcefully hugged the pillow between her legs and gradually fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Lin Mo stood on the balcony feeling refreshed. Today was much better than yesterday. She had clearly felt her legs ache yesterday, but today she felt nothing at all. This attribute really hasn't increased in vain, or it actually has this effect. He opened the system to check the data. 2 affection points had caught his attention. Ding. Luo Fei's affection increased by 5. Ding. Luo Yun's affection increased by 5. Ding. Jiang Yu's affection increased by 5, but hadn't Luo Yun and Luo Fei returned to their rooms? How could their affection increase? Wasn't it said that one had to be within 4 meters and interact for 3 hours? Unless. Lin Mo's expression turned strange as he seemed to have thought of something. This is not very good news. He had not noticed the layout of the rooms yesterday and hadn't anticipated that the 2 bedrooms were actually adjacent. This is quite awkward. At 10 o'clock, someone knocked on the door. Lin Mo opened the door casually, and Luo Yun and Luo Fei stood at the entrance looking weary. Yesterday, he had intended to upload early, but the sleep quality, thanks to Lin Mo, was far from satisfactory. Just when he was about to sleep, his brain was completely uncontrollable. Good morning, let's have breakfast together. Lin Mo took out a few cans of 8 treasure porridge and bread and placed them on the table. Luo Fei casually glanced at the closed door, but thinking of what was said yesterday, she considered this to be normal. Where's Jiang Yu? Lin Mo said seriously. Oh, she said she wanted to train because it's not the end of the world. Unfortunately, she overdid it and got exhausted. Luo Yun and Luo Fei's eyes twitched. They had never seen such a shameless person. They weren't deaf. Creak. Jiang Yu walked out of the bedroom, her gait slightly awkward. Upon seeing the Luo sisters, her face turned red. They shouldn't know, right? Since you're rested, let's hurry and eat. Today we aim to clear out 2 floors. Lin Mo's plan was simple. First, gather the supplies from this building and awaken his abilities. Once he awakened, he would take them outside to hunt zombies and find a suitable shelter. Of course, if the awakened abilities were the same as in his last life, he would have to rely solely on physical combat. At 11 o'clock, the group set off again, heading straight for the 6th floor. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Lin Mo prepared to start from the beginning. There were relatively more people on the 6th floor. In the first 3 rooms, they had killed 8 zombies, including 2 that looked like children approximately 7 years old. So what kind of situation is this? Such small children have turned into zombies. Who knows? They just suddenly became like this. The 3 women couldn't help but feel a bit emotional about the 3 rooms. However, Lin Mo was unfazed. Compared to what was to come, this was nothing. What interested him was the system's notifications. Ding. Jiang Yu killed a 0-tier zombie. Host gains 1 energy point. Ding. Luo Fei killed a 0-tier zombie. Host gains 1 energy point. There were a total of 6 such notifications. This meant that Lin Mo had done nothing and gained 6 energy points. Don't be fooled by the small number now. What if there were more people? 10 people, 100 people, even 1,000 people. Of course, that might be an exaggeration, but what about replacing 0-tier zombies with 3-tier or 4-tier ones? Regardless, the effectiveness of this was absurdly strong. Arriving at the door of room 604, just as Lin Mo was about to knock, the door swung open. Everyone immediately got into battle readiness. After yesterday's events, the 3 women heightened their vigilance. No matter your intentions, it's better to be cautious first. Hello, are you from the rescue team? A man inside cautiously inquired of Lin Mo, who shook his head. We're not from the rescue team. Lin Mo squinted at the man peering through the crack in the door to look inside, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. I thought you were part of the rescue team. Since you're not, I'll close the door now. Bang. The door slammed shut, and the man inside even locked it. I thought only women lived here. I didn't expect there was a man in this house. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Lin Mo became curious. Why do you say that? Look at the shoe rack outside the door. All the shoes are women's, not a single pair for men. Jiang Yu pointed at the small shoe rack at the entrance. If there were really men living here, there wouldn't only be women's shoes without any men's shoes. Even if there were very few shoes, there should be at least 1 pair. Lin Mo shook his head. Maybe you're right. Let's go to the next one. He had already guessed the situation inside from the scars on the man's neck, and Lin Mo had a rough idea of the process, but it was of no concern to him. These were all actions taken by those who considered themselves heroes. He only wanted to be a survivor. Arriving at room 605, when the door opened, there was no one inside, nor any zombies. Same as usual, search for all usable items and gather them together, then I'll take them away. Hey, look at this. In the bedroom, the voice of Luo Yun echoed. The 2 women curiously followed in while Lin Mo began to gather items in the room. Lin Mo, come take a look. Is this person the man next door? Jiang Yu called out to Lin Mo. Lin Mo shook his head and stepped into the room. He saw the 3 women holding a picture frame within which was a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a suit. From the background, it appeared to be from an awards ceremony. He held a certificate, and his title was still manager. Indeed, it is the man next door. Also, this room belongs to that man, and the owner of the other room is a woman, which means. Although Jiang Yu did not finish her sentence, everyone understood the implication. Well, none of this concerns us. We just need to mind our own business. Remember, this is the apocalypse, so be cautious no matter who you encounter. The 3 women exchanged glances and nodded. They were relieved to have met Lin Mo, otherwise they truly did not know what the final outcome would be. The 3 continued to the 6th floor. After finishing, almost every room had at least 1 zombie, and there were 2 rooms with people inside. Lin Mo knocked on the door, and the other party opened it. Upon seeing they were not a rescue team, they closed the door again. Lin Mo did not attempt to steal from them, as he found their items unworthy. Continuing to lead the 3 women upstairs, they worked quickly that day. By 5 in the afternoon, they had cleared 2.5 floors with only a few more rooms left to finish. Arriving at room 810, Lin Mo knocked on the door, but there was no response from within. He used a tool to open the door. A kitchen knife loomed large in Lin Mo's view as a man suddenly charged out. Turning, he swung at Lin Mo. Lin Mo frowned at the man in front of him, certain he did not know him, yet surprised by the man's fierce attack. Since you struck first, don't blame me. Lin Mo casually drew his knife and countered. Due to the weapon's limitations, the man's arm was only fractured and not severed. Off. The man collapsed to the ground, helplessly wailing. Lin Mo shook his head and swung his knife again to grant him an early release. The 3 women were still processing what had happened when the farce concluded. What was that about? Why did he start attacking people? Jiang Yu asked in confusion. Lin Mo shook his head, saying, I don't know either. He too was puzzled. Logically, it was only the 2nd day, and it shouldn't have escalated to murder. However, recalling the man they encountered earlier, perhaps some people witnessing the chaos had their inner malice amplified. Regardless, let's proceed carefully inside and see if there are others. If they show any unusual movements, eliminate them directly regardless of gender or age. In the apocalypse, women and children have the highest likelihood of committing murder, as their seemingly harmless appearances tend to make others lower their guard. As soon as the group entered the room, they were hit by a strong smell of blood. It seems this room is empty. With such a strong odor, even if someone were there, they likely would not survive. Indeed, in the bedroom, they discovered a woman's corpse. Her pants were missing and her body was covered in stab wounds. Tisk tisk, couples are indeed the quickest to turn against each other. But what could have led to this? Lin Mo glanced at the wedding photo on the nightstand, looking perplexed. The other 3 women shared his confusion, unable to comprehend such behavior. It could be understandable if they were 2 strangers or roommates, but a couple was truly baffling. After checking the area, the four continued toward the back rooms. Half an hour later, Lin Mo looked at the food in his spatial storage. It was enough for them to last a month, even if consumed casually. Let's go. The 8th floor has also been cleared. Tomorrow, after clearing 3 more floors, we can leave. Huh, aren't we going to check those upstairs? Luo Yun looked at Lin Mo in surprise. Wasn't it decided they would take everything? No, we need to hurry and seize a supermarket first. Besides, we also need medicine and then find a place to settle down. The 3 women nodded, since Lin Mo said, so they would follow his lead. At 9 in the evening, the Luo sisters prepared to leave. As they opened the front door, Luo Fei looked at Lin Mo with a resentful expression. Get to bed early tonight, or you won't rest well. Lin Mo rubbed his nose. Don't worry, it won't happen tonight. Luo Yun glanced at Lin Mo and then at Jiang Yu. She was certain that tonight would not be peaceful. What kind of exercise? I know nothing about this. Jiang Yu looked at Lin Mo with a smile. You really don't know? Since you don't, I'll teach you tonight what true aerobic exercise is. Jiang Yu rolled her eyes at him. I think it's more like anaerobic exercise, not aerobic. Yesterday's experience made her more determined to recruit Luo Fei. If possible, she also wanted to bring her sister in. 3 people should be enough, if not she would add a few more. It wasn't that she wanted to monopolize, but rather that she couldn't handle it alone. She still wanted to rest for a few more days. If it continued like this daily, she might die of exhaustion before being eaten by zombies. Her friends used to say men only last 3 to 5 minutes, at most an hour. That was simply nonsense. Lin Mo had no idea what she was thinking. He only wanted to go next door to kill another wave of zombies. Striving to awaken his powers. I'm going out for a bit, you can stay here and play. With that, he left the room, without giving Jiang Yu a chance to react. His speed was fast, but the troops were even faster. In the early stages of the apocalypse, the number of ability users in the military was the highest, and also the strongest. Even so, it still couldn't withstand the later zombie tide. Therefore, he had to quicken his pace. Not only he, but also the other 3 needed to be fast. Arriving next door, Lin Mo looked down and saw the same zombies from yesterday. However, the items thrown yesterday had blocked the area, preventing the zombies from approaching. Lin Mo could only switch to another room. In the new room, he threw down a glow stick. After estimating the number of zombies, Lin Mo nodded. This was enough for him to level up. He casually tossed a teacup down. Bang! The sound of the cup shattering attracted the nearby zombies to gather toward it. Seeing that it was almost time, Lin Mo began throwing items downstairs. The refrigerator, coffee table, and bed all fell to the ground. Ding. Killed a 0th level zombie, strength 2, energy points 4. Ding. Killed a 0th level zombie, spirit 3, energy points 6. Ding. Ding. Congratulations, the host's level has increased to level 1, rewarding a fully terrain dimensional RV. A matte black RV appeared in Lin Mo's space. When Lin Mo checked with his consciousness, he gasped. The entire vehicle stood nearly 3 meters tall, with a chassis about half a meter high. The width was over 4 meters. The wheels were over a meter in diameter and about half a meter wide. No matter how he looked at it, it resembled an armored vehicle, and Lin Mo couldn't discern the appearance of an RV at all. Can the system give a brief introduction? The system responded, fully terrain dimensional vehicle capable of traversing any road condition. It is equipped with bulletproof armor, bulletproof glass, and an energy shield that can withstand the full force attack of a 9th tier ability user for half an hour. The interior of the vehicle is a dimensional space featuring 5 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. This isn't just a car, it's practically a mobile fortress. The system added that this vehicle also comes with various weapons. However, currently, it only has a propulsion saw blade for clearing zombies in front of the vehicle. As for the other components, Lin Mo would need to pay to install them himself. But this is sufficient. With this vehicle, Lin Mo could go wherever he pleased. Most importantly, this vehicle doesn't require fuel, it has water, electricity, and gas. After inspecting the fully terrain vehicle, Lin Mo remembered that he had awakened his ability and quickly tried to sense his powers. It was still the same as in his previous life. He had a mental type ability. Sigh, how disappointing. Lin Mo had hoped that in this new life, he might possess other abilities. It seems he was overthinking, but nothing had changed. The mental type ability sounds powerful, and indeed it is quite formidable. However, it is a type of ability that is difficult to assess. In dealing with zombies, at least in the early stages, it offered Lin Mo no help whatsoever. One must understand that zombies lack brains, at least at this stage. Without brains, that means they cannot comprehend the concept of mental whatsoever. However, against humans, this ability is virtually unstoppable. Anyone with mental strength lower than that of a mental type ability user would almost certainly fall victim to mental type attacks. This illustrates the power of this ability. However, similarly, the inherent strength of mental type ability users is quite weak. Although awakening enhances their attributes somewhat, their base attributes are already low, so the degree of enhancement is minimal. In the latter stages of the apocalypse, Lin Mo encountered fewer than 5 high-level mental type ability users. Many perished in the first year of the apocalypse. However, this time would be different. With the system, Lin Mo's strength would be guaranteed. This time, he would be a warrior-type mental ability user. Lin Mo opened his attribute panel, and indeed, after activating the cheat, the stats soared to incredible heights. Host Lin Mo level 1 experience 0 100 attributes strength 93, constitution 81, agility 87, spirit 69, awakened ability mental type level 1 mental spike storage space 1000 cubic meters energy points 197 favorability 1024 skills exclusive passive plunders and 0 unique technique dragon and phoenix wandering skill. These stats are simply invincible. As a mental type ability user, who would believe his strength attribute reached this level? Even a level 1 strength type ability user might not surpass this figure. Comfortable, it felt absolutely wonderful. Lin Mo glanced at the zombies below. He might as well take matters into his own hands. He was unaware of how many value points he had wasted on these 100 zombies, otherwise his current value would have been 20 higher. Returning to the room. At this moment, Jiang Yu was lying in bed looking at her phone. Can the phone still be used? Of course it can still be used, and not only that, but you can also watch videos. However, it seems that some areas cannot use it, as the signal towers there have reportedly been destroyed. Jiang Yu picked up her phone and showed Lin Mo the screen, which was displaying a video about zombies. Lin Mo had no time to watch videos at that moment. The long night is endless and I can't sleep. Can we discuss life together? Hey, can we talk nicely? Jiang Yu wrapped herself in the quilt, exposing only her shoulders. I was just joking you, I only wanted to sing you a song. What song? Big white rabbit white again, and again 2 red eyes popped up. Lin Mo explained in detail the reason behind the song's initial popularity. The two kept their voices low to avoid disturbing the neighboring Luo family sisters, but sometimes when they quarreled it was hard to control their volume. Especially Jiang Yu. When an argument broke out, who could control themselves? Thus Lin Mo had no choice but to cover her mouth, and only released it when she calmed down. Next door. Sister. I can't take it anymore. Luo Yun stared intently at the wall opposite her, teeth clenched. Who could endure this? She thought of the clothes on the balcony that had yet to dry, sighed deeply, and turned to Luo Fei. Sister, when will this life come to an end? Why can't they have some consideration? Luo Fei looked at her blushing sister and couldn't help but laugh. It seemed her sister had grown up. However, Lin Mo and Jiang Yu were indeed a bit excessive. Oh, why were they still awake so late? Alright, I have earplugs here, use them for now. Luo Fei sighed deeply, her mind involuntarily filled with the situation. Luo Yun looked at the earplugs in her hand, unsure of what to do next. The soft earplugs were rolled thin and inserted into her ears, waiting for them to expand. The expanded earplugs would automatically adapt to the shape of her ears, blocking most of the sound. Once Luo Yun felt that she could no longer hear the outside noise, she closed her eyes in satisfaction, finally able to sleep. A week later, Lin Mo and his team stood in the lobby on the first floor. During this week, the 4 of them had completely eliminated all the zombies in this building. They also encountered quite a few living people, but Lin Mo and the others did not pay them any mind. The opportunity had been given to them. Whether they could survive depended on themselves. During this time, they also encountered some who overestimated themselves and tried to seize their food. Lin Mo didn't need to intervene. Jiang Yu and the others would handle it themselves. From being timid at the start to now acting with indifference. In just a week, the 3 girls had grown rapidly. Now there are zombies outside. How do we get out? Looking through the glass of the unit door, the number of zombies was evident. Although some zombies had been killed by Lin Mo, it was still quite a few. Don't rush. Let's find a place with fewer zombies and clear it out. I've got something good. In recent days, there was also good news. Luo Yun's favorability had reached 97. This means that after today, her favorability would be maxed out and Lin Mo would receive a reward. Let's go. Lin Mo led the 3 women through several rooms before finally finding a suitable spot in one. Move quietly and strike swiftly. Don't draw other zombies nearby. The 3 women nodded and followed Lin Mo as he leapt out the window. Before them stood only 7 or 8 zombies, easily dispatched without much effort. Lin Mo immediately summoned from his spatial ring the dimensional RV he had acquired. Though he'd already estimated its dimensions while it remained stored, the sheer, imposing presence of the vehicle upon retrieval was even more striking. Truly worthy of its system origin, utterly peerless. Its height wasn't merely close to 3 meters, it nearly reached 4. The 3 women stared in astonishment. If their memory served, Lin Mo had been with them continuously. There had been no opportunity for him to acquire such a vehicle. There simply hadn't been time to procure a car, and this one bore neither license plate nor manufacturer emblem. It looked entirely brand new. Yet none of the women asked. They understood precisely what questions were permissible and which were not. Lin Mo climbed into the driver's seat, turned the key, and scanned the array of buttons until locating the one for the side door. As it slid open, he urged the women, hurry aboard. Once inside, you'll be safe. Once aboard, no number of zombies outside could pose a threat. The three women quickly ascended the side entrance and sealed the door behind them. Thud! The heavy clang of the closing door drew nearby zombies toward the vehicle. Lin Mo grinned. Perfect timing to test how effectively the RV crushed them. He gently pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle eased forward a few paces. Its motion was near silent, so only the zombies directly ahead approached, those farther away remained unmoved. Lin Mo observed only zombies within roughly 10 meters responded to the sound. Beyond that range, they ignored it entirely. Upon impact, the tires flattened the zombies into pulp, yet the vehicle barely shuddered, its stability unshaken. Ding! Defeated a level 0 zombie. Spirit 2, A energy points 4. Lin Mo promptly opened his status panel. As expected, only his spirit attribute had increased. So it was no different from using a coffee table to bludgeon zombies. Hardly efficient. Naturally accrued attribute points vanished instantly. Moreover, the loot effect yielded only 100 points per level 1 kill. If spent solely on level 0 zombies, it would be a colossal waste. No, he absolutely could not drive himself. Jiang Yue, take the wheel. Stop at any pharmacy along the way. We need medical supplies. Understood, I'll drive. Jiang Yu moved to the driver's seat, replacing Lin Mo. Yet he did not retreat to the rear cabin. Instead, he settled into the front passenger seat. Is there anything we can assist with? Luo Fei leaned forward from the back. No need. Just stay seated back there, Lin Mo replied, shaking his head. It's just driving. Jiang Yu guided the vehicle slowly outward. As anticipated, every zombie she struck triggered no loot effect. Yet something else occurred instead. Ding! Jiang Yu defeated a level 0 zombie. Energy points 1. Ding! Jiang Yu defeated a level 0 zombie. Energy points 2. Within mere dozens of meters, over a dozen such notifications flashed across Lin Mo's vision. His energy points visibly surged. Lin Mo, look! A group's fighting zombies over there. And another team too. Lin Mo followed Jiang Yu's gaze, and indeed saw multiple squads battling zombies. From their ashen complexions, he knew they were starving, desperate, driven out by hunger to scavenge for food. Several among them were already wounded. Those two squads won't survive long. Their comrades will soon turn into zombies. Lin Mo's RV rolled steadily down the road. Nearby groups watched it pass, eyes wide with envy. Damn, that thing looks like an armored vehicle. Pure safety right there. Yeah, well, it's probably a gas guzzler. Won't last more than a few hours before conking out. Still better than nothing. Way safer than our situation. Enough talk. Focus. Don't get killed. Identical exchanges echoed simultaneously among neighboring survivor groups. While others still struggled for scraps of food, Lin Mo's group drove calmly away. His prediction proved accurate moments after their departure. Teammates in several nearby squads began transforming into zombies. Some squads reacted swiftly, slaying afflicted members before transformation could occur, denying the virus even a sliver of opportunity. 2 kilometers onward, Jiang Yu spotted a large pharmaceutical chain store ahead. Lin Mo, does that shop look suitable? Yes, pull as close to the entrance as possible. Okay. With a firm turn of the wheel, the RV surged onto the storefront pavement, flinging aside the zombies stationed there. Notifications flooded Lin Mo's vision, but he silenced them outright. Screech. As the vehicle came to a halt, surrounding zombies converged. Lin Mo paid them no mind. Instead, he walked to the rear of the vehicle, the first time he'd entered its interior. Inside, it resembled an ordinary RV, complete with bathroom, kitchen, bed, and tea table. Nothing extraordinary. Lin Mo frowned. Wasn't I told it contained multiple rooms? Cultivator, the true dimensional space lies beyond the large right side door once opened. Ah, so that was it. No wonder. But now was not the time to explore chambers. First, he needed to clear the undercarriage. Every zombie down there meant precious energy points. At the center of the floor lay a concealed hatch. Lin Mo pressed where the handle should be. The handle sprang outward. Grasping it, Lin Mo turned to the 3 women. You'll handle the fighting. I'll hold back for now. His priority was awakening their latent abilities, not his own advancement. In fact, he'd briefly imagined assembling an all-female elite squad, high-tier awakened warriors, while he rested comfortably at home. Yet personal strength remained non-negotiable. Still, the idea of such a squad lingered in his thoughts. Lin Mo pulled the hidden hatch, and a zombie lurked directly beneath. Whoosh! Luo Fei reacted instantly. A single thrust pierced the zombie's skull. As it collapsed, the scent of living humans drew more zombies upward from below. What followed was Luo Fei's solo performance. Jiang Yu and Luo Yun lowered their weapons with resigned sighs. What chance did they stand against her impossibly long weapon? After 5 minutes passed with no new zombies emerging, Lin Mo returned to the driver's seat and pressed a specific button. Steel plates descended around the vehicle's perimeter, sealing the undercarriage completely. Let's disembark. Lin Mo opened the side door and stepped out first. Not a single zombie remained near the pharmacy's entrance. He glanced at the storefront and raised an eyebrow. Turning back to the three women, he said, "The door is locked from the inside. Someone must be inside. Stay alert." Lin Mo opted not to force it open, instead using tools to carefully pick the lock. Once unlocked, he left the vehicle outside and led the three women inside. Without turning back, he said, "Lock the door behind us." He began patrolling the entire pharmacy. The shop was spacious, nearly 200 square meters, with shelves abundantly stocked with medicines. A quick glance revealed all medications still neatly arranged. There were no signs of struggle on the floor. Either a rear exit existed, and whoever was here had already fled, or only one person remained hiding somewhere. Alternatively, the occupants might have been unusually cohesive, led by a single figure. Yet that possibility was implausible. Over a week had passed since the apocalypse's onset. Unity among survivors would long since have fractured. In such chaos, numbers inevitably bred conflict. This eerie calm defied reason. Lin Mo moved forward with measured silence, his long blade held steady in hand. The three women followed at a cautious distance of 3 to 4 meters, providing vital reaction space. They arrived at a doorway marked as the storage room. Inside, a woman in a white lab coat crouched in the corner, clutching a scalpel. Her lower body wore battle-damaged stockings. Her blouse beneath the coat was torn. Beside her lay a male corpse, blood dried black on the floor. Dead for some time, though not yet decomposing. Lin Mo paused at the threshold, hesitant to enter. He regretted his current first-tier cultivation. He lacked spiritual perception. Had he reached second-tier, he could have sensed how many lived or lingered within without stepping foot inside. He tapped lightly on the door to confirm no zombies lurked within, then placed his palm upon the handle. As expected, the door was locked from the inside. With a thunderous crash, Lin Mo kicked the door inward. The woman flinched violently in the corner, muffling a gasp with her hand, the scalpel trembling in her grip. Lin Mo's gaze fell immediately upon the man's corpse. He arched a brow, killed instantly. A ruthless survivor indeed. Scanning the room, he found no other figures. Clearly someone remained hidden. "Will you emerge voluntarily, or must I come in? We have 10 people waiting outside. If you value dignity in death, step out now. Otherwise." Though formidable, Lin Mo never underestimated caution. Hearing 10 people and recalling how he'd just ordered the door locked, the woman believed him, at least partially. Should she surrender? Her fingers tightened around the scalpel. Better to end it herself than suffer at his hands. Death, if inevitable, would be on her own terms. Slowly, she pressed the blade to her throat and stepped from the shadows. Lin Mo's eyes lit with sudden interest. Name: Hu Shiyun. Age: 27. Score: 89. Favorability: 10. An impressively high score. But what in the world did a negative favorability signify? No matter. It would stabilize soon enough. Though Lin Mo was undeniably handsome, Hu Shiyun remained rigid with suspicion, her scalpel poised ready to sever her own life at the slightest provocation. Over these past days, the man who'd shared this storage room had watched her with increasingly predatory eyes. Yesterday, he'd finally struck. His revolting leer seared forever into her memory. Only within the confines of the storeroom had she managed to turn the tables. "Don't panic. We're only here for medicine," Lin Mo said, genuinely uneasy about the tremor in her wrist. He knew bandages and basic remedies, but nothing more. Should she cut too deep, she'd likely bleed out, or worse, suffocate beneath his ineptly applied gauze. His words failed to ease her tension. Stepping fully from the storeroom, she froze upon seeing the three women behind Lin Mo, calm, composed, unharmed. Could this man truly be trustworthy? Lin Mo raised a brow. Her favorability had just reset to 0, so it could rise organically. Then why did Luo Yun rely so heavily on the system? Was later stage favorability simply harder to earn? "Once you've gathered your supplies, leave promptly," Hu Shiyun murmured, leaning against the wall, voice low and guarded. Agreed. Lin Mo turned and exchanged a subtle glance with Luo Fei, a silent directive to build rapport, perhaps even recruit her. Hu Shiyun's high score and medical expertise made her invaluable. A skilled physician was indispensable to any survival group, second only to frontline combatants in strategic importance, the most vital of all support roles. Luo Fei, having traveled alongside Lin Mo for so long, understood his intent instinctively, and the woman's striking appearance confirmed her significance. "Lin Mo, you're misreading me." One shelf after another vanished before their eyes. Hu Shiyun blinked, rapidly disbelieving. What sorcery was this? How had the goods simply disappeared? "Sister, please relax. We mean you no harm. Outside, the streets teem with undead. No one survives alone anymore." Gazing upon Luo Fei's gentle expression, Hu Shiyun gradually lowered the scalpel, though her fingers remained clenched around its hilt. "You must be starving. Here, take this." Luo Fei retrieved an unopened loaf of bread and a bottle of mineral water from her pack. Mundane provisions they rarely consumed themselves, preferring rice and meat over such staples. To Hu Shiryun, however, they were treasures. At first she and the man had subsisted on instant noodles, or later only vitamin tablets and glucose solution sustained them. Hunger gnawed constantly, but at least starvation hadn't claimed her. When rumors of rescue forces surfaced, she'd clung to hope each dawn, imagining salvation arriving just beyond the next sunrise. Yet a week passed. Hope curdled into resignation. As she chewed the bread, her peripheral vision flickered repeatedly toward Lin Mo and the three women. Their conduct betrayed no malice. The three women even radiated quiet joy. Perhaps this man wasn't as terrible as he seemed. She finished the entire loaf, but drank only a quarter of the water, licking her lips before carefully setting the remainder aside for later. In under a minute, Lin Mo emptied the storeroom entirely, leaving behind only a stool and the cash register. Let's go. We'll head to our next destination. Lin Mo gestured for the three women to follow him toward the exit. Lin Mo, please take this young lady with us. Luo Fei gazed up at him with pleading eyes. At least that's how it appeared to Hu Shiryun. Lin Mo frowned. We're already stretched thin. Adding her would slow us down. But she can't survive alone. She worked at a pharmacy. Surely she understands medicine well. Luo Fei flashed Hu Shiryun a meaningful look and whispered urgently, Sister, we've seen countless corpses, bitten by zombies, slaughtered by humans. Alone you won't last. Our captain is kinder than he seems. Hu Shiryun studied Luo Fei, then glanced at the other two women. After a moment's hesitation, her gaze settled firmly upon Lin Mo, resolute, expectant. I am proficient in medical matters. I ask only for sanctuary. I am. Hu Shiryun glanced at the three women, her heart resolute. If this man before her truly was not a good person, she could still take her own life. With this thought, she unconsciously tightened her grip on the surgical knife. She looked up at Lin Mo. I am a clinical medicine graduate student from Fongjing Medical College, having just graduated this year. Though her medical skills might not be impressive, she could still identify basic ailments. I hope you can take me in, she added, and Lin Mo smiled slightly. Look, here it comes. At this age it makes sense. After all, it's quite normal for medical students to graduate a bit later. Lin Mo reluctantly agreed, saying, Then let's go together. However, if you cannot assist us in medicine, you will be left behind. Lin Mo was serious about this statement. She might be attractive, but if she turned out to be just a pretty face, he couldn't be blamed. He hoped for a team that was both capable and skilled. I understand. Hu Shiryun lowered her stance, realizing she needed others to survive. Then let's go. Lin Mo took the lead, unlocking the door and getting into the car. Once everyone was in the car, Lin Mo said to Jiang Yue, You drive, or our next stop is the Villa District in the eastern suburbs. Lin Mo settled into the passenger seat and began scrolling through videos on his phone. The Luo sisters chatted with Hu Shiryun while Lin Mo glanced in the rearview mirror, nodding in satisfaction. Jiang Yu quietly asked, Are you attracted to her looks or her identity as a pharmacy salesperson? Both, Lin Mo replied. Even though Hu Shiryun was not a medical student, her job at a pharmacy meant she understood some pharmacology. Among them, they knew only common medications like cold medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs, and painkillers. What else could they possibly understand? Even superhumans could get injured. They couldn't just take any medication. They were superhumans, not cultivators, and they wouldn't be able to detoxify their bodies. What if they took the wrong medicine and ended up worse off? If I think you just find her pretty. If you were looking for a doctor, why not go to a hospital? Cough, you hit the nail on the head. Isn't that troublesome? There are so many zombies at the hospital, it would be a hassle for us to go there. Lin Mo was right. There were thousands of zombies at the hospital, making it nearly impossible to enter. Boom. The sound of helicopters. Lin Mo looked, there are helicopters in the sky. They should be from the rescue team, but currently, they are probably rescuing important individuals. These helicopters are insufficient for ordinary people. Back then, rescuers entered the city from the ground. They only reached the outskirts. It would take at least another half a month to enter the city center. Don't worry about those planes. Our target is the suburbs. In the sky. Captain, look at that car below. Wang Hao looked down. A black RV was slowly driving down the street. It must belong to some wealthy person, but that vehicle is quite sturdy, surrounded by so many zombies without issue. Yeah, Captain, being rich is quite nice. If money has become worthless now, oh, it's of no use. Then what about this time? Lin Mo and his group had arrived at a villa area that was sparsely populated with fewer than 100 zombies nearby. As long as they cleared it out, it could serve as a base. Just plow through and find an empty villa to settle down for now. Lin Mo had considered living in the car, but not at this moment. The main reason was that running over zombies counted toward plunder. He planned to wait until the first wave of zombies leveled up before making a decision. Jiang Yu controlled the car, crashing through the barriers and driving straight into the villa area. Arriving in front of a villa, Lin Mo looked through the window and saw a zombie wandering inside. This is the one. Let's go in and take a look. Lin Mo skillfully opened the door with the tool, walked in, and swiftly dealt with the zombie, using his long knife. You three check the basement, he'll go upstairs, and you stay here and wait. Lin Mo glanced at Hushiryu, noting that she had no combat ability yet and would only be a burden. 10 minutes later, the group returned to the living room. The upstairs is clear, there was only one zombie. What about you? Nothing downstairs, just some alcohol. Alright, this will temporarily serve as our base. Starting tomorrow, everyone will begin training focusing on strength training and practical combat. To survive in the apocalypse, one must possess strength, otherwise everything is just empty talk. Based on the current timeline, the military should have gathered quite a few superhumans, while there were relatively fewer among civilians. Lin Mo glanced at his status panel, realizing he couldn't wait for the zombies to level up. He needed to reach level 3 before considering future plans. Alright, let's prepare a meal. Lin Mo took out the ingredients from his space and let everyone choose. Shouldn't we make a trip to the supermarket first to get some food? Although there were no fresh vegetables or meats, getting some rice flour, eggs, and ham was still feasible, Luo Fei suggested. I've considered that. After training tomorrow, we can visit the largest supermarket nearby in the evening and then head to the wholesale market after that. The supplies from these two places combined should be enough for 10 people to eat for 100 years. Moreover, there are plenty of other places with food as well. Actually, there's a cold storage center not far from the eastern suburbs that has quite a bit of frozen food, Hushiryu suddenly spoke up. Then let's add that to the list. Luo Yun also thought of a place. There's also a processing factory area over there, we can take a look. I remember there were many food processing factories there. Food will always be the top priority resource. Alright, let's plan on visiting those places over the next few days, Lin Mo thought to himself, wondering if his 1,000 cubic meters would be enough. Across from their villa, several men were watching the car at Lin Mo's entrance. Behind them lay the cold bodies of a man and a woman. Boss, someone is coming. Should we go deal with them? One man said, brandishing a dagger. Forget it, we have enough food for now. Let's not stir up trouble. The man sitting on the couch glanced at him, continuing to clean his homemade handgun. Boss, our food only lasts a month, and there are 4 of us. The man on the couch paused, approaching the window to survey the RV across the street. Then let's make our move tonight. After dinner, Lin Mo brought the 4 girls outside. Luo Fei, you can just practice by yourself. The 3 of you will learn from me. I want to practice too, my archery is quite good. Luo Yun looked at the long knife in her hand with an unhappy expression. If someone approaches you, are you going to poke them with your arrows? We can't always protect your safety. You need to at least have the ability to protect yourself. Alright. Luo Yun glanced down as she wanted to learn too, but this was a bit troublesome. You 3 practice slashing with me first, then move on to strength training. Lin Mo stood in front of the 3 girls, teaching them the slashing technique. Once they were trained, well, he would only need to remind them occasionally. As for the question of safety outside, Lin Mo was not worried. The villa was flanked by 2.5-meter tall walls. Although the front was an iron fence, it was mostly blocked by his car. Moreover, firearms were not something everyone could possess. This was the Hua country. If it were in the free country, Lin Mo might be a bit more concerned. As for someone approaching, Lin Mo's mental powers were not to be underestimated. With his current mental strength, he could clearly sense within a radius of 50 meters and have a vague perception within 100 meters. As his mental strength increased, the range would continue to expand. After an hour of slashing practice, they began strength training: squats, push-ups, sit-ups. Seeing this, Lin Mo felt parched and occasionally glanced at Luo Fei, thinking tonight should be fine. Luo Yun's favorability had already risen so high, she probably wouldn't mind these things. Lin Mo turned to look in the direction of the car. Someone was coming, and there were 4 of them. Everyone get up, we have neighbors visiting, so be careful. All 4 girls stopped training, their clothes soaked with sweat, their perfect figures exposed to Lin Mo's gaze. The heat of the moment intensified. Wait, he wasn't like this before. Why was he so easily aroused now? Lin Mo puzzledly asked the system, what is going on with me? Host, don't worry, this is just a minor side effect of the Dragon and Phoenix free and easy art. He thought, as someone who could control his inner self, well, why was he so easily ignited recently? Soon 4 men appeared in Lin Mo's line of sight. The 4 pushed open the large door and walked in, their eyes lighting up upon seeing the 4 girls. Big brother, the women here are quite stunning. Let's divide them up evenly, just right for each of us. In their eyes, Lin Mo was already a dead man, and Jiang Yu and the others were their spoils. Alright, I'll pick the leftovers for you later. Kid, this villa area is my Wang Chuan's territory. If you come to my turf, you must pay protection fees. Hand over your food first. Wang Chuan stood with his hands in his pockets, looking at Lin Mo arrogantly. He had lost count of how many pretty boys he had beaten. They were all good-looking, but useless. Lin Mo smiled. To be honest, I don't want to have a conflict with anyone. You should leave. As for what you just said, I'll pretend I didn't hear it otherwise. What a joke. You should see whose fist is bigger. Bang, bang, bang. Is that big enough? Still big. Just as Wang Chuan, he pulled out a gun from behind Lin Mo shot 3 times in quick succession. Wang Chuan, he fell to the ground staring in terror at the gun in Lin Mo's hand. How did this person have a gun? His homemade gun was bought many years ago. And why wasn't he following the usual rules? Couldn't they exchange a few harsh words first? Why start shooting right away? Blood flowed from Wang Chuan's wrist and 2 knees where he had held the gun, the metallic scent filling the entire yard. As for the 3 little brothers who followed him, they had already dropped their weapons and were trembling. Lin Mo sighed softly. As a fellow human, he didn't want to resort to violence, but since the other party had drawn a gun, he couldn't hold back anymore. One of the little brothers, seeing Lin Mo lost in thought, glanced back at the large door less than 5 meters away and turned to run. Bang! Red and white splattered everywhere. Lin Mo glanced at the remaining 3, then looked at the pale-faced Hu Shiyun behind him. Bang! Bang! He shot down 2 of the little brothers, leaving only the useless Wang Chuan. Hu Shiyun take the knife and kill him. Since he was going to die sooner or later, it was better to let Hu Shiyun practice a bit. Hearing Lin Mo call her, she shivered all over. She had indeed killed someone, but that was because the other party had struck first, and it was also in a moment of excitement. What? Are you unable to do it? Looking at Lin Mo, who was covered in blood, Hu Shiyun swallowed hard, gripping the long knife, as she slowly approached Wang Chuan. I'm just a bit nervous. Closing her eyes, she ended Wang Chuan's life with 1 stroke, then turned and ran to the corner to vomit. Lin Mo shook his head. This was not at all what he had expected. Shouldn't a medical student be accustomed to scenes like this? She couldn't even handle killing someone. Lin Mo stored the body in space and didn't bother with the blood on the ground. After all, there were very few zombies nearby that would be attracted. Just past midnight, Lin Mo quietly entered Luo Fei's room. Getting used to the darkness, he slowly lifted the blanket and crawled in. However, just as his hand touched the high ground, ding! Luo Yun's critical favorability hit 88. Damn! How could it be Luo Yun instead of Luo Fei? Ding! Congratulations, host, your favorability with Luo Yun has reached 100, reward SpaceX 10. Hiss! System, you really are a timely rain. Knowing we were going to look for supplies, you directly upgraded the space. Suddenly the person in his arms turned and looked at Lin Mo, whispering, Did you take me for my sister? Lin Mo said without thinking, How could that be? You are all different heights, how could I mistake you? So you came to find me? Of course. Lin Mo slowly lowered his head and Luo Yun closed her eyes. 10 minutes later. You better keep your voice down, your sister is still here. Isn't it because of you? Well, be careful. At 330 M. Lin Mo switched to another room. Ding. Jiang Yu's critical favorability hit 999. When he returned to the room at 7, Lin Mo felt a deep sense of regret. I lost big with Luo Yun, as she only hit 88 in critical favorability. If I had known, I would have gone straight in, and now it's wasted. After a short 2-hour nap, Lin Mo finally walked out of his room. Jiang Yu and Luo Fei were preparing breakfast while Luo Yun and Hu Shiyun were watching TV. However, the TV only had the news channel now. Residents, please do not panic. The evacuation centers in various cities have been confirmed and rescue operations have commenced. We hope everyone can find a radio. Future information will be transmitted via radio. This might be the last TV broadcast. Lin Mo, do we really need to go to the so-called shelter? Jiang Yu asked, curiously looking at Lin Mo. Lin Mo shook his head. That kind of place is not suitable for us. Without the dimensional vehicle, he might have found a safe place to establish a secure refuge. With the dimensional vehicle, he wouldn't stay in one place for long. Regardless, Lin Mo had not considered the official shelter at all. Hu Shiyun, why does your face look so pale? Is it because of what happened yesterday? Hu Shiyun, with dark circles under her eyes, glanced at Lin Mo and shook her head. No, it's just that I didn't sleep well last night. Her room was situated between Jiang Yu and the Luo sisters, who knows what she experienced from dawn till morning. At around 3 or 4 in the morning, the noise finally subsided, but then another began. Although the sound had diminished in such a quiet environment, how could she possibly ignore it? She couldn't help but wonder what kind of beast Lin Mo was. How could he have so much energy? Are you 3 girls really so willingly submissive? Alright, after we finish eating, let's head to the nearest supermarket first. This had already been decided yesterday. On the way, Jiang Yu was still driving, while Lin Mo sat in the passenger seat. The group appeared relaxed, showing no concern for the zombies outside the car. Lin Mo even wanted to laugh. Ding. Jiang Yu killed a level 0 zombie energy. Point 1 ding. Jiang Yu killed a level 0 zombie energy. Point 2. Throughout the journey, the system had not stopped. Along the way, Lin Mo and the others encountered many malnourished groups, each looking emaciated. As they got closer to the supermarket, the number of zombies increased. Lin Mo was glad he wasn't the one driving, otherwise his plundering ability would probably have been wasted. In another week, these zombies would evolve, and by then he could hunt them without worry. Although he would still encounter level 0 zombies, the odds would be much lower than now. Go to the side, we can't damage the main entrance. Lin Mo directed Jiang Yu toward the side door as he needed to keep the main entrance intact to fend off zombies. After all, if the zombies got in, he would have to take action. Jiang Yu parked the car, and Lin Mo led the group out to the side door using his tools to open it and hurriedly rushing inside. If they were any later, they would have been surrounded by zombies. Upon entering the supermarket, Lin Mo released his spiritual sense. In his perception, there were about a dozen people on the basement floor along with some zombies. As for the upper floor, the clothing store was mostly empty. However, there were quite a few people in the restaurant located on the 6th or 7th floor. Get ready, let's first check the underground supermarket. Lin Mo drew out his long knife and held it in front of him, and the other 4 women also took out their long knives, following Lin Mo down to the basement. As they stepped down the escalator, they saw a zombie slowly turning its head. Sighing, Lin Mo raised his knife and dealt with the zombie. Such a waste. Ding. Killed a level 0 zombie spirit, 4 energy, 0.8. It seems that the evolution is coming soon as the values for attributes and energy points have significantly increased. You guys handle the zombies, oh, I will provide support. Luo Fei was not far from awakening, and Jiang Yu was almost there too. The only one lagging behind was Luo Yun. But it was okay, there was still plenty of time. After going down, they found themselves next to a food street, where zombies were wandering. Due to the distance, the zombies had not noticed them. Stay vigilant, let's go to the supermarket first. There really wasn't much food left in the food street. Moreover, most of it was exposed to the air, who knows if it had been infected by the zombie virus. Lin Mo led the 4 women to the left side. He stood at the back of the line, observing the rear and sides while Luo Fei took the lead. As they approached the supermarket, Luo Fei stopped. Lin Mo, there seemed to be quite a few zombies inside. Lin Mo looked in, and indeed saw many, at least 30 or 40 at the entrance, and probably more inside. Looks like today they can't avoid a fight. Be careful, do your best to kill them, and if it really doesn't work, I'm here. Hu Shiyun, I'm not asking you to kill many, just try not to get hurt, or I will have to deal with you myself. Lin Mo looked calmly at Hu Shiyun. Hu Shiyun swallowed hard. She knew Lin Mo was not joking. If she got hurt, he would really kill her. No matter how high the rating or how useful it was, Lin Mo did not need someone without self-defense capability. You can choose not to kill zombies, but you cannot get hurt. You can't always rely on others to save you, that's unfair. The group slowly approached the supermarket, and Lin Mo gently closed the main door behind them. Bang! Even being cautious, it still made a sound. The nearby zombies began to gather toward this direction. You guys go ahead. Lin Mo touched his lower back. The supermarket was too open, and the noise was not worth it. After more than a week, the Luo sisters and Jiang Yu could face the situation calmly. Hu Shiyun was struggling a lot. It took her half a day to kill a single zombie, but it was still acceptable since it was her first time. Lin Mo held his knife behind them, ready to provide support at any time. Watching the constantly jumping system notifications, he considered that the team should be bigger. Ideally, it would be a 1,000-person team, making it easy to win. Every time they cleared an area, Lin Mo would store the items from that area into his space. After all, he already had 10,000 cubic space, so he wasn't worried about not having enough room. Even if 2 more supermarkets of this size came, he would be able to fit them. At noon, they found a safe corner and had a simple meal before continuing to clear the zombies. By 3 in the afternoon, everything in the supermarket had been cleared by Lin Mo. Lin Mo, I feel like something inside me is filling me up, Luo Fei said with a puzzled expression. Lin Mo's eyelid twitched as she described it well, but next time don't describe it. You might have reached the critical point, you should be awakening soon. Lin Mo looked at Luo Fei's face. Is she finally going to awaken? Thunder Queen. Both of them were of the thunder element, and once they awakened, their combat power would be invincible, almost crushing. Lin Mo glanced at the large door in the corner which should lead to a warehouse. There were 12 people inside. The people were not important, what mattered was the supplies inside. However, it seemed that this door was not so easy to open as it was definitely locked from the inside. Let's check the warehouse. Lin Mo led the 4 of them to the warehouse and knocked on the door. Is anyone inside? Please open the door. In Lin Mo's perception, the people inside moved, but did not approach the door. He shook his head. It seemed these people were not planning to open the door, but he really wanted the things inside. Lin Mo turned his gaze to the system store. After spending 1,000 goodwill points, Lin Mo felt a pang in his heart. 2 items appeared in his hands. Since the door isn't opening, he can't be blamed. Lin Mo hummed a little tune while fiddling with the modeling clay in his hands. He didn't exchange much, just a small 100 grams, but that was more than enough to deal with the door lock. He attached the C4 to the door lock, then plugged in the wires of the detonator. Move to the sides, don't stand in front. This thing has quite a bit of power. 100 grams might seem like a lot, but anyone within a 15-meter radius of the explosion shouldn't expect to be fine. Seeing that they had moved far away, Lin Mo pressed the red button in his hand. Boom. The explosion was much greater than he had expected. He had underestimated it, The power was even more formidable than he had imagined. The force generated by the explosion far exceeded his expectations. He wondered if it was because it was provided by the system that it became so powerful. Standing in front of the door, not only was the door lock blasted to pieces, but the door itself had been blown open. The ceiling above the door and the ground were also shattered with chunks of dirt occasionally falling. Lin Mo sensed the situation inside. Everyone was lying on the ground rolling back and forth. It made sense. In a confined space like a warehouse, the sound of the explosion was amplified infinitely. Lin Mo pushed open the big door, waved away the dust in front of him, and took out a flashlight to shine it on the wall by the entrance. Click! Lin Mo found the switch and turned it on. The warehouse was instantly illuminated. The situation inside came directly into view for Lin Mo and the others. In the center of the room, there were 12 people, 8 men and 4 women. Among them, 2 women were already missing their clothes. It was easy to guess what had happened. However, several of the men looked quite miserable, blood streaming out from their ears. It seemed they were the closest to the explosion. You all keep an eye on them. I'll go collect the items. If anyone dares to cause trouble, just kill them without mercy. Everyone was just trying to survive. As long as there was peace, Lin Mo didn't want to resort to killing. The 4 women stood at the door, weapons slightly raised, and Luo Yun even took down the compound bow from her shoulder, knocking an arrow. Lin Mo then began to collect the food in the warehouse. However, he kindly left them 2 boxes of bread and 2 boxes of bottled water. After all, there were still other things to consider. This little bit didn't matter. Let's go. Lin Mo glanced at the few people with their heads down in the warehouse and ignored them. Wait, I can leave with you. I've studied Taekwondo. A young woman in a white dress with an attractive face chased after him. She stopped when she was a meter away from Lin Mo. She was persistent, yet Jiang Yu had already raised her knife, the tip aimed at her. Lin Mo turned to look at the woman whose beauty was not inferior to the others and chuckled. Taekwondo is of no use here. Namely, Lu, age 21, rating 92, favorability 70. The rating was quite high, but that favorability score, well, it made sense after all. He had blown up her door and taken her food. It was normal for her not to have a good impression of him. I just need food, and you can do whatever you want with me, Li Lu said with determination. Lin Mo shook his head, turned, and left, saying, I have no interest in a woman who has nothing to offer. Of course, even if he did, he would still have no interest. Li Lu looked at Lin Mo, leaving filled with hatred. Not only did he not take her, but he also insulted her. Lin Mo, that woman seems pretty fierce towards you. Is that so? At this distance, can you kill her with an arrow? Of course, it's not even 20 meters. Then just kill her. Lin Mo hadn't planned to kill anyone, but since she was so obvious, he couldn't apologize. Good. Luo Yun was a bit surprised at first, but thinking about what had happened recently, she immediately turned and pulled the bowstring to shoot. Whoosh. An arrow pierced through her throat. Li Lu looked in disbelief at this scene, just wanting to see a little bit, and they had already killed someone. Unfortunately, her throat was pierced, and she couldn't say anything, only waiting quietly for death. Great, I've wasted another arrow. Now there are only 13 left. It's fine. Once we find an outdoor supplies store or a sports equipment store, we can look for some more. That's all we can do now. They made their way up to the first floor, and Lin Mo glanced at the upper floors. Do you have any autumn or winter clothing? Even evolved beings are afraid of the cold, except for those with fire or ice abilities. So keeping warm is still very important. Otherwise, in winter, while killing zombies, they might freeze before they even start. Although winter in Fengjing isn't too cold, it's always better to prepare more. No, I don't have time to go home. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Lin Mo coughed lightly. My sister and I do have some, but only 2 or 3 pieces. Don't look at me, I don't have any either. I'm still wearing a white coat. Lin Mo glanced at Hu Shiyun. The white coat looked quite appealing on her. After a day together, Hu Shiyun's favorability had reached 50 points. With both system-imposed favorability and her own growth overall, it was quite good. Then let's go upstairs to take a look, find some clothes, and kill some zombies along the way. Luo Fei was close to leveling up, probably just a few more zombies would suffice. Arriving on the second floor, the 4 women began trying on clothes in various shops, as if they were shopping. As for the zombies, they were directly exterminated when they came up. Except for Hu Shiyun, the other 3 women were completely unreserved around Lin Mo. However, Lin Mo took the initiative to go out himself. He couldn't avoid going out. That technique was interfering with him constantly, bringing him negative states. Fortunately, they were aware that this was the apocalypse. After trying on a few pieces, they started choosing their favorite clothes and asked Lin Mo to help pack them up. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Luo Fei killed 3 zombies again and froze in place. Lin Mo realized she was awakening her ability. The initial awakening doesn't take long. I've awakened my ability. It seems to be lightning related. Luo Fei extended her hand, and a bolt of blue lightning flickered at her fingertips. She casually tossed it to the ground, creating a small crater. Wow, sister, that's so cool. Will you be as fast as the Flash? Luo Yin said excitedly. It seems that I can, but not for long. After saying this, lightning flashed around Luo Fei. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Luo Fei appeared 10 meters away. I can only move short distances. If it's too far, I feel my body can't take it. Having an ability is just one aspect. A strong physical condition is also necessary, or the body won't be able to withstand the pressure from the abilities. Okay, let's retreat. There's nothing we need here anymore. Lin Mo glanced at the 6th floor, having no interest in it whatsoever. Arriving at the side door, Lin Mo glanced outside and saw that the zombies were still gathered here, making it difficult to avoid detection. Luo Fei, you go left, and I'll go right. Everyone else get in the car. With a spear over 2 meters long, it was impossible for zombies to get through. The two of them took their positions, creating a safe zone. After the other 3 women got in the car, Lin Mo called out to Luo Fei, and they got in one after another. Zhang Yue, drive us back to the villa. They had already gathered enough supplies for several years today, but for safety's sake, they still needed to explore further areas. Although food could also be exchanged in the mall, obtaining energy points was still quite challenging. Lin Mo glanced at his panel. He had just killed over 20 zombies, and his attributes had increased significantly. It was a pity about the ability to plunder. However, there was no way around it. No matter how much they hid, they still had to take action. Hey look, it seems to be a rescue team, and there are quite a few of them. In front of them, to the right, a squad of 20 was advancing in this direction. Since the windows were closed, the sounds from outside couldn't get in. Lin Mo opened a crack in the window. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. The rapid gunfire erupted continuously. At this speed, how long will it take them to reach the city center? By the time they get there, there will probably be nothing left but corpses. Luo Yin couldn't help but comment on their turtle-like pace. Do you think the zombies are a joke? It's already quite impressive for them to advance from the suburbs to here. At least the residents here have been saved. Lin Mo held deep respect for these rescue team members. If it were up to him to save people, he wouldn't be able to do it. He had already had enough of the ungratefulness of such endeavors in his past life, and he didn't want to go through that again in this life. All right, let's hurry back. We're having hot pot tonight. Sounds good. Hot pot is great. I want to eat 2 plates of meat. Well, I want to eat duck blood, beef tripe, and fatty beef rolls. Oh, just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Hu Shiyun looked at the 3 happy women in front of her and felt grateful for her decision. If she hadn't joined them back then, she would probably just be waiting to die now. She turned to look at the rescue team outside. Even with the team, she wondered how long it would take to reach that pharmacy. Outside the car, Captain, this vehicle is amazing, or it can knock away so many zombies without getting stuck on any corpses. Have you even seen what kind of tires it has? What corpse could get stuck? Why aren't we using an armored vehicle to enter? It's currently being checked. Once it's cleared, we won't have to worry about these nuisances anymore. Prepare the grenades, fire. One by one, the grenades soared into the air, flying towards the pile of zombies ahead. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of explosions, several clear spaces opened up in the zombie horde. Lin Mo and his group had already returned to the villa in the eastern suburbs. The nearby zombies should have been cleared out. At least in the vicinity of the villa, they didn't see many zombies. In Lin Mo's view, they were either cleared out by the people here or by the military. In the early stages, one should not underestimate firearms. They are the most advantageous weapon against zombies. Moreover, the doors of some nearby stores had been opened with items scattered everywhere inside. It was easy to guess that they had all been looted. The goods are all here. Take a look and see what you want to eat. Feel free to choose. Lin Mo placed various meatballs, meat slices, beef tripe, and other hot pot ingredients on the coffee table for them to select. In addition, Lin Mo took out some chips and drinks. Most importantly, he also pulled out several packs of sanitary napkins of different brands and styles. Even though humans had evolved into ability users, women still had to deal with their monthly period. Thinking of this, Lin Mo couldn't help but recall the world of cultivation. Could cultivation eliminate menstruation? Wow, sanitary napkins. I'm about to get mine in a couple of days, and I don't know what to do if this is great. Saying this, Luo Yun hugged Lin Mo's neck and gave him a kiss, leaving Lin Mo momentarily stunned. Was this appropriate with so many people around? Aside from Luo Yun, everyone else also gave Lin Mo a kiss, as they all understood the situation. Since they were already comfortable, what was there to avoid? Hu Shiyun stood holding a pack of sanitary napkins, feeling somewhat at a loss. Although she hadn't gotten hers, yet she would eventually. Watching the 3 women kiss Lin Mo, she felt stuck in between. Lin Mo noticed her awkwardness and quickly changed the subject. Hurry and handle the ingredients, and for these snacks, just keep what you want to, I'll put away the rest. Electricity probably won't last much longer, so we need to hurry. However, it didn't matter. His vehicle had a kitchen, and not just one. An hour later, the 5 sat at the table. Come on, let's toast to Luo Fei's successful awakening. Everyone raised their glasses and clinked them together. The chilled beer paired with hot pot was simply a delight. Lin Mo glanced at Hu Shiyun. Her favorability had reached 80, growing faster than Luo Yun's. At this rate, she would likely reach maximum value in the next couple of days. He just didn't know what good things she might bring him. In stark contrast to Lin Mo's laughter, the people in the city were suffering greatly. Only a small number of people dared to venture out to search for supplies. Most were hiding at home waiting for rescue. Even when their food ran out, they would only choose to drink water to stave off hunger. This also resulted in some of them mutating into zombies. The next morning, the radio Lin Mo had placed in the living room started to buzz. Starting today, the water, electricity, and gas systems will be officially shut down. Do not drink from the tap water. There may be zombie virus contamination that could cause mutations. The rescue teams are on their way. Oh, please be patient. Lin Mo glanced at the radio. He knew that the evolution of zombies was about to begin, and he could start his killing spree. Moreover, mutated zombies were about to appear along with various other zombie creatures. From this point on, human survival would become even more difficult. Pack up, we're getting ready to leave. Lin Mo took the 4 women and got into the car with Jiang Yu still at the wheel. They drove towards the wholesale market in the eastern suburbs. There were 2 large wholesale markets in Fengjing, one in the eastern suburbs and one in the western suburbs. Lin Mo didn't plan to consider the western one. It was too far and not worth it. The round trip would take too long with too many variables. It was better to stick to the closest one. Half an hour later. As expected, the number of zombies here is very low, but the vehicle arrived at the wholesale market. Lin Mo looked at the scene before him, unable to help but exclaim, "Indeed, there are very few zombies here." However, there seemed to be quite a lot of people. Nearby the entrance, Lin Mo spotted no less than 5 small teams. Some had only 4 or 5 members, while others had over 20. It was indeed a bit troublesome. Conflicts were inevitable, and this forced Lin Mo's hand to kill. Jiang Yu parked the car at the entrance. "Oh, we are preparing to disembark." "Okay." Jiang Yu turned the steering wheel and parked the car directly at the entrance. Lin Mo pressed a button, and a voice came from inside the vehicle. Self-defense system activated successfully. On the way here, Lin Mo took out the vehicle's user manual and discovered that this car actually had a self-defense system. If someone displayed hostility towards the vehicle, it would automatically launch an attack. However, the car was not equipped with any hot weaponry, so it was likely just capable of driving into people. Lin Mo grasped a long knife and checked the pistol at his waist. "Let's go in and look for supplies, starting with rice and flour, followed by various dried goods, and finally spices." The 4 women nodded and followed Lin Mo as they got out of the car. The vehicle had caught the attention of several nearby teams when it arrived, mainly because this car was too eye-catching and appeared particularly safe. Some teams' eyes were filled with greed, wanting to claim the vehicle for themselves. Especially upon seeing 4 women and 1 man disembark, their desire only intensified. Lin Mo, however, did not mind at all. If they managed to steal the car, it would be quite impressive. He glanced sideways and chose to ignore them. If they refrained from taking action, he would not hold back his own. The 5 of them entered the wholesale market, where 3 teams were already moving items. However, they had no space and could only carry things in their hands. They couldn't take too much at once, especially since they had to deal with zombies. As they passed by Lin Mo and his group, these people couldn't help but steal a few glances. They were simply too clean. Compared to others, Lin Mo and his companions' clothes were neat and fresh with no signs of battle. In contrast, others were covered in zombie blood and various dirt. Some even had hair so greasy it could be used for cooking. The further they ventured inside, the fewer people there were. "Rice and oil should be in the back area. Remember to be cautious of everyone here." Lin Mo reiterated his concerns, mainly addressing Hu Shiyun. As for Jiang Yu and the other 3 women, they had already adapted to life in the apocalypse. Arriving at a grain and oil wholesale store, Lin Mo directly used a tool to unlock the door. He pulled up the rolling door, and food filled his vision. "We are in luck. This store has quite a lot of goods. Generally, their grain is stored in warehouses, and what is displayed here is usually not much, merely samples. But this store has a significant amount, with at least 6 or 7 bags of each product." Lin Mo took a quick glance. Most of it was rice and flour in 20 bags, estimating that there were about 200 bags, totaling around 4 tons. Lin Mo collected everything, even not passing up the already opened bags. 1 minute later, the entire store was emptied. Next, things got easier. Lin Mo opened the door to collect supplies while the other 4 women kept watch. Luo Yun tucked away her long knife, took out her compound bow, and knocked an arrow ready to shoot at any moment. In just 1 hour, Lin Mo emptied all the grain and oil stores along this road. They collected about over 100 tons of food, over 300 barrels of oil, and around 5 tons of assorted grains. It could be said that they had made a bountiful harvest. Afterwards, they headed to the dried goods section. After clearing 4 stores, they encountered a team of 10. Lin Mo didn't want to cause trouble and intended to pass by the group. However, they were not given the chance. "Kid, how about joining our team? We are quite renowned around here." The leader, a tall young man with gold-rimmed glasses, spoke in such a manner. However, his gaze roamed hungrily between Jiang Yu and the other women, filled with sinister intent. Lin Mo shook his head. Wasn't it better for everyone to search for supplies individually without needing to go through this? No thanks, we five are fine as a team. Damn, our brother Yun is giving you face by asking you this. Don't you have any awareness at all? A yellow-haired man behind Wang Riyun pointed at Lin Mo with a stick, his expression arrogant. Lin Mo sighed softly. With so many supplies, why not take them instead of trying to compete with us? I don't particularly like you as a person. Lin Mo glanced at the yellow-haired man. Whoosh. An arrow shot straight through the yellow-haired man's neck. Help! Help! Me! The yellow-haired man dropped his stick, clutching his neck with both hands, fear written all over his face as he looked at his teammates. But with an injury like that, how could he be saved? Wang Riyun's expression changed as he shouted, "Brothers, anyone who dares to kill my men, get them. They only have 5 people, capture the women alive, and kill the men." This was the first time any of his subordinates had been killed. Usually he was the one doing the killing. Yet he had no idea who he was facing. Lin Mo and Luo Fei were more than capable of handling the situation. In less than a minute, the ground was covered with bodies. This is a sin indeed. He had endured again and again, but who told them to keep coming forward? Lin Mo flicked the blade clean and turned to Hu Shiyun. So how do you feel about this scene now? At that moment, Luo Fei and Lin Mo stood in the midst of the pile of bodies, their clothes stained with blood. To anyone looking, these two appeared as harbingers of death. It's okay, I can accept it. Hu Shiyun replied, feeling much better than the day before. At least she could speak smoothly now, and her body was no longer trembling. It's good that you can accept it, otherwise I would have to reluctantly leave you all here. Seeing Lin Mo's serious demeanor, Hu Shiyun swallowed hard. Lin Mo was indeed not joking. If she couldn't even accept this, how would they cope in the future? The apocalypse had only just begun, not even reaching the early stages yet. Just wait 2 months and see. At that time, what would be termed humanity outside? Alright, let's continue. On the road, they encountered a few more teams, but everyone was busy searching for food, so no one disturbed anyone else. Lin Mo was happy to have it easy. By 4 p.m., they finished collecting at the last location a spice store. It had all sorts of pepper spices, cinnamon, bay leaves, and everything in between. These would be great for cooking later. Without them, food would lack flavor. Alright, let's head back. Lin Mo and his group were the only ones moving against the tide. The zombies outside had been cleared, and people nearby were coming here to search for supplies. There were still 2 more areas with plenty of supplies, but they were all small shops. It would be good if a single shop had 500 g of food, and some shops only had samples with less than 100 g combined. Lin Mo clearly had no inclination to waste his efforts on such shops. Could those people be planning to steal the car? Boss, this won't do. 2 people have already died. A man with a sharp face looked at the 2 corpses in front of the car, expressing his concerns. Let's send 1 more person to try. If it doesn't work, we'll retreat. Zhang Zihue looked at the bodies on the ground, his face filled with frustration. When they had just come out of the wholesale market, they had spotted this vehicle. He had immediately taken a liking to this RV. With this RV, their travels would not only be more convenient, but also significantly safer. As for gasoline, they could always visit more gas stations. Thus, he sent 2 of his subordinates. However, as soon as they moved to open the car door, 2 steel rods shot out from the side, killing both of them. Having lost his subordinates and not acquired the vehicle, he could hardly accept it. Moreover, he still couldn't figure out where those steel rods had come from. After Zhang Zihue finished speaking, no one stepped forward for a long time. What are you waiting for? Go. No, boss, this thing is deadly. I think we should find a bus or a truck instead. The sharp-faced man hurriedly advised, why don't you go for the passenger seat? You can also try the back door. However, no one stepped forward regardless of what was said. Life is only once, if they die, that's it. You all. This is truly frustrating. Zhang Zihue looked at the vehicle in front of him, and even if he didn't want to give up, he had to. However, even if he left, he had to make things difficult for the owner of the vehicle. Go find something to smash their windshield. Whose windshield do you want to smash? Lin Mo stared coldly at the 6 people in front of him. After Hu Shiyun finished speaking, they rushed over only to hear the people here actually wanting to smash the car. Although vehicles produced by the system rarely suffer damage, they couldn't just allow people to vandalize them. Zhang Zihue turned around to see a pretty boy. Is this car yours? Perfect, hand over the keys, or don't blame me for being rude. The 4 girls exchanged glances, feeling a strange sense of familiarity with this scene, as if they had just experienced it. The man with the sharp face hurriedly pulled Zhang Zihue back. Big brother, my older brother has had too much to drink. Please don't take it to heart. You all better hurry and pull him away. What are you staring at? He quickly signaled to the others. The others understood instantly and quickly pulled back 5 or 6 meters. Go Fu, you damn. Go Fu directly covered Zhang Zihue's mouth with his left hand and whispered in his ear, look at that man's knife, it's still stained with blood. He definitely killed someone. Oh, what are you getting closer for, big brother? Go Fu was feeling distressed. How could they encounter such a ruthless person? Zhang Zihue stopped struggling, catching a glimpse of the blood on Lin Mo's knife. A layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Seeing this, Go Fu released him. Ahaha, little brother, I'm sorry, I wasn't sober just now. We're leaving now, have fun. After saying that, he took a few people and walked back, but within 5 meters they broke into a run. Hurry up, don't stop. Lin Mo glanced at the knife in his hand, noticing the slight bloodstain on the blade, surprised at the man's keen observation. The other 4 girls were somewhat perplexed. Why did they leave? What happened? I don't know, they were just trying to rob our car, why did they leave? I had my bow and arrow ready. Luo Yun looked eager for a fight, as if ready to shoot someone at any moment. Lin Mo glanced at Luo Yun, his eyelid twitching. How did this child turn out like this? It must have nothing to do with me. Only Lin Mo heard what that person had whispered just now. After all, his attributes were high now, and being this close, he could hear even the faintest sounds. He probably really drank too much. Let's not worry about them, let's go back and eat. On the way back, there were even more troops. It seemed the people in the eastern suburbs had been largely rescued. Upon returning to the villa, they found several military vehicles in the area. They also saw troops appearing in the villa across from them. Just drive the car into the yard, I'll open the door. Lin Mo jumped out and opened the main gate. The vehicle parked steadily in the yard. Lin Mo turned back to glance at the troops not far away, hoping they wouldn't come over. They were too talkative. With the main gate locked, they went directly back inside. The 4 girls returned to their room, and the first thing they did was prepare food. Today wasn't very tiring, so there was no need to rest. John, what do you think? Those troops are here for rescue? They should be, otherwise they wouldn't come to such a remote place. I didn't expect them to be so quick. Shireen, can you help me with this? The 3 girls were busy preparing ingredients while Lin Mo and Luo Yun sat on the sofa. Why aren't you helping? I can't. If you dare to eat, I can cook. Luo Yun looked at Lin Mo with eager anticipation. Lin Mo got up from the sofa, no longer looking at him. He looked out the window at the troops who had already started cooking. Suddenly the room was plunged into darkness. The power is out, and there's no gas left. Lin Mo, should we cook in the car, or? Let's go to the car. Lin Mo glanced at his phone. There was no signal either. It seemed the power was completely out. The entire Fongjing city, and even the world, was experiencing a blackout. The only places with any electricity were the research and office departments of the survivor bases. Lin Mo carried a bowl of processed ribs, and the others brought various ingredients to the car. Do we have enough gasoline? We can't run out of oil after cooking a few meals. Zhang Yu was quite worried. She had been driving these past few days, and the vehicle seemed to consume a lot of fuel. If they ran out of fuel, that would be troublesome. Don't worry, this vehicle will definitely have fuel, because it really didn't need any. An hour later, a sumptuous meal was served on the table. I haven't had braised ribs in a long time, but it's delicious. Luo Yun looked blissful. Yummy too. Hu Shiyun chimed in. In fact, she was the most qualified to say this, since she was the one who had survived on glucose. No worries, there will be plenty of this kind of stuff in the future, enough for all of you. In the store, pork cost 10 points per pound, which Lin Mo could afford. If that's not enough, just kill a few more zombies. After finishing their meal, Lin Mo opened the side door. Let's go check it out together. Feel free to choose a room. You'll be living here from now on. As for the villas outside, Lin Mo didn't plan to live there. He intended to use them as a base. He chose this place because it was remote with fewer people and zombies. How did this happen? A vast living room appeared before everyone's eyes, accompanied by a dining room and a kitchen. The area was significantly larger than the one outside. After Luo Yun spoke, he immediately covered his mouth. Lin Mo glanced at him, but paid it no mind. These things couldn't be hidden forever. People would find out sooner or later. Some things are fine for you to use. Given our relationship, there's really no need to say much more. The 4 women blushed. Although Hu Shiyun hadn't experienced it yet, her turn would come eventually. Let's go take a look. In the end, the Luo sisters chose one room, Zhang Yu took another, and Hu Shiyun selected one for herself. The largest room belonged to Lin Mo, and as for the last room, someone would stay in it sooner or later. Back in the living room, Lin Mo tried to turn on the television, and to his surprise, it actually worked. Lin Mo pressed the remote and discovered that all the programs available on Blue Star could be viewed here. There were even some educational programs featuring renowned teachers like Mr. Xiaojimis, Maria, and Mr. Longza. Lin Mo glanced at the 4 women beside him and quickly exited the educational program channel. Such content was definitely not suitable for viewing at the moment. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your affinity with Hu Shiyun has reached 100, earning you a dimensional RV component, Star-Level Energy Shield. Star-Level Energy Shield, a protective energy shield capable of withstanding the power generated by the explosion of up to 10 nuclear bombs. It's a good item, but a bit impractical. Even in the future, nuclear bombs wouldn't typically be launched. In 4 years of the apocalypse, only 40 nuclear bombs were fired, targeting mostly desolate areas. As for cities, none had been bombed even once. Nighttime was always exhausting. Early in the morning, Lin Mo looked at the 4 new messages appearing in the system, feeling quite satisfied. Ding. Hu Shiyun has achieved a critical affinity boost of 999. Ding. Jiang Yu has achieved a critical affinity boost of 999. I must say each person's experience is unique. It's simply delightful. Lin Mo went to the kitchen and brewed a cup of black coffee. The only downside was feeling a bit drowsy. Lin Mo opened his personal information panel. Host Lin Mo rank, first level beginner experience 80 100 attribute strength 100 constitution 83, agility 89, spirit 88 awakened ability mental system first level mental spike storage space 1 cubic energy points 2399 affinity value 13880 skills exclusive passive plunder 800 unique technique dragon and phoenix soaring technique energy points have reached 2400 and affinity directly exceeds 10,000. Lin Mo opened the shop, browsed around, and purchased several weapons. The long knife in his hand had already developed a notch, and the ones the four women had were not in good condition either. Moreover, Luo Yun's remaining arrows were also in short supply. Lin Mo directly purchased 4 Tang horizontal knives forged from fine steel in the shop priced reasonably at 100 energy points each and a fine steel spear for 100 energy points. 100 combination arrows for 1 energy point were simply a steal. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment and then purchased 5 sets of combat uniforms, spending 1,500 energy points. This directly cleared out his saved energy points. As for firearms, Lin Mo didn't currently have any personal needs. However, he still bought 4 Desert Eagles along with 16 magazines and 400 rounds of ammunition plus 10 grenades. The total expense was 664 energy points, all ordinary items, hence quite affordable. At this point, Lin Mo realized that the easiest thing to gain was actually affinity value, not energy points. This was completely different from what he had initially thought. With this configuration, he could handle most situations. He wasn't going to confront the army, and ordinary people wouldn't have firearms and ammunition. Moreover, with the presence of special abilities, it was more than enough. Lin Mo went to the bathroom to address his biological needs. Looking at the flowing water in the toilet, Lin Mo asked curiously, "System, is the water in this vehicle infinite?" Of course it is infinite. All the water comes from the dimensional space. Fair enough. After all, everything produced by the system is reasonable. He sat on the sofa watching television. Around 9 o'clock, the 4 women slowly came out. One was supporting her waist, another was rubbing her knee, and some were even massaging their lips, looking as if they hadn't fully woken up. "No way, you all sleep too much. I've been waiting here for almost an hour." The 4 women looked at Lin Mo with resentment, especially Hu Shiyun, who kept rubbing her lips, looking as sorrowful as a wife scorned. "Why are you up so late? Don't you have any idea in your heart? Exactly, do you not know what's going on with my sister and me?" Everyone knew the situation by now. There was no need to hide it. Hu Shiyun opened her mouth, but then thought better of it, feeling that speaking was a bit taxing on her throat. She went straight to the kitchen and gulped down a large glass of water, finally soothing her dry throat. "Cough, cough, they'll pay more attention next time. But we still need to go out again today to the food factory." Initially, he wasn't in a hurry to go as the army had arrived, and there would likely be others there. However, when he saw the amount of energy points, Lin Mo felt it was worth a trip. Every little bit saved counts. If he had to purchase food with affinity value, he would simply choose to do nothing. As long as he drove the vehicle to a remote place, he could live a shameless life every day. Unfortunately, that was utterly impossible. Moreover, he didn't want to live that kind of life. After all, the number of zombies in the future would be simply overwhelming. He didn't want to live among them daily. After finishing breakfast, the 4 women rested for a while before stepping out of the dimensional room and into the vehicle. As they came over, each shot resentful glances at Lin Mo again. The 4 women exchanged glances and sighed in unison. Once outside, they huddled together, and Hu Shiyun quietly asked the other 3 women, glancing back at Lin Mo, "Can you all handle it?" Without needing to say more, all 3 of them understood what she meant. "I can't handle it, it's just unbearable. If you ask me, if we encounter suitable candidates on the way, we should recruit them into our team to alleviate our pressure." "I completely agree with that." Lin Mo glanced at the 4 women and took a seat in the passenger seat by himself. Having overly keen hearing wasn't always good. He overheard all their whispers. The 4 women eventually reached a consensus they would expand their team to 10 people. When they went out, it was still Jiang Yu driving, while the Luo sisters opened the door. They drove towards the outskirts, where only zombie corpses littered the road, and not a single living zombie was seen, let alone any humans. After half an hour of driving, a large area of processing plants came into view. Here there were not only various food processing factories, but also some light industrial zones with minimal pollution. However, those light industrial zones were not Lin Mo and the others' targets. Their goal was the food factory. "The vehicle ahead seems to belong to the military. What should we do?" In front of the food factory, several green vehicles were parked, clearly from the army. Lin Mo furrowed his brows and opened the car window a crack. Rat-a-tat. Boom. The sound of gunfire echoed continuously, indicating a tense standoff. "Let's take a detour. and checked the situation on the sides and behind. After circling around, he found that there were people everywhere. What should we do now? Should we still go there? Lin Mo glanced at the military forces ahead. It wouldn't be a big deal if they didn't go after all. They were there, and they couldn't leave empty-handed. Park the car and wait. Jiang Yu drove the vehicle to a corner and turned off the engine. Lin Mo pressed a button lowering a screen at the back, which displayed the position the front of the car was facing. A control panel rose from the dining table behind, allowing control over the camera's direction and zoom. Everyone can either rest in the room or do something else. There's no need to wait here. They'll keep an eye on things. Judging by the situation, the military personnel wouldn't be leaving anytime soon. However, Lin Mo wasn't worried at all. During the night, zombies were quite challenging to deal with. Both speed and strength would double at night. This time was the primary battlefield for zombies, or a moment of carelessness could lead to death. However, the girls did not leave. They could hardly let Lin Mo guard this place alone. Feeling bored, they took out a deck of cards to pass the time while waiting. At around 7 p.m. the sky had darkened. The military personnel had already withdrawn, with truck after truck driving away on the main road. They've left. Let's go in. Jiang Yu started the vehicle, keeping the lights off, and slowly drove inside. Upon confirming that there were no military personnel in the factory area, Jiang Yu turned on the car lights. Under the illumination of the headlights, the ground was covered with bullet holes and the corpses of zombies. The main gate here is wide open. There shouldn't be any food left inside, right? Jiang Yu turned on the side lights of the car, illuminating the surroundings. Let's move forward. There should still be some food in the middle. Although there were many military vehicles, the food in the food factory was far more abundant and couldn't be completely taken. Just as Lin Mo had anticipated, zombies had already begun to appear in the middle, indicating that this place hadn't been visited yet. Let's find a place to break open the main door and go in. Lin Mo didn't plan to take too much, clearing out 1 or 2 small warehouses would suffice. This stuff was just for changing the taste. He didn't need more. Even with more people later, he still had enough energy points to exchange for food. Boom. With a loud crash, the main door was smashed open and surrounding zombies rushed over upon hearing the noise. But against Lin Mo's vehicle, these zombies were no match at all. Jiang Yu pressed a button and circular saw blades appeared at the front of the car. Zombies were sliced in half and fell to the ground, only able to crawl with their hands. How did you know what this was for? I looked at the manual in your hand. Unfortunately, many options cannot be used yet, otherwise we wouldn't even need to get out of the car. Everything could be solved from here. Lin Mo shook his head. That won't do. We can't level up without getting our hands dirty. Facing zombies was essential for leveling up. I was just talking. Of course, I know that after driving and killing so many zombies these past 2 days, I don't feel any change in my body. Jiang Yu controlled the vehicle to slice through zombies, ensuring to kill them and then finish them off later. After the number of zombies in the yard decreased, Jiang Yu parked the car. Several people jumped out of the car and began to finish off the zombies. Naturally, Lin Mo didn't take action. He needed to wait for these zombies to evolve to the first stage. Whoosh! A shadow flashed by and Lin Mo drew out his knife with his left hand, amplifying his perception. An unknown creature was running around. Leave Luo Fei behind. The other 3 quickly get in the car. The remaining 3 girls were quick to board the vehicle and shut the doors. Seeing that they had gotten in the car, Lin Mo approached Luo Fei. Get ready. It's either an evolved beast or an evolved zombie. Be careful. Don't worry. Luo Fei gripped her long gun tightly, which crackled with sparks of electricity. Lin Mo glanced at the items he had bought and distributed. It seemed that this long gun was about to reach its limit. In his perception, this thing was getting faster. Lin Mo charged forward instantly, quickly swinging the knife down. Boom! He struck the creature before him to the ground. Although it caused an injury, the wound wasn't very deep due to Lin Mo's already damaged knife. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a mutated cat. The mutated cat shook its slightly dazed head and prepared to attack Lin Mo. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, 7 or 8 shots shattered the mutated cat's skull. You thought you couldn't be killed without a knife. Ding. You have killed a first-stage high-level mutated cat, strength 9, energy points 45. Damn, what a loss. Lin Mo saw that it was actually first stage. If this took away half, otherwise strength could have increased by 18 points. Forget it. A loss is a loss. Lin Mo glanced at the knife in his hand, reminding himself not to forget the main task. Luo Fei, get in the car. The 2 returned to the car. What happened just now? Did you encounter any danger? Jiang Yu quickly asked. Just a mutated cat. It's already taken care of. Things like mutated cats are also products of this mutation. Unlike zombies, they are not infectious, but they do attack humans. As for mutated animals, they will also attack each other. Aside from mutated animals, there are also zombie animals, which are just like zombies. They are the failed products of mutated animals. Wear these 4 combat suits. They can resist bullets, zombie attacks, and various sharp weapons. The combat suits are similar in style to ordinary bulletproof vests designed to be worn over clothes. Besides that, Lin Mo also distributed the cold weapons he had bought. Everyone changed into new weapons, and the previously dulled weapons should retire now. And here are 4 handguns. You guys load the bullets yourselves. Unless it's absolutely necessary, do not use them. Even if you do, make sure to eliminate everyone who sees you. Now that the apocalypse has just begun, firearms are still restricted, so don't let others know for now. Lin Mo didn't want to attract any trouble. The current laws still exist, but there simply isn't the time to enforce them. The only way is to make those who know disappear. After all, he and his group want to turn themselves in. He placed the bullets on the table and taught them how to load them. He then took out 10 hand grenades, distributing 2 to each person. Lin Mo looked at the gear in their hands. Safety had significantly improved this time. Let's go and continue finishing off the zombies. Ding. Jiang Yu killed a level 0 zombie, gaining 3 energy points. Ding. Luo Yun killed a level 0 zombie, gaining 1 energy point. Ding. Hu Shiyun killed a level 1 beginner zombie, gaining 8 energy points. Why are there still level 1 zombies? What a loss. Lin Mo wondered in his heart system, is there no way to detect the zombie levels? I've already missed 2 level 1 zombies. Insight skill cost 100 favorability points. Hiss, that's too expensive. He currently has just over 100. Buying this would set him back to square one. But no matter what, he had to buy it. At worst, he would have to work harder later and recruit more members into the team. Ding. Congratulations to the host for purchasing the insight skill. Lin Mo opened the system and found an additional insight skill on the page. Upon opening it, Lin Mo discovered that this ability had 2 forms. One was automatic tagging, and the other was insight into human attributes. Instantly, he felt that the 100 favorability points he spent were well worth it. Lin Mo directly checked all the options for level 1 and above zombies, mutated animals, and zombie animals. He then looked up at the yard. While there were none, it seemed that the level 1 was just an exception. I'm about to awaken too. Jiang Yu and Luo Yun felt a surge of heat flowing through their bodies, as if something within was about to burst forth. Lin Mo hurried to their side. Stay alert. Luo Fei and Hu Shiyun lifted their weapons and looked around while Lin Mo maximized his powers. Before long, the two began to stretch their bodies. Hey, I also have lightning attributes just like my sister. But why can't I move as fast as her? Luo Yun tried to move quickly but had no response. So what are your lightning attributes? It's about gathering lightning. An arrow made of lightning appeared in her hand, and she drew the bow, releasing the arrow. The arrow instantly vanished, only to explode far away. Maybe yours is an output type. Lin Mo remembered that Luo Fei had a balanced type with a variety of lightning skills, but all very balanced. Luo Yun, on the other hand, was an output type. No matter what kind of skill, the damage was substantial, and even area damage was higher than single target damage. What about you, Jiang Yu? Lin Mo was quite curious as he had no knowledge of her abilities from their past life together. I can create ice. My first ability is Ice Arrow. 5 ice arrows floated in front of Jiang Yu, moving as she did. With a flick of her hand, they struck the distant wall, shattering and creating a flurry of frost. Hu Shiyun looked at the 2 girls with envy, wishing to awaken her powers. Unfortunately, she had joined too late and killed far fewer zombies than the 3 girls, so her awakening would take some time. Lin Mo's expression changed as he used insight on the 4 girls, discovering that Jiang Yu, Luo Fei, and Hu Shiyun had pretty good attributes, while Luo Yun's were the weakest. But that made sense given that Luo Yun mostly used a bow, only resorting to a knife in close combat. Name Luo Yun. Level 1 beginner ability, lightning type. Attributes: strength 25, constitution 21, agility 18, spirit 42. She fell short of others by more than half, but it must be said that her spirit was still quite strong. But compared to him, she was still a bit lacking. When he thought of his own attributes, he was also somewhat speechless. Clearly a spirit type, yet his strength attribute was high. Let's go find the warehouse. On the way, Hu Shiyun kill some more zombies. Lin Mo decided to help Hu Shiyun awaken tomorrow. A team of 5 with powers could only be matched by military personnel at this stage. At midnight, Lin Mo emptied a sausage factory and a mixed canned food factory before retreating. He did not touch anything else as there was little space left, and he needed to leave some for backup. He drove back to the villa area, and everyone immediately fell asleep without getting out of the car. However, the necessary activities could not be avoided. Lin Mo felt troubled inside, but he didn't say anything and even enjoyed it. Let's go. Why is everyone so low on energy? Hurry up and kill zombies to level up. The 4 girls wearily walked out of the dimensional room, exchanging glances. They increasingly felt that bringing more people in was a task that needed urgent attention, otherwise they would eventually be left behind. Of course, the worst off was still Hu Shiyun, as she was the only one who had not awakened, resulting in overall weaker attributes. Next was Luo Yun, with the strongest being her spirit. So she wasn't really tired, but her body couldn't take it. Jiang Yu returned to the driver's seat and drove away from the villa area. Where are we going today? Let's head towards the second ring, looking for a place with relatively more zombies. Those who have awakened should use their powers. The more they use them, the higher their proficiency will be, making it easier for you to fight in the future. Hu Shiyun, you just use your weapon. We'll bring more zombies for you later. Lin Mo planned to have Hu Shiyun awaken today, turning everyone into ability users. In the apocalypse, strength is the most important. All power and wealth become ineffective in this era. Even in survivor bases, without some strength you really can't control a base. The RV sped along. The closer they got to the second ring, the more teams they encountered searching for resources. Especially at the supermarket they had visited before, where there were the most people, but unfortunately it disappointed them. Everything inside had already been taken by Lin Mo and the others. Just 2 kilometers more to the second ring, Lin Mo had the car stop. Let's go. After getting out of the car, Lin Mo led them to walk towards the second ring. The teams they encountered on the way maintained their distance, each wary of the other. Lin Mo used insight to scan a few nearby teams. There were ability users, but very few. In one team, the most, there were only 2 ability users, but clearly ability users were gradually hiding, so he needed to quicken his pace. With the insight ability, Lin Mo could quickly locate zombies of level 1 and above. They were as conspicuous as bikinis on a beach. Let's go. Those zombies ahead, try to cut them in half, leave it to Hu Shiyun. The priority is to ensure our own safety, otherwise don't leave any alive. Understood, replied 3 voices. Hu Shiyun blushed, feeling like she was dragging them down. After giving the orders, Lin Mo charged into the horde of zombies, directly killing several level 1 zombies. With each notification, Lin Mo felt incredibly refreshed. Ding! Killed a level 1 low-level zombie, gaining 12 spirit points, 26 energy points. Ding! Killed a level 1 intermediate zombie, gaining 15 constitution, 46 energy points. Besides that, there were also energy points from the 4 girls' kills. It could be said that Lin Mo was raking in the rewards. An hour later, I think I might have awakened. Lin Mo brought them to a storefront, waiting for Hu Shiyun to finish her awakening. Hu Shiyun opened her eyes. My powers. Entering the storefront, everyone awaited Hu Shiyun's awakening. Once the awakening was complete, Hu Shiyun said, slightly unhappy, I have awakened, but my ability seems to lack any offensive power. Lin Mo comforted her, saying, it's fine, every skill has its own uses. What did you awaken? My first tier ability is healing light. As she spoke, Hu Shiyun's right hand glowed with white light. Lin Mo looked at her in surprise, realizing that he had struck gold. At that moment, it was solely due to her rating, but now even if she were to eat herself to death, Lin Mo would not drive her away. One must understand that the position of a healing ability user is second only to the vice captain in a team, and even higher than that of some combat ability users. This is because a healing ability user can significantly reduce the mortality rate, especially in a post-apocalyptic world where medical resources are scarce. You may indeed be a doctor, but how can you guarantee that you won't get infected? How can you ensure that you have all the necessary medications? In the apocalypse, being a doctor means relying not only on skill, but also on luck. Your ability is quite good. In the future, if we get injured, we will depend entirely on you. Lin Mo instinctively glanced at her chest, wondering if this was the key to awakening a healing ability. Compared to others, it was indeed quite impressive. Although they were of the same model, there were distinctions in size. Let's eat something first. We will continue later. In the next few days, we should aim to kill more zombies. Leveling up quickly is essential for survival. Lin Mo glanced at his data, feeling that something was off with his panel. It must be noted that the energy provided by zombies without levels is different from that of leveled zombies. Logically, killing a first-tier zombie should equate to the energy of 3 or 4 zero-tier zombies, but in his experience, it only equated to 1. He conveyed this doubt to the system. The system also requires energy support, so please host kill more zombies. So does this mean that killing a 9th-tier zombie king is equivalent to the experience of killing a 0-tier zombie? Exactly. Lin Mo was speechless. Currently, if Luo Fei were to kill a 4th-tier zombie, she could level up immediately, but for him, it was merely regarded as an ordinary zombie. Ridiculous. But it could be considered reasonable given how unique his ability was. After eating, they continued to hunt zombies. Lin Mo scanned the zombie horde, searching for first-tier zombies. Once he spotted one, he would rush over to kill it without letting it escape. This was the best find at this stage. Hey, there's a lone woman over there. Her swordplay is impressive. Luo Fei noticed a long-haired woman not far away, swinging a long sword, continuously slaying zombies at a swift pace. The more she looked, the more familiar she seemed, prompting her to call out, "Yu Ling Long." The woman looked up at Luo Fei, saying, "Luo Fei, it really is you." The two of them swept through the zombies before converging together. "Why are you alone? My parents and brother have all turned into zombies, and the only one left." "I'm sorry. It's okay." Luo Fei looked at Yu Linglong wanting to say something, but holding her tongue. Are those all your people over there? Yu Linglong inquired, glancing at a man and 3 women nearby. Yes, we've been together since the beginning of the apocalypse. I really envy you for still having teammates. Yu Linglong had always been alone as she originally wanted to find a team, but every team she encountered had made her uncomfortable. There was even a 5-person squad that tried to make advances on her. However, she ultimately killed them all. Afterward, she was in a daze for 3 days before recovering. The first thing she did after regaining her composure was to search for food, but the sheer number of zombies made it impossible for her to find anything to eat. "Oh, wait for me, we'll ask my teammates." Saying this, Luo Fei ran to find Lin Mo. It was hard to come across someone, as she had to bring them in to alleviate their pressure. This was something they had agreed upon early on. "Lin Mo, I met a friend who is a swordsmanship expert. What do you think?" Luo Fei understood that in the apocalypse one could not trust just anyone, but she really needed people to join them. She did not want to be so exhausted every day. Lin Mo followed her gaze and saw a beautiful woman with a ponytail holding a long sword standing there. She wore a tight leather top and fitted jeans. Her figure was perfect. The only downside was the lack of scale. Name: Yu Linglong, age 25, rating 90, favorability 30. This favorability rating was a bit higher than Huxian's, perhaps due to Luo Fei. This person was a must-have. Even if her sword skills were not highly rated, he still needed her. "Sure, we still have 1 room left, but fits perfectly." "Really? That's great." Upon receiving Lin Mo's response, Luo Fei hurried over to Yu Linglong. "I asked my friend, he has no objections. You should join our team." Yu Linglong hesitated, wondering if it was appropriate for an outsider like her to join. "Don't worry, our team is very harmonious, and everyone is quite capable." Yu Linglong nodded, saying, "Then I will trouble you." Not at all, it's no trouble." Luo Fei smiled as she took Yu Linglong's hand and walked toward Lin Mo. She just hoped that when the time came, Yu Linglong would be able to help them share the burden. Yu Linglong did not have the ability to hear others' thoughts. If she had heard Luo Fei's words, she would definitely not have joined this team. "Lin Mo, this is my former martial arts team member Yu Linglong. This is our team leader Lin Mo." "Hello." Lin Mo lightly touched her hand and then let go, leaving a good impression. "Let's not talk about anything else for now, but let's kill some zombies first. It's already 3 o'clock. They can't stay out for too long." However, just as he finished speaking, a series of gunshots rang out. Da-da-da. Lin Mo turned around and saw that it was over. They had to go back. Behind them, a team of soldiers with guns approached, continuously firing bullets. "We are from the Fengjing base here to provide rescue. Residents upstairs, please come down, or we will leave shortly." The soldiers repeatedly broadcasted through a loudspeaker as zombies in the distance moved towards the sound. However, against firearms, everything was futile. "Let's go, there's no point in staying here. We should head back." Following a group armed with guns to hunt zombies was not something he would do. "By the way, miss, you, the troops have arrived. Do you want to go with them?" Although Yu Linglong was competent in many aspects, Lin Mo did not intend to leave anyone behind. Everyone has their own choices. Yu Linglong glanced at the firearms in the hands of the troops, recalling the energy that flowed within her body when she killed the zombies, and shook her head. "I won't go. Being with Luo Fei is just fine." "Since that's the case, let's head back then." Lin Mo led the team toward their vehicle, brushing past the soldiers. A major in the army squinted at Lin Mo, who was walking in the opposite direction. "What's wrong with the captain? Those few people just now killed the zombies with clean and decisive methods, and despite us shouting so many times, the team here is heading to the base, yet they are not. It shows they must have some backing. I suspect they are quite powerful and might even be ability users." "Ability users? That sounds impressive, but I wonder what kind of ability they possess." Lin Mo turned back and used a bit of insight on the lieutenant. Name: Jiang Quan, level 1st stage, beginner ability, strength enhancement ability, attributes, strength 33, constitution 20, agility 20, spirit 15, so it is indeed like this. Using firearms to kill zombies, ordinary people can level up, but the growth of attributes is really quite minimal. They must have killed many zombies, I suppose. Now he finally understood the principle of leveling up. In his last life, he was always striving to survive and had no time to consider such matters. He only knew that although the abilities were the same, some people were strong while others were weak. The reason likely lay here. After getting into the vehicle, Yu Linglong looked at the structure inside with curiosity. The few girls exchanged glances, and no one mentioned what was behind that door. It was better for Lin Mo to explain such matters. They drove toward the villa area, and there were fewer people visible on the road. It seems the people nearby have already been taken away by them. That's for sure. After all, it's the army's doing, and their speed is commendable. Does this mean the zombies have been quickly suppressed? Hearing Jiang Yu's question, Lin Mo fell silent for a moment. It shouldn't be that simple. Lin Mo didn't say more. There was no way to explain. The infection speed of the zombies is very fast. He didn't know how many people around the world had been infected, but he knew about Fengjing. In a city of 20 million, there were less than 1 million in the refuge. This means at least 18 million had turned into zombies, while the remaining million were likely struggling to survive in between. And there were so many cities like Fongjing nationwide. Moreover, there were various prefecture-level cities and counties below. There wasn't such strong military power there. Even if there were, they only took away a portion of the survivors. You must understand, not all countries react as swiftly as Huagua. Countless small countries have been wiped out, and those zombies have followed the tide into Huagua. At that time, you could see not only black-haired zombies, but also black-skinned zombies, yellow-haired zombies, and short zombies. In short, the apocalypse isn't that easy to resolve. If this world really cannot be saved in the end, Lin Mo plans to drive to the plateau region, seeking a place with fewer zombies to spend the rest of his life. With this dimensional RV and system, survival is still possible. After returning to the villa, he said, "To welcome the new member Yu Linglong to the team, we will have a feast today. Yage, I want to eat hot pot." Yu Linglong waved her hands repeatedly. "There's no need, food is scarce now, we should eat sparingly." If her arrival leads to excessive food consumption, she would feel uneasy. Lin Mo nonchalantly replied, "No worries, we still have plenty of food." Just as Yu Linglong was about to speak, Luo Fei stopped her. "Don't worry about it, we collected quite a bit of food in the early stages." Then, "Sorry for the trouble. Hey, saying that makes it less enjoyable. Now you're one of us, so why be so polite?" Yu Linglong felt a warmth in her heart. She realized the people in this team were genuinely nice. Unfortunately, she wouldn't think so after a few days. Perhaps because the celebration was initiated by Lin Mo, her fondness for him increased significantly, reaching 65. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. Oh, just a few more days, and there would be another surge in affection. Sigh, for the sake of the team's survival, he had sacrificed too much. He had to get some kidneys tonight to replenish. To this end, Lin Mo specially took out 4 lamb kidneys from the storage and asked Jiang Yu to help prepare them. Jiang Yu spat at him when she saw what he had. "You've gotten as strong as an old ox. Do you still need to replenish? Are you going to let us sisters live? Just tell me if you're going to do it. If not, I'll just stay at your place tonight." "I'll do it. I'll definitely do it." Jiang Yu was nearly scared to death by Lin Mo's words, as she still vividly remembered that time when those two sisters were living next door. Back then, she had suffered a lot. Once the ingredients were ready, Jiang Yu found Lin Mo, who was on the sofa. "Are we eating here or going to the car?" Lin Mo understood the implication of her words. He glanced at Yu Linglong. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Let's go to the car." Jiang Yu was somewhat surprised that this was not the answer she expected. She thought they would eat in the villa, but she never imagined they would really go to the car. But she didn't ask why. Perhaps Lin Mo had his own plans. Lin Mo had long thought about this issue. They couldn't let just anyone come in and have them stay outside. Where is it more comfortable than in a car? Of course, it also depends on the situation. At least with Yu Linglong's status and the fondness she currently possessed, it was still acceptable for her to eat in the car. It seemed they should get a RV to attach to the back of the car for decoration. Alternatively, setting up a couple of tents wouldn't be a bad idea either. The group arrived at the car and opened the dimensional door to enter. Yu Linglong followed behind, and upon seeing the spacious living room before her, she couldn't help but rub her eyes. Where did this living room come from? "Linglong, don't daze, come here quickly." "Oh, okay." Yu Linglong nodded dully and obediently walked to the table to sit down. Looking at the table full of dishes, she couldn't help but swallow. She had already forgotten how long it had been since she had eaten a proper meal. Before the water was cut off, she could at least have instant noodles. After the water was cut off, she could only chew dry food. On lucky days, she could manage to get a bag of bread. On unlucky days, she could only eat compressed biscuits or chocolate to fill her hunger. Lin Mo sat at the head of the table and picked up a wine glass. "Come, let us raise our glasses together to welcome our new companion Yu Linglong. Cheers." "Cheers." Yu Linglong looked at the scene before her, and her eyes couldn't help but become moist. This was the team she had always wanted. The next morning, after a diligent night, Lin Mo woke up early, nodding in satisfaction at the prompts in the system. Another fulfilling day. "You are fulfilled, but we are exhausted." Luo Fei looked at Lin Mo speechlessly. "Aren't you fulfilled enough?" "Shouldn't be the case. How annoying, I never realized you could talk so much before." Luo Fei blushed as she understood what he meant. This person talks about everything. Thankfully, no one was around, or she would have wanted to find a hole to hide in. "It's all right, I'm just a bit more carefree after the apocalypse." Lin Mo enjoyed his current life and hoped it could continue like this. A little bickering every day wasn't bad. Soon the doors opened one by one, and various beautiful women emerged. However, compared to Yu Linglong's vitality, they seemed somewhat lacking in energy, though much better than before. After all, they had awakened, and their attributes were significantly improved. This way they could withstand more firepower damage. Jiang Yu and the others went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, while Lin Mo turned on the television and played a game. Cooking wasn't something he needed for now. After all, the meals he prepared were so terrible that the women kicked him out of the kitchen. "Are we going there today?" Let's go check it out. Although the troops went there yesterday, I believe the zombies should have moved on after a night. Every night the zombies became more active. Their sense of smell and hearing were extremely sharp. Even the slightest sound or hint of scent would attract their attention. At 11:30, everyone returned to the vehicle. Watching this strange scene, Yu Linglong said nothing, but was somewhat curious. Lin Mo glanced at Yu Linglong in the rearview mirror. Her favorability had risen to 85 points, likely due to the welcoming ceremony yesterday. It seemed this girl was relatively easy to handle. Arriving at the location from yesterday, it was just as Lin Mo had said. The zombies had gathered again. The only difference from yesterday was the absence of other teams. All right, prepare. A strange buzzing noise echoed through the air. Lin Mo's expression changed. Don't get out of the car, yet let's wait a bit. He saw the zombies in the distance, standing still, all looking up, as if absorbing something. In Lin Mo's eyes, a number 1 appeared above each zombie's head, and some even changed to 2. The evolution had begun, and humanity's survival challenge escalated. What's wrong with them? They're just standing there unmoving, Jiang Yu asked in confusion. They must have mutated again. Let's observe the situation for now. Half an hour later, the zombies returned to normal. However, their movement speed was slightly faster than yesterday. Everyone prepared to get out of the car and continue eliminating zombies. As for Yu Linglong, Lin Mo didn't interfere too much. After all, she wasn't like Hu Shiyin. Her combat skills were quite good. Once out of the car, Lin Mo charged straight into the horde of zombies, heading straight for the second-tier zombies. This drew the attention of the zombies, who began to pursue him. The others also began to eliminate zombies. Luo Yun drew her bow, sending thunder arrows flying towards the zombies. Every zombie she struck turned to char. Luo Fei, with lightning covering her spear, killed zombies and occasionally weaved through the horde. As for Hu Shiyin, she had it tough, only able to chop at zombies with her knife in a very primitive manner. Yu Linglong was stunned, as she felt she had been daydreaming more since yesterday. Her good friends and teammates were radiating with lightning. In the entire team, only she and the girl with the knife seemed normal. Lin Mo, who could slice zombies in half at will, and Jiang Yue, whose ice arrows floated before her, certainly did not look like ordinary people. She pondered for a moment. Could this be the ability brought about by the flowing energy in their bodies? Yu Linglong's eyes lit up as she grabbed her sword and charged towards the zombies. She wanted that ability too. After Lin Mo killed a dozen second-tier zombies, he slowly withdrew from the encirclement. Ding. Killed a second-tier junior zombie, spirit 22, energy points 132. Ding. Killed a second-tier intermediate zombie, agility 26, energy points 340. Ding. Killed a first-tier advanced zombie, strength 18, energy points 89. It seemed that with a bit more effort today, he could reach the first-tier intermediate level. It would be great if he could reach the advanced level. Unfortunately, that opportunity might not arise today. Just to kill these dozen second-tier zombies, he had accidentally killed several first-tier ones and spent quite a bit of time. If he could kill second-tier ones, he wouldn't want to kill first-tier ones. With the advantage in attribute points, he was strong enough to rival second-tier or even third-tier zombies at the first tier. If managed properly, he could have the strength equivalent to 9th tier at the 6th tier. So he couldn't rush. Lin Mo, the energy in my body is almost exhausted. Let's take a break. Luo Yun panted, calling out softly. Lin Mo glanced at the bodies on the ground and nodded. Let's head back to the car and rest for a while. We'll continue later. Back in the car, Lin Mo opened his panel. Host Lin Mo, level 1st tier, junior experience 55100, attribute strength 309, constitution 333, agility 254, spirit 340, awakened ability mental system 1st tier, mental spike, storage space 1 cubic, energy points 11470, favorability 7219, skills exclusive passive plunder 600, unique skill dragon and phoenix leisure skill. This attribute was simply invincible, but the energy points were somewhat beyond his expectations. He thought having 800 would be great, but he didn't expect it to exceed 10,000. Lin Mo used insight to take a look at Luo Fei. After all, she had killed more zombies here using her spear. Name Luo Fei, level 1st tier, junior ability thunder system, attribute strength 102, constitution 46, agility 76, spirit 89. If Lin Fei represented the data of an ability user under normal circumstances, her data was more than 3 times that of an ordinary ability user. For such data, it was quite ideal for Lin Mo. Even if someone were able to advance to 2nd tier at this time, their strength might not match Lin Mo's. Moreover, others wouldn't be like him, specifically seeking high-level zombies to kill. This made him less anxious about leveling up. Steady progress was the key to achieving greater gains. Yu Linglong, do you have any feelings right now? Oh, what feelings? Yu Linglong was still immersed in the scene of them eliminating zombies just now, which was simply surreal. I mean, is there anything trying to overflow from your body? Yu Linglong slightly lowered her head, clenching her hands, and said softly, how do you know I have my period? The car fell into silence. Feeling something was off, Yu Linglong quickly raised her head and found everyone looking at her strangely. She blinked awkwardly, wondering if she had said something wrong. Linglong, you are quite amusing. Lin Mo was asking if you felt any overflow of energy in your body. Not about that. Luo Fei couldn't help but laugh. Oh, I'm so sorry. I misunderstood. Oh, I really do feel that way. Yu Linglong's face instantly turned red. Oh, she was so embarrassed for misinterpreting the question. She was also puzzled about how Lin Mo could know about her period. It's okay, or it was my fault for the misunderstanding. Lin Mo waved his hand in exasperation, quickly giving her a way out. Who would have thought that someone so sharp would actually feel shy? In Lin Mo's eyes, Yu Linglong should be someone cold and unfeeling who never changes expression in the face of events. Indeed, first impressions can sometimes be deceptive. The other girls couldn't help but laugh. Yu Linglong awkwardly touched the sword sheath in her hand, truly unsure of what to say to ease the tension. Fortunately, this incident passed just like that. After resting for more than an hour, the energy in everyone's bodies had mostly recovered, and they went back down to start killing zombies. This time, however, everyone tried to use their abilities sparingly unless in a crisis. Luo Yun also put away her composite bow and took out a long knife to begin fighting. About half an hour later, I think I might have an ability now. Hearing Yu Linglong's words, Lin Mo came to her side. The others can continue killing zombies. I'll take care of the defense. After a moment, Yu Linglong opened her eyes. I think I have the ability to increase my speed. It turned out to be a self-enhancement ability. A speed ability isn't bad after all. But compared to Luo Fei and the others' abilities, there was still a significant gap. However, this ability could suit Yu Linglong, a master swordswoman, perfectly. With more research and development, speed abilities can also be quite powerful. What Lin Mo said wasn't wrong. Speed abilities not only allow you to run faster, but also increase your attack speed. Just imagine, while others strike once per second, you strike 5 times per second. The difference in damage is immense. The group pushed forward towards the second ring, nearly clearing the zombies from the street. Except for the newly awakened Yu Linglong, the other 4 girls felt they had progressed to an intermediate level. Even Lin Mo had hunted quite a few second-tier zombies, just 20 zombies away from the first tier. At this moment, Lin Mo's mental power coverage had reached an astonishing 600 meters. Retreat, a big one is coming. Hearing Lin Mo's voice, everyone immediately abandoned the zombies in front of them and quickly retreated. With a few casual bursts of abilities, they dispatched the zombies chasing them. The girls didn't ask for the reason, they just stayed quietly beside Lin Mo waiting. Above them at a window, a young woman looked down at the few people below her, face filled with hesitation. But thinking of her current situation, she wanted to speak, but didn't know what to say. Lin Mo sensed something and looked up. Name Lu Wonking, age 34, rating 91, favorability 25. It's a pity. This person doesn't even step out of her house, so even if he wanted to help, he couldn't. Although Lin Mo needed more people, he hadn't reached the point of going out of his way for just one person unless the person was a powerful awakener. He had just used his insight and saw that she was just an ordinary person. Luo Fei noticed Lin Mo and followed his gaze, spotting a woman. Forget it, the floor is too high. Oh, it seems to be on the 8th floor. Why hasn't she followed the troops? It's really strange. Watch out, they're coming. As Lin Mo's words fell, a man rushed out from the corner ahead and turned to run towards Lin Mo. Seeing Lin Mo and the others, the man was overjoyed. With someone he could escape. Be careful, there's a big one behind. A mutation with no eyes and only a big mouth appeared chasing after the man. A speed-type first-tier mutant. From the speed of the opponent's movement, Lin Mo could tell it was a failure. The man ran up to Lin Mo and sidekicked him. The man fell directly to the ground, foaming at the mouth, convulsing, and unable to get up. Lin Mo had initially not intended to pay him any mind, but since the man had tried to take advantage of him, he couldn't let it slide. He didn't expect the person in front of him to be so weak. He couldn't even withstand a third of Lin Mo's mental power and was knocked out, truly pathetic. Lin Mo drew his long knife and unleashed a mental spike at the mutant before him, instantly rendering it rigid. Lin Mo swiftly approached the mutant and slashed down, severing its head in two. Boom. The knife carrying Lin Mo's strength struck the ground, producing a tremendous sound. The skill finally found its use. His mental skills were useful not only against people, but also against mutant zombies. Even if it was a failure, it was still a mutant. However, against ordinary zombies, even 9th-tier ordinary zombies, were ineffective. As for the specific reason, he wasn't quite sure. Ding. Killed a first-tier advanced mutant failure zombie, agility 25, energy points 367. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, surprised that it actually had the stats of a second-tier zombie. It was truly unexpected. Alright, let's continue. There shouldn't be any more of these around. At 5:30, the sky was already tinged with fiery clouds. It's a pity that no one was there to appreciate such beauty. Prepare to retreat. We'll continue tomorrow. Lin Mo glanced at his panel, expecting another batch of second-tier zombies tomorrow. The girls withdrew from the battle circle and returned to the car. Luo Yun said excitedly. I feel like the energy in my body has increased a lot. Me too, and I feel stronger. Same here. Besides Hu Shiyun and Yu Linglong, the other three girls felt their energy changes. You must have leveled up again. Under Lin Mo's insight, the three girls had already reached the intermediate first tier. In levels, they had surpassed Lin Mo, but in stats, Lin Mo was still over 4 times their strength. Really? That's great. Our strength has increased again. Yu Linglong felt a bit envious of the three girls. Their abilities were much stronger than hers, while she still relied on herself. But she also felt that her own strength had increased somewhat. Wait. A woman's voice came from upstairs. Don't rejoice too soon. We are evolving, but so are the zombies. The creature we just encountered was a failed mutant zombie. A successful mutant would be 3 to 4 times faster than that one. The women gasped. Such terrifying speed instantly made them feel woefully weak. Lin Mo did not want them growing arrogant after acquiring mere scraps of power. Countless cultivators had perished at the hands of mutants, most overconfident fools. All right, let's get in the vehicle. Wait, can you take me with you? Lu Wanqing heard the sounds of battle downstairs and opened her window. She gazed down at the man and 5 women below and felt an involuntary stir of hope. Her pantry held almost nothing, and what remained would barely sustain her for another week. If she delayed any longer, she would only wait here for death. Yesterday, she'd nearly left, but ran into several unattached men from her own building. Those men had fixated on her since the apocalypse began. As she prepared to depart, they warned her, once you appear at any base, we'll find a way to claim you. So she abandoned all thought of seeking refuge. Today, however, observing the vigor and composure of Lin Mo's 5 female companions, she realized this was the true team for her. Yet she wondered whether they would accept her. Lu Wanqing opened her bedroom door. On the floor lay 2 ashen, lifeless bodies, one large, one small. Jing Yuan. Xiaoing. I must try. If they refuse me, I'll come join you both, all right. With that, she began hastily packing food. She rushed downstairs. Reaching the 3rd floor, she leaned out the stairwell and peered into the courtyard, where over a dozen zombies stood motionless. Lu Wanqing shook her head. The courtyard was impassable. She descended half a flight further, positioning herself on the street side, just enough to see Lin Mo and his group clearly. As Lin Mo and the others were about to board their vehicle, Lu Wanqing urgently called out to stop them. When they turned, her heart trembled with uncertainty. Still, she resolved to try. Upon seeing Lu Wanqing's face, Luo sisters Hu Shiyun and Jiang Yu gathered closely. This elder sister is stunning. I think she'd fit perfectly in our team. But our opinion doesn't decide anything. It rests with Lin Mo. And besides, we must consider whether she's merely ornamental. An ornament isn't so bad, but what truly frightens us is a savior complex. The women genuinely welcomed anyone who could share their burdens, yet warily weighed suitability. What are you whispering about? Yu Linglong, noticing their huddle, curiously drew near. Nothing. Just saying how beautiful this woman is. Not only beautiful, but substantial. I'm half afraid her white blouse might rip open. A few awkward chuckles followed. Yu Linglong, still unaware of the context, mustn't be startled. Yu Linglong sensed they concealed something, but it seemed trivial. Lin Mo, standing nearby, had heard every word. That very concern weighed on him too. Taking you along poses no issue, but what abilities do you possess? My team harbors no idle hands. Even willingness to strike down zombies qualifies as skill. But should I discover you lack competence, I'll return you without hesitation. Can cooking count? I owned a restaurant. I'm the chef myself. As for zombies, I've slain 2. That last remark struck Lu Wanqing like lightning. Lin Mo's eyes gleamed. Not at the kills, but at the chef. Though the women cooked well, their skill paled beside a professional's. Moreover, a 91-point rating merited a trial. At worst, he'd send her back. You may attempt it. Your first trial, jump down from there. You have 60 seconds to decide. Lin Mo folded his arms and watched her in silence. Lu Wanqing gauged the drop. Below stood a 2.5-story storefront roughly 10 meters high. Death was unlikely, but fractures very possible. Yet seeing Jiang Yu and the others, clean, poised, unbroken, she steeled herself. She swung her right leg over the windowsill, stood barefoot on the ledge, and gripped the frame. With a final breath, she leapt. As she neared the ground, she shut her eyes, then felt strong arms catch her. Opening them, she met Lin Mo's striking visage. Her pulse raced, but her expression remained perfectly composed. Thank you. I'm Lu Wanqing. Lin Mo. Yet her rising affection betrayed her. Lu Wanqing's affinity surged to 75. Your first trial is passed. The second, prepare tonight's dinner. Now, get in the vehicle. They boarded and drove toward the villa. Inside, Lu Wanqing sat dazed. Wow, elder sister, your skin is flawless. How do you maintain it? Elder sister, how did yours grow so large? I feel utterly inadequate. Elder sister, do you have some secret? Why is it so soft? She hadn't blushed before Lin Mo, but now facing Jiang Yu and Luo Yun, her cheeks burned crimson. At 34, a mother already, she was utterly flustered by two women's boldness, especially with Lin Mo seated just ahead hearing everything. She answered honestly, "It's innate. Sometimes I even consider it a burden." Just then one button had popped clean off. As the ancient saying goes, the sea embraces all rivers. Its greatness lies in its capacity. Oh, I'm so envious of elder sister's figure. Indeed, even with such fullness, her waist remains slender, her hips exquisitely curved, the very archetype men desire. "Oh, Yulinglong, why are you sitting all the way at the back?" Yulinglong glanced down at herself. "I'm not like you." In the front seat, Lin Mo's lips twitched. He turned toward Luo Fei. "Is your younger sister always this unrestrained?" "Yes. Once comfortable, she becomes playful. I've grown accustomed to it." Luo Fei replied lightly, though inwardly she smiled. While driving, she'd clearly seen Lin Mo glancing back repeatedly, evidently intrigued by the newcomer. "How splendid. Perhaps I'll finally rest for 2 days." Back at the villa, everyone disembarked in quiet synchrony. Lu Wanqing exhaled, finally freed from those two girls' relentless scrutiny. Zhang Yu slipped quietly to Lin Mo's side. "Tonight, car or villa?" "The car. But prep ingredients here. The vehicle self-cleans, yet stains still unsettle the eye." Inside the villa, Lin Mo installed pre-packed lamps, bathing the rooms in warm light. The entire villa district stood utterly deserted. Not a soul remained, not even the military personnel who'd once been stationed here. "What ingredients do we need for the 6 of us? Just tell me what ingredients you have, and I will handle it." Lu Wanqing understood that it was difficult to find things now, so she would make the most of the existing ingredients. She was determined to stay. Over the past few days, she had watched countless teams from upstairs. Almost every team lacked women. Even if there were women, the vacant expressions in their eyes had already told her what had happened. Yet Lin Mo's team was the one where she had seen women living in the best conditions. For this reason, she was ready to give her all to ensure this meal was well prepared. After all, she was someone who had obtained a second-level chef certificate, and her own shop was well known in the vicinity, as she absolutely couldn't afford to lose face. Lin Mo looked at the ingredients in her space, pulling out half a piece of pork and a good amount of various vegetables. The vegetables did look a bit wilted, but they were still edible. "You can do whatever you want with these." Seeing the ingredients appear out of thin air, Lu Wanqing's eyes widened. It wasn't that she was surprised by this ability, after all she had seen those girls wielding electricity and ice above. What shocked her was that there were actually meat and vegetables. She touched them with her hand. They weren't very fresh, but they weren't spoiled either. "Isn't this too much? After all, we can't eat all of this with so many of us." Lin Mo glanced at the marketplace. "Just cook it, there's plenty of ingredients." In the marketplace, he even saw live livestock. Although the price was a bit steep, it was better than having nothing at all. Since Lin Mo had said so, she would just do as instructed. Entering the kitchen, she picked up the chef's knife, and the familiar feeling returned. Chop, chop, chop. Listening to the rhythmic sound of chopping, Lin Mo nodded. This woman was not lying. Several girls came to the kitchen, watching in admiration. Comparing myself to her, I realize I can't cook at all. Zhang Yu was the best cook among them, but compared to Lu Wanqing, she seemed like a child. Don't say that. Oh, I had the same thought. Luo Fei had thought she was only slightly worse than Zhang Yue, but now someone even more skilled had arrived. Hu Shiyun said nothing, merely nodded in agreement. The admiration of the group turned to shock as the next scene unfolded before them. Lu Wanqing set down her knife and walked into the living room, retrieving a sharp knife from her own backpack before returning to the kitchen. The atmosphere instantly shifted. She placed half a piece of pork on the cutting board and began slicing it with the sharp knife. Each cut was precise, requiring only one stroke to completely separate each part. Of course, this required not only the sharpness of the tools, but also her understanding of the pig's anatomy. Ugh, why do I feel a shiver down my spine? At this moment, she has a certain bewitching beauty. Lin Mo, it seems you've struck gold." Upon hearing the voices, Lin Mo also stepped outside the kitchen. At this point, only a few parts of the pork remained. After a few cuts, it was completely divided. Lin Mo's eyelids twitched as she had initially thought she was dealing with a fragile young woman, not a female butcher. Lu Wanqing, where did you learn this skill?" "I learned it from a butcher." "Can this be applied to a human body?" "If this skill were used in battle, it could also be considered a form of ability, as long as her physical condition kept up, an average person would truly have no way to counter it. After all, if one were caught off guard, they could easily be disassembled by Lu Wanqing." The premise was that Lu Wanqing could apply it to a human body. Hearing this, Lu Wanqing paused her actions. "If I had 2 more chances to practice, I should be able to." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Again, it seemed she had a story to tell, but Lin Mo did not continue to ask. Lu Wanqing gazed at the pork before her, recalling her husband and daughter. At that moment in Lu Wanqing's home, the largest corpse's head was still opening and closing its mouth incessantly. The zombie's body had been divided into 4 parts. 2 arms, the torso, and the head. To survive, Lu Wanqing had used the terrain to sever her husband's arms, ultimately disassembling his head. All of this was simply because she didn't want to kill her husband, and she didn't want to do that to her daughter, so she directly plunged the knife into her daughter's head. She shook her head. They had already become zombies, and there was nothing she could do. Lu Wanqing wiped her eyes and continued preparing the ingredients. After a moment, Lin Mo clapped her hands. All right, everyone, help out and load the ingredients onto the vehicle. Lu Wanqing was taken aback. Weren't they cooking right here? There didn't seem to be much space in the vehicle. But seeing everyone moving the ingredients, she joined in and started helping. When Lu Wanqing saw Jiang Yu open the door that she thought was merely decorative, she was completely stunned. What is this vehicle situation? She turned to look at Lin Mo. Lin Mo nodded. You have already proven your abilities through action, so now you are officially my team member. Hearing this, Lu Wanqing felt a surge of joy in her heart. She could finally survive in this apocalyptic world. Thank you, Captain. She carried the ingredients and followed him inside. Lin Mo was also smiling because Lu Wanqing's favorability had just increased again. She really is an easily satisfied person. An hour later, a table full of delicious dishes was served. Looking at the food on the table, Lin Mo swallowed hard, and none of them could escape the temptation. There was no way around it. This kind of meal could only be made by restaurants. Asking them to cook was like asking for their lives. After finding Yuling, we have found another team member. From now on, we will rely on you for our meals. Who would want to eat the previous food when they could have something better? I will do my best. As long as she could stay, she would be willing to cook every day. Let's toast and enjoy the delicious food. Cheers. Everyone drank the beverages in their cups and began to reach for the dishes they wanted. This is so much better than what I cook. It feels like eating at a restaurant. It's so delicious. Woo, after eating this dish, what will I do if I can't have it again? Seeing how much everyone enjoyed her cooking, Lu Wanqing felt a sense of satisfaction. Actually, it's not that great. The vegetables aren't very fresh, and the taste isn't as good as I hoped. Lu Wanqing always felt that everyone was exaggerating to accommodate her feelings. She took a few bites, and it was about what she expected. The texture was quite different. Everyone looked at Lu Wanqing in unison. This is already quite good. Being able to eat such delicious food in the apocalypse is already very satisfying. Yes, let's make something different tomorrow. Maybe we shouldn't. We probably don't have that many ingredients left. Hearing Luo Fei's words, everyone calmed down. Although they had indeed gathered a lot of supplies before, they didn't have much in the way of meat, vegetables, or anything like that. If they ate this every day, they would probably run out in less than half a year. Just thinking about not being able to eat such meals in the future made her feel a bit unhappy. Not only was she unhappy, but even Lin Mo felt a bit down. Not being able to eat such delicious food in the future was a form of torture. It's okay, we can get some seeds and grow them together later. As for meat, we can use other substitutes. Seeing the mood drop, Lu Wanqing hurriedly comforted. That's true, seeds can't be eaten, so no one will want them. Everyone continued to eat happily. Within less than half an hour, the entire table of dishes was wiped clean. All the girls lay neatly on the sofa, stroking their bellies. Clearly they were stuffed. Lu Wanqing, you can stay with Yuling Long tonight. Is that okay? Lin Mo looked at Yuling Long. Of course, that's fine. There were only 5 rooms in total, and now with an additional person, they would have to share. Yuling Long certainly had no objections, especially since she was such a beautiful big sister. Who could refuse? Then I will go back to my room first. All right. Lin Mo returned to his room and opened the system shop. He now had a total of 25000 energy points, with the girls contributing nearly 4000 points. If he had a few more female team members, earning 1000 a day wouldn't be a problem. His goal was very clear: car components. The hot weapon components needed to be purchased with favorability, but adding rooms only required energy points. 20 square meter bedroom, 1000 energy points. 40 square meter in soot bedroom, 5000 energy points. 100 square meter gym, 10,000 energy points. These are all room components, but he hadn't found the components Lin Mo wanted. After flipping through 2 pages, he finally found what he was looking for. 40 square meter 5x speed plant nursery, 10,000 energy points. 100 square meter 5x speed plant nursery, 30,000 energy points. In addition, there was a 10x speed option and an animal farm, but Lin Mo couldn't afford the 10x speed yet. The animal farm started at 100 square meters, priced the same as the 40 square meter plant nursery. He directly spent 200 energy points to purchase a 40 square meter 5x speed plant nursery and a 100 square meter 5x speed animal breeding farm. Ding! Purchase successful, and the new room has been installed. After the installation, Lin Mo's system panel added an option for a motorhome, and when he clicked on it, it showed a blueprint. The blueprint displayed the structure of the motorhome's dimensional room with an extra door on the left side of the living room. Inside the door was a corridor with 2 new rooms on either side. He hurried to the living room, and the girls looked at Lin Mo with confusion as he walked through that big door. Sister, was there a door there before? Luo Yun looked at Luo Fei in confusion. I don't know, I didn't pay attention. Jiang Yue, did you notice? No. As for the others, there was no need to ask. Lin Mo arrived at the plant nursery, which was filled with a nursery divided into upper and lower sides. It can be said that except for the corridor, everything else could be used for planting. Above the nursery hung plant lights, and various planting tools were placed in the corner. It seemed that as long as there were seeds, fresh vegetables could be grown, which was simply fantastic. System, as long as I plant the seeds, will they grow successfully without the need for grafting and pollination? Host, don't worry, this is fully automatic and does not require grafting or pollination. As for pollination, there are mechanical bees in this room for that. Awesome. Anyone can plant, but plants like eggplants, peppers, and tomatoes require grafting and topping, otherwise they won't grow well. But in the entire team, not a single person knew how to farm. If they were asked to do it, probably not a single plant would grow. As for pollination, it is crucial for fruit-bearing vegetables and fruits. Without pollination, what would grow? Would they just end up with a bunch of green potted plants? Lin Mo left the nursery and arrived at the breeding farm. This place was different from the one next door. The ground was not paved with tiles, but was soft soil. Outside was grass, and in the innermost corner there was a pond about 20 square meters in size. If we had a fence here, could the outer land be used for planting? Please do not have any ulterior motives. The only thing allowed to be planted here is animal feed. Alright. It seems that this loophole system does not allow for exploitation. Lin Mo opened the store and checked the seeds and edible livestock available for sale. The prices of seeds are not expensive. With 1100 energy points, one can purchase 100 grams of seeds. The animals, however, are costly. Bull 1000 energy points. Cow 5000 energy points. It's simply unaffordable. However, there was one thing that caught Lin Mo's eye. This little creature is not only easy to raise, but also delicious with many ways to prepare it. Most importantly, they reproduce at a very fast rate. Male rabbit 100 energy points. Female rabbit 500 energy points. Without a doubt, I'll just get 5 pairs. After deducting 3000 energy points, 10 rabbits appeared at Lin Mo's feet. In his eyes, those 10 rabbits were instantly transformed into spicy rabbit heads, braised rabbit meat, and roasted rabbits. It takes only about a month for rabbits to go from pregnancy to giving birth, and in this room, it only takes 6 days. This place is simply a paradise for spicy rabbit head enthusiasts. After the rabbits appeared, the display next to the door started counting, showing a line of text. Would you like to add rabbit feed cultivation consuming 1 energy point per day? To think it doesn't require his management is simply fantastic. After clicking confirm, grass, carrots, cabbage, and lettuce slowly began to sprout from the ground. It's a pity that he cannot take these, otherwise wouldn't he have vegetables already? As for the seeds, Lin Mo did not purchase any. He planned to pick some up tomorrow when he goes out. After all, the system did not specify that one must buy seeds from the store. That night, Lin Mo decided to take a short break, only visiting the room of the Luo sisters. At 3:30 in the morning. Were you doing this on purpose? He lay helplessly on the bed, his hair sticking to his forehead. I didn't do anything. I just took a day off today. You still came over on your day off. But I didn't go to anyone else. Luo Fei was at a loss for words, as if her argument had no major flaws. Doesn't that mean they are the most unfortunate ones? As for Luo Yun, she was already tired of speaking. Ultimately, under the resentful gazes of the two girls, Lin Mo contentedly returned to his own room. The next morning, Lin Mo arrived at the living room, feeling refreshed. Indeed, the feeling of taking a day off is different. He felt much more relaxed, although he wasted 2000 favorability points. But there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. This little amount doesn't matter. Besides the Luo sisters, everyone else had already gotten up early. Wow, this is the most comfortable day I've ever slept. Yes, I never knew sleeping could be so comfortable. Jiang Yu and Hu Shiyun exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Clearly, they were already tired of that previous period of life. Although it was indeed comfortable, it was really unbearable. After finishing breakfast, their route was directed towards the agricultural market, since this direction was to the north. Lin Mo did not include it in the plan as it was too far. It seems that this side has also been cleared quite a bit. The number of zombies has decreased significantly. They did not take the second ring, but drove along a road between the second and third rings. On this route, there were hardly any zombies in sight, and even if some appeared at night, they did not increase too much. As for human groups, they were rarely seen. They had been driving for half an hour and had only encountered a team of 10 people. It seems that most people have gone to the Fengjing base. However, for them to survive, they ultimately have to come out and fight against the zombies. After an hour of travel, the vehicle finally arrived at an agricultural market on the outskirts of the northern suburbs. It seems this place has been cleared out. Most of the items inside should have been taken away, but I wonder if there are still any seeds left. Jiang Yu looked at the zombie corpses on the ground and said most of them should have been taken. This base wouldn't let anything slip by. Let's just check if nearby shops have any. As for the market itself, we can skip it. Lin Mo thought without hesitation. For the people of Huagua, farming is ingrained in their genes. Whenever such a situation arises, farming is the inevitable choice. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Jiang Yu did not drive into the market. Instead, she turned onto a side road where this street was filled with shops selling seeds and pesticides. There are quite a few shops still with their roller shutters down. They should have some, but I wonder if there are any people inside. Having people could complicate matters after all. They are not demons after all. However, fate is so unpredictable. The more you wish to avoid something, the more likely it is to appear. Parking the vehicle at the intersection, Lin Mo led his team to check each room, finding that almost everything had been looted. The condition of the houses suggested that it was not the base personnel who had acted. It must have been the early scavengers searching for food. However, what good are seeds without land? You can't plant anything in the ground, and even hydroponics take time. Lin Mo didn't know how to complain about this. Fortunately, there were still shops with roller shutters at the back. Knock, knock, knock. No sound came from inside, so it seemed there was no one there. Lin Mo did not keep his spiritual sense activated all the time. Even if his spiritual power was high, he couldn't maintain it indefinitely. The mental energy consumed by spiritual abilities is quite significant. Unless during battles or when necessary, Lin Mo would not actively turn it on. After all, he was just looking for some seeds. There was no need to use it. Using tools to open the roller shutter, the seeds, pesticides, and fertilizers in the shop were neatly arranged, clearly undamaged. Take what you need. The small room at the back should be a warehouse. Also check the upstairs living areas. Be cautious and careful if you encounter anyone. As for what to plant, Lu Wanqing will decide that on her own. Just as everyone was searching for supplies, a group of survivors ran over from the street. Hello, young man. Do you know how to get to the base? We missed the boarding time. A woman wearing jeans and a blue long-sleeve coat with messy hair appeared before Lin Mo. Name Chun, shouting, age 23, rating 87, favorability 68. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. He had to admit, she was quite attractive, and her favorability was high, easily cultivable. Unfortunately, Lin Mo felt sympathy for the four men behind Chun, shouting, whose eyes clearly indicated they were four infatuated followers. Can't they see that this girl in front of them is just a saint? Behind the five were a dozen elderly, weak, sick, and disabled people. Lin Mo was not being cold-hearted. It's just that if you save these people, their lives will still be difficult and challenging. Moreover, life in the future will not be the same as it is now. The base should be located in the southern suburbs. Judging by our current position, it's about 30 kilometers away. If we take a detour, it would be approximately 50 kilometers. Anyway, it doesn't require my involvement, so telling her the address doesn't matter. Thank you. Would you like to go to the base together? Chun, shouting, looked at Lin Mo, who was dressed neatly. Even his hair was dry and tidy. It was evident that he had plenty of resources and strong abilities. If we could go together, the chances of survival in the direction of the base would increase significantly. We won't go. The old man can't move at home. It's inconvenient. Since the words have been said, if the other party still doesn't understand, it's no longer his concern. Ting Ting, since we know the place, let's hurry up and go. Yes, it's enough with me here. Right? And I'm here too. The four men stepped forward, urging them on, their eyes filled with caution, towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo was speechless. A saintly figure, and they treated him as a treasure truly. Goodbye then, young man. Chun, shouting, had no choice but to leave. The five of them led a group heading southeast. Lin Mo stood at the door watching the team move away. Tsk tisk, it's a miracle they have survived this long. Ew, I hope their luck continues to hold out. We found many seeds, each type only taking a little over a pound. Jiang Yu came out with 2 bags in hand, followed by several other women. Since we found them, let's leave here and quickly upgrade. They got into the car and started heading back. This time the direction was towards the North Second Ring. They stopped the car 3 kilometers from the North Second Ring. The number of zombies ahead was simply overwhelming. Calling it a sea of zombies was not an exaggeration. How can there be so many zombies here? It's absolutely ridiculous. Jiang Yu placed her hand on the gear stick, preparing to reverse, as the numbers were too vast. Lin Mo's eye sparkled. In his view, there were swathes of first-tier zombies. Among the first-tier zombies, there were countless second-tier zombies mixed in. These were all good things for him. Reverse the car 50 meters, and then stop. After that we'll start hunting zombies. This trip was definitely worth it. After parking the car, the group got out, and Lu Wanqing followed closely behind. Here's a knife for your self-defense. Lin Mo handed a newly exchanged tang knife to Lu Wanqing. Then he took out a pistol from behind and fired 3 shots into the air. The distinctive loud sound of the Desert Eagle attracted the approaching zombies. There aren't too many, only a little over 100. Everyone be careful. The several women nodded in unison. Lu Wanqing looked at the distant ashen zombies, remembering her husband and daughter, and couldn't help but grip the knife tightly. When the zombies were still 20 meters away, Lin Mo charged forward with his knife. With his current physical condition, it was impossible for the zombies to attack him. With each swing of Lin Mo's knife, a second-tier zombie fell. The other women also entered a killing mode. Even Hu Shiyun found a corner to pick off isolated zombies. After 10 minutes, Lin Mo's looting was full, and he began to unleash a slaughter. After he accelerated, the women could hardly land a single kill. Moments later, the ground was covered in zombie corpses. Lin Mo, you've killed them all. There's nothing left for us to kill. Yes, I don't even dare to use my skills anymore. Ew, I can't see your position at all. Lin Mo glanced at his panel. To upgrade from intermediate first tier to advanced still required 100 zombies. It seemed that the requirement to advance to second tier was also unchanged. Then you all go ahead and kill. Once you're done, I'll start. Is that okay? Sure. With Lin Mo's speed, wanting to upgrade to second tier would only take a little over an hour, so he was not in a hurry. Alright then. After advancing 20 meters, Lin Mo fired again to attract a portion of zombies, and this time their numbers were greater than before. Lin Mo severed a few zombie thighs and tossed them in front of Lu Wanqing. Kill them. Ew, I shouldn't have to teach you where the weak points are, right? No need. Looking at these zombies, Lu Wanqing trembled slightly. Lin Mo couldn't help but frown, but remained silent. Lu Wanqing took a deep breath, raised her long knife, and struck down. Repeating her previous actions, the more she chopped, the more relaxed she felt. Lin Mo nodded slightly. At least things were going reasonably well behind. I'll give you this too. Remember to protect yourself. If you turn into a zombie, I'll help you find release personally. Lin Mo handed a combat suit to Lu Wanqing. Although it only covered the upper body, it was sufficient. After all, zombies wouldn't attack lower extremities. If you were attacked by a disabled zombie, you could only blame yourself. After Lu Wanqing changed into the clothes, she took a deep breath. Lin Mo noticed the combat suit was being stretched, and he suspected if it was inflated. Lu Wanqing approached Hu Shiyun with her knife. Don't be too nervous. Just think of them as pigs. Hu Shiyun comforted Lu Wanqing. Pigs. Lu Wanqing nodded, her eyes becoming resolute. She raised her knife and swung it down, the blade slicing down along the scapula, sending an arm flying away. Then she made a horizontal slash, severing the neck, and with the final strike split the head in two. Although the movements were somewhat cumbersome, it was at least a good start. Lin Mo found it boring and directly took out a lounge chair and a dining table from his space, placing some drinks and snacks on it. He lay down and watched the several women fight. After all, he didn't need to act yet. If he didn't enjoy himself at this moment, wouldn't it be a disservice to himself? After thinking for a moment, Lin Mo ran back to the car, boiled a kettle of water, and brewed himself some tea, taking less than 4 minutes. Luo Fei heard the sounds from behind, turned her head, and just happened to see Lin Mo drinking tea. She felt utterly speechless. Whoosh. A lightning arrow flew past her, killing the zombie next to her. Sister, what are you dazed about? The zombies are coming over. I noticed. I just felt so angry seeing Lin Mo enjoying himself behind us. After hearing Luo Fei, Luo Yun also turned to look. Alright, it was indeed quite infuriating. Whether they were annoyed with Lin Mo or not, he was quite happy at the moment. Ding. Jiang, you killed a beginner first-tier zombie. Host gains 6 energy points. Ding. Luo Fei killed a high first-tier zombie. Host gains 44 energy points. Ding. Luo Yun killed a beginner second-tier zombie. Host gains 73 energy points. Every few seconds, a line would jump up, each time over 100 energy points. Just ask, is there a more convenient way than this? Watching the energy points continuously rise, Lin Mo took a sip from his cup of tea. It was delightful. The long battle had almost depleted the energy of the women, and they were beginning to feel fatigued. After all, constantly paying attention to the direction of the zombies wasn't an easy task. They gradually withdrew from the battlefield and returned to Lin Mo's side. Are you all unable to do this? It seems you need to train harder. Big brother, it's already been an hour and a half. We are truly at our limit. Luo Yun wiped the sweat from his forehead, speechless. Come, let me show you what efficiency is. Everyone sit properly. Lin Mo took out several stools from his space and then dashed out. He was too lazy to attract the zombies. He charged straight into their midst. The tang knife in his hand moved without unnecessary gestures, each strike aimed at a zombie's head. In 1 minute, 10 zombies met their end. Lin Mo shook his head at such results. It was still too slow. He withdrew from the battle and switched to a longer spear which he had exchanged for 100 energy points. The length of the tang knife generally ranges from 50 to 60 centimeters, while the spear is about 120 centimeters long with an overall length of approximately 160 centimeters. It could be described as a wide-swinging weapon. After switching weapons, Lin Mo charged forward once again, and this time the zombies couldn't even get close to him. Each strike precisely took away a skull. The only pity was that the plunder effect had expired. However, energy points could still be obtained. Ding. Killed a first-tier advanced zombie, gained 88 energy points. Ding. Killed a second-tier low-level zombie, gained 145 energy points. Ding. Killed a first-tier intermediate zombie, gained 57 energy points. The frequency of notifications appeared faster than the speed at which the girls showed up. The few girls resting at the table were dumbfounded, especially Luo Fei and Yu Linglong. They had practiced since childhood and even won provincial championships. Even on a national level, they could rank within the top 50. Even when including the men's group, they could still make it into the top 100 nationally. However, at this moment, they felt as if all their years of practice had been in vain. Luo Fei, is he also practicing martial arts? How come I've never heard of his name? Lin Mo. Martial arts. Those two simply do not match well. I've never heard of Lin Mo practicing martial arts. He always gives me the impression of a frail scholar. Naturally kind-hearted, gentle, never arguing with anyone, and Luo Fei recalled everything Lin Mo had done during the apocalypse. How was it somewhat different from what she had said? Beside her, Jiang Yu and Luo Yun held back their laughter. It was genuinely hard to connect the person who had been ruthlessly killing with what Luo Fei had stated. Especially when he had ordered them to kill earlier, he showed no signs of being gentle. Are you sure? Yu Linglong looked at Luo Fei with confusion. Should be. Right. Even Luo Fei herself did not believe it. Even Lu Wanqing did not believe it. If what Luo Fei said was true, then she would not have been allowed to jump down that day. On Lin Mo's side, he was getting more and more excited about the killings. He didn't even need the zombies to chase him anymore. He had already dived in. With each slice a zombie was taken down, it was simply exhilarating. An hour later, Lin Mo withdrew and returned to the girls. Did you see that? This is called efficiency. You all are still far behind. Today you should go to the gym and train hard. The gym? Are we supposed to clear out a gym? No need, you'll know tonight. Lin Mo had gained plenty of energy points from that last wave. Purchasing a gym would be more than sufficient. You all can handle those scattered zombies. Oh, I need to rest for a while. Leave it to us. Lin Mo sat back in his chair, took a sip of tea, and opened his interface. Host Lin Mo, level 2nd tier, beginner, experience 0, 200 attributes, strength 870, constitution 975, agility 900, spirit 1282, awakened abilities, psychic 1st tier, psychic spike 2nd tier, force field, storage space 1 cubic energy points, 4990, favorability 109, skills, exclusive passive, plunder 0, unique technique, dragon and phoenix, leisure skill. Lin Mo's current stats were nearly 8 times that of Luo Fei. Even if Luo Fei leveled up to 2nd tier with a multiplier of 1.5, her stats would still be at least 6 times lower than his. This data would still be invincible even after half a year. I can only say, bro, you're amazing. Thank you for the compliment. Lin Mo. I didn't expect the system would also chime in at this moment. However, when he pulled up Luo Fei's data, name Luo Fei, level 2nd tier, beginner, ability, lightning, attribute, strength 603, constitution 519, agility 564, spirit 854, system, can you explain this situation to me? This is a normal phenomenon. After all, she has been using a spear to kill zombies. In this case, the energy absorbed from the zombies is higher than others. But the host need not worry. The 3rd tier is a watershed, and she is merely an exception. An exception, my foot. Isn't Yu Linglong the same, with her data rapidly increasing? After a long while, his stats were barely double that of Lin Fei's. However, when he saw Luo Yun's data, he felt much calmer. Name Luo Yun, level 1st tier, advanced ability, lightning, attribute, strength 125, constitution 131, agility 178, spirit 342. Even if Luo Yun leveled up to 2nd tier with a multiplier of 1.5, the values would hardly increase significantly. If based on Luo Yun's data, his stats were quite high. Indeed, these martial artists are suited for this apocalyptic environment. But in the apocalypse, the majority are still ordinary people. He couldn't help but think of those soldiers using firearms. They can also level up, but he wondered what their stats would be. This highlighted a distinction. While their attributes may be low, their damage output was not. Lin Mo glanced at his 2nd tier skills, and indeed they were the same as before. Force field constructs a force field around oneself using psychic power with its strength related to the psychic power value. With Lin Mo's current stats, he should have no problem with handgun shots and could withstand a rifle's barrage for 2 to 3 seconds. However, specifics still require practical testing. Let's take out the seeds we've gathered and plant some vegetables together. Luo Yun eagerly picked up a bag of seeds, calling the other girls over. The meal was finished, they had rested enough, and it was time to get moving. The few of them arrived at the planting area with each person responsible for 1 seed bed. Lin Mo, do we really not need to soak the seeds in water? No need, just plant them. Anyway, the system said that as long as they were planted, the rest would take care of itself. The girls chatted while planting. Seeing that there was nothing for him to do, Lin Mo stepped out first. He had to go out as the clothes he was wearing were too scant. Ding! What a long-lost voice it is. Moreover, it comes with a double hit. Ding! The favorability with Yu Linglong has reached 8. Ding! Congratulations, the host's favorability with Yu Linglong has reached 100, granting the ability of lightning type, violent output. Hiss! Violent output. Although I don't know what it is, it sounds quite powerful. Ding! The favorability with Lu Wanqing has reached 9. Ding! Congratulations, the host's favorability with Lu Wanqing has reached 100, granting the Dimensional Vehicle Attack Component 1. A black box appeared in Lin Mo's mind labeled Attack Component. Lin Mo clicked it, and the box flickered with white light revealing its contents. Infinite bullets, Gatling 360-degree rotating turret requires manual control, and the magazine can be replaced. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. Regardless of whether to replace it or not, this is a Gatling gun. Even ordinary bullets can withstand even a 5th-tier zombie. The only drawback is that using this to kill zombies means that while the level goes up, the attributes do not. One could say that in the last life, there were many 7th and 8th-tier zombies, but these people's attributes were even lower than those 3rd-tier ability users fighting on the front lines. Such ability users are generally referred to as no-tier, meaning they are useless ability users. However, the good thing is that such individuals generally awaken with weaker abilities. Since I have already reached 100 points, I now have 2 more channels to acquire energy points. The channels for boosting favorability have also increased by 2. Tonight, I will start taking action. The only pity is that time is not enough. It seems I will have to give 2 of them a break tonight. After all, I also need to rest. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the women finally came out from the plantation. Those who needed to wash up did so, and those who needed to return to their rooms headed back. Lin Mo approached Lu Wanqing from behind and whispered in her ear, "Remember to come over later. I will wait for you." Feeling the warmth on her ear, even Lu Wanqing, who had experienced human affairs, couldn't help but blush a little. Seeing this, Lin Mo could better relate to the feelings of Prime Minister Chao. Truly, the ancestor plays differently. Jiang Yu and the others exchanged glances and communicated in low voices. At least one person can take a break today. If lucky, it might be 2. I just don't know who it will be. Of course, it will be my sister and me. It was us who saved you yesterday. Who knows? Maybe you won't get a break tonight. Luo Yan opened her mouth slightly. It's better not to set up such a flag recklessly. Hurry and get back to your rooms. Every moment of rest counts, and you don't even know the time. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, they instantly recalled the fear of being controlled by time. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of doors slamming echoed, and Lin Mo looked towards the bedroom direction, finding that no one was left. Huh. Strange, why did they run out so quickly? Lu Wanqing felt like she had missed something, but she didn't know what it was. However, having already reached 100 favorability, she would not refuse Lin Mo's words. After tidying up, it was almost 10 o'clock when Lu Wanqing arrived at Lin Mo's room. Come over. After Lu Wanqing sat down, the only word in Lin Mo's mind was majestic. Click. The ceiling light turned off, leaving only the warm bedside lamp, casting 2 water wave-like shadows on the white wall. The next day, Lin Mo walked out of Yu Linglong's room. Aside from him, the other 4 women had already gotten up early and were chatting on the sofa. What a pleasant day. Oh, I've never felt this energetic before. See, I told you having more team members would make things much easier. Sister Jiang Yu has a way. What if we find 10 more? I think that's a good idea. As for the issue of being shared, it was not on their minds. After all, they now only love Lin Mo. As long as he treats them well, that is enough. Okay, you 4, it seems I need to teach you a lesson tonight. Hearing the voice, the girls quickly turned their heads. Seeing Lin Mo's mischievous smile, they knew they were in for it today. One by one, they leaned back on the sofa, feeling hopeless. It's already 9:30. Why haven't they come out? Lin Mo, you wouldn't. Jiang Yu was very suspicious that Lin Mo got so excited that he lost track of time. They'll be out soon. Let's hurry and eat. It was already getting late, and there was no time to cook. It was better to eat something ready-made. At noon, the group returned to the south second ring. Lin Mo, look, the number of zombies here has decreased. Should we go to the northern suburbs instead? The women had leveled up quickly yesterday, and they felt that place was practically a leveling paradise. Lin Mo thought for a moment, and found it was indeed not impossible. Then, a strange noise suddenly came from the street on their left. What's that sound? The women behind were puzzled. I don't know, it sounds like something is driving on the highway. Jiang Yu couldn't see anything due to the buildings blocking her view. Lin Mo guessed it should be a tank, but he couldn't remember when this happened. Perhaps he just forgot. It should be the rescue team. It has nothing to do with us. Let's head to the elevated road towards the northern suburbs. All right. Jiang Yu stepped on the gas and drove forward. Arriving at the elevated road junction, they encountered the vehicle that made the noise, which was indeed a tank, just as Lin Mo had guessed. It should be the rescue team. It seems they have settled the previous batch of rescued individuals. Lin Mo did not respond to Jiang Yu, but looked at the rescue team members. As Lin Mo scanned one by one, their data appeared in his view. Even a small soldier had a rank of 2nd tier, but unfortunately their attributes were just too lacking. Moreover, they hadn't even awakened any abilities. It seemed that taking shortcuts was indeed not a viable option. Name Shu Xinfeng, level 2nd tier, beginner ability, none attributes, strength 61, constitution 66, agility 52, spirit 56. With such attributes, they could only deal with ordinary zombies. Once they encountered mutated zombies, this data could at most fight with a 1st tier mutated zombie. As for 2nd tier ones, the outcome would be uncertain. However, Lin Mo felt a sense of dread if fortunately he had the system. Otherwise, with his way of taking shortcuts, he might not even awaken any abilities. Of course, even if he couldn't awaken, he had the favorability store to purchase abilities. Suddenly, Luo Fei spoke up from behind Lin Mo. It seems their destination should be the center. However, there are many people there, and even more have turned into zombies. I wonder if these people can make it. They seem to be really struggling. Lin Mo sighed softly. Let's go up the elevated road and head towards the northern suburbs. Let's go. The vehicle reached the intersection, and as they drove up, they occasionally saw some abandoned vehicles and roaming zombies. The women returned to their seats, opened the window coverings, and looked outside. Look at the building across the street. It seems there are still people inside. Last time, they didn't cross the second ring road, but this time, they must be coming to rescue this group of people. But it won't be easy for them to rescue anyone. That team just now looked to be around 400 to 500 people, and there are quite a number of zombies below. The women looked down, seeing waves of zombies scattered across the ground in the distance. If they startled a portion of them, even more zombies would gather, and it would take at least a month to rescue this area completely. Moreover, there are 4 directions in total. Stop the car. Screech. Get out and prepare to kill the zombies. At the intersection ahead, a horde of about 200 zombies had gathered. They could have charged through, but to ensure everyone's attributes were higher, Lin Mo was now hesitant to let Jiang Yu recklessly charge in. Especially after seeing the soldiers' stats earlier, he felt even more apprehensive. He couldn't help but think that he should recruit 2 ordinary team members, one to drive and the other to handle the Gatling gun. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He needed to be cautious on the way. The women got out and headed toward the zombies, with even Lu Wanqing following along. As for Lin Mo, after glancing at the zombie levels, he chose not to engage. The number of second-tier zombies was simply too small. He was too lazy to act. About 200 zombies were already trivial for the women. Lin Mo watched his energy points increase continuously. He had already opened the shop and purchased a 100 square meter gym, placing it on the right side of the living room. He also purchased 3 20 square meter bedrooms and 1 40 square meter bedroom with an in-suite bathroom. Behind the car's dimensional door, a staircase appeared in the living room, and the newly purchased bedrooms were arranged upstairs along with an additional living room and kitchen, though there were no appliances yet. Although 1800 had been deducted, he felt no regret. In less than 20 minutes, the zombies were completely cleared out. Lin Mo, I feel an enormous surge of energy. I think I've leveled up, and I've gained a new skill. Look. Luo Yun excitedly drew a bow, revealing a gigantic lightning arrow about 1.5 meters long and as thick as a fist. Don't shoot, stop right there. Lin Mo exclaimed in horror, stopping Luo Yun. What's wrong? Just look at how thick that thing is. If you shoot that arrow, it might just collapse the bridge. Lin Mo had once seen a 7th-tier lightning user wield such a power. When fired, it created a hole about 10 meters in diameter, piercing through 3 walls before dissipating. Although Luo Yun was only 2nd tier, she could still collapse a section of the bridge. If it pierced through, how would they continue? They might as well just drop down. Fine, I just want to test its power. Lin Mo looked around, but found no suitable place. Wait until I find a more secluded area with no people. Although the nearby people have been evacuated, who knows if anyone is still around. Though he was ruthless in killing, he wouldn't take innocent lives. He wasn't that cruel yet. After everyone got back in the car, they continued toward the distance. All the zombies they passed were killed by them. The women had all improved to some extent, and even Lu Wanqing's physical abilities had increased significantly, showing signs of awakening. Arriving at the North Second Ring Road, Lin Mo parked the car above the elevated road and walked down. Wanqing, how much more do you need? I should need about a dozen more to awaken. Great, soon we'll have another superpowered individual, and that team's strength will rise even further. Initially, humans held the advantage, but as the zombies kept evolving, that advantage would gradually diminish. Ultimately, zombies would become the dominant force. After all, humans would become increasingly scarce. As long as a zombie inflicted even a minor wound on a human, they would be infected. On the other hand, humans must destroy the zombies' head to kill them. It is evident that humans were at a disadvantage. Lin Mo took out his pistol, attracting the zombies. You all lure the zombies over there, while I'll take Wanqing this way. After Jiang Yu and the others drew away a portion of the zombies, Lin Mo fired again, pulling some zombies in this direction. With her increased attributes, Lu Wanqing was now able to face zombies alone. However, Lin Mo had his hand resting on the handle of his long knife, ready to assist at any moment. But after seeing Lu Wanqing's increasingly sharp and concise movements, Lin Mo gradually relaxed. After a moment, Lu Wanqing stepped out of the combat circle. I think I'm about to awaken. Just focus on awakening, I'll handle the rest. Lin Mo vanished in an instant, his figure appearing repeatedly among the horde of zombies ahead. Each time he drew his blade, a zombie would fall. Though it felt like a bit of a loss, Lin Mo didn't mind. There were only a dozen zombies left anyway. By the time he returned to Lu Wanqing's side, only about 10 seconds had passed. This was with him slowing down. If he had gone any faster, he was confident he could finish the battle in 5 seconds. A fist-sized orange flame ignited in Lu Wangqing's hand, and the surrounding temperature instantly rose. Even Lin Mo felt the heat. He had high attributes, but that didn't mean he could withstand high temperatures. If he remembered correctly, the temperature of the orange flame should be around 1100 degrees. Is this even a temperature achievable by a first-tier superpowered individual? Do you feel any discomfort? And do you have any skills? Lin Mo had always been curious if fire could harm fire-type superpowered individuals. Clearly it could not. The flame in front of him at 1100 degrees was like a toy. Lu Wangqing shook her head. I feel nothing, and as for my ability, I can probably just throw the fireball in my hand. After saying this, she tossed the fireball into the pile of zombies below. As the fireball landed, zombies within a meter were almost instantly ignited, and the flames gradually spread to a radius of 5 meters, with the zombies at the center turning to ash. The entire process took less than half a minute. It could be said that Wangqing's ability is quite a powerful single-target attack capability. Lin Mo looked at Lu Wangqing's hand and asked, "Can you change the temperature of the flame?" "Raising it is impossible, but I can lower it." Once again, a flame rose from Lu Wangqing's hand, transitioning from orange to red, finally settling at a dark red. It's adjustable. It seems Lu Wangqing is indeed suited to be a chef. In the future, everyone won't need to return to the car. When out, Lu Wangqing can cook with her bare hands. Are we still heading to the northern suburbs? At this moment, they were at the intersection of the northern and southern suburbs, with zombies swarming beneath the overpass. Although they had cleared the exit of the overpass, the number of zombies remained substantial. Lin Mo assessed the situation and noticed that there were quite a few second-tier zombies. Then let's hunt zombies here. The reason for heading to the northern suburbs was merely that there were more zombies there, but it seemed that the rescue team had not attacked here, indicating that there were living people in these buildings. Lin Mo squinted into the distance, where far behind the horde of zombies a small team appeared to be hunting the undead. From their demeanor, they did not seem to be simply searching for food. Rather, like them, they were hunting zombies for the sake of hunting. This suggested that there must be some ability users among them, though what kind of abilities remained unknown. Lin Mo scanned the area. There were still too few living people. Due to the reflection of the windows, he could not see the situation inside the buildings clearly. He urgently needed 2 ordinary personnel, but they were not easy to come by. Lin Mo drew his blade and joined the fray. His targets were always the second-tier zombies, as the first-tier ones were not worth his effort. Crash! The sound of a window shattering suddenly erupted, and a mutated creature appeared not far from Lin Mo, and the other's half of a small leg still protruding from its mouth. After the mutated creature tilted its head and swallowed the last bite, it let out a roar at the group. Bang! A thick bolt of blue lightning descended from the sky and struck the mutated creature. Ding! Killed a second-tier low-level speed-type mutated creature, strength 32, energy points 688. Lin Mo's eyes widened. This was surprisingly high. Could it be a value only given by a third-tier zombie? It was indeed much stronger than second-tier zombies. The girls were all stunned, although they did not know how strong the previous mutated creature was. Seeing its sharp teeth and blood-covered body, they recognized its power. Even Luo Fei might not dare to say she could definitely defeat it. However, this peculiar mutated creature went from appearing to being reduced to ashes in merely 5 seconds. And that lightning just now, was it Lin Mo's ability? But didn't he say he was a mental type? How could he use lightning? Moreover, his lightning was different from that of the Luo sisters. It was puzzling. They should continue hunting zombies. 2 hours later, all the zombies within a 50-meter radius were hunted down by Lin Mo and his companions. Jiang Yu had advanced to the second tier, while the other 3 girls had also improved, but they were still some distance from reaching the second tier. Help! A disheveled woman suddenly burst out from the entrance of a nearby office building with a dozen men chasing closely behind her. Lin Mo stood behind the girls, watching the sudden appearance of the dozen or so men. The distance between both sides was over 40 meters. "You shameless woman, how dare you run out? I see you don't want to live anymore. You lot don't interfere, just get lost," shouted one of the men behind the woman. Jiang Yu and the others did not move, merely observing these men with calm expressions. Lin Mo placed his hand on his waist. Whoosh! A lightning arrow shot through the woman's forehead, leaving her with a look of disbelief. Name Qian Mei, age 30, a rating 84, favorability 60. This was the panel Lin Mo had just seen, but Lin Mo looked at Luo Yun in confusion, wondering how she dared to shoot that arrow. Didn't she fear killing the wrong person? He had originally intended to give them a lesson when they planned to rescue this woman. After all this time, everything had been going smoothly. Even if someone made a mistake, he would resolve it beforehand. It was rare for such a situation to arise, so he felt the need to educate them. Now, however, before Lin Mo could even start his lesson, the person was killed. Damn, they killed the widow, chopped them up. The lightning arrow flashed by, and they didn't even notice what the others had used. Although they thought the girls appeared quite powerful from inside the building, they had also killed zombies before. Moreover, with over a dozen men, how could they not handle just a few people? However, the outcome turned out to be drastically different from what they had imagined. Run. Their strength is too. Please spare me, I was forced into this, I didn't do anything. Yet no matter what these men said, Jiang Yu and the others showed no signs of stopping. Even Lu Wanqing managed to kill one person, which was a significant progress for her, though it was just one. Yu Linglong raised and lowered her sword repeatedly. Thud. A person with broken legs was thrown in front of Yu Linglong. Kill him. Luo Fei said casually, as if the person on the ground was merely a chicken. Yu Linglong gathered her resolve and stabbed out with her sword. Afterward, she ran to the side and vomited. The only person who had not engaged in the fight was Lin Mo. He was now quite perplexed about what he had missed. Had these women changed so much? Lin Mo was full of questions, and did none of his teammates possess a heart of benevolence? It shouldn't be like this. Luo Yun bounced over to Lin Mo's side, proudly declaring that she had killed 4 of the 15 or so people alone. What's wrong, Lin Mo? How? How did you dare to shoot that arrow? Lin Mo still questioned in confusion. How about that? It was obvious there was something wrong. Obvious? How was it obvious? Lin Mo scrutinized the woman carefully and even used his insight to examine her. That Qian Mei was a first-tier water-type ability user, and her strength was quite average. There were also areas on her body that appeared deliberately dirted, and her clothes were quite disheveled. If it weren't for the system, he might not have been able to discern what was wrong, or perhaps it would have taken a few words of conversation to realize. As for the men behind her, Lin Mo understood what was happening. Their chasing speed was too slow, but that could not serve as definitive evidence. Of course, it was her hair and makeup. This woman clearly loves beauty. Her hair is dry, not greasy, and not tangled. Her skin, although somewhat dirty, still faintly shows traces of lipstick. Moreover, she was even wearing stockings. If there were no issues, that would be strange. What if you killed the wrong person? For this question, Luo Yun pondered for a long time. Women can judge other women accurately. If she really was that 0-1, then she could only say she was too unlucky. Lin Mo sighed softly, realizing he had been overly dependent on the system's favorability function. But which man could observe lipstick? That faint color didn't resemble lipstick at all. As for her hair, he hadn't paid attention, especially since the system had already provided an answer. After the girls finished dealing with the wounded, they returned to the overpass. Can we go with you? A chorus of identical questions rang out. A pair of identical twins stood amidst a pile of corpses, their eyes filled with anticipation. They had been trapped here for a long time, and they had only escaped from a nearby shop when the zombies were being killed. Upon seeing the brave figures of several women, hope surged within them. They had been confined for over half a month, and all the food in the shop had been consumed. If they did not receive rescue soon, they would surely starve to death in the shop. Jiang Yu and her companions were their hope, even though they witnessed Jiang Yu and the others slaughtering people mercilessly. Although they did not understand why these women killed those people, they still wanted to give it a try. Thus they stood among the corpses. If they died, it would also be a form of relief, right? Lin Mo walked over and looked down at the 2 girls. The twins froze at the sight of Lin Mo. How could there still be a man here? But thinking about how there were so many beautiful ladies around, he should not be that kind of bad man. Why do you want to follow us? We have killed people. Jiang Yu asked with curiosity. She scrutinized the 2 girls who truly looked identical, even though the Luo sisters were real sisters. However, unlike the sisters below, these twins represented double the joy. Because your group is all women, we want to take a chance. As the leader Shu Xin did not kneel and cry, nor did she insist on anything, she simply stated her reasons. Jiang Yu and the others actually wanted these 2 to join them, as it would mean that someone among them could take a break. However, this was not something they could decide. You asked the wrong person. The one in charge here is the only man. The sisters were taken aback. They had always thought Jiang Yu was in charge. They stared blankly at Lin Mo, unsure of what to say. What skills do you have? We can do laundry, cook, clean, and wash dishes. We can do all of that. We can learn anything else, or we can learn anything. Lin Mo looked at their information and noted that they were indeed twins with identical stats. Even their affection points were the same, likely because they held a fondness for Jiang Yu and her companions. You can come up, though I happen to need 2 people. Shu Xian and Shu Yi looked at Lin Mo in surprise. He agreed. They could survive, and tears streamed down their cheeks. The 2 girls stepped onto the sticky ground mixed with zombie and human blood, climbing up step by step. Thank you. They both bowed to the women. Upon reaching Lin Mo, they bowed again. Thank you for taking us in. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. He had only agreed to take them in, yet their affection points jumped to 80. The affection points were indeed rising quickly. Could it be that the later it got in the apocalypse, the faster the affection points accumulated? The more Lin Mo thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. After all, in the future, even a piece of bread could lead a group to fight among themselves, even to the point of killing. No need to thank us. Oh, as long as you work well from now on, everything can be discussed. Lin Mo had already figured out what to assign the two girls. One would drive, and the other would man the Gatling gun on top of the vehicle. It must be said that affection points were indeed a wonderful thing. The two girls stood aside waiting for instructions. Having finally been rescued, they did not want to ruin everything with any unintentional actions. Lin Mo glanced at his data, which had increased significantly, if only there were third-tier zombies. Unfortunately, it was not the case. They returned with Jiang Yu driving, while the two girls quietly sat in the back. The other women gathered around them asking about their experiences during this time. The rescue teams did not come here. There were simply too many zombies. The shop sold clothes and my sister and I ran it. We usually stored some food and water. We didn't expect to be saved. Oh, we are very fortunate. No one came because there were too many zombies. Perhaps women found it easier to talk as the twin sisters quickly relaxed. By the time they returned to the villa, it was already past 6 in the evening. In fact, Lin Mo did not have to return, but he preferred having a base. They could not stay in the vehicle every day. Zhang Yue take the two of them to take a shower. Dinner will be in the courtyard. Wanxing, come with me to pick some ingredients and see what can be eaten. Lin Mo brought Lu Wanxing to the breeding yard where there were not only rabbits, but also pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, and fish, all purchased that day, costing him over 40,000 energy points. He did not regret it at all. Just this trip had netted him no less than 30,000 energy points. In the future, it would only increase. While there are so many animals here, we won't lack meat in the future. Let's have a barbecue today. How much should we use? It would be a waste to use all these. Let's wait until they breed before discussing it. It's fine to use as much as you want. You don't need to worry about it. Under Lin Mo's strong insistence, Lu Wanqing chose 1 sheep, 4 rabbits, and 3 fish. As for the vegetables, they could only use what was left over. The vegetables in the plantation were just starting to grow, and it would be a while before they could eat them. Lin Mo then replenished the animals he had just taken, spending 3,800 energy points. After spending, he still had over 18,000 energy points left, which he could earn back in a few days. Once outside, Lin Mo took out the barbecue grill, charcoal, and various skewers, all collected from previous scavenging. He then pulled out some frozen foods, including various frozen seafood. Wow, today's meal is too lavish. There's even seafood. Although it's frozen, it's still good. While there's even sea hare, my favorite. Luo Yun looked at the ingredients on the table, feeling as if her saliva was about to drip down. If others saw this, wouldn't they be envious to death? Hu Shiyun said while preparing the ingredients. I don't know if they'd be envious or not, but I know they would definitely try to snatch it. Even if they couldn't win, they'd still want to try. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. What you said makes sense. A person starving mad might even try to bite into mutated animals. Huh, can mutated animals be eaten? Of course they can, but they don't taste good. Lin Mo grimaced. Those things were tough as nails. He would only eat such things if it were for survival. Have you eaten them? No, but just by looking at the muscle texture I can tell. Soon Jiang Yu walked out with the twins. Lin Mo's eyes lit up at the sight. Before tidying up, she was just a filthy little beggar. After getting cleaned up and putting on new clothes, even without any special dressing up, she looked like a stunning beauty. Not to mention the two of them looked exactly alike. This was no illusion. Don't be shy, just treat this place as your home. Hu Shiyun took a look and noticed that the two of them must have been starving for quite a while, considering what would be suitable for them to eat. It's not that we won't give you food, but we need to see if your stomach can handle it. The two girls nodded. Lin Mo was also very pleased, as the goodwill between the two had just reached 95. It was nothing short of a miracle. Seeing such a change, Lin Mo pondered over his previous thoughts. It might not be related to the duration of survival in the apocalypse, but rather to the environment they were in. However, the specifics still needed to be tested later. Let's get ready to set the table. The skewers will be ready soon, while the whole lamb and rabbit will take a bit longer. Everyone sat at the table, and Lin Mo took out various beers and beverages from his space for everyone to choose from. Cheers! Today we welcome 2 new team members. May we all survive until the end. Survive until the end. Cheers. Surviving until the end was certainly a shared wish among everyone. Perhaps this was a difficult task for others, but for Lin Mo, it was not too hard. While Lin Mo enjoyed barbecue and beer, a high-level meeting was underway at the survivor base in the southern suburbs. What is the situation in the city center now? Sitting at the head of the table was the base's leader, Yang Jini. Mayor Yang, the situation in the city center is not optimistic. The troops have pushed to the second ring, but cannot advance further. The number of zombies inside is more than 10 times that of the outside, and every night after dark, new zombies return to the streets. Additionally, with new infections occurring, it is estimated that there are at least 10 million zombies in the city center, with 5 million on the streets alone. Furthermore, there are various vehicles on the roads, making it very difficult for transportation to navigate through. Yang Jini knew that the other party was correct, but there were still so many people in the city waiting for them to rescue. Time was of the essence. How long had it been? Even if they weren't bitten by zombies, they would soon starve. Chao Gang, how is the preparation for the material drop going? This was their other plan, to drop a batch of supplies and first allowing people to survive. Rescue could be arranged slowly afterwards, ensuring both safety for the people and increasing the survival rate of the rescuers. Their rescue team had already suffered nearly 100 casualties, most of whom had been turned into zombies during the recent rescue missions due to sudden zombie attacks. Chao Gang looked serious. The supplies are ready, but we need to consider one issue: how many people can these supplies actually save? Will the people inside fight over the supplies? Will they kill over the supplies? As Chao Gang said this, the atmosphere instantly became tense. Yang Genie did not answer the question, but looked towards a woman around 50 years old on the other side of the table. Teacher Yang, what do you think? Yang Yu adjusted her glasses. Based on the information you provided, the psychological state of the people on the outskirts is relatively stable, while those near the second ring are on the brink of collapse. As for those inside, I assume I don't need to elaborate further. What Officer Chao just mentioned is actually already happening. You can refer to historical records of disasters to understand this situation better. She paused for a moment. As for whether to drop supplies, my suggestion is that we should proceed with the drop regardless. After saying this, she fell silent. Her last statement was already somewhat redundant. Yang Genie nodded, agreeing with her thoughts. Chao Gang, proceed with the supply drop as planned. As for what might happen, there's nothing we can do to avoid it. But we cannot choose not to rescue just because something bad might happen. Furthermore, the more people there are, the higher our chances of survival in this world. Chao Gang nodded helplessly. Yang Genie looked at the last 3 men remaining. Deputy Mayor Lin, Director Zhang, and Director Gu, do you have anything to add? Lin Jitong shook his head with a smile. With Mayor Yang in charge, there will definitely be no issues. Zhang Yong and Gu Jun also shook their heads, indicating they had nothing to add. All right then, let's conclude today's meeting here. Zhang Yong, the order issue in the base is up to you. Director Gu, regarding food and water, it's up to you. Let me know what you need. Everyone in the base will cooperate with you. After everyone left, Yang Genie sat wearily in his chair looking at the documents submitted to him. This is all so sudden, there were no signs at all. Is this a battle that humanity can win? It seems incredible. On the documents in Yang Genie's hands were the situations faced by various regions. Magic City-based zombies have appeared along the coastline, likely of Eastern descent based on their height. Additionally, mutated marine creatures have been attacking the city. Lianqing base, we are similarly encountering zombies and mutated marine creatures in the sea. Huqing base, mutated creatures on the grasslands far outnumber the zombies, and their attack power is significantly stronger, with reports of mutated birds seen flying. The situation at the bases is critical. Please provide reinforcements. Such information filled 4 pages. Almost all cities faced the same problems: a shortage of weapons and ammunition, food, and water. The worst off were those cities facing mutated creatures. Sigh. Yang Genie couldn't help but recall the giant bird with a wingspan of nearly 10 meters that the soldiers brought back earlier. According to Gu Jun's identification, it was merely an ordinary pigeon. The soldiers had encountered this type of mutated creature 5 times so far. Fortunately, there were many ability users in the troops, otherwise the casualties would be countless. Wow, everyone look, there's actually an extra staircase here. Lin Mo, can we go up and take a look? Luo Yun looked at the newly appeared staircase with wide eyes. Though they knew the vehicle would undergo changes, how could an extra staircase appear? You all go ahead, it's just a room up there. The girls climbed the staircase, and after a moment's thought, Lin Mo followed suit. An empty living room appeared before everyone. So it's just the same structure as downstairs. I thought it would be some kind of entertainment facility. Luo Yun appeared somewhat disappointed. Entertainment facility. Lin Mo looked at the system shop. It seemed it wouldn't be impossible. A balance of work and leisure is the way to go. Perhaps a happy mood would allow them to kill zombies faster. If you want any entertainment facilities, just let me know. Wow, really? Can we have a swimming pool? I've never swum in my life. A swimming pool, huh? It is indeed a good choice. Besides that, Lin Mo also plans to add a game room. Staying in the apocalypse for a long time can make one feel quite oppressive. Releasing some stress is also a good choice. After all, constantly working the fields is quite exhausting. Lin Mo opened the system shop and selected 2 reasonably priced components. Standard indoor swimming pool room, 400 square meters, pool length 25 meters, width 11 meters, depth 1.6 meters. Price 400 energy points, 40 square meters, full game room, 100 energy points. Hiss. Lin Mo suddenly felt that his energy points were insufficient. This was too much. Although Jiang Yu and the others provided him with energy points along with the points he earned from killing, he still only had a little over 400. He initially thought his energy points were abundant, but unexpectedly, he was still quite poor. After some thought, he decided to purchase the swimming pool first. As for the game room, that can wait. The location would be on the right side of the second floor living room. Oh, there's another door here, just like downstairs. Luo Yun spotted the extra door in the living room. Everyone approached the door and pulled it open. A massive room appeared before the girls with a standard swimming pool in the center, surrounded by. What's that in the sky? Lin Mo looked up at the ceiling. What the heck, where's the ceiling here? Above the room, a huge sun hung in the air, casting warm sunlight that felt cozy on their skin. In addition, the ground around the pool was covered with fine sand like a beach, with dozens of beach chairs and umbrellas arranged on the sand. This was no ordinary swimming pool room. It was practically an ecological seaside imitation. Moreover, Lin Mo could feel a salty breeze. This can't be the sun. It definitely isn't. It feels like a beach. Let's not sleep just yet. Let's go swimming together. Sure. Despite their curiosity, they decided not to ask questions. They finally reached a cabinet against the wall and opened it, revealing various swimsuits. With no outsiders around, everyone rushed to grab the least fabric-covered outfits. They changed into various string and minimal fabric swimsuits. Of course, Shu Xin and Shu Yi did not change into bikinis. Instead, they chose more conservative one-piece swimsuits, famously known as sukiwater. They looked quite alluring. Seeing the girls so eager, Lin Mo also changed into a pair of swim trunks and reclined on a beach chair. I must say, this truly feels like being at the seaside. On the side of the beach chair, there was a display screen featuring various snacks, fruit platters, and drinks. However, these required payment. The cost was several times what it would be in the system. A cup of iced cola actually costs 15 energy points. You heard right, it's a cup, not a bottle. But Lin Mo had no choice. He couldn't take the items bought from the shop in this room out. Was this energy point really that important to the system? He couldn't help but think of the plantation and botanical garden. That place also had a tablet where purchases required money, though it was much cheaper than here. If that's the case, the gym he purchased couldn't possibly require payment too, right? Was there anything that needed payment there? Lin Mo couldn't figure it out. By now the girls had already jumped into the water, splashing each other. Shu Xin and Shu Yi exchanged envious glances, though they were too shy to join in since they had just arrived. If you want to play, go ahead. Don't be so reserved. Since you've joined this team, we're all family. The two girls exchanged glances. Thank you, brother Lin Mo. We'll go play now. Lin Mo couldn't help but observe the two girls. They spoke in perfect harmony, but he was unsure. He stroked his chin, wondering if the rumor about twins having a psychic connection was true. He would test it in the next day or two. If it worked, it would be entertaining. In that brief moment, Lin Mo imagined a dozen scenarios in his mind. That night, some slept soundly, while others experienced salty dreams. In the following days, Lin Mo and the girls spent their time constantly battling zombies. Sometimes their vehicle would stop on a small road, while other times they would return to the villa area to avoid crowds. On August 1 SD, the apocalypse had persisted for almost 2 months. However, the number of zombies in the city had not decreased significantly. It wasn't that the base was ineffective, but rather that numerous zombies had arrived from the nearby counties. The number was far greater than the zombies that had been killed. This situation wasn't unique to Fengjing, as cities across the country faced the same problem. Lin Mo and the others drove out toward the villa area. While there really are a lot of zombies, the driver was Shu Yi, the older of the two sisters. When the favorability of the two sisters reached 100, Lin Mo obtained good items from them again. From Shu Yi, Lin Mo's space expanded tenfold. From Shu Xin, Lin Mo received 10 off-road motorcycles, still the fuel-free version. Currently, the motorcycles were not very useful, so Lin Mo temporarily left them in his space. During this time, Lin Mo's energy points had surpassed the 100 mark, and his favorability had reached 800. This favorability had exhausted Lin Mo. To gain more, he had to compress his time. Indeed, there are quite a few. We need to clean them out again. The girls in the back also opened the sunshade, looking outside. At this time, the city streets were overgrown with weeds, and the storefronts on either side were in ruins, presenting a scene of decay. They crashed through countless zombies, reaching the location of the South 2nd Ring Road, but this time, they couldn't get close because it had already been occupied by zombies. Shu Xin, do a sweep. Okay, brother Lin Mo. Shu Xin pressed a button, and a door opened on top of the vehicle, dropping down a ladder. After she climbed up, a black circular hole appeared on the vehicle's exterior, where a dual-linked Gatling gun was mounted along with a seat. Once seated, a safety belt secured her in place, and a semicircular armor enveloped her, leaving only the front exposed. She controlled the joystick to aim the gun at the zombies. Rat-a-tat-tat. A barrage of fire struck the zombies, leaving a sea of shattered corpses. Faced with such a scene, Shu Xin had grown accustomed to it. At first, she had vomited continuously, but as the shooting continued, she became used to it. The people inside the vehicle were also unfazed. 2 streams of fire continuously elevated, clearing the road ahead. A few kilometers away from Lin Mo. Huang Chao, it's that sound again. It must be that car arriving. You Tiaming, what's wrong? Are you interested in that vehicle? I advise you not to entertain any bad thoughts. I'm not foolish, that one is clearly not to be trifled with, Yu Tianming replied, speechless. Hehe, it's good that you know. Last time a group of 50 tried to hijack someone's car and even aimed to abduct women. Guess what happened? They were completely annihilated, and the other party even warned them to leave, but they didn't listen and ended up paying the price. Hearing Huang Chaos words, Yu Tianming's pupils constricted. He had indeed entertained the thought earlier, albeit faintly. After hearing this, he had no such thoughts left. His team was merely a small group of 20, while Huang Chaos was just a 16-member team. Alright, let's hurry. Everything here has already been scavenged. I wonder if there are any good items in this building. TCH, don't even think about it. By the time the rescue team arrives, those people will have long packed up and left. Just hope we encounter a slightly smaller mutated beast today. Although it won't taste great, it will satisfy our hunger. If worse comes to worst, the energy cores from zombie heads will suffice. I won't complain about that. As he spoke, Huang Chao patted the straps of his backpack, which was filled with the zombie energy cores they had just collected. These items were extremely useful back at the base. The two small teams continued forward, and although they found nothing, they still rummaged through every shop they passed. The vehicle on Lin Mo's side had already come to a halt. Apart from the two sisters Shu Yi and Shu Xian, everyone else had exited the car. Looking at the zombies in the distance, Lin Mo smiled happily. The zombies had already shown signs of third-tier evolution, indicating that a portion of them had evolved again. However, the numbers were few. Out of about 200 zombies, only a dozen or so had evolved. But that was sufficient. Lin Mo did not rush into action. The first-tier zombies surrounding needed to be dealt with by Jiang Yu and the others first. However, just at that moment, Luo Fei ran back. Lin Mo, look at this. A jelly-like object appeared in her hand, smooth and tender. This should be a zombie energy core, which can slightly enhance physical attributes when consumed. Its primary function is to fill the stomach. 3 cores of the same tier are enough for a meal. While this thing is so amazing, I want to try it. I still suggest you not to. While it enhances attributes, the effect is quite weak. Moreover, this thing tastes more bitter than bitter melon, smells worse than stinky tofu, and is fishier than protein. Lin Mo was absolutely unwilling to consume this, not even if his life depended on it. In Lin Mo's view, aside from providing a sense of fullness, the other effects could be disregarded. Then he'll just throw it away. Luo Fei casually tossed the energy core away. Lin Mo glanced at it and ignored it. He then drew out his knife and joined the fray, specifically targeting third-tier zombies, while also taking down a few second-tier ones. It's a pity. Ding. Killed a third-tier beginner zombie, energy points 612. Ding. Killed a second-tier intermediate zombie, energy points 323. Ding. Killed a third-tier beginner zombie, energy points 671. The plunder was already full, otherwise the attribute increase would certainly have been greater. After defeating a group of zombies, the team returned to the vehicle to rest. Lin Mo sat in the passenger seat and called up his personal information panel. Host Lin Mo, tier second tier, advanced experience 12200, attribute strength 2870, constitution 2975, agility 2900, spirit 3682, awakened abilities, mental system first tier, mental spike second tier, mental field lightning system, lightning strike second tier, chain lightning storage space 1 cubic energy points 1320, favorability 87219, skills exclusive passive plunder unique technique dragon phoenix soaring skill. Just ask if there's anyone else. These stats are simply explosive. With his numbers, even a 9th tier zombie is useless against him. Only mutated beasts and mutated zombies can compete. Aside from him, the other girls had also entered the 2nd tier, but their stats could not compare to his, as he had an edge. A car is coming from behind. They can't be trying to seize the advantageous terrain, can they? Luo Yun curiously looked at the few pickup trucks behind. They probably won't, considering there are so many streets. Lin Mo shook his head. It had been a month since the apocalypse began. Those who were supposed to evolve their abilities had already done so. The squads they encountered these days were almost all composed of ability users, including several second-tier beginners. While their attributes were somewhat weaker, there were also some strong ones comparable to Luo Fei. Soon the convoy of pickup trucks stopped next to Lin Mo. Seeing the iconic black RV, this team already knew the identity of the other party. Hey bro, are you here to hunt zombies? Lin Mo nodded. That's right, we just took out a batch and are preparing to continue. Then we won't disturb you. We'll head over to the next street. The lead vehicle turned and entered the road to the left, while the vehicles behind changed their route accordingly. Lin Mo glanced sideways at Luo Yun. What do you mean by that? He saw Luo Yun gathering a thick lightning arrow in her hand, already knocked onto her bowstring, ready to shoot at any moment. Hehe, I'm just cautious in case they make a move. I'm always prepared. Lin Mo rolled his eyes at her, unsure why Luo Yun had become increasingly combative. As soon as the other party showed hostility, she would immediately shoot an arrow to kill the person speaking, sparking an all-out battle. Lin Mo didn't want to resort to complete annihilation. After all, sometimes it was just a minor conflict. At worst, he could just kill a few to intimidate them. After all, human ability users were hard to come by. However, after a few of Luo Yun's operations, they had hardly encountered anyone who dared to provoke them. What he didn't know was that news about the Black RV had already spread in the base. Anyone who encountered the Black RV was advised not to provoke it and to go around. If they really couldn't avoid it, they should not harbor any hostility. Of course, they shouldn't think about revenge, as the person would have already disappeared on the spot. Alright, they have left. Let's continue. We've been fighting continuously for several days now. Tonight, we should have a good meal. Tomorrow, let's rest at home for 2 days and relax properly. Wow, that sounds great. I want to swim. I want to play games and watch movies. I want to. After the cheers, Luo Fei suddenly looked at Lin Mo. So are you going to rest for 2 days too? I probably won't be resting. The expressions of the girls stiffened, including the two sitting in the car. This was really not good news. The car returned to the villa. The women began preparing the ingredients for today. As for the events of the evening that can be discussed later, one must enjoy life in the moment. A lavish banquet was held in this small courtyard featuring various meats and an array of fresh vegetables. Wow, fresh vegetables. These are all grown by us. Indeed, fresh ones are different. What a pity if only the place were a bit bigger. Lin Mo was eating the vegetables on the table. 40 square meters was indeed a bit small. In that case, let's buy another 40 square meters. Here comes the whole roasted lamb. Jiang Yu and Luo Fei brought a whole roasted lamb to the table, its surface crispy and golden, slicing off a piece to reveal tender juiciness inside. It looked incredibly delicious. Wow, this is so blissful. Isn't our life too good? Luo Yun looked at everyone with a beaming smile. Hurry and eat. With food like this, you shouldn't be talking. Luo Fei picked up a piece of lamb and stuffed it into Luo Yun's mouth, effectively silencing her. Well, you won't even let me talk. I almost choked. Luo Yun struggled for a while before managing to swallow it. By the way, I'm really curious, do you think there is that much food in the base? With so many zombies outside, even if there are wholesale markets, there can't be enough supplies, right? Luo Yun was genuinely curious. It wasn't just her, the others were curious too. What's impossible about it? Besides those wholesale markets, there are plenty of warehouses. Most importantly, there are granaries. Every city has its own food reserves. Fengjing's food reserves are quite substantial enough for a city's residents to eat for a year. If they're frugal, it can last 2 to 3 years without issue. Apart from that, there are the energy bodies of zombies. Although they are unpalatable, they can still provide energy, Lin Mo explained. By this time, the base should have already gone to collect the food reserves. So that's how it is. Does that mean they only have grain and very few vegetables? Thinking this way, life here seemed much better. The women felt even more fortunate to be with Lin Mo. They had hardly endured any hardships, and even had various snacks. After dinner, they returned to the car. Some went swimming, others watched TV, and everyone stayed up late. Lin Mo squinted his eyes watching these women. Did they think they could escape like this? It would only make them more tired. The women sitting on the sofa caught a glimpse of Lin Mo walking inside from the corner of their eyes. Hearing the sound of the door closing with a bang, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Why can't we all just rest? I'm scared. I'm really scared. Actually, it's not too bad. Ever since my level increased, I've found my endurance has improved a lot. Luo Yun couldn't help but ponder. Hey, now that you mention it, I feel the same. Hu Shiyun recalled that she had been able to last longer recently, and after finishing, she didn't feel as tired. Speaking of which, should we collectively fight back? He can't possibly handle so many people. Jiang Yu said with a smile, but that expression was filled with malice. No way. He will retaliate. Otherwise, do you think Yu Linglong would have gotten up so late that day? Isn't it because she wanted to rise up and sing? Luo Yun didn't want to be fooled. It was early morning, everyone was tired, and knowing they couldn't escape, they stopped resisting. They just rearranged things when they went to sleep. The Luo sisters still shared a room, while Jiang Yu and Hu Shiyun stayed together, and Yu Linglong and Lu Wanqing shared a room as well, with the Shu sisters rooming together. This was their plan, to have the Shu sisters stay downstairs for a couple of days. Pairing up provided some reassurance. They didn't believe it wouldn't work. In the innermost room, Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes. It was impossible to make him give up. These were all valuable things for him. Gently pushing open the door, he walked into the corridor and looked at the 4 doors. He opened the left room. Ding. Lu Wanqing gained critical affection points 969. Ding. Yu Linglong gained critical affection points 969. Ding. Shu Yi gained critical affection points 869. Ding. Shu Xin gained critical affection points 969. No one could escape. The sun gradually rose in the morning. Lin Mo walked out of his room, having slept for barely an hour. Yet he didn't feel tired at all. Besides him, there was no one else in the living room. Around 9 a.m. Luo Fei came out of her room looking as usual. By the time it was 1030, everyone finally emerged. The women lay on the sofa reluctant to move, This rest felt worse than no rest at all. They felt even more exhausted than when they didn't rest. Though during normal times while the hours were longer, at least it was still in a 60 Hz state. But yesterday had broken records nearing 120 Hz. Just how terrifying was that? For the next 2 days the car didn't drive out of the villa area. They spent the days relaxing and having fun and the nights enjoying lavish meals. In short, these days felt very fulfilling enough to make one yearn for some less fulfilling days. After all, human endurance is limited. Being fulfilled every day is exhausting. After resting for 3 days, everyone once again embarked on a hunting journey. There are significantly fewer zombies on the road today. It seems those teams are quite effective. Luo Yun looked at the scattered zombies outside and found it quite dull. Fewer zombies is a good thing. That way we can explore other places. True. Today our goal isn't to hunt zombies, but to investigate the city's situation. They got on the second ring elevated road circling the city. The zombies in the northern suburbs are still plentiful. It seems like there hasn't been any decrease at all. Are there still living people in there? Shu Yi looked puzzled towards the north, feeling that it was much worse than the east. In contrast, there were hardly any zombies left in the eastern suburbs. After all, this place is far from the southern suburbs. Those ability user teams probably haven't reached here yet. Lin Mo looked up. This was all normal to him. The vehicle then arrived at the western suburbs, where the closer they got to the south, the fewer zombies there were. However, it was still not as good as the eastern suburbs. The eastern suburbs had become what it was mostly due to Lin Mo and his team's efforts. Finally, they reached the southern suburbs, where zombies were virtually non-existent, and even in the urban area the numbers were low. It seemed this was indeed their main battleground. Look, it seems there are people living in those buildings. Luo Yun pointed at an office building in the southern suburbs, shouting. They could see shadows flickering in those buildings from time to time, and there were quite a few of them. Lin Mo was not interested in this. His gaze was fixed on the south. Pull over for a moment. Shu Yi brought the car to a halt. Lin Mo jumped out and gazed toward the south third ring road, where vehicles and military checkpoints were clearly visible to the naked eye. Obstacles appeared at regular intervals, abandoned cars or concrete barriers, behind which stood squads of soldiers on guard. Beyond them stretched a plot of land enclosed by barbed wire, where over 1,000 people labored under watchful eyes. What are they doing over there? Jiang Yu approached Lin Mo and asked curiously. Building perimeter walls and watchtowers to guard against zombies at all times. Shall we go take a look? No need. There's nothing remarkable to see. In Lin Mo's view, it was merely a refugee camp. As long as one remained alive, entry was guaranteed. Yet later on, if one possessed no special ability, unable even to slay ordinary zombies, the path to death would grow perilously short. Food supplies would inevitably dwindle and vanish. When that day came, the only sustenance left would be mutated beasts and zombie energy cores. As for water, it would be supplied solely by hydrokinetic adepts, and only in exchange for valuable goods. Official governance too would shift toward new methods. Peacetime systems were wholly unsuited to such an era of chaos. Lin Mo gazed upon that place where he himself had once taken shelter, a quiet sigh escaping him. This lifetime our fates shall not entwine. Let's go, back to the east suburb. Everyone must keep striving to ascend. If Lin Mo's memory served, a massive zombie tide would surge forth by late September. Its origin remained unknown, but this tide bore unmistakable signs of coordination and command. Its target human settlements and survivor bases. On that very day, cities across the globe fell under simultaneous assault. Countless small and private sanctuaries breached beyond recovery. Near their villa district in the east suburb stood a private base housing over 100 awakened individuals, those who had chosen to remain in the east suburb rather than flee. Similar enclaves existed in the north and west suburbs, communities formed by those unwilling to submit to official shelters. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the vehicle returned to the east suburb. After disembarking, Lin Mo stowed the car into his spatial domain. From here onward, they would proceed on foot. Ever since discovering the benefits of affinity scores and energy values, Lin Mo preferred walking. It increased his chances of encountering more survivors. He had indeed met survivors with high evaluation scores along the way, but none proved ideal. Some bore negative affinity, others were hopelessly idealistic. It left him deeply unsettled. Is there not a single balanced person among them? This time their course veered southeast. Lin Mo had detected numerous level 3 zombies in that direction, an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Descending from the elevated highway, Lin Mo led the women to a zone just outside the east second ring road, near its southern edge. There he spotted a small cluster of level 3 zombies, still clad in camouflage uniforms. But that detail was incidental. What truly stood out was a single anomaly among them, a hulking zombie, nearly 3 meters tall, grotesquely obese, jaws bristling, with razor-sharp fangs, eyes bulging from their sockets. His insight revealed it to be a rare level 2 advanced mutant, Flesh Mountain. To Lin Mo, however, it was not a mutant. It was a reservoir of raw energy points. There's a mutant over there. Would any of you like to test your strength? Lin Mo had initially intended to strike it down with a single thunderbolt, but paused, deciding instead to let the women attempt it themselves. Of course, Luo Yun replied instantly, already conjuring a colossal lightning arrow. Wait, don't act yet. Neither you nor Luo Fei should intervene. Jiang Yu rushed forward to stop them. If those two unleashed their power, the battle would end before it began. But I want to fight. Better not. You deal far too much damage. Luo Yun, be obedient. We'll both hold back, all right. Hearing her elder sister speak, Luo Yun dissipated the massive lightning arrow in her hands. Jiang Yu exhaled in relief, and together with the other three women sprinted toward the zombie cluster. Shu Yi and Shu Xin remained behind the group. Though they had joined the team, neither had awakened any ability. Having never engaged in close-quarters combat, one relied solely on vehicular impact, the other on firearms. Jiang Yu and the others first cleared the lesser zombies. Lin Mo restrained his impulse to charge forward, observing calmly as they swept through the horde. Then the flesh mountain lumbered forward, dragging a lamppost like a crude club. Its sluggish strikes posed no threat to the four women. As the battle progressed, Lin Mo nodded approvingly. His companions' combat experience had matured considerably, shedding their earlier awkwardness. They now exploited terrain intelligently, striking with precision. Under their combined abilities, the flesh mountain fell. It wasn't nearly as formidable as expected, almost disappointingly weak. Naturally, though technically a mutant, it is the weakest among all known variants. Lin Mo nodded, affirming Jiang Yu's assessment. If awakened adepts were asked which mutant they'd most prefer to encounter, the flesh mountain would rank first. Its defenses were abysmal, its offense merely average, and its movement painfully slow. Its sole notable trait was self-detonation, but Jiang Yu's ice and Lu Wanqing's fire had neutralized that threat before it could trigger. Still, remain vigilant. The flesh mountain can detonate, and the resulting blast would overwhelm even seasoned adepts. The women all nodded in unison. Let's head toward the city center this time. That single level 2 advanced mutant had granted Lin Mo 432 energy points, after a 50% reduction. Had Lin Mo slain it directly, the yield would have exceeded 800 points. His deduction held true. Mutants yielded energy points one tier above ordinary zombies. As the group passed beneath the elevated highway, over a dozen emaciated dogs burst forth, ribs starkly exposed beneath taut pallid skin. Zombie hounds, be wary. A single scratch can transmit infection and turn you into a zombie. Lin Mo drew his blade, its surface crackling with arcs of lightning. Whoosh. Zombie hounds moved far faster than standard zombies. Yet to Lin Mo they remained agonizingly slow. With one downward slash, Lin Mo struck. Chain lightning erupted, incinerating four nearby hounds into blackened husks. A fifth lunged from the flank, only to be impaled mid-leap by a streak of glacial ice. Then came a storm of elemental assaults. No hound survived. Undeniably, after countless battles, the women's combat instincts had sharpened into lethal precision. Lin Mo observed with deep satisfaction. So this area is treacherous. No wonder the earlier streets teemed with zombies. Young sir. Several women turned their gaze towards the sound, where a filthy woman appeared before them, followed by two men. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Was this not the Qin shouting he encountered the other day? Surprisingly, she was still here. Logically, after such a long time, she should have reached the base in the southern suburbs. Little brother, it really is you. Despite her appearance, she maintained her cheerful demeanor. Lin Mo kept his distance from such people. I wonder what brings you here. Could you take us to that base? We got separated by the sudden zombie attack. Qin shouting looked at Lin Mo a bit embarrassed. Lin Mo shook his head. Sorry, we don't plan to go there. You can head east and go around from the third ring. Qin shouting nodded helplessly. The two men behind her exchanged glances, sighing in relief. The gaze directed at Qin shouting was filled with lust. Lin Mo shook his head at the sight. Even in such a situation, they could still act this way. He respected them for being wolves. The three left in the direction Lin Mo pointed. Hey, isn't that the woman we met when we were getting the seeds? It seems so, but those two behind her don't look like good people. Yeah, that look in their eyes is terrifying. This woman is probably in for a rough time. The women chose not to move forward, merely watching the three behind them discussing. Lin Mo felt a wave of frustration. What was with the trio being sandwiched in an ambush? The sexual tension. Why did he understand it immediately? This damned ability. He looked at the women. Even the Shu sisters had joined in the discussion. Indeed, gossip knows no age limits. All right, you older sisters, can you refrain from leading the little ones astray? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu placed her hands on her hips. You dare to call us out? Do you think we don't know those famous teachers on that educational channel? Cough, cough. That's just the car's built-in feature. It has nothing to do with me. Let's just continue killing zombies. Lin Mo coughed lightly. How it truly had nothing to do with him. Cut it out. If you weren't watching, how would you know what I'm talking about? Lin Mo shook his head. It was futile to argue. He simply couldn't win. The women also put away their gossiping thoughts. After all, it could get boring, and sometimes a little diversion isn't bad. Lin Mo released the vehicle, allowing the Shu sisters to drive along with them. Among them, the two sisters were the weakest. Lin Mo couldn't remain beside them the entire time. Following the road ahead, as they got closer to the city center, the number of zombies increased. The speed of Lin Mo and his group also began to slow. Along the way, they occasionally encountered mutated zombies, various mutated beasts, and zombie beasts. As they advanced 1 kilometer, nearing the city area, many eyes from the buildings on both sides were fixated on Lin Mo's group, their eyes bloodshot. Someone's coming. We are saved. I'm so hungry. I want to eat. I need water, lots and lots of water. In some rooms, there were both zombie corpses and human bodies. In addition, there were various types of supply boxes, all of which were already empty. Dark red dried blood stains covered the area around the supply boxes, and in some places there were even bits of flesh. Lin Mo's spiritual sense swept around, and he noticed several figures running down the stairs, quite a few in number. Everyone be careful, someone is coming down. He signaled to the Shu sisters in the vehicle. Seeing the gesture, Shu Xian quickly climbed onto the roof and sat in the Gatling position. This time a protective barrier rose up in front of Shu Xian, leaving only a glass observation port for her to spot her targets. Soon various individuals emerged from the buildings, each displaying different expressions. Most appeared pale and emaciated, while only a small number looked healthy. If there was anything unusual, it was that there were very few women. The number of people emerging was around 200 to 300, yet there were fewer than 20 women. Most chose to run east, but about 20 to 30 ran towards Lin Mo and his group. Hello, you must be the rescue team. Oh, please take us to the survivors' base. Get lost, you bunch of trash. Oh, don't dirty my clothes. Look at you all smelling so foul. Oh, just roll away from me. These people clearly had good rations, not at all resembling those who were starving. Lin Mo and his group couldn't help but step back. The stench was unbearable. One middle-aged man, bald and dressed in designer clothes, frowned at them. How can you little comrades retreat? You need to take us away from here. I am the director of the logistics department at Fongjing 4th Hospital. I am an important talent. You need to protect us. Luo Yun approached Lin Mo. That pig's gaze is disgusting. Ooh, just kill him. The bald man's eyes were filled with aggression, constantly scanning Jiang Yu and the others. Kill him. The bald man was taken aback, but quickly reacted. Indeed, these lowly people are already like this. Oh, what use are they to keep alive? Even if we take them to the base, it would be pointless. Killing them is better. Wait, just injure them. Someone will seek revenge later. Lin Mo suddenly felt that letting these people die so easily would be a bit too merciful. He saw hatred in the eyes of others, not knowing what heinous deeds these individuals had committed. Let me handle this. I'm suited for such tasks. Yu Linglong vanished from her spot, returning to Lin Mo's side in 3 seconds. The 5 men, including the bald man, had cuts appear on their wrists and ankles. They all fell to the ground, helplessly wailing. You can take these men. Oh, no need to thank us. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, the 20 or so people around no longer asked Lin Mo to take them to the base, but rather looked menacingly at the 5 men on the ground. You bald bastard, my daughter just turned 18. I'll return her name to me. My son, you return my son. How can you harm anyone you please? Everyone, let's go quickly take revenge for those people. The 5 men looked on in terror as the gathering crowd shouted, help, save, PFF, cough. Lin Mo shook his head and left with the women, Shu Yi driving closely behind. As they advanced, more people continued to run down from the upper floors. However, the numbers weren't too many. In Lin Mo's perception, there were still many people inside who hadn't come down. He couldn't tell whether they were planning to stay and rule the area or if they were waiting for the real rescue team. But none of this mattered to him. At night, everyone returned to the villa district. The location of the villa was exceptionally quiet, as the area within a kilometer had been thoroughly cleared by them. Inside the car, I'm so full from the meal. Sister Wanking's cooking is simply too delicious. It's such a blessing. Yes, after exercising every day, having a meal made by Sister Wanqing is truly the happiest thing. Lu Wanqing was exceptionally happy with their praise, as it was an affirmation of her skills. The few of them slumped on the sofa, not wanting to move at all. Jiang Yu suddenly asked, Lin Mo, are we going to keep hunting zombies next? Lin Mo nodded at the thought of the zombie tide. Yes, for now we will focus on this. Everyone needs to work hard to level up. Although we could hide in the car without going out, no one knows what the world will become later. While the car was indeed very safe, what if a high-level zombie threw it away? What if the car runs out of energy? For Lin Mo, the car was merely an external object. True strength comes from within. When he became the strongest person in the world, he would go wherever he wanted. Alright, let's work hard together. Although hunting zombies had begun to bore them since Lin Mo said, so there must be a good reason behind it. Otherwise, with Lin Mo's relentless nature, he would want to continue even during the day. This clearly indicated that something significant was about to happen. Perhaps apart from the Shu sisters, and Luo Yun, others could more or less guess what was coming. Luo Fei walked over to Lin Mo. Is something big about to happen? Is it related to the zombies? Lin Mo nodded. Yes, as you all have seen, every time we finish killing zombies, new ones come at night, and these are all from nearby counties. Those places have mostly turned into ghost towns. What about those farther away? So at the end of this month or the beginning of next month, there may be a large group of zombies entering Fengjing City. After all, in the entire province, the highest population is in just a few cities. A large group of zombies sounds quite alarming. Lin Mo scanned the surroundings. More importantly, you can also see the evolution speed of the zombies and the levels of the existing ones. If such zombies appear in dozens or hundreds, would you be able to cope? The girls were taken aback. The mutated one they encountered today was already the weakest. If a large number appeared, it would indeed be worrying. Moreover, the speed-type mutant they encountered earlier was even more powerful for them. Although they were already ability users, their eyes couldn't keep up with its speed. It seems this journey is still quite long. Having encountered so many teams of ability users, few were stronger than them. They had thought they were safe in this apocalypse. Little did they know this was just the beginning. If it weren't for Lin Mo, their survival would still be uncertain. Alright, stop worrying, you have me right. Just focus on leveling up and things will get better in the future. The girls realized that as long as they worked hard, they didn't need to worry so much. It's getting late, let's go to sleep. Luo Fei pulled Luo Yun and hurried back to their room. I need to get up early tomorrow and leaving too. In less than a minute, the entire living room was left with only Lin Mo, who was left in a state of bewilderment. What was going on? The warm scene from just now vanished in an instant. Lin Mo stood up and looked at the corridor. Did they think going to their rooms would help? He walked to Zhang Yu's room and opened the door. You two are quite fast, just wait until I deal with you both. The ones who ran the fastest were clearly the Luo sisters. I don't. Bang. Lin Mo, come here quickly. These zombies are so strong and tall. My lightning arrows can only penetrate halfway. Luo Yun ran over from the side shouting. Lin Mo understood when he saw the tall and strong zombies. He followed Luo Yun to another street, and indeed it was as she said. These were strength-enhanced zombies among the mutated ones, their skin incredibly tough. It wasn't easy for an ordinary person to kill them. However, for Lin Mo, it was quite simple. Boom, boom. Continuous lightning struck the three zombies, and it took 4 or 5 hits for one to fall dead. Alright, you all continue. Luo Yun looked in astonishment at the scene before her, then turned to her sister. Sister, are we too weak? Lin Mo killed them in just a few seconds while we struggled for a long time and still didn't manage to kill one. Luo Fei shook her head. It's not that we're weak, but he is just too ridiculously strong. She turned to look at Lin Mo, who was moving further away, realizing that they seemed to be hindering him. Lin Mo not a hindrance, and quite happy. The growth rate of his energy points in these days was simply soaring. However, he didn't spend those energy points, but saved them up for when they would be needed. Aside from energy points, under his diligent efforts, the rate at which his favorability level increased was also rapid. He planned to purchase some second ability development potions for all the girls to use, significantly improving their safety. In these days, news of Lin Mo and the others killing zombies here spread among passers-by. With Lin Mo's location as the center, there were quite a few other teams on the surrounding roads. Whenever danger arose, at least someone could come to their rescue. Every time these people came over, they would actively greet them and bring various food supplies. Although Lin Mo didn't care much for these things, he couldn't say much about their polite behavior. He could only let them stay nearby. After all, it didn't affect him at all. But there would always be those who were not convinced. One day, Lin Mo, as usual, brought the girls back to this street. It was evident that someone had already arrived, and there were quite a few of them, at least 100 people. Lin Mo surveyed the area. The number of ability users was indeed substantial. Seeing this, Lin Mo decided to change locations. It was all the same anyway, he just came here out of habit. In the distance ahead of this team. Brother Guang, that RV team has arrived. Are we really going to take action? I heard those people are quite powerful. A little brother ran up from behind and whispered to the man in a leather jacket. TCH, just a few people, what is there to be afraid of? When Chun Guang was active, they didn't even know where to find mud to live. Come, let's go meet them. He had heard about Lin Mo's RV team long ago, but he had always been in the northern suburbs. He scoffed at such rumors. In his view, this was merely a self-packaging effort by Lin Mo and his team. As he got closer, Chun Guang's eyes lit up when he spotted one of the women. This time, she wouldn't escape. As for the other women, Chun Guang looked at the remaining women, feeling a twinge of envy towards Lin Mo. But soon they would all belong to him, ha ha ha. Lin Mo frowned as he observed the group of outsiders, certain that while he might not recognize every team around here, at least 80 of them were familiar. Such a large team, if they had been here before, he would remember them without a doubt. Hu Shiyun glared at the arrogant leader Chun Guang, her expression grim. However, she quickly regained her composure. Although she possessed healing abilities, her physical condition was already quite strong. Moreover, Luo Fei and the others were not to be underestimated, so there was no need to fear. Lin Mo, that man in the leather jacket leading the group, has harassed me before. I suspect he's here to cause trouble now. Hu Shiyun hurriedly informed Lin Mo of what she knew. Lin Mo glanced at her and acknowledged that she indeed attracted trouble. Chen Guang stepped forward, tilting his head back, with his two prominent nostrils aimed at Lin Mo. Several wild nose hairs danced in the wind, showcasing his uniqueness. Kid, our boss has taken a liking to your vehicle. If you know what's good for you, join us, or we might just bury you where you stand. One of the yellow-haired thugs behind Chen Guang had flames flickering at his fingertips, exuding an air of superiority. Beside him stood a muscular man, his body crackling with electricity. As long as you join us, you will enjoy the best of everything from now on. As he spoke, the electricity around him intensified. Lin Mo scanned the area. Among the more than 100 people behind them, many were also ability users, though their skills were rather mediocre. Only the few in front possessed slightly stronger abilities, but they were still nothing remarkable. I'm asking you a question, I respond, you mute. The yellow-haired thug casually tossed the flames in his hand towards Lin Mo. A larger orange fireball shot out, extinguishing his flames, and continued to strike him directly. Off. Help. Puff. Water orb struck the yellow-haired thug, finally dousing the flames. However, his skin was severely burned and beginning to peel. I can't take it anymore. It hurts so much. The yellow-haired thug lay on the ground moaning. In this condition, he was practically incapacitated. Chen Guang squinted at Lin Mo. What, you want to resist? You have some guts. Hu Shiyun, it has indeed been a long time. Oh, let's have a deep discussion about the philosophy of life tonight. Kill him, Lin Mo replied flatly. Chen Guang was taken aback. What did the other party just say? His gaze suddenly shifted. That figure. Why does it seem so familiar? Why am I here? Yu Linglong slowly retracted her blade and returned to Lin Mo's side. As for the others, they were all eliminated by the rest of the women. The muscular man was pierced by Luo Fei's electrified spear. What about the remaining people? Luo Fei pointed at the group, standing a short distance away. Lin Mo glanced at the timid crowd, employing his insight ability. Forget about them. Those people have been standing at the back from the start and are likely just workers who were forced to stay by these thugs. Moreover, killing them would serve no purpose. It would only diminish the living forces available for future battles against zombies. The entire insight process took him quite some time. The good news was that these people had a favorability rating of 0 towards him, with some even reaching 30. Perhaps it was due to the killing of a few individuals, which was indeed strange. Let's take a different route. We'll leave this place to them. After all, Lin Mo noted that the number of zombies here was not very high. No, it should be said that there were many, but they were quite scattered, not meeting Lin Mo's requirements. The group returned to their vehicle and set off down another path. As they reached the right path, the distant group spotted Lin Mo's conspicuous RV and quickly changed course. Though they didn't know what had just occurred, the sight of such a large team made it clear they had encountered something, and it hadn't gone well for them under Lin Mo's hands. Why did they leave? With so few of them, it shouldn't affect anything here, right? Shu Yi looked at the distant group, puzzled. Who knows? It's for the best. We can now go all out. Although the zombie tide is expected at the end of September, Lin Mo had already forgotten the exact day. So now time is of the essence. He looked at his panel. It was time to make a move. First, he would advance to the 3rd tier, then begin seeking higher-level zombies to fight. If he remembered correctly, the evolution speed of the zombies would slow significantly in the coming period. Thus, Lin Mo no longer needed to control his own leveling speed. In the subsequent time, the main force of the zombies would consist of 3rd-tier and mutated zombies, while humans would see many strong individuals emerge, engaging in a tug-of-war with the zombies. Yang Genie looked solemnly at the report in his hand. The food reserves have been brought back. Chao Gang nodded. All have been returned. There's enough food for the base for a year, and with the zombie energy bodies, it can sustain the normal operation of the entire base. Just thinking about that energy body makes Chao Gang feel a bit bitter in his mouth. Yang Genie nodded in satisfaction, indicating that as long as the food issue was resolved, everything would be fine. He looked at Director Gu of the Research Institute. Director Gu, do we have a solution for the water source issue? Although water-type ability users could collect moisture from the air to condense water, it was still insufficient to supply such a large base. We have already drilled 4 underground wells, and they can extract water. According to tests, it is still potable. I have asked Chao Gang to help arrange some water storage barrels. Additionally, there's surface water distillation, which is non-toxic, meaning that water that has been in contact with zombies can still be processed and used. Hearing the second method, the expressions of those present turned somewhat grim. Just thinking about that water having been in contact with zombies made them feel uncomfortable all over. Seeing this, Gu Jun chuckled. Of course, there's another water source we are currently developing. What you are drinking now is treated urine. Yang Genie paused mid-sip, then continued to drink as if nothing were wrong. He had to drink after all the water supply was insufficient. As the head, he couldn't show any signs of concern. Yang Genie discreetly set down his cup. Well, it's great that the water source issue is resolved. What about vitamins and proteins? Don't worry about that. The entire research institute is filled with top talents from Fengjing City. We have already planted crops using drip irrigation technology requiring very little water to ensure the plants grow normally. It can be said that the Research Institute serves as the logistics hub of the entire base. Everything that the base lacks comes from here. As for protein, we have already studied those mutated beasts and zombie beasts. The zombie beasts are inedible, but the mutated beasts are. After rough processing, they can be consumed directly. Although there may be some waste, they can provide some animal protein. After all, this is the apocalypse. They don't have the luxury to be choosy. However, from a few options, they can select what they accept. Zhang Yong hesitated for a moment. The security is relatively good, but the number of people loitering on the streets has increased, both men and women. As long as there is food, these people will do anything. I don't know if I should intervene. After all, the previous crackdowns on vice began with him, but now in the apocalypse, if he doesn't allow these men and women to engage in such activities, it might just drive them to death. Let's not worry about them. Some people need to survive and some need to vent. It's reasonable. But hasn't the relief food been distributed? Isn't that enough for these people? Yang Genie wasn't very clear about this. Although the relief food was limited, life was definitely manageable. Well, just say what you need to say. Someone is secretly collecting protection fees. If these people refuse to pay, they will surely die within a week. Bang. Who has the audacity to do this? Yang Genie was furious. During such a disastrous time, it was outrageous that someone was collecting protection fees. I've been investigating for a week, but I've only caught a few small fry. I still don't know who's behind it. All I know is that their influence is vast, and they have their own information channels. Zhang Yong felt helpless as well. Every time he received news, by the time he arrived, the people had vanished. The few times he did catch someone, they seemed to cooperate just to satisfy him. Continue investigating this matter. As for the security issues, you handle it as you see fit. I only have one request: it must not become chaotic. Old Lin, stay behind. Let's discuss this further. All right. Deputy Base Chief Lin Jitao replied. After everyone left, only the two of them remained in the room. Old Lin, we've worked together for so many years, and I never expected to face an apocalypse together. Yeah, I didn't expect it either. You were responsible for people's livelihoods before. Take a look at how our base can develop moving forward. Lin Jitao shook his head, a look of regret on his face. Old Yang, you've posed a difficult problem for me. How can this apocalypse compare to before? I think we should just proceed as you have suggested. Do I trust you? He thought for a moment and added, it's not that I don't want to help you, I just can't think of how to handle this. Without you, I might not even be able to support this base. Yang Genie glanced at Lin Jitao and then shook his head. Let's hope we can survive. Today we're having outdoor hot pot. A hot pot table obtained from an unknown shop was set up in their villa's yard. Hot pot sounds great. It'll help wash the vegetables. You all go to the plantation and pick whatever you like to eat, but don't take too much. The women were busy picking vegetables, washing them, and preparing beef and lamb, thoroughly engaged in their tasks. The only downside was that the hot pot base was pre-packaged, but the taste was acceptable. Lin Mo lounged in a recliner, enjoying the tranquil night. Every time he returned, he would take the women to clear out the nearby zombies. This was to avoid hearing the distinctive hissing sounds of zombies at night. It seemed that the efforts were quite effective. At least recently he had not heard any such sounds. Lin Mo glanced at the time. The zombie tide was approaching, and the weather had begun to cool. Boom. Crack. A bolt of lightning struck in the distance. Oh, can it rain, even in the apocalypse? Luo Yun watched and asked absent-mindedly upon hearing the thunder. Speaking of which, this is truly the first time I've heard thunder. Since the apocalypse began, it seems like I haven't seen rain at all. If it weren't for the sight of the lightning, they would have nearly forgotten that rainy days existed. Yeah, it's actually going to rain, and it looks like it's going to be quite a downpour. Just a moment ago the moon was bright and the stars sparse, and now it had completely disappeared. This shows how swiftly this rain had arrived. Let's go back inside and eat. Lin Mo waved his hand, and everything in the yard was collected into his space. As soon as they got into the car, they heard the raindrops pattering against the windshield. This weather is perfect for sleeping. Indeed. I sleep so deeply on rainy days. The group chatted and laughed as they returned to the dimensional house. As the raindrops fell, the human revelry began. In the city center, everyone held containers out of the windows, greedily collecting the rainwater. Some people in the buildings even ran to the rooftops. Not only were they collecting water with containers, but they also stripped down to bathe and wash their hair on the spot. At this moment, the differences between men and women had been cast aside. On smaller rooftops, people fought brutally for water. It was unknown how many fell into pools of blood or were even thrown off the rooftop. And this was merely for a bit of water, a little water to quench their thirst. In the official base, everyone was methodically using various vessels to collect water. Everyone was quite courteous, not engaging in any fighting. This was because there were soldiers and officers with guns nearby. This was a nationwide heavy rain that lasted a full week. The next day, Lin Mo sat in the passenger seat, staring blankly at the water level in front of him. How could the water level rise so high in just one night? Although he didn't go down, the gate of the villa in the distance told him that the water level was at least 10 centimeters high. The windshield wipers were working tirelessly, and the rainwater flowed down the windshield like a curtain. This water should be drinkable after all it has fallen from the sky. Upon hearing Shuyi's words, Lin Mo fell into a memory. Can it be drunk? It seems that it can't, as the evaporated water coming down could carry the zombie virus. However, the probability of mutation is not as high as being directly bitten by a zombie. It can't be drunk directly, or at least it must be treated before it can be consumed. Just as Lin Mo said, the city center and those private bases outside were currently facing this problem. However, most of them were only suffering from fevers, colds, and coughs. Yet thinking back to yesterday's situation, no one took it seriously. Reveling so freely in the rain, isn't it normal to catch colds and fevers? Only the official base, after collecting water yesterday, notified that they were waiting for test results. And this notification was obeyed by most people who simply stored the water in their homes. The soldiers and inspectors remained on standby. The rain poured down relentlessly, and Lin Mo and his companions remained in the villa district without venturing out. Such weather was not suitable for hunting zombies. Outside, the torrential rain fell, and although being soaked by the rain wouldn't cause infection, it was still uncomfortable to be drenched. Upgrading wasn't an urgent matter in these few days. The zombie tide was imminent, and Lin Mo was confident he could level up before that. At worst, it would just be a bit tiring. The women were not in a hurry to return to their rooms, but instead listened to the sound of raindrops and chatted. Although the car had good soundproofing, they could still hear the rain to some extent. Seeing this, Lin Mo pressed a button. A flash of light enveloped the entire car, and everything inside was retracted, transforming the car into a transparent mode that allowed a view of the outside scenery. While this car has such a function too. Speaking of which, dressed so lightly won't we be seen? Due to not going out today, the women were scantily dressed, with some even wearing just bathrobes while sitting there. It could be said that the view outside was infinitely beautiful. Don't worry, it's just a transparent mode. Outside is still dark. Lin Mo explained that if the women put on their clothes, he wouldn't be looking anymore. This car is really impressive. How long do you think this rain will last? The clouds above don't seem to have lessened at all. Hearing Luo Yun's words, the women looked up at the clouds. It felt heavy and oppressive. Could it be that it'll rain for a whole week? It should be. Even if it stops in between, it won't be for long. Lin Mo recalled carefully. It seemed like this rain had been falling for almost 10 days. Moreover, the water level kept rising, reaching waist height at times. In some low-lying areas, the water level even reached about 1.7 to 1.8 meters, especially in the south. Let's watch a movie together. They'll go grab some snacks. They'll go with you. I'll get some drinks. Then I'll go cut some fruit platters. I suddenly crave barbecue. What should I do? Watching Shu Yi and Lu Wanqing prepare food, Luo Yun thought of barbecue. Then let's get some meat. There's still leftover meat in the fridge from last time that hasn't been finished yet. Lin Mo reminded them. Hearing Luo Yun say this, Lin Mo also felt a bit hungry. Having barbecue in this weather would be nice. He went to the back and expanded the dining table to double its size, just enough for them to sit. As for the television, besides the one at the front, another television descended at the back, displaying the same content. Soon various drinks, beers, fruit platters, and barbecue grills were all prepared. Luo Yun lifted a glass of iced beer. With her throat continuously moving, she gulped down an entire glass. Ah, this is refreshing. A beer should be drunk cold. Watching Luo Yun like this, Lin Mo found it hard to associate her with the little girl she used to be. Had this child changed after the apocalypse? She was no longer cute at all. He still preferred the earliest version of her. However, the current one wasn't bad either. The contrast was even more striking, especially when her twin tails turned into propellers. They lived like this for 10 days, and on the 11th day, the rain finally stopped. The sun is out. Shouldn't we get started? We've been lying around for 10 days and are almost rusting. Jiang Yu stretched her body, feeling the sunlight. How do you dare to say that in front of Lin Mo? Lu Wanqing said with a sly smile. Jiang Yu stiffened. Then let's forget it. We haven't had to hunt zombies these days. He has become even crazier. It's fortunate we haven't been hunting zombies, otherwise this old person wouldn't be able to withstand such torment. What are you all talking about? Lin Mo walked into the car after opening the door and heard the word torment, looking at Lu Wanqing with confusion. Lu Wanqing quickly reacted and said the torment from the heavy rain outside has made the streets filthy. She couldn't help but pat herself on the back for her quick thinking, otherwise she wouldn't have a good outcome. Lin Mo looked at Lu Wanqing with suspicion, feeling that this woman was trying to fool him. However, he didn't dwell on it now as he had achieved quite a lot during these days. In 10 days, his favorability increased by nearly 8,000, and he now had 16,800 favorability points. Looking at the favorability point shop, Lin Mo felt a headache. He wanted to buy everything here. Despite the high favorability points, he couldn't really buy anything in this shop. A basic second ability activation reagent costs 1,000 favorability points, and it's random. The targeted ones are even more expensive. And Shrank Lightning ability costs 1 million favorability points, while in a rank costs 5,000. Who could afford that? He now suspected that this shop was just for show and not meant for him to buy anything. Even if he gathered 100 people, it would be useless. He was stretched too thin. Getting critical rewards wasn't easy either. To get 1 million favorability points, who knows how long that would take. Even if there was passive acquisition, it had to be within 4 meters. This was only useful at the beginning and wouldn't be useful later on. It seemed he could only rely on time. Aside from the second ability being a bit expensive, the others were much cheaper. For instance, a basic power potion increases strength by 100 points and only costs 1,000 energy points, with a maximum of 5 uses per person. Stamina, agility, and mental price points were the same. This was the highest cost-effective potion he had found. Besides this, there were various firearms, and the prices weren't too high. The prices for various skills were also quite reasonable. When Lin Mo saw the firearms, he thought of the Shu sisters. Because of him, the two hadn't even awakened their abilities. Moreover, their attributes were pitifully low as they had obtained their attributes through the car and firearms. Thus, he wanted to turn the two girls into firearm specialists. For instance, clad in tight-fitting red battle armor, wielding an oversized sniper rifle, and shooting a zombie king in the head from 800 miles away. Of course, this was all Lin Mo's imagination. The tight-fitting red battle armor wasn't unavailable, but it cost 5,000 favorability points, and that was the lowest tier. The only commendable aspect was that this lowest tier armor was equivalent to a 5-tier ability user, which was worth the price. However, Lin Mo had temporarily given up on that. But the idea of fighting with firearms was still something worth exploring. Lin Mo calculated a bit that the prices for 2 skill books weren't expensive, totaling 2,000 favorability points. As for firearms, Lin Mo chose the best one he could afford, the Z001 sniper rifle. It was 1.2 meters long, a rectangular shape with a support weighing only 5 kilograms, with a caliber of 20 millimeters and a range of 5,000 meters. At first glance, it was clearly not a product from Blue Star. After all, which family sniper rifle was shaped like an iron block? Moreover, this range was also impressive. A range of 5,000 meters is nothing short of fantastical, yet this gun has achieved it. What can one say? It is the product of alien technology. The price is quite reasonable. For just 2,001 can obtain a version with unlimited bullets, albeit with a slow bolt action mechanism. Of course, the magazines are not very expensive, comparable to those of a Desert Eagle. For this, he spent another 4,000 to buy 2 armor-piercing magazines. Thus, the 2 long-range support units were completed. Ordinary targets do not require their intervention. The only situations where they are needed are for those targets that are too distant to reach, such as certain special mutated beings. The mere thought of those mutated beings gave Lin Mo a headache. It wasn't that he couldn't kill them, but it was rather troublesome. Well, although he hadn't returned to the pre-liberation state, he had spent a significant amount of goodwill points. Shu Xin, come here, both of you. Coming, brother Mo. Lin Mo placed his hands on their heads, and 2 spheres of light flew into the girls' minds, instantly imparting all the skills related to the sniper rifle. He then handed the 2 sniper rifles and the magazines to the girls. The magazine on the gun contains ordinary bullets, while you are holding armor-piercing rounds. I believe you should know what type of bullet to use in what situation now. The 2 girls nodded. With the skill book on using the sniper rifle, they had some understanding of the situation. At this moment, the other girls also came outside. The weather had cleared, which meant they were about to set off, but outside. Lin Mo, are we going out today? Lin Mo glanced at the water level outside and shook his head. Let's hold off. With the drainage system in Fengjing, it should be passable by tomorrow. Lin Mo was uncertain. The drainage system in Fengjing was notoriously poor, especially in the south, which was beyond terrible. A slight rain causes the water level to rise dramatically. However, they were in the eastern suburbs, so it was relatively better. Then we can rest for another day. How nice. Jiang Yu and Lu Wanqing exchanged meaningful glances at Hu Shiyun. Are you sure resting is really good? Hu Shiyun glanced at Lin Mo. Going out to kill zombies was truly beneficial, and she needed to work hard on that. However, there was simply no opportunity. Lin Mo had a clear understanding of what these 2 older women were implying. I see you 2 are somewhat dissatisfied. Is it that you were unhappy with my service yesterday? Since that's the case, let's go back and have a good chat about how to earn you 2 5-star reviews. Lin Mo chuckled, coming up behind the 2 girls and placing his hands on their shoulders. Oh, you're just joking. Your shooting speed is as swift as lightning. No ordinary person can compare. Jiang Yu quickly smiled, otherwise she would have cried. Lu Wanqing chimed in. Yes, yes. And when you sang last night your rendition of exploring the clear water river was quite good, we were genuinely satisfied. Lin Mo rolled his eyes. Where did you learn these words? Alright, I was just teasing you. After all, this kind of humor should be moderate. Too much of it would be counterproductive. The water level dropped faster than expected. By 3 or 4 in the afternoon, the water level in the villa area had already started to return to its original level, and it was expected to be completely down by night. At least this way they could hunt zombies at the second Eastern Ring Road. Meanwhile, significant events concerning life and death were unfolding in the central city and surrounding private bases. In the city center since that day, when they drank water, most people had varying degrees of fever. Subsequently, some of them turned into zombies. Now, every building was in chaos. In one office building on the 20th floor, quick check if the safety door over there is holding. It must be held firm. Quickly move things and block the other side as well. Once all the main doors were confirmed to be shut, they finally sat down on the ground. Phew, it's finally over. Those people weren't bitten by zombies. How did they turn into zombies? Who knows? These people were already in tatters. Fortunately, they managed to grab food and water from the airdrop boxes at that time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have survived until now. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing this sound, the dozen or so men present looked visibly alarmed. Damn, who checked? Why are there still any? Where? Due to the lack of lights in the building, even if the sunlight outside was bright, the corridor remained dim. Crash. Everyone turned around, but saw no living creature. Brother, are we going to die here? A young man wearing glasses couldn't help but ask. Another young man swallowed hard. I don't know either. Tap, tap, tap. A woman walked out from a room. The dozen or so people squinted at the graceful woman, feeling relieved. She clearly wasn't a zombie. Wait. Doesn't she look like Su Yuqing? Su Yuqing, the woman they had mercilessly cast aside. How could she still be alive? Su Yuqing approached these people, looking at the familiar faces. Beneath her pale skin, her veins began to pulse with life. Long time no see, my former colleagues. Are you human or ghost? The bespectacled man gazed at the woman who had once led them through difficulties, only to remember she had been on the verge of being kicked out due to illness. At that time, a few men wanted to vent their frustrations, but they were stopped by the bespectacled man and the other young man. Otherwise, Su Yuqing might have died right there. Of course I'm human. You two stand aside for now, but let me settle some personal grievances first. As she spoke, her fingertips elongated and darkened. Rapidly closing in on her former colleagues, the people in front were already paralyzed with fear, unable to comprehend how this woman could still be alive. Su Yuqing plunged her left hand into the throat of her target. Her pale complexion gradually turned rosy while the body in her hand shriveled. Is this the feeling of power? It's simply amazing. The others witnessing this rose up in rebellion. However, for Su Yuqing, who had gained special abilities, it was as easy as cutting through vegetables. The bespectacled man and the other young man were utterly terrified at this moment. The ground was littered with corpses. No, they should now be called desiccated corpses. It felt as though everyone had been completely drained by this stunning woman. We too? The bespectacled man weakly inquired. He was in great agony internally. Considering what you said back then, I won't kill you too. Just right, I need 2 lackeys you can tag along. Su Yuqing's complexion no longer appeared pale as she returned to her original self. The only oddity was her slightly reddened pupils and the white hair that could never return to its original color. In several other private bases, fierce battles were also taking place. However, the official base in the southern suburbs was free from such troubles, as it had been notified to every household the moment the experimental data was released. Upon realizing the risk of infection, all the water that followed was used only for bathing and was only deemed safe for cleaning the body. As for those with wounds, they dared not touch even that water. Yet there were always those who feared nothing and drank that water. Fortunately, with soldiers and inspectors present, those who turned into zombies did not cause too much harm. The next day, the water levels had completely receded. Lin Mo and his group made their way towards the city center, and Lin Mo glanced at the time on the vehicle. Is it already mid-September? Time really flies. It seems the zombie tide should arrive in the next few days. The vehicle stopped as it reached the second ring road. Why are there more zombies here? The number is significantly higher than before. Indeed, this is even more than at the beginning. Luo Fei couldn't help but exclaim as she looked ahead. It's certain the previous heavy rain must have washed down many zombies, which ended up being blocked by various buildings and remained in the city. The more the better, this way we can upgrade effectively. Facing the impending zombie tide, although reluctant to get involved, there were good things to be gained amidst the zombies. High-level zombies and high-level mutated zombies were his targets. Lin Mo glanced at the zombie levels outside. The levels of the surrounding zombies were disappointingly low. How could there be so many first-tier zombies? Killing them provided too little attribute gain. This was something Lin Mo had discovered over time. Initially, he thought the energy absorbed by the system was only a part, but it turned out to be a significant majority. For instance, when Luo Fei killed a third-tier zombie, she gained over 30 points in attributes. Meanwhile, Lin Mo with his plunder ability had a gain of 30-15, while without it, he only received 15 points. Perhaps it seemed that Lin Mo obtained fewer attributes than others, but there was something that others couldn't compare with. That was while Luo Fei and the others gained no energy or attributes when killing zombies 2 tiers lower than them, Lin Mo could still gain attributes from killing zombies that were 2 tiers lower, albeit the efficiency was quite low. When killing a first-tier zombie, the attributes he and the girls obtained were the same, both gaining half. However, when killing a 0-tier zombie, Lin Mo could still gain half of the attribute points. But the girls couldn't. They could only obtain negligible attributes or just weak energy to raise their levels. Overall, Lin Mo still had the largest increase in attributes. All of this was gradually analyzed by Lin Mo using his insight ability. He asked the system, but it only provided a vague response. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth. Had he known it would be like this, he would have maximized his benefits. Lin Mo, should we first reduce the numbers? Or? Zhang Yu's voice snapped Lin Mo out of his thoughts. Let's just attack. Bring the zombies over. Shu E and Shu Xian, keep an eye out from the roof of the vehicle and be ready to assist at any time. After the arrangements were made, Lin Mo opened the car door and jumped out. He made some noise to scatter the zombies. Once the timing was right, Lin Mo drew out his long knife. You all handle the zombies in front of you. I'm going inside. The blade was infused with lightning attributes, and Lin Mo instantly vanished from his spot, charging towards the higher-level zombies inside. In a distant high-rise, Su Yuqing watched Lin Mo fighting below, her heart racing. He is so powerful. Oh, I really like him. The bespectacled man and the young man looked down, seeing only a flash of lightning weaving through the zombie horde, nothing else. Yet the two dared not speak. This woman before them was too intimidating. Just looking at the nearby corpses made it clear that almost everyone in this building had fallen victim to her. No, I have to go down and fight this man. Is just my type. You two wait here, and whatever you do, don't think about running away or else. Su Yuqing licked her lips and turned to head downstairs. Once she could no longer hear her footsteps, the two let out a deep sigh. Qin, how do you think we can survive this? Su Yuqing wasn't like this before. Zhang Wenyu, let's just take it one day at a time. Qin Hao patted Zhang Wenyu on the shoulder. Zhang Wenyu adjusted his glasses, looking grave. Don't you find it strange? Su Yuqing used to be gentle, kind, and understanding, but after such a severe illness, she turned into something. A monster. Do you think it could be related to that rain? Qin Hao shook his head. So what if it is? And what if it isn't? In any case, we can only be at the mercy of others. Su Yuqing jumped down from the second-floor window, and the surrounding zombies approached her. A smirk appeared on her lips, her veins subtly visible under her skin, a red glow flickering in her eyes, and her nails elongated, coming together like a sharp, long blade. The zombies were as fragile as paper, easily killed. Feeling the energy flowing from her nails, Su Yuqing couldn't help but curl her lip. They were even weaker than the ordinary people she had killed. Lin Mo sensed an unusual aura approaching him, and a vacuum circle formed as the zombies were slain. A white-haired figure with an unusual weapon appeared before him. Hello there, handsome. You're quite impressive. How about we have a duel? Lin Mo frowned at the familiar-looking person, wondering why her hair color seemed so familiar. He didn't recognize any two-dimensional girls. Name Su Yuqing, age 26, rating 93, affinity 20. He used his insight ability on Su Yuqing. Name Su Yuqing, level 2nd tier, beginner ability S-class, mutant attributes, strength 344, physique 156, agility 231, spirit 98. Wait a minute. What is a mutant? Is it considered an ability? Or is it? Lin Mo squinted, assessing the woman before him, her white hair contrasting with her slightly red eyes and her weapon resembling claws. So are mutants not human? Handsome, don't you want to fight me? I really want to fight you. Su Yuqing charged towards Lin Mo. Despite sensing a threat from him, she felt even more excitement, a desire for battle. As long as her affinity wasn't negative, it indicated that things weren't too bad. As they clashed, Lin Mo didn't hold back completely, but sought to understand what this mutant was. When his hand made contact with Su Yuqing's wrist, he was taken aback. How cold. It felt nothing like the temperature of a living person. Lin Mo's heart raced. Could she be a living corpse? Su Yuqing's affection level surprisingly increased a bit. What kind of operation is this? Su Yuqing felt even more excited, for her fighting had become an instinct. Wielding a blade made from her nails, she attacked Lin Mo. Lin Mo countered. Faced with such an assault, Lin Mo responded with ease while pondering the source of this affection. After a moment of thought, he vanished from his spot, appearing behind Su Yuqing and delivering a kick to her backside. He could clearly feel her elasticity. She is indeed not a living corpse. Moreover, Her affection level directly rose by 10 points. What a masochistic tendency. Su Yuqing rubbed her backside and looked at Lin Mo. Indeed, he was a powerful man, much stronger than anyone she had encountered before. Seeing Su Yuqing ready to attack again, Lin Mo directly moved behind her, locking her arms and resting them on his legs. It seemed he understood how this affection was increasing. Smack! Lin Mo's palms landed repeatedly on her backside, the rebound, revealing how abundant her collagen was. Each time his palm struck down, her affection level increased by 3 or 4 points. Ding! Critical hit. Su Yuqing's affection level reached 50. Hiss! What the hell is this? Is this really due to her constitution? Are all mutants like this? Ding! Congratulations, host. Su Yuqing's affection level has reached 100, granting you a universal beverage machine. Alright, it really hit 100 points. This might be the fastest Lin Mo has ever achieved. And it was all thanks to beating her. However, Lin Mo had to complain about the reward. He had expected something useful. Unexpectedly, it was just a machine. Lin Mo glanced at the description. Universal beverage machine. Any known drink on the planet can be dispensed from it. Alright, it's something for enjoyment. Taking it out at night to wash his feet with an 82-year-old Lafite would be nice. Can you let me down? My back hurts. Just a little. Lin Mo quickly let Su Yuqing down. Now that her affection level had reached 100, he wasn't worried about her doing anything bad. But what was with that desire-filled gaze? Did he break her? Can I ask how you became like this? He felt a strange familiarity with her appearance, yet he couldn't pinpoint it. A while ago it rained, and I drank the rainwater. After that I had a fever, and ended up like this. So are you a zombie, or a human? I don't know. I can absorb the energy from the bodies I kill, and I can also absorb from zombies. But the energy from zombies isn't as good as from different people. Maybe I don't belong to either. Killing to absorb energy is becoming too familiar. How many people have you killed? I lost count, maybe over 100 or 2. They were all craving my body. I had to satisfy them, making them a part of my body. Lin Mo's mouth twitched. That satisfaction was unnecessary. Let's go to that side. Since her affection level was now 100, it was time to add her to the team. Moreover, her combat power was so strong, it would be a pity not to. Seeing Lin Mo bring a voluptuous white-haired woman, the others were somewhat surprised. Wasn't Lin Mo going to kill zombies? Why did he bring someone back? Haha, I hope he brings back more. That would mean longer rest times. That's true. Before the rain, we could rest a whole day with just a few people. If we had more, we might rest for 3 days. Lin Mo introduced Su Yuqing to the group. This is our new teammate. What was your name again? He knew but couldn't say it since they hadn't exchanged names. Hello everyone, my name is Su Yuqing. Please take care of me. Su Yuqing's eyes were filled with excitement, though less than when she first met Lin Mo. She noticed that most people in this team were quite powerful. It's a pity that she couldn't kill them, otherwise her strength would increase further. If Su Yuqing hadn't met Lin Mo, she probably wouldn't know how many people she had killed by now. Hello, welcome to this big family. Sister, your skin is so fair. What do you use? In this apocalypse, there were no cosmetics for the women to whiten their skin, and after days of sun exposure their skin had almost turned wheat-colored. While that wasn't bad, who wouldn't want to be fairer? Lin Mo watched as Su Yuqing chatted happily with the others. He released his grip on the knife handle. It seemed that this 100 affection level was indeed somewhat useful. Meanwhile, 3 kilometers away on a rooftop, a man and a woman stood. Both of them had white hair and varying degrees of red in their eyes. Hong Lian, Target 13, has joined the human camp. We can cease observation. The man said, Haha, has she forgotten how humans treat them? Wu Chun, just let it go, but make a note of her. Yes, Lord Hong Lian. Should we now look for other new humans? Of course we must seek them out. This world will soon belong to us new humans. The two left the rooftop and headed downstairs. Lin Mo felt a gaze upon him and turned to look behind. There was nothing but buildings. He couldn't help but ponder. That feeling was so strange. He glanced at Su Yuqing, who had white hair. How could he have forgotten such a face? Time had passed too long, and many memories had faded significantly. Alright, that's enough chatting. We have important matters to attend to. Let's continue killing zombies. The girls nodded and resumed their battle against the zombies. Su Yuqing approached Lin Mo. The energy I absorb from killing zombies is really minimal. Could you let me kill a few more people? No way. Lin Mo felt a headache coming on. Why did she always want to kill? There weren't that many people around to be killed. Just kill zombies for now, and when we encounter bad people later, let's not intervene. I'll leave them all for you, okay? Su Yuqing could only nod in resignation. Alright, but without humans my upgrade speed is really slow. Slow is fine, we aren't in a hurry. Lin Mo couldn't recklessly hunt humans just for her to level up. After a moment he said, don't worry, a zombie tide is coming soon. After the zombie tide, many bad people will appear. You can kill at will, alright. Upon hearing this, Su Yuqing's eyes lit up. Okay, it's a deal. Zhang Wenyu, did we survive? Su Yuqing left with that man. Qin Hao leaned against the window and shouted gleefully. Zhang Wenyu adjusted his glasses. A glint of light flickered across the lenses. It seems so, and we still have plenty of food. Not that much really, just 2 backpacks. Qin Hao watched Zhang Wenyu adjust his glasses again and nearly punched him. Having food is good, we can survive longer. But food will inevitably run out. A faint knowing curve lifted the corner of Zhang Wenyu's mouth. Haven't you wondered why those people are so obsessed with killing zombies? Haven't you observed anything? Qin Hao paused for a long while before turning his gaze toward Zhang Wenyu. My brain isn't exactly sharp. Why don't you just tell me outright? Through careful observation, I've noticed they crack open zombies' skulls and extract a white substance. I suspect it either enhances physical capability or serves as sustenance. And since these individuals grow stronger at regular intervals, killing zombies must grant tangible power gains. At that moment, Zhang Wenyu loomed impossibly tall in Qin Hao's eyes. Then let's hunt zombies together. That's settled. By evening, the vehicle headed toward the villa district. Qin Yuqing rested her chin on her palm, lost in reverie. She felt certain she'd forgotten something, yet couldn't recall what. Ugh, this is truly infuriating. Back at the villa district, the women busied themselves preparing food. Su Yuqing joined in. When she saw the abundance of ingredients, she stared in disbelief. Is this truly the apocalypse, or a vacation? This might well be the most lavish meal she'd eaten since the collapse began. Once every dish was laid upon the table, another welcoming feast commenced. Gazing at the spread before them, Su Yuqing's appetite surged. She ate more than anyone else. Lin Mo nodded quietly. At least their ability to consume food signaled humanity's continued dominance. From the moment he first met Su Yuqing, Lin Mo had grown increasingly intrigued by her white hair, especially the faint, elusive crimson shimmer deep within her eyes, which intensified markedly during combat. A squad, an ally, or perhaps an entire organization. Lin Mo shook his head. What's the point of overthinking? We'll deal with it when we meet them. 1 week later, Lin Mo had slain enough 3rd-tier zombies to ascend to Tier 3, initial rank. Had 4th-tier zombies been available, he would have pursued them without hesitation. Host Lin Mo, rank Tier 3. Initial rank, experience 12500, attribute strength 5805, constitution 5243, agility 5515, spirit 6932, awakened ability psychic, Tier 1, mental spike. Storage capacity 100 cubic units, energy points 15380, favor value 127219, skills exclusive passive, plunder 1230, unique cultivation, art dragon phoenix, unfettered Dao art. Though Tier 3 wasn't the highest attainable rank, Lin Mo's attributes were unmatched among all survivors. Yet, Lin Mo studied the experience required for the next ascension and found it deeply discouraging. Higher tiers demanded exponentially greater effort. Not only Lin Mo, but others too were watching closely. For everyone else, slaying high-tier zombies yielded identical benefits. Though few possessed Lin Mo's insight, diligent observation could still reveal the pattern. Moreover, military units employed firearms to eliminate zombies. Otherwise, Lin Mo wouldn't have spent so much time hunting them personally. Seeing that experience threshold, Lin Mo knew his advancement would slow dramatically, unless he reverted to slaughtering low-tier zombies, enabling rapid leveling at the cost of attribute points. But Lin Mo would never sacrifice attribute points. They were the very foundation of his strength. The other women had also progressed steadily. Luo Fei and Yu Linglong both reached Tier 3, initial rank, while the rest remained mostly at Tier 2, advanced. Only 2 stood apart, the twin sisters, Shu Xin and Shu Yi, both already at Tier 5, though their base attributes lagged far behind. September 20th. The day passed uneventfully. After ascending to Tier 3, Lin Mo's spiritual perception expanded dramatically. Zombies harboring energy cores now fell unmistakably within his mental reach. They remained exceedingly rare, but as the group hunted zombies, Lin Mo extended his spiritual sense outward. Nearby humans and energicore-bearing zombies immediately manifested within his awareness. Yet at the city's northern periphery, 5 kilometers distant, the number of firefly-like zombie auras multiplied rapidly. He whirled sharply toward the northern suburbs. A zombie tide was coming. Yet it halted at the city's edge, refusing to advance further. What's wrong, Lin Mo? What's happening over there? Jiang Yu followed Lin Mo's gaze, but saw only scattered buildings and a couple of survivor teams. A zombie tide is approaching. Lin Mo murmured softly, his expression igniting with exhilaration. A tide meant high-tier zombies, mutants, rare coveted prey. After all elite zombies had nearly vanished from the city, Lin Mo rarely engaged anymore. Let's return home, rest for 2 days, then resume operations. Lin Mo intended to restore everyone's mental and physical readiness to peak condition. Already heading back. So soon. Isn't returning home preferable? Ha. Do you really think you'll escape once we're back? Lin Mo shot Luo Yun a wry glance. This boy spoke nothing but blunt, inconvenient truths. Su Yuqing approached Lin Mo and moistened her lips. I smell food, such a delicious scent. Lin Mo looked up surprised. You sensed it? She shook her head. Not sensed, drawn. A primal instinct, a magnetic pull. Once I absorb it, I'll ascend. Lin Mo sighed inwardly. He'd overthought it. Though still early, everyone boarded the vehicle and returned home without delay. Back at the Villa District, Lin Mo gathered them all in the living room. My scans confirm a massive zombie convergence near the northern suburbs. Numbers are already overwhelming. They likely began assembling days ago, suggesting possible command by an intelligent variant. A zombie sovereign may exist, but not yet. Thus we'll avoid the city for 2 days. Hide-ear zombies remain our sole priority. Whether for me or the women, attribute points are irreplaceable. Sounds perfect. 2 days of rest. I'm going to play games. Who's joining? I'll go swimming. Soon only Lin Mo and Su Yuqing remained in the living room. Why didn't you go? Playing with them holds no allure. Playing with you does. Lin Mo smiled, feeling the cool smoothness of Su Yuqing's skin against his neck. Mutants differed from humans in one profound way. Their body temperature remained perpetually fixed at 18 degrees Celsius. Then let's go. 3 hours later, Lin Mo and Su Yuqing arrived at the swimming pool, where several girls were already present. Some were swimming, while others were basking in the sun on the shore. Upon seeing Lin Mo and Su Yuqing's arrival, they waved to them. Soon Lin Mo found himself alone, as Su Yuqing was pulled away by them. Yuqing, how did your skin become so fair? Come on, join us for a swim. The girls laughed and chatted, and Su Yuqing, without hesitation, changed into her swimsuit and jumped into the pool, drawing admiration for her figure. Lin Mo watched the girls in the water, a smile creeping onto his lips. The sensation of ice and fire was quite delightful. Lin Mo opened the store and found an automotive component he needed. 32 megapixel 10,000x optical zoom, titanium alloy. Drone camera, 10,000 energy points. Upon seeing the lengthy description, Lin Mo felt a twinge of pain in his teeth. But to better confirm the situation with the zombie tide, he purchased it. Lin Mo took out a black ring and a tablet about 10 inches in size from the system space. He put the ring on his head and turned on the tablet. Above the car, a black hole opened and a drone of less than 20 centimeters in size ascended. The screen on Lin Mo's tablet also displayed the scene of the villa area. With a thought, the drone rose into the air. As he wished, it turned left and right, accelerated and decelerated. The drone performed his commands flawlessly with no delay whatsoever. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. This is great. Oh, just thinking about it is enough. Operating it would be much more difficult. Following Lin Mo's control, the drone slowly ascended, focusing its lens on the northern suburbs, gradually zooming in. According to the location scanned by Lin Mo's spiritual sense, he indeed discovered a large horde of zombies. The only unfortunate thing was that the footage transmitted back from the camera did not allow him to use the insight function. However, it didn't matter. Those mutated ones must be there. After zooming in 10,000 times, Lin Mo could clearly see a strand of flesh between the zombie's teeth. As he reduced the image size to accommodate 20 zombies at once, he began targeting. Unfortunately, there were simply too many zombies, making it difficult to find the intelligent mutated zombie he was looking for. Although he didn't find that one, he located other mutated creatures and failed mutations. Speed types, strength types, composite types, giants. Additionally, among the horde, he also discovered numerous zombie beasts. Looking at these zombies, Lin Mo smacked his lips. So many energy points. I must ensure Shushin gets to kill many of them. This wave could yield at least 200 energy points. Relying solely on us few supernatural beings won't yield much, but conventional weapons will certainly do the trick. Especially with 2 Gatling guns in tandem, or just thinking about it is exhilarating. Of course, he didn't forget his goal and continuously adjusted the camera angle. However, 2 hours passed with no results. They are probably hiding, but that's finer as long as the intelligent mutated ones are dead. Once the intelligent ones are gone, the entire zombie tide would lack direction, turning into a mere horde of wandering zombies. However, Lin Mo was not in a hurry. After all, he was a psychic supernatural being, and once he released his spiritual power, the strongest among them would surely be. He finally zoomed in on the location of the zombies in the northern suburbs. Based on his estimates, there were at least 8,000 zombies in this batch. In the east, west, and north directions, zombies continued to rush toward the northern suburbs, merging into this horde. Lin Mo stroked his chin. He speculated that the first zombie tide should be over 2,000, perhaps the maximum that the intelligent zombies could control. After all, there were more than 5 million zombies in the entire Fengjing city. Otherwise, if all these zombies attacked the official base, humanity would be doomed. Lin Mo, let's go, it's time to prepare dinner. Luoyan called out. Coming. Unbeknownst to them, it was already evening. Upon entering the living room, the dishes were already being prepared and would be ready to eat soon. Lin Mo, has anything unusual happened? No, it's still early. The time shouldn't differ much from my estimates. After pondering, Jiang Yu said, should we arrange for someone to check it out? After all, this vehicle is perfect for such tasks. Oh, just having someone drive over to take a look would suffice. There's no need. Lin Mo turned on the television, selected a few options on the tablet, and projected the images onto the TV. The screen displayed the location of the zombie horde in the northern suburbs. While there are so many zombies, isn't the northern suburbs doomed? Luo Yun abandoned her ladylike demeanor, which she might not have had anyway. Jiang Yu nodded in agreement. This makes my claustrophobia act up. The screen is so large it looks like a sea of heads. Stop talking about it. Oh, we still have dinner to eat. Luo Fei hurriedly interrupted the two. All right, stop looking. Oh, everyone come over to eat. Lu Wanqing and the others brought the dishes over while the others rushed to serve rice. At the southern suburbs official base. Zhang Yi, who is this child? Yang Jini looked at the white-haired child before him with a puzzled expression. Could it be albinism? What were they bringing him here for? Report. This child possesses special abilities different from those of supernatural beings. It's quite peculiar. Yang Jini squatted down looking at the 8 or 9-year-old girl. Tell uncle, what ability do you have? The white-haired girl flashed a red glimmer in her eyes. I can tell if a person is good or bad. As she said this, she lowered her head. Yang Jini was somewhat surprised. Her name was indeed different from those of supernatural beings. What's your name? My name is Xiaowan. Xiaowan, that's a nice name. Where are your parents? They went out looking for food and haven't returned. As she spoke, tears streamed down Xiaowan's cheeks. How pitiable is Zhang Yi. Take care of this child. When you have time, take her out for a stroll. Zhang Yi nodded in understanding. All right. Bang. The door was forcefully slammed open. Chao Gang, what are you panicking about? Yang Jinyu looked at her damaged front door with concern. There was nowhere to repair it now. Base Chief, it's bad. Countless zombies have gathered in the northern suburbs. They are just standing there not moving. This doesn't look good. What? A pile of zombies. Do zombies have some sort of plan? Aren't they supposed to be mindless? How can they gather like this? Yang Jini frowned. What did this mean? According to Gu Jun's explanation, zombies' brains lack the capacity for thought. Even mutated zombies only possess simple thinking. Go call Gu Jun and prepare all usable weapons. This might be a great battle. 3 days have passed, and the number of zombies outside has increased significantly, with even the zombies within the city moving towards them. A horde of zombies has formed. At this moment, Lin Mo and his group were playing games in the gaming room. Yu Qing, hurry and charge. I know how much have we charged? We can't win, right? It's just a computer. What can't we defeat? Indeed, it was black technology. Even the system could replicate it. The words great failure stimulated Lin Mo. What were his attributes like that he couldn't win? It can only be said that the system's modified game was truly impressive. This was because the opposing computer was designed based on real people. Top lane was peak Strawberry, mid lane was peak Roofing, jungle was 777, bottom lane had Uzi and Xiaoming. The mode was still in hellish difficulty. It was tough. Lin Mo, the zombie horde has moved and is heading south. Another group is coming towards us. What should we do? Hu Shiyun suddenly rushed and looking anxious. Don't panic. The zombie horde is still some distance away from us, enough time for us to have lunch. At the speed the zombies are moving, they won't reach here in under 4 hours. Forget about lunch, and we could even take a shower. They stopped playing the game and started preparing lunch, getting ready for the impending battle. Meanwhile, aside from the private base in the northern suburbs being prepared, the other 2 private bases had no defense and continued hunting zombies as usual. The official base had already begun moving various weapons to the front in preparation for the upcoming battle. At around 4 in the afternoon, Lin Mo arrived in the living room and put the controller on his head. The scene began to change. The largest surge of zombies had now reached the city center, approximately 10 kilometers away from the southern suburban base, with an estimated encounter time of midnight. The number of zombies on the eastern suburban side should only be in the tens of thousands, suggesting that this time it wasn't one intelligent type, but rather 4 intelligent mutated variants. At this moment, the zombies on the eastern side had already crossed the second ring road. There seemed to be too many. Are we really going to fight? Luo Yun expressed some concern. If it were just a few thousand zombies, she wouldn't even be scared, but this was tens of thousands. Don't worry with a Gatling gun. Even if there are 20,000, 200,000, it's just a matter of time. Unless they are all defensive types of mutated zombies, then it would be another story. Adjust yourselves, or we expect to return to the entrance around 6. Shu Xian, you'll be watching from behind, creating an opening. Indeed, Lin Mo had no intention of confronting them head-on. Although facing them directly wouldn't be particularly challenging for them, it wouldn't benefit them either. He wouldn't do something that brought no benefit. However, attacking from the back presented no problem. Ordinary zombies would be eliminated by Shu Xian, while high-level zombies would be dealt with by them. A perfect plan. As for Su Yuqing, although the zombie energy is somewhat reduced for you, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Besides, I suspect the private base in the eastern suburbs will attack us, so you can do as you please. At first, Su Yuqing thought it was boring, but when she heard Lin Mo say that someone would attack them from behind, and that she could do as she wanted, her eyes began to redden. Okay, no problem. Lin Mo was not speaking nonsense. When the other party saw that they clearly had strength, but didn't help to stop them, they would undoubtedly attack after dealing with the zombies. Helping is a favor, not helping is an obligation. He didn't appreciate moral coercion. The theory that the strong should help the weak didn't apply to him. He had only heard of strong alliances, not alliances between the strong and the weak. However, he had no good feelings towards such people. Of course, he didn't wish for such matters to occur. After all, they are all human. Why must they harm each other? But since you have acted against me, it's only right that I retaliate. Time passed minute by minute, and the zombie horde had arrived at the entrance of Lin Mo's villa area, continuing to move eastward. Let's go depart. Upon entering the car, Shu Yi drove it to the entrance. The distance from the zombies was merely 5 or 6 meters. The zombies, however, ignored the appearing vehicles and continued following their formation. Lin Mo, why aren't these zombies attacking us? I remember last time, as long as we got within 10 meters of the zombies, they would notice us. Jiang Yu was somewhat puzzled. It's simple. They are being directed by a human. Their target is very clear, which is to go where there are more people. Lin Mo released his spiritual power, and weak flames like fireflies began to illuminate. Then larger flames appeared, and among these larger flames, one bright, white flame stood out. Found it. That must be an intelligent mutated variant, otherwise it wouldn't be so bright. Moreover, it was surrounded by at least 100 mutated variants guarding it. Lin Mo's eyes gleamed. This wave was a direct path to wealth. However, he couldn't rush it. The zombies behind had yet to come over. Waiting was a long process. The girls were not anxious and sat back to play cards, knowing they would be called when it was time to act. An hour later. Brother Lin Mo, it seems there are no more zombies. Shu Yi nudged Lin Mo beside her. Lin Mo opened his eyes just in time to see the tail of the zombie horde. It was finally about to begin. Shu Xian, go and prepare to create an opening. Yes. Shu Yi drive out, keeping 20 meters behind. The vehicle started and left the neighborhood. The other girls also put down what they were holding and came to the front to look outside. In Lin Mo's eyes, the zombies behind were mostly first-level zombies, and keeping them around was pointless. Shu Xian opened fire. Da-da-da. 2 lines of fire swept and bombarded the tail of the zombie horde, leaving the zombies in tatters. The car rolled over them, making creaking sounds. The system's notifications kept popping up, but Lin Mo had turned off the notifications long ago, so he couldn't see them for now, but he knew. Sensing that their formation was under attack, the zombie horde turned around and began walking towards Lin Mo and the others, including several mutated zombies. Get out of the car, prepare for battle. Shu Xian continued sweeping the zombies I marked. An invisible line connected the two, which was Lin Mo's third-tier skill, spirit sharing. At first, Shu Xian did not understand the meaning of this sentence, but when she saw some zombies highlighted, she understood. She adjusted her aim and shot the highlighted zombies. Everyone else, prepare for battle. Those zombies that have been released are your targets. Ignore the mutated ones. Lin Mo clenched his fist in the air. A long spear forged from lightning materialized in his hand. Whoosh! A speed-type mutated hunter was pierced through and hung on the nearby building. The spear crackled with lightning. Lin Mo, your damage is lacking, but still struggling, and didn't die. With the increase in attributes, his strength had significantly risen. Luo Yun looked at the mutated creature pinned to the wall, still writhing. If it were her giant lightning arrow, it would turn to dust in an instant. Is that so? How about now? Lin Mo clenched his right fist towards the mutated creature. The spear instantly transformed into a semicircular sphere of light and exploded. Boom! The mutated creature melted away, but the wall of the building remained unscathed, as if nothing had happened. Why didn't that wall break? This is unreasonable. She stared in shock at the wall, which had only darkened a bit, showing no other changes. That's just too unreasonable. Lin Mo shrugged. This is control. If you want to achieve this, you need to be at least at the 3rd tier and practice. Lin Mo could do this entirely because of his super high spiritual power, otherwise it would be impossible. This was merely a small episode. Lin Mo continuously created lightning spears, shooting one at each small creature. Energy points surged wildly. After all, these were 3rd tier mutated creatures, quite rare. The ones they had encountered before were merely 2nd tier. The zombies behind them had been completely cleared out, with Shu Xian killing the most in front of a Gatling gun. Everyone is equal. Bang! Bang! 4 giant zombies nearly 8 meters tall emerged. They were composite-type zombies. In terms of size, they were second only to giant mutated creatures. The 8-meter-tall zombies were covered in heads of various sizes. One could say the composite type is a conglomerate of different zombies, their core not in the head, but in a specific part of the body. If it were someone else, they might not be able to kill it. But facing Lin Mo was like meeting their nemesis. He unleashed his spiritual power. The cores of 2 zombies, which are their alternative brains, were located in their hearts. one in the left thigh and another in the abdomen. Behind Lin Mo, 4 giant lightning spears coalesced, each 5 meters long with a diameter of 30 centimeters. With a wave of his right hand, they shot out rapidly, swiftly embedding themselves in the corresponding positions. With a gentle fist clenched, the 4 composite-type mutated creatures hadn't even had a chance to exert their power before they melted away. TSK Tisk, maybe you should take over. I don't think we need to intervene anymore. Watching the damage unleashed by Lin Mo Jiang, you felt their own weakness. There was no need for them to do anything. They could just sit back and wait. Only by killing more zombies can you grow stronger, so go ahead and kill. Jiang Yu was just joking, of course, as she knew they needed to kill more. The last batch of zombies was wiped out by them. In fact, it wasn't many, as most had been killed by Shu Xian. Each of them had only killed dozens, while Lin Mo had killed over 100, and the attribute points he gained caused his strength to soar once more. The group got into the vehicle and continued forward. Lin Mo took out the drone controller and sent the camera flying ahead to scout. Ahead of the zombie horde in the eastern suburbs was a factory surrounded by iron fences. Inside the fence stood many people using various skills to kill the distant zombies. However, it was evident that these people were insufficient to handle so many zombies. Among them, there were a few who were likely second or third tier ability users capable of group attacks. At least they could protect themselves, but their energy might not sustain long-term fighting. As for the other directions, Lin Mo did not check. His goal was to capture all the mutated creatures among the various zombie routes. How's your recovery? If possible, we can continue. After all, their previous opponents were mostly second and third tier zombies, and most people used abilities, while only Hu Shiyun and Yu Linglong used cold weapons. We're almost recovered, plus Xian's ability is here, so it shouldn't be a problem. Hu Xian's second tier ability is a single target energy recovery skill. Although recovery was slow, it was better than nothing. Then let's continue aiming to clear this route by tonight. As for the people in the base ahead, their fate was uncertain. He wasn't in a hurry. Stability was the priority. As long as the girls were sufficiently drained, they would rest. Lin Mo estimated that cleaning up these zombies would take at least 4 to 5 hours. By then, his energy points would surely experience a qualitative leap. The vehicle drove on, stopping intermittently, soon encountering intelligent zombies. An hour ago at the eastern suburbs private base. Zhang Yong, this isn't working. Let's go. We should abandon this place. In this base, there were about 1,000 people, with only a little over 100 being ability users, while the rest were either family members or logistics personnel. Leave? How do we leave? The outside is filled with zombies. They've surrounded us. Tell me how we can leave. Zhang Yong rubbed his temples, feeling overwhelmed. It was clear everything was fine until now. Where did these zombies come from? And with such clear intentions, they directly surrounded them. The most important thing was that they hadn't seen them approach. If it weren't for the gray-white skin and gray pupils of these humans, he would doubt it was a human group. So what now? All ability users have been fighting for a long time and are exhausted. Hearing this, Zhang Yong felt even more headache. It was too hard. He only wanted to develop a force and become a ruler of the apocalypse. But why was it so difficult? How many energy crystals are left? Less than 400. Even if everyone uses these to recover energy, it can only last for another 3 hours at most. But the iron fence could not hold out much longer. It was really at its limit. Chen Luo, stop talking about that. Let's have everyone go to the rooftops. That's all we can do now. As for that mutated creature, just be careful in handling it. That's all we can do. Chen Yong's only concern was the speed-type mutated creature which could leap up. It was quite outrageous. The first time he encountered it, 2 people died before they could kill that mutated creature. Among this batch of zombies, he saw 4 or 5, and he didn't know how many more there were. Tat 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 tat. Gunfire. Chen Yong and the others reached the rooftop and looked into the distance where 2 tongues of fire were shooting out continuously. Chen Yong, are those official people? Chen Yong shook his head. Wang Changshi, those are not official. The officials are to the south. Chen Yong pointed towards the southern suburbs where artillery fire was raging. In the south, flames erupted and a continuous roar echoed, clearly indicating that a battle had just begun. After all, there hadn't been such a loud commotion moments ago. What are those ahead? Wang Changshi asked, somewhat bewildered. In Huawei, no private individual could access weapons, and those flames clearly indicated they were not ordinary weapons. I don't know, maybe they were bought at the official base. Didn't the radio say a shop opened recently that allows purchases using zombie energy crystals? They must have bought them there. Chen Yong could only think this way, but those flames were indeed a bit outrageous, and do they expect to have infinite ammunition? The gunfire continued unabated. By the way, are they here to rescue us? Wang Changshi couldn't help but feel some anticipation. Chen Yong sighed softly. In the apocalypse, only the authorities can provide rescue individuals. It's best not to hold too much hope. The world is bustling, all for profit. Without benefits, one is insignificant. In the apocalypse, strength reigns supreme. Especially after experiencing the apocalypse for so long, he had long seen through this truth. At first, he was still a law-abiding citizen. Even when starving, he had no ill thoughts. However, after half a month, he realized his previous thoughts were utterly naive. The weak were at the mercy of others regardless of gender. The strong occupied countless resources. From that moment on, he became cautious, no longer believing in the nonsense that we should help each other as fellow beings. Of course, helping out when convenient was acceptable, but he had no intention of going out of his way to do it unless he became the ruler of this world. Looking at the surging zombies outside, that was clearly impossible. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared, and the figure of a mutated zombie vanished from the air. Wang Changxi stammered, "Was that a superpower? This power seems too great." They do have lightning-type abilities, and they are powerful, but compared to that in the sky, they seem trivial. It should be given the color and shape. There shouldn't be any other powers like that except for lightning. Not bad, Luo Yin, you can shoot so accurately from this distance. Lin Mo was somewhat surprised that this distance was probably over 100 meters. That was a speed-type mutant hunter. Lin Mo, don't underestimate me. I feel that after leveling up, my eyesight has improved significantly. Isn't it normal to hit the target? Moreover, I was using a giant arrow which flies much faster than an ordinary lightning arrow. Luo Yun was dissatisfied with Lin Mo's perception of her. Although she was a bit shorter, her strength had no correlation with her height. Alright, I was wrong. But I must say your archery skills are truly impressive, keep it up. Lin Mo smacked his lips, realizing he had indeed underestimated her. Although he knew she would become a powerful mutant later, he didn't expect her to be so strong from the start. He couldn't help but look towards Luo Fei in the distance, the two lightning queens. Luo Fei's gun shimmered with lightning, every move emanating lightning, with extraordinary penetration ability. Apart from the two women, others were relatively weaker. However, one of them was quite formidable, Lu Wanqing. Her fireball machine gun made short work of zombies, though it consumed quite a bit of energy. Lin Mo squinted at the scene not far away. They had already cleared the center, and the intelligent zombies had revealed themselves. It was time for him to take action. Come back, everyone, get in the vehicle to rest. He'll go and kill that commander, and then we can withdraw. The women hurried back, returning to the vehicle, slightly out of breath. They didn't have Lin Mo's attributes. After prolonged combat, they couldn't hold on. Lin Mo drew out his long knife and vanished from his spot, reappearing atop a giant zombie. This giant mutant zombie had solid muscles, standing nearly 4 stories tall. Meanwhile, that intelligent mutant was only about 1.3 meters tall, but its head was 3 times the size of a normal human's, looking quite deformed. The intelligent mutant sensed the presence of a human nearby and immediately widened its eyes. An invisible attack struck Lin Mo's mind. Unfortunately, compared to Lin Mo's mental strength, the third-tier intelligent zombie was clearly no match. Lin Mo couldn't even be bothered to use mental defense, casually slicing through the zombie before him. With the death of the intelligent zombie, the zombie horde immediately fell into chaos, with ordinary zombies starting to wander. The mutants either charged towards the larger base or attacked Lin Mo nearby. In response, Lin Mo swung his long knife among the horde, killing zombies left and right. As for the zombies that fled to the private base, there weren't many left, so he didn't bother to chase them. Returning to the vehicle, he said, "Let's go, we're heading to the northern suburbs, take it slow, no rush." Shi turned the vehicle around, heading towards the northern suburbs. Lin Mo sat in the passenger seat, closed his eyes, and opened his personal panel. Host Lin Mo, rank Tier 3 Intermediate, Experience 101500, Attributes Strength 8505, Constitution 9043, Agility 8215, Spirit 11992, Awakened Ability, Mental System, First Tier Mental Spike. Storage Space 1000, Cubic Energy Points 11328, Favorability 162612, Skill Exclusive Passive Plunder 0, Unique Technique Dragon and Phoenix Carefree Skill, Just Asking. Who else? Looking at those numbers, Lin Mo was extremely excited. What invincibility! This is true invincibility. His mental attribute had surpassed 10,000, and the others were not far behind. Most importantly, his energy points had reached 1 million. Over 3,000 of that was generated by the women, and that was after deducting half. Seeing this result, Lin Mo was even more determined to expand his team. With 1 million energy points, he didn't even know what to buy. This is the trouble of the rich, it's too difficult. They slowly arrived at the location of the North Second Ring, where apart from scattered zombies, there was nothing else. Lin Mo, where are we heading next? Lin Mo took out the controller and launched the drone again. Using his mental power to investigate, he located the position of the zombie horde. He adjusted the camera and zoomed in. He saw that the zombies had surrounded a building's wall, occasionally mutated ones jumping in to attack the people inside. Lin Mo stared at the screen in astonishment, zooming in again. The people here actually had weapons. That was quite rare, but it seemed the base's inhabitants were quite formidable to withstand the attack. This won't do, those are all attribute points and energy. Let's go here. The vehicle moved neither hurriedly nor slowly, and after 10 minutes, it arrived at the rear of the zombie horde. Tisk, it seems there are quite a few guns here. As they drew nearer, the gunfire became increasingly dense. The private base here was better than that in the eastern suburbs, at least from what they could see. The mutated creatures had mostly perished around the walls. Get ready, we're going down. As usual, Shu Xin will go up and take out the zombies I marked. Lin Mo marked all the 0 and first stage zombies, which made up about 70 of the entire horde and were the ones he wanted to avoid. The remaining ones were his targets. He would deal with the third stage and mutated creatures, leaving the second stage for the other women. After getting out of the vehicle, Lin Mo continued to eliminate the mutated creatures from a distance with his thunder spear. Half an hour later, they had cleared the area around the southern wall. Bro, are you one of the official people? This was the northern suburbs, and they did not recognize Lin Mo's RV. Only those from the eastern suburbs and some people from the official base knew about Lin Mo's RV. Lin Mo shook his head. No, I'm just passing through. Thank you, bro. If it weren't for you, we would be in trouble. The man on the wall looked at Lin Mo with gratitude. Who knows how exhausted they were. Lin Mo waved his hand and continued hunting zombies, with the women having no interest in collecting the energy crystals from the zombies' heads. By the time Lin Mo dealt with the zombies in the northern suburbs, it was already 3 a.m. But there were still zombies in the west and south waiting for him to deal with. Brother, thank you for your assistance. How about staying for a meal before you leave? A man in a black jacket stepped out of the crowd. Lin Mo waved his hand. No need for a meal. I just happened to pass by. As he spoke, he led the women back into the vehicle and drove west. Watching the departing vehicle, a man with red hair in the crowd remarked, "That vehicle is quite impressive. If it were ours, these zombies wouldn't be a problem at all." Nearby people nodded in agreement upon hearing this. You're not wrong. There are 2 Gatling guns on that roof. With that rate of fire, ordinary zombies wouldn't stand a chance, let alone the mutated ones. At this point, someone nearby interjected. Now that the zombies have been dealt with, what do you think about us stealing that vehicle? The moment the words were spoken, the scene fell silent. They had just been saved, and now they were plotting to steal the vehicle. Wasn't that a bit ungrateful? Boss, just say the word, and we'll follow your lead. Everyone turned to the man in the black jacket. Zhang Zichuan would never do such an ungrateful thing. Don't even think about it. Zhang Zichuan looked sternly at the few people in front of him, questioning their thoughts. The red-haired man froze, forgetting that their boss came from a military background. He hated ingratitude the most. Oh, it's all my fault. Qian Zihao, I don't care what you were like before, but now we are all brothers in the same trench. Don't let your small thoughts drag everyone into the abyss. Zhang Zichuan said with a serious expression. I understand, I was wrong, boss. Qian Zihao lowered his head and replied softly. As it approached 4 o'clock, Lin Mo and his group arrived at the western suburbs. The people in the western suburbs are no good. They retreated so quickly. Originally, it looked like the zombies were still attacking from the visuals. However, halfway there, the base was surprisingly breached, and the area was now filled with zombies. Even if someone was still alive, there probably weren't many left. Should we still go? Of course we should go. The zombies haven't left, so why not? The life and death of those in the private base were not something he could change. All he could do was kill zombies and maybe save someone. By 6 in the morning, all 30 zombies from the northeast and west directions had been completely eliminated by Lin Mo. As for the south, Lin Mo took a glance at the surveillance footage. Since yesterday, the south had been engaged in battle, and by 9 in the morning, the fighting had nearly come to an end. Regardless, that was an official base, and there were quite a few people inside, especially supernatural beings. With firearms clearing the area and supernatural beings cleaning up, they had almost completely resolved the first wave of the zombie tide overnight. Lin Mo had contributed significantly if he hadn't cleared the zombies from the 3 directions. The official base would not have had it so easy, at least not today. It would take at least until tomorrow to resolve the issue. All right, let's eat first, and after that we'll take a nap before heading back to the villa area. There were no zombie bodies in the villa area, and people were sparse, plus there were iron fences surrounding it. So Lin Mo would not be leaving anytime soon. Unless he couldn't find suitable teammates in Fungjing, then he would choose to leave. Back in the vehicle, the women went to prepare breakfast while Lin Mo examined his gains. He had reached 3rd stage advanced with all attributes exceeding 10,000, and his mental strength had nearly reached 7 million. The energy points had also reached 2 million. One could say he had struck it rich. Besides that, the women had also improved. Luo Fei and Luo Yun had directly reached 3rd stage intermediate, while the other women had reached 3rd stage beginner. Only Su Yuqing had merely reached 2nd stage advanced. Unfortunately, there was no one for her to kill. Thinking of this, Lin Mo couldn't help but wonder if he should take Su Yuqing to Sakura country. It was only the beginning of the 3rd month. That country shouldn't have fallen so quickly, right? If it had fallen this soon, its combat power wouldn't even qualify as a nation, at most just city-level combat power. Lin Mo rubbed his chin, increasingly feeling that this was a feasible idea. He immediately asked the system, how far can this drone camera fly? It can only fly within a range of 100 kilometers. That makes things a bit tricky, should he go to the border first? But even if he reached the border, that distance wouldn't be enough. Is there any component to increase the vehicle's speed? The host can look for it in the shop. Great asking was no different from not asking. Lin Mo checked related queries and lo and behold there really was. Space-time jump component 100 energy points, maximum distance 100 light years. That's simply unaffordable, but this price isn't too high considering it's 100 light years. Quantum spaceship engine component 100 energy points, speed 5600 kilometers per hour. C088 flight component 100 energy points, speed 100 kilometers per hour. Ocean navigation component 800 energy points, speed 100 kilometers per hour. Lin Mo looked at these numbers and felt a toothache. Was all the energy points he just gained already gone? Of course there were cheaper options. A component with a speed of 500 kilometers only required 600 energy points, but he wouldn't use that. If he was to use one, it would be the best one. If it weren't for lack of money, he would have bought the quantum spaceship. Is there any need for thought? Of course I will purchase it. When the time comes I can bring a group of people over, and Su Yuqing will be able to level up normally. After all, they are not from my country, so killing them doesn't feel bad at all. Noon. One by one, everyone emerged from their rooms, shaking off yesterday's fatigue. Lin Mo too had a rare good sleep in his room today, and did not disturb the few girls. After all they had killed all night, they should let a few people rest well. Those who cooked should cook, and those who played games should play. With such ways to relax, the spirits of the girls were quite good. Lin Mo was grateful that his system could purchase these items, otherwise everyone's mental state would not be this good later on. Out of boredom, Lin Mo took out the drone controller and flew it to the center of the city, pointing the camera towards the southern military base. At this moment the battle over there had completely ended with piles of zombies scattered everywhere. It seems that the battle power at the base is still the same as before. Should I go over and see if there are any good things? At this time in the official base's conference room. This battle can be considered a victory, but the consumption was too great and too many ability users died. Yang Genie looked at the report in his hand, feeling a headache. This battle directly used up half of the ammunition. Isn't this ridiculous? Moreover, over 20 ability users perished. Don't underestimate 20 people. This was just a small-scale zombie tide, and so many were still diverted away. If they all came here, losing over 100 would be the minimum. Moreover, there were so many ordinary soldiers, it was simply a huge blow to their vitality. By the way, what is the situation with the other 3 zombie groups? They are dead, and there are bullet holes everywhere. A major force must have come to Fengjing. Judging by the number of bullet holes and bullets, there were at least hundreds of people. Chao Gang reported the news he had just received. When he first learned about it, he was taken aback. Where did these guns come from? Although they sold guns, there weren't many that were actually sold. Yang Genie frowned and thought, could it be that a major force really arrived? He couldn't help but lift his gaze to glance at the people below. It shouldn't be possible. Let's not talk about this anymore. Regarding the ammunition issue, Chao Gang think of a way to transport a batch over. Have someone from the military factory bring things back as much as possible. After this battle, the number of zombies should decrease significantly. Understood. Alright, the next step is to develop the base. Well, everyone get busy. After everyone left, Yang Genie looked at the person beside his chair. Xiaowan, who is good and who is bad among them. I can see that most of them are good people, but there is one person I can't see anything about. He seems like a mirror, and I can only see myself. Xiaowan lowered her head, the red light in her eyes flickering incessantly. Thank you, Xiaowan, you've worked hard. How about Uncle Yang treats you to a big meal tonight? Okay. Upon hearing about the feast, the red light in her eyes intensified, and the veins on her right hand twitched uncontrollably. At 3 in the afternoon, Lin Mo and the others arrived at the main gate of the official base. Damn, is this thing really a temporary structure? It must be at least 4 meters high. Can it even be moved? Jiang Yu blurted out in surprise. Who knows? Lin Mo led the girls through the gate. The silent guards merely glanced at them before ignoring them. Only 7 people came out. The Shu sisters and Su Yuqing stayed in the car. As they walked into the base, the surrounding environment was dirty and chaotic, and many people could be seen lying against the walls barely clothed. Excrement was everywhere. Wow, this is the official base. This is just too terrible. Luo Yun couldn't help but shake her head. Fortunately, she was following Lin Mo. If she had to stay in this place, it would be a torment. Lin Mo, on the other hand, felt indifferent, even a bit nostalgic. As they walked towards the center, the environment improved, and the spirits of the people they saw also seemed better. Lin Mo spotted a shop where items could be exchanged for energy crystals, but for him, it was of no use. Suddenly, Lin Mo looked into the distance. A girl with white hair caught his attention. This white hair resembled Su Yuqing's, but her skin tone was a bit more rosy. Xiaowan, who was originally in her room, suddenly had her eyes light up with red light. and ran out of the house. Upon seeing Lin Mo, her eyes filled with anticipation as she rushed towards him. Lin Mo looked at the child who had come before him and squinted at her eyes, which were even redder than Su Yuqing's. Little friend, why are you running around here? You are Uncle Lin Mo, right? I have come to find you. Lin Mo, who was still searching with curiosity, instantly froze. What is this? She called me Uncle Lin Mo. It seems she doesn't know much about children. We don't know each other, but I know Su Yuqing. Looking at the 10-year-old girl with a favorability rating of 70, Lin Mo used an insight skill on Xiaowan. Name Lin Xiaowan, level 2nd tier, advanced ability SS level, mutant attributes, strength 132, constitution 78, agility 56, spirit 53, 42 hiss. Such high spiritual power. And such a high level, how many people did she have to kill? He couldn't help but feel puzzled about this little girl's situation. However, this did not affect him. She must be taken away. I see you rushed over to me. Is there something you need? I want Uncle Lin Mo to take me away from here. My parents are dead. Without thinking, Lin Mo directly picked her up and called the girls to quickly head outside. As they exited the gate and arrived at the car, Su Yuqing was also taken aback upon seeing the little girl. She looked just like her. Why don't you spare even the children? Lin Mo looked at Su Yuqing in disbelief. Do I look like that kind of person? This is a little girl. Can I treat her like a sister? You really are funny. Lin Mo would rather take action against someone in their 30s with a child than harm a little girl. He wasn't that depraved after all. Drive us back to the villa area. The car turned around and left this place. Meanwhile, in the official base, after Yang Genie finished dealing with the documents, he arrived at an underground room. Was that batch cleared out? Don't worry, it has been cleared out, and a new batch of big meals has already been delivered. Yang Genie nodded in satisfaction. That's good, that's good. He left the underground room and headed towards Xiaowan's room, gently knocking on the door, but there was no response from inside. After pushing open the door, he saw a note on the table, and he couldn't help but shake his head. This child must have gone out to play again. He tidied up the messy table before picking up the note on the table. The neat handwriting did not resemble that of a 10-year-old child at all. His face stiffened upon reading the note, then turned ashen with fury. It read, there are many good people, but you alone are the worst. You ungrateful wretch. I brought you so many people, yet you dare call me evil. You are the villain. You are the murderer. Yet he had forgotten how he himself had commanded Lin Xiaowan to kill them. Yang Genie tore the note into shreds, his expression shifting once more to calm composure. He took a deep breath and turned to leave the room. Base Commander, you're here. Just stopping by. Keep up your work. A gentle smile played upon Yang Genie's lips. After exiting, he returned once more to the base. Creak. A man emerged from a side chamber. Base Commander, why have you come again? Yang Genie's gaze darkened as he fixed it upon the man before him. Zhang Yi, eliminate them all and dispose of the bodies. I trust your capability. Rest assured, I am more than capable. Yang Genie nodded. Zhang Yi was a rare spatial-type ability user, able to silently banish 4 individuals into dimensional voids. He was without question the perfect assassin. Once Yang Genie departed, Zhang Yi's affable mask dissolved into icy detachment. He turned and strode deeper into the facility, vanishing through a hidden passage known to none. In a secluded corner, Zhang Yi stood respectfully before a man. The girl must have escaped. Yang Genie ordered me to kill them all. Find an opportunity to release them. Since when did Yang Genie become like this? Grief shadowed the man's features. I'm not certain myself. I've never been anyone important. I was merely selected for my spatial ability. He had awakened less than a month ago. His rank remained low, possessing only that single ability. And precisely because of its rarity, Yang Genie had taken notice. Understood. Continue obeying his orders, for now. Yet retain a sliver of humanity. Remember, this is an official base, not some private fiefdom. His influence is vast. Now is not the time to act. Yes, sir, I understand. Very well. You may go. I'll depart shortly. The man adjusted his glasses and leaned against the wall, watching Zhang Yi walk away. No wonder your rank is so high. He supplied you with so many targets, even forcing you to kill. Strange, how decent he seems. Su Yuqing moistened her lips and glanced at Lin Mo. Lin Mo ignored her completely. Well then, if you're joining us, consider us your family. Tell us, what is your ability? For the base commander to risk so much just to elevate her rank, her power must be extraordinary. I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps foresight or hazard avoidance. Sometimes I glimpse fragments of the future, sometimes a year ahead, sometimes only hours. Lin Mo stared in astonishment at Xiaowan, who tilted her head in thought. Such a heaven-defying ability. No wonder Yang Genie dared take such risks. He would have done the same. Even hazard avoidance alone would justify immense risk. Wow, your ability dwarfs ours. Exactly. So, did you foresee something that led you to Lin Mo? Xiaowan nodded. I saw clearly, to survive I must stay beside Uncle Lin Mo. Uncle again. Fine, let her call him what she wishes, even though he's only 25. On their way back, Lin Mo and the others encountered no pursuit, meaning Yang Genie had yet to realize they had taken the captives. To welcome Xiao Wan, the group prepared a lavish dinner. She gazed at the table in awe. Your meals are astonishingly rich. Even in the base, meat is rationed to a tiny portion daily. After all, acquiring meat meant hunting mutated beasts, a feat rarely achieved. Eat freely. Whatever you crave, tell Sister Lu, and I'll cook it for you. Lu Wanxing gently stroked Xiao Wan's hair, her eyes clouding with memories of her own daughter. Thank you, sister. Savoring fragrant steamed rice, fresh vegetables, and tender meat, Xiao Wan grew ever more certain her instincts had been right. Her ability never lied. Yet, she glanced at Lin Mo. The future had shifted again. The visions were fractured, chaotic. Spurt. Lin Xiaowan vomited a mouthful of blood, her recently restored complexion paling once more. Xiaowan, what's wrong? Shiyun, hurry, examine her. Her sudden hemorrhage sent shockwaves through the group. Hu Shiyun instantly channeled her healing art upon Lin Xiaowan. Under the soothing glow of the art, Lin Xiaowan regained faint strength, whispering weakly. Everyone, Uncle Lin Mo, I'm fine, it's just overuse of my ability. She'd previously used it no more than 3 times a day, today 5. She'd sensed trouble brewing, but never imagined this. Still a child, she lacked the wisdom to grasp the consequences. No adult would ever push so recklessly. Try to use it sparingly from now on. You frightened us half to death. Xiaowan nodded obediently. Only after confirming her full recovery did the group resume their meal. At 7 p.m., the women took Xiaowan swimming and playing games. Meanwhile, Lin Mo sat in the living room piloting a drone to surveil the official base. All appeared normal. No search teams had been dispatched. Likely they simply lacked time. The zombie hordes showed no sign of diminishing. Lin Mo summoned Su Yuqing. Tell me, how many people would you need to ascend? Su Yuqing's eyes lit up with excitement. Are you going to capture people for me? How generous. Lin Mo's eye twitched. Do I look like Yang Genie? Not exactly capturing, but I can take you to a place where slaughter is unrestricted. That works. To level up now, I'd need at least 100 souls, fewer if they're ability users. Lin Mo nodded. This aligned closely with their zombie-slaying principle. Yet Su Yuqing absorbed far more energy from human kills than from zombies. A peculiar, anomalous mutation indeed. Then we depart tomorrow. Lin Mo had originally planned another sweep of Fengjing City, but Xiao Wan's arrival compelled him to accelerate their departure. Better to advance both of them swiftly, and the other's progression wouldn't suffer either. After all, wherever they went, killing was inevitable. Wonderful. I've grown weary of slaughtering zombies. Su Yuqing gazed ahead with eager anticipation, toward whatever lay beyond. During the rest period, the few women let themselves be free, each one more refreshing than the other. Lin Mo had no choice but to speak up. You all need to pay attention, there are children present. The only 10-year-old child, Lin Xiaowan, became the little darling of the group. The women thought it made sense, so they symbolically wore a bit more clothing, but just a little. On this day, Lin Mo looked at the television in front of him, where an aerial view of Fengjing City was displayed with zombies continuously gathering from all around. The number had already decreased significantly, much less than at the beginning. But Lin Mo knew this was just the beginning. Zombies would never be completely eradicated. With a global population of 9 billion, China has 1.8 billion. It is impossible to know exactly how many have turned into zombies. However, judging by the situation in Fengjing City, at least 20 of the population had become zombies. However, the speed of zombie infection is like a locust plague, who once injured one would join the horde and become humanity's enemy. The reason for the current decrease is that most zombies are still on the move, with a large wave of zombies approaching. Wherever there is flesh and blood, zombies will be attracted. Compared to villages, county towns attract more zombies. Cities attract more zombies compared to county towns. Moreover, there are also intelligent mutated zombies. In short, humanity's breathing space is brief. Lin Mo turned off the television. Everyone get ready, a well set off after lunch. Upon hearing this, Su Yuqing became excited. Oh, were they finally leaving? She could finally enjoy some delicious food. Lord Honglian, there was once a special mutated entity at the official base in Fengjing. By Boyu, is there any way to know where they have gone? Honglian's eyes became even redder. Lord Honglian, it has been several days, the scent has faded considerably. Bai Boyu could only see that it existed in the city, but the trail of that scent disappeared right at the entrance. This indicates that the special individual has left this base. Another aberration among humans. Honglian glanced back. You must remember, we are the new humans, the apostles, chosen by the gods. The 6 people behind her bent down. Yes, Lord Honglian. Continue searching for our kind, Bai Boyu, you will have to rely on you next. Don't worry, Lord Honglian, I will do my utmost. Honglian nodded in satisfaction. Yelling, let's go. Yiling smiled, her fingers tracing the air, creating a portal. Hong Lian led everyone through, and when they reappeared, they were already at the entrance downstairs. Does this vehicle still have that capability? It can actually fly. At this moment, Lin Mo's dimensional RV was soaring into the sky, heading east at a speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour. Moreover, when taking off, the RV underwent changes to better fit aerodynamics. It's high technology, isn't it normal for it to fly? At their current speed, they would reach Sakura country in about 3 hours, with Lin Mo's target being their capital Edo. Lin Mo, where are we going? Are we coming back? Zhang Yu asked with some confusion, wondering why they were leaving after staying well in Fengjing. Most of the zombies in that area had been cleared out by them. Leaving now seemed wasteful. We're going to Edo City to help Xiaowan and Yuqing level up, who after all their way of leveling is different from ours. Besides, there are zombies there too. The women recalled what Lin Xiaowan had mentioned that day. It made sense their situation was indeed not suitable for leveling up domestically. At least in this team, they were not fit to do such things. Everyone chatted and laughed, and time flew by. Look quickly below is the sea. Luo Yun shouted loudly. Having lived in an inland city since childhood, she had only seen the sea on television, even her outings were nearby. Upon seeing this, Lin Mo instructed Shu Yi to lower the vehicle and reduce speed. Lin Mo made the vehicle transparent, including the floor, allowing everyone a better view of the sea. I didn't expect my first time seeing the sea would be at such a time. Yeah, I didn't expect it either. Hey, look, there's a huge shadow. Below the vehicle, a massive shadow was slowly enlarging. Shu Yi raised the altitude. Lin Mo was not worried about the vehicle being swallowed by a monster, he just thought it would be a bit troublesome. When the vehicle rose to a height of 100 meters, Lin Mo and the others could see the creature below, which was a whale several hundred meters long. Lin Mo used his insight ability on the whale. Name: mutated whale, level intermediate, level 6, attribute strength 48990, stamina 38767, agility 4789, mental power 27898, hiss. The high level is not terrifying. What is terrifying is that the attributes match the level. One must know that the highest level they encountered on land with matching attributes was only level 3. Of course, it could also be that they had not encountered powerful creatures. Another possibility is that mutated creatures inherently have higher attributes than zombies. Is this really a whale? Isn't it too big? It should be a mutated creature, otherwise it wouldn't be possible for it to be this large. Fortunately, these marine creatures can't come ashore, otherwise humanity might really struggle to survive. Lin Mo looked at the creatures in the sea. They couldn't come ashore, could they? He wasn't sure, as Fengjing was quite far from the coastline. Even if sea creatures did come ashore, they wouldn't know. At 5 in the afternoon, Lin Mo and the others arrived above Sakura country. From above, it was clear that the cities here had already been occupied by zombies. Unlike China, Lin Mo had not noticed any official bases, perhaps they were in some enclosed location. The vehicle continued on to the largest city in their country, Edo. Upon seeing the scene below, Lin Mo couldn't help but frown. There were zombies everywhere. Where could they land? And where were the humans? Lin Mo, where should I park the vehicle? The vehicle was currently hovering in midair, unable to descend. Uncle Lin Mo, you can park on the rooftop of that office building. There are quite a few survivors in that building. Lin Xiaowan pointed at the nearby office building with a glimmer of red in her eyes. Xiaowan, you used your ability again. Are you feeling unwell? Lin Mo hurriedly checked on her. I'm fine, but it's just that these things won't cause any problems. As long as you're okay, discuss it with me next time you use it, understood? Got it, Uncle Lin Mo. The car stopped on the rooftop of the office building. After Lin Mo got out, the first thing he did was to release his spiritual sense. It was just as Lin Xiaowan had described. Humans resided inside, and there were quite a few of them. In this building, which stood over 40 stories tall, there were at least 3,000 people living here. Truly a sad state. In Fengjing, there were still dozens of buildings of such size, while here it was just a single building. In the nearby buildings, Lin Mo sensed only a few scattered signatures. The rooftop door lock was no match for Lin Mo's blade. Yuqing, you take Xiaowan, and be careful, watch out for guns inside. Well, follow closely behind you, don't worry. Got it, Lin Mo. Su Yuqing's eyes glimmered with a hint of red as she led Lin Xiaowan inside. At that moment, Lin Xiaowan's gaze also gradually turned red. At the Fengjing base, she had been forced, as those people were all from Huagua. But here she didn't feel as guilty. As a new generation, the hatred for the country and family was etched in her bones, even though she was just a 10-year-old child. Yet she was aware of that dark history spanning over a decade. When she learned that their target was here, and specifically prepared for the two of them, Lin Xiaowan felt a flicker of anticipation within her. But she was an altered human, inherently different from ordinary humans. Lin Mo and the others followed closely behind them. Lin Mo, is it really okay for Xiaowan being so young to go kill people? Su Fei looked worriedly at the two in the distance. This was killing after all. Moreover, it was a proactive act, not like when they were forced to kill before. Indeed, she is only 10 years old, and doesn't have a mature worldview like us. What if she grows up twisted? Hushurian, being a doctor, had at least a little knowledge of psychology. Children are at the stage of forming their own worldviews, and it is the easiest time to change their perceptions. Why worry about such things? We are in the apocalypse now, where it's either you die or I die. At this point, the old worldview no longer applies. I believe adapting to a worldview suited for this world is a better way to survive. Moreover, Shaowan and Yuqing could no longer be called humans. They could be seen as a new generation of humans, a perfect blend of the zombie virus and humanity. In Lin Mo's eyes, it would become commonplace for children to kill in the future. Who knows, in peaceful times in many countries to the west of Huagua, it would be normal for 10-year-olds to spray bullets with an A rifle. You might even see them holding an RPG. Ha ha ha. Hearing Su Yuqing's carefree laughter, Lin Mo knew they must have encountered enemies. Lin Mo glanced at the building's height. It was quite tall at 43 stories. Let's go down and check the situation. Descending the stairs to the 42nd floor, he saw Su Yuqing's fingernails had transformed into a long blade shimmering with a metallic sheen. The slain had all turned into mummified corpses. On the other hand, Lin Shaowan was different. She was clutching a doll, her veins writhing, and her hair instantly lengthening to weave into the bodies. Moments later, the inserted cherry blossom person turned into a mummified corpse. The girls were shocked, gazing at Shaowan. How could this child be so fierce? Among them, she was just a child, merely a school-going child. However, this very child was just as lethal as the others. Lin Mo, this child is too strong, isn't she? Ha, did you really think she was weak? She is a second-tier advanced being with attributes higher than most of you. Hearing Lin Mo's words, the girls were once again astonished. The seemingly harmless Lin Shaowan was actually so formidable. They looked at Lin Shaowan, who at that moment appeared like a demon god with her red eyes growing ever brighter. Facing Lin Shaowan and Su Yuqing, the people of the Cherry Blossom Nation here were simply no match. Even if a few ability users emerged, their levels were not high. Why are the people here so weak? Don't they go kill zombies? Probably. After all, the main door here is tightly shut. They likely don't even know that there are energy crystals in zombie brains. They had now reached the 20th floor, encountering the strongest of them, who was merely a second-tier beginner. Compared to Fungjing, the ability users here were truly weak beyond measure. By the way, didn't you all notice? We've already reached the 20th floor, and have you seen a single woman? Have you come across any elderly, weak, or children? Jian Yu had only just noticed this issue. The girls recalled, although they hadn't paid particular attention, they did have some impressions. Indeed, it seems there are only men here. We haven't really encountered any elderly, weak, or sick. Could they all be downstairs? Hu Shiyun speculated, since living below would be more convenient. Lin Mo was also quite surprised. He indeed hadn't paid attention to that issue. But it wasn't important, since they weren't people from his country. He was more focused on the two in front of him. At this moment, Lin Shaowan had already entered the 3rd-tier beginner level, and Su Yuqing had reached the 2nd-tier advanced level. After they cleaned this building, their levels might rise again. Every time they reached a floor, the two would engage in a massacre. However, on the 10th floor, they encountered an obstacle, a group of armed individuals. Baka, who are you people? Dozens of men pointed their guns at Lin Mo and the others. Do they not know that guns are ineffective against ability users? Perhaps it's because their levels are too low or their attributes are poor. Right now, asking Hu Shiyun or Shu Yi and Shu Xian to dodge bullets would still be quite difficult. They might not even be able to avoid them. To dodge bullets, both agility and mental attributes must meet certain requirements. Simply having speed without a sharp mind is futile. Baka, quickly say who you are. Swish. Lin Mo sheathed his sword. I hate the word Baka the most, and I detest your kind even more. Yuqing and Shaowan will deal with them. We need to clean this building quickly, as time is running out, and we need to eat soon. The hands holding the guns were all severed, dropping to the ground. The screams had just begun to ring out. However, no one paid them any heed. Lin Mo, look at what I found. Women are actually in this place. Jian Yu pointed at the glass wall, who some were scantily clad, some appeared dazed, and others. In summary, they had all lost hope for life. Their mental state is truly poor. It's clear they have suffered inhumane treatment. But it's understandable, after all, in the Cherry Blossom Nation, women's status is already such. Lin Mo shrugged, not surprised by this. They then spent another hour cleaning up to the 3rd floor. As for the remaining 2 floors, Lin Mo did not find any traces of humanity. Let's head to the 1st floor and prepare for a meal. Lin Mo parked the car on the 1st floor and went inside to have a meal. Meanwhile, upstairs, the woman trapped in the room, noticing that no one was coming, quietly opened the door. Upon seeing the desiccated corpse on the ground, she covered her mouth and anxiously observed the outside. Those inside only assumed she was being warned by someone outside. Wake up, everyone. All the people here have been killed. Killed. They had been killed. The eyes, which had lost their luster, brightened once again. Is this true? The women struggled to rise, ignoring their clothing. With a limp, they approached the door and looked outside where a sea of desiccated corpses obscured their original appearances. But they could still distinguish the clothing. They are dead, truly dead. Great. We can finally escape this hellish den. We have been saved. Who killed them? The women wept tears of joy as they pushed the door open and stepped into the room filled with corpses. Although they felt some discomfort, psychologically the relief from the violent behavior these individuals had shown towards them suppressed their unease. The women on several floors below gathered together, totaling more than 100. Where is my sister Shan Jongsai? Kido Risa. By Shijianzi. Unfortunately, these names received no response, and everyone understood the outcome. Knowing that the downstairs was a territory of zombies, the women did not descend, but continued upwards. The absence of survivors on each floor signified that the demons here had been eradicated. Finally saved. The fragile individuals began to wail uncontrollably while the stronger ones went to the window to look outside, realizing that true hell was just beginning. A scream attracted everyone's attention. People rushed to the source of the sound. What happened? You. Look, the woman pointed towards the room. Inside, the place was filled with dead bodies, most of the flesh already missing. There were the old, weak women and children. This can't be. What about them, those damned guys? Cheers, today has been the best day I've had. Su Yuqing raised her glass and downed a whole cup of chilled beer. At this moment, her complexion had returned to a normal white rather than the previous pallor. Her hair remained white, but the red in her eyes deepened and expanded. Lin Xiaowan was the same, though her white hair seemed to have grown a bit longer. Since there are so many benefits for you two, you should kill a bit more, as you won't have this opportunity when we return, at least not now. The strong ones in the country still maintained their rationality for now, but as time passed, the crisis remained. The darkness within slowly began to release, and at that point, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were surrounded by enemies. Yes, this is great, we can act freely. Su Yuqing was in a state of excitement all day, after all, she had been pinned up for far too long. Lin Mo found it easy to resolve. He had noticed in the afternoon that there were plenty of high-level zombies here, and he didn't know where the troops had run off to. The number of zombies outside was even greater than in Fungjing, simply absurd. Why didn't you kill those women upstairs? Lin Mo suddenly recalled the women who resembled corpses in the room. I couldn't be bothered. There were only a dozen or 20 people in a room, and I would still have to open the door to go in. Su Yuqing shrugged. The main issue was that most of the women were physically weak, especially those from Sakura country. Even if she absorbed all the people in that room, they wouldn't compare to a few men outside. It would simply be a waste of her time. With that time, she could have already killed her way to the next floor. Lin Mo nodded and did not say anything. After all, for him, it didn't matter whether they lived or died. Perhaps living was even more painful than dying. The next day after breakfast, everyone returned to the car. Uncle Lin Mo. Xiaowan, I'm not that old, you can just call me brother instead of sister. Lin Mo decided to correct the way she addressed him. The term uncle always felt strange. But my mom told me to call older people uncle. Then just listen to me now and call me brother. Lin Xiaowan bit her fingers, struggling internally, but in the end, she chose to heed Lin Mo's words. Brother Lin Mo, I need to use my ability. Okay, use it, but be cautious of your safety. The red in Lin Xiaowan's eyes deepened compared to before. If before it was fragmented, this time, it was like short video clips. Half a minute later. Brother, let's go to this place. Lin Xiaowan pointed to a location. What's there? There are many people in uniforms holding various weapons. Lin Mo understood immediately this should be a place similar to an official base. Perhaps there would be more superpowered individuals there. Shui, drive in this direction, no need to go too fast. Shu Xi and go up and kill all the zombies I marked for you, and the others can follow me down at any time. After arranging everything, the vehicle started and crashed through the door, charging out. Shu Zin's Gatling gun fired bullets. They began to clear out the high-level zombies. Perhaps it was because there really was no one to manage things here. The number of high-level zombies was particularly high. Lin Mo even spotted a level 4 mutant, something he hadn't encountered in Fungjing. It was large in stature with an unusually bloated belly, completely green. This green mutant looked familiar, but he couldn't recall what it was. Never mind, let's use insight instead. Name: mutant, toxic, 1 level, intermediate, level 4 attributes, strength 2, 31 stamina, 68, 19 agility, 3, 11 mental power, 10, 45. Upon seeing this name, Lin Mo remembered. The danger level of this creature was extraordinarily high. A single one of these zombies could give all small teams a headache. Its speed, strength, and mental power were all rather poor, but its defense was annoying, and most importantly, its toxic gas. That kind of toxic gas would turn humans into zombies on the spot, and for zombies it would send them into a frenzied state. It could be said to be an important source of zombie infection. However, Lin Mo wasn't afraid of it. He could just get in the car. Lu watching, let's coordinate a bit. Do you see that green big-bellied zombie over there? After I kill it, if you see green gas, throw the fire rain over there. Fire Rain is Lu Wangqing's ability after reaching the second level capable of covering a range of about 10 meters, and as her strength increases this range can expand. Got it. A lightning spear floated beside Lin Mo. With a wave of his left hand it accurately pierced the head of the mutant. Indeed, the mutated creature has been slain, but the stomach of the venomous one began to swell uncontrollably. Watching get ready, just throw it once it explodes. After it died its stomach swelled, as if out of control, now taking on a semi-transparent appearance. Boom. The stomach exploded in an instant, scattering green smoke. A rain of fire enveloped the area, and the smoke dissipated little by little under the scorching heat of the flames until it vanished completely. As expected, fire is the most effective ability against this thing. The prerequisite is that your flame temperature must be sufficiently high. But for safety, Lin Mo still instructed everyone to get in the vehicle and wait for 10 minutes before going out. Who knows if the green smoke will be toxic after dilution? Why are there so many strange mutated zombies? Is that green mist really that formidable? Jiang Yu asked curiously. Indeed, it is quite formidable. Especially after the mutated beings smell it, they will turn into demonic corpses. The so-called demonic corpses are mutated zombies with special abilities. For instance, if an ice ability user becomes a demonic corpse, they will be clad in ice armor and possess various ice abilities. Hearing Lin Mo's explanation, Jiang Yu rolled her eyes at him in exasperation. You could explain without mentioning ice abilities, aren't you just referring to me? Compared to the frenzy of regular zombies, demonic corpses are even more formidable. However, they are not impossible to kill, they are just a hassle for ordinary ability users. Soon Lin Mo and the others arrived at the location mentioned by Lin Xiaowan. The strength of Lin Mo and his team had also seen substantial improvement. Host Lin Mo rank level 4 beginner experience 12700 attributes strength 18609, constitution 18682, agility 16930, spirit 25533, awakened ability mental level 1 mental spike. Storage space 100000 cubic meters, energy points 189, 3280, favorability 3126, 1-2 skill exclusive passive plunder 1-0 unique technique dragon and phoenix carefree technique. It must be said that the 50 increase with each level up becomes extremely apparent at higher ranks. Name Luo Fei rank level 3 advanced ability lightning attributes strength 5804, constitution 4919, agility 4864, spirit 8481. Upon seeing Luo Fei's attributes Lin Mo couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder she was so powerful in her previous life, her attributes are simply astonishing. If it weren't for the special abilities he possessed, he might not have reached her level. Besides her, Luo Yunyu Linglong and Lu Wanqing also had impressive attributes. One could say that Lin Mo's team's average strength is likely around level 3 intermediate, of course, not counting Lin Mo, who is level 4 beginner. Even if counted, he would be considered a level 7 ability user. By the way, is it okay for us to go in like this? Hey, it's not a big problem. Considering your current strength, you should be able to dodge handgun bullets. Facing a rifle or a submachine gun alone is also manageable as long as it's not against several at once. Lin Mo was not worried about encountering ability users, but rather concerned about the guns inside. However, let's head to the nearby building and leave Shu Xian and Shu Yi there. Lin Mo led them to an office building not far away where the zombies inside were immediately taken care of by Shu Xian and Shu Yi using firearms. Afterward, they went to the 10th floor, where Lin Mo smashed a piece of the rooftop, perfectly placing the vehicle there. There are no people in this building, so you can stay here safely. These two are for you. Lin Mo took out 2 Bluetooth headsets and handed them to the 2 women. We'll use these to communicate. Long-range Bluetooth intercom communication within a 100-kilometer range. A set costs only 1000, and there are a total of 20, which is more than enough for their use. The 2 women took the headsets and placed them on their ears, immediately setting up their sniper rifles on the ground. Lin Mo checked the attributes of the 2 women, thought for a moment, and took out 10 bottles of basic strength potions. Each of you drink 5 of these. Without a second thought, the 2 drank them down. What is this? I feel a surge of strength welling up inside me. The 2 women felt their bodies changing in disbelief. After all, it's a sniper rifle, so there will be some recoil, so I wanted to give you a bit more strength. Lin Mo was concerned that the recoil might shatter the women's shoulders. But still, this is a gun produced by the system, so the recoil shouldn't be too outrageous. We will communicate through the headsets. You keep an eye on that building. Alright. Lin Mo wasn't particularly worried about encountering danger himself, but it never hurts to have extra safety. He didn't mind for himself, but he wanted to ensure the safety of the other women with lower ranks. Back in this building, Lin Mo took out a piece of clay. That's right, it was the same clay that blew up the supermarket door. This time he had a bit more than before. If it weren't for fearing a collapse, he would have wanted to use 10 kilograms. Now he wasn't short on money, so he could buy as much as he wanted. Where do you think they installed the door? Why can't I find it? Lin Emo spoke while his hands were still busy. In fact, with their abilities, they could have easily opened such a door. Even without abilities, Lin Mo's strength would make it easy. However, Lin Emo still enjoyed the thrill of explosions. After all, this was the art of Patrick Star. It should be underground. Oh, after all, the underground parking lot must have an exit. True enough. Lin Emo had forgotten about that. He pressed the button in his hand. Boom. The whole building trembled. Oh, thankfully it held up. That scared me. Oh, I thought it was collapsing. As the smoke cleared, Lin Emo and the others entered. Yo, I like this woman this time. Matsumoto, she is my woman, of course. She's exceptional. A man under 1.7 meters tall bowed and flattered the plump man in front of him, who was 1.6 meters tall. You're quite remarkable. If all people from Hwagwa were like you, that would be great. That's because they lack insight. Boom. What's going on? With a loud noise, Matsumoto Okamura was startled. Could this be an earthquake? Report it may be a tremor. There's no need to worry, my lord. Upon hearing the voice from outside, Matsumoto Okamura calmed down. Turning to the man in front of him, he said, Zhou Seng, you did well. I will reward you with 10 portions of water and food later. Thank you, Lord Matsumoto. Zhou Peng's face lit up with joy as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. All right, you can leave now. After Zhou Peng left, Matsumoto Okamura adjusted his clothing. He slowly approached the lounge and opened the door. A sweet-looking oriental beauty sat inside. Thud. Matsumoto Okamon collapsed to his knees, pressing his forehead hard against the floor. My lord, your father has passed. Humph. I, Zhou Jin, have no such father. Zhou Jin held a strand of his own white hair, his gaze clouded with bewilderment. As for his ability, he was still only beginning to explore its nature. What was that sound just now? Likely an earthquake, though this minor tremor poses no real threat. An earthquake? Zhou Jin did not believe it was an earthquake. The sensation bore no resemblance to one. That's all, leave now. Crimson light flickered in Zhou Jin's eyes as Matsumoto Okamon rose blankly, closed the door behind him, and departed. 2 minutes later, Zhou Jin wiped the fine sheen of sweat from his brow. His complexion grew increasingly pallid. This ability is truly extraordinary, yet it can only be used once per day. How then might I enhance it? Zhou Jin rested his chin on one hand, gazing out the window, toward the street below. Pa, pa, pa. Lin Emo spat out a mouthful of dust. The room remained pitch black. Wanqing light a flame. Lu Wanqing shot him a wry glance, but her hands moved without pause. An orange fireball bloomed in her palm, instantly bathing the entire room in warm golden light. Well now, what a sight! The main gate had been blown apart, and yet another wall blocked the hall. These Sakura people clearly feared breach above all else. Lin Emo strode forward and kicked, shattering a gaping hole in the barrier. Inside, things appeared far more ordinary. They must have descended via this staircase to the underground garage and escaped through there. That seems likely. Admittedly, this method offers remarkable security, yet precisely such places will prove most perilous in time. Not to mention Flesh Mountain giant zombies and composite zombies. Any one of these could reduce a wall to rubble. The wall remains intact, for now, either because it has yet to suffer assault, or because those outside have already slain the zombies. Let's go. The upper floors are our true objective. Yours to claim, both of you. Lin Xiaowan approached and gently took Lin Mo's hand. What is it, Xiaowan? There's a young woman here, just like us, and she's exceptionally powerful. Lin Emo arched a brow. Like them? Then she must be a mutant. No wonder Lin Xiaowan had led them here, not merely because it served as their survivor base, but because a formidable mutant resided within. Does Xiaowan know which floor she's on? The rooftop of floor 24. Rooftop. With an unknown third party now involved, haste would be unwise. Her capabilities remained entirely unclear. If she could be brought into their fold, it would indeed be a boon. As for ascending, Lin Emo glanced at his newly upgraded 4th tier ability. Unlike his past life, this one was supportive in nature. 4th tier Illusion Master, Psychic Discipline. By wielding spiritual energy, he could impose vivid illusions upon nearby individuals. Let's go. Straight to floor 24. Lin Emo activated his ability and led the group upward. Just reaching the 6th floor stairwell, they encountered someone. Hold, no sudden moves. Act natural. Since Lin Emo had ordered restraint, the women held back. Mr. Tanaka, where might you be headed? Ah, the boss summoned us. Understood. Off you go then. The two groups passed each other. The man didn't even glance their way. The women exchanged puzzled glances, but surmised this must be Lin Mo's new ability. Everyone they met along the way greeted Lin Emo, now as Mr. Kamita, now as Mr. Kishibe, now as Mr. Shitano, now as Mr. Shoben. Why do all these Sakura names sound like place names? How peculiar. Well, didn't the internet say it's customary to name children after their birthplace? Luo Yun spoke with an amused smile. The others stifled laughter, not at Sakura naming conventions, but at Lin Mo's string of absurd aliases. Soon they arrived at floor 24. Only a few guards stood watch, nodding briefly as Lin Mo's group passed. Then, guided by Lin Xiaowan, they approached the innermost room. She's inside. Lin Mo pushed open the door, empty. Yet his senses told him otherwise. Someone was present. At the door of the rest room, Lin Mo entered. Zhou Jin, gazing out the window, frowned. Why had this Yamamoto returned? Had her ability failed? Impossible. She turned and saw strangers she'd never met before. Instantly, she feigned terror. Who are you? This is Lord Matsumoto's chamber. Lin Mo's lips twitched. What on earth was that? He might grasp terms like sphygmomanometer, but this rapid-fire jabbering, utterly indecipherable. Name Zhou Jin, age 27, rating 89, affinity 20. She mistook them, or rather him, for Sakura nationals. A negative affinity was hardly surprising. He then cast insight upon Zhou Jin. Name Zhou Jin, tier 1, novice, mutation SS rank, mutant, attributes strength 18, constitution 22, agility 11, spiritual energy 1178, a psychic mutant, S rank no less. Undoubtedly formidable. Lin Mo sensed a thread of spiritual energy probing his mind, feeble and easily repelled. He met Zhou Jin's gaze, her eyes faintly glowing crimson. Cease your attempt. Your spiritual energy is too weak. Zhou Jin froze, exposed. Wait. She studied Lin Mo warily. You're from Huaxia? Yes, I am Chinese. Lin Mo noted her affinity instantly shift from 20 to 0 upon hearing he was Chinese. Odd changes, even stays. Huh. Lin Mo watched her closely. Was this a passphrase? Signs depend on quadrants. Imperial Jade Liquor Wine. 180 yuan per cup. Heavenly King subdues Earthly Tiger. After exchanging 6 or 7 such phrases, Zhou Jin exhaled in relief. Genuine Huaxiao blood ran in his veins. Her affinity rose again, by 20 points. How did you get up here? The lower floors are heavily guarded. I have my methods, and my purpose in coming was you. Though unaware of her exact ability, an S-rank mutant, especially one connected to Lin Xiaowan, could scarcely be anything but exceptional. You seek me? For what purpose? Zhou Jin's expression settled into calm composure as she studied Lin Mo's face, searching for hidden intent. Ever since Zhou Peng's betrayal, she had trusted no outsider. Though resistance toward Lin Mo had softened, vigilance remained deeply ingrained. Purpose? To invite you to join my team and return with us to Huaxia. A team? Indeed. Lin Mo drew Lin Xiaowan forward. And we can help you ascend in rank, because she too shares your nature. Zhou Jin was taken aback upon seeing Lin Xiaowan, who also had white hair and red eyes. Why were her eyes even redder than mine? Are your team members like me? Zhou Jin couldn't help but feel a bit tempted, yet still held some worries. No, only 2 of them are. The others are coming over now. A group of people walked into the lounge. Zhou Jin saw another person with white hair and red eyes, Su Yuqing, and felt relieved. It turned out she was not the only one like this. Looking at the other team members, they cast strange glances at Lin Mo. This guy probably only recruits female team members. Miss, come with us. You are also from Huaguo, right? This place is not suitable for you. I'll come back with us. Lin Xiaowan stepped in front of Zhou Jin and took her hand. I know. Zhou Jin observed the mental state of the other girls. They were better than anyone else. Moreover, their strength seemed quite formidable. I formally invite you to join our team here. Lin Mo looked at Zhou Jin with a serious expression. As a few girls joined, Zhou Jin's favorability rating reached 70. All right. Staying here, even if she could survive, would only mean living in misery. The people here didn't dare to fight against the zombies outside. Or rather, they only fought for themselves, never thinking about the other civilians. She was accepted here simply because she was close to that man. Oh, if she were farther away, she'd probably just have to wait for death. What is your ability? Lin Mo was somewhat curious about how someone so weak could survive. I can control the behaviors and thoughts of others. I made the person in charge here, Matsumoto Gangman, believe that I am the highest leader, which allowed me to survive. Unfortunately, with my current ability, I can only control one person. Zhou Jin sighed lightly. If her strength were a bit stronger, perhaps she could control many people. As long as she controlled these people in battle, her safety would surely be higher than now. Lin Mo nodded. Oh, Zhou Jin's ability was somewhat similar to his spiritual abilities, though she might be more specialized in one aspect. Looking at Su Yuqing and Lin Xiaowan, both specialized in certain areas, but still had unique strengths in combat. All right, since you've joined the team, let's go. In a bit, you will join Yuqing and Xiaowan. They will teach you how to increase your level. Okay. Zhou Jin nodded. The group of girls left the office. Who are you and why are you here? However, Lin Mo couldn't understand a word. You two teach Zhou Jin. We'll be behind you, helping you navigate. Rest assured we have strength too. Su Yuqing came to Zhou Jin's side and explained how to level up. Zhou Jin was greatly shocked upon hearing this. Wasn't this harming their own kind? But thinking about her own transformation, she realized she couldn't call herself human anymore. Everyone grab your weapons and prepare to kill the enemies. Clearly the people from Sakura country were furious at being ignored as they all picked up weapons and rushed towards this direction. Lin Mo looked at the cold weapons in their hands, feeling somewhat puzzled. Wasn't this place established by the official government? It shouldn't be. The lower levels had numerous hot weapons, and she had seen a lot of rifles and submachine guns. 5 minutes later, the ground was littered with dried corpses. Zhou Jin also felt the enhancement of her own strength, so that's how it is. The group continuously descended, and when they reached the 20th floor, they encountered people with hot weapons. Lin Mo drew her knife, just about to assist. Suddenly, she noticed that these people had thrown their weapons to the ground, staring blankly. Lin Mo glanced at Zhou Jin. Indeed, their eyes had turned red. One must admit the effect was impressive. These people stood there waiting for the three girls to take action. Zhou Jin, your ability is amazing. You can control so many people. Yes, Zhou Jin's sister, your ability is far stronger than mine. Faced with the praises from Su Yuqing and Lin Xiaowan, Zhou Jin felt a little shy. Meanwhile, inside, a man secretly picked up the gun on the ground and aimed it at them. Bang! His head exploded into a mist of blood. Lin Mo also noticed this and slowly retracted her knife into its sheath. Kill confirmed. This floor is safe. In the distance, Shu Yi looked at the bodies falling in the scope, reporting. Good. Shu Xin was still using the gun to search for targets. After confirming there were no threats on the 20th floor, she aimed at the 19th floor. Lin Mo cleared her throat. Let's speed up. There are quite a few people here. Don't worry, it will be quick as Zhou Jin has already adapted. Zhou Jin's method of killing was very similar to Su Yuqing's, extending her nails. However, she couldn't change forms like Su Yuqing could. However, after leveling up, a semi-transparent weapon appeared in front of Zhou Jin, and these weapons could absorb energy after killing. It was somewhat similar to weapon materialization. By the time they reached the 10th floor, Zhou Jin had already constructed 4 different transparent weapons in front of her. Only Lin Mo could perceive the scene. Lin Mo couldn't help but marvel. The combat style of the mutated humans was indeed unique. An hour later, there wasn't a single living person left in the entire building, only dry corpses everywhere. No, there was still one living person. Zhou Jin, I am your father. How can you do this to me? Indeed, Zhou Jin's father had been brought down along the way. Su Yuqing and Lin Xiaowan had already returned to Lin Mo's side, while the others did not disturb the father-daughter bond between them. Sai would have thought there could be such a malicious father. He is simply inhuman. Zhou Jin is truly pitiful. Is this really how human hearts behave in the apocalypse? It's too hateful. Women are always emotional. This is unavoidable. However, Lin Mo believed this was all normal. Human nature is worthless in the face of survival. He acknowledged that there are many good people, but also admitted there are indeed many bad ones. Zhou Jin, what are you going to do? Zhou Jin's eyes gleamed with red light, and Zhou Peng floated into the air, his face turning crimson. What am I going to do? Where's my mother? Your mother? How would I know? Zhou Jin silently shed tears. Puff. Zhou Peng was crushed as if weighed down by something heavy, his remains scattered everywhere. Seeing such a scene, even the battle-hardened women felt somewhat uneasy. This is somewhat disgusting. After a moment, Zhou Jin approached Lin Mo and slightly bowed. Thank you, Lin Mo, for allowing me to take my revenge. Since the day her mother disappeared, she had only felt hatred towards Zhou Peng, and after being sent to Matsumoto gangman, her hatred only deepened. As for that Matsumoto gangman, Zhou Jin tortured him to death. This shows her hatred for Zhou Peng far exceeds that for Matsumoto. No need to thank me, we are a team. Ding. Zhou Jin gained critical hit favorability of 25 ding. Congratulations to the host. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your favorability with Zhou Jin has reached 100 and you are rewarded with an automotive component electromagnetic railgun. Hiss. You're really impressive. It looks formidable. He checked the shop and found a component worth 10 million energy points capable of killing a 9th-tier mutated creature with one shot. The only drawback is that it requires 1 hour to recharge. The lethality is indeed strong, but the firing rate is somewhat cumbersome. Fortunately, it has a damage radius of 500 meters. However, I must say this is much better than what Lin Xiaowan has. When Lin Xiaowan reached a favorability of 100, she only gave him 1000 C099 landmines. Although those landmines have a large damage radius and power, they are not suitable for their team. After all, Lin Mo never intended to stay in any specific place, so those landmines were completely useless. Over the next few days, Lin Mo continued to search for areas with living people along with the 3 girls. After all, it was quite difficult for the 3 of them to level up. Fortunately, with Lin Xiaowan around, things weren't so tough. That day, they cleared another office building. Lin Mo glanced at the 3 girls. Zhou Jin had reached the advanced 2nd tier, while Lin Xiaowan and Su Yuqing had both reached the beginner 4th tier. catching up with Lin Mo. The only pity is that their attributes lagged far behind Lin Mo's. Uncle Lin Mo, are there really no people around here? Lin Mo was surprised this was their 7th location and there were no people. This doesn't seem reasonable. You must know that Edo is the capital of this country. How could there be only 7 places? In total, there should only be about 100 people. It can't be that only 100 people survived here. You must know that the population of this city should be around 16 million. This doesn't add up. Lin Xiaoan, are you sure there are only a few places with people in the entire city? Well, there are indeed other places with people, but very few. A gathering place only has a few hundred people. It's not worth the trip. As for places like Fengjing Base, it's not that there aren't any, but the heavy firepower there is just too much. So that's how it is. It's not that there are none, but that they can't go. The place where they rescued Zhou Jin is actually a base set up by the inspection department. What Lin Xiaoan just mentioned should be a military place. Hey, this cherry blossom is really unique. As for those few hundred people, they must be ordinary citizens or some extreme organizations. Looks like we should change locations. At least Zhou Jin needs to reach the 4th tier. After all, when they return, the only thing they can kill to level up is zombies. Then Lin Mo took them to another city and spent another 10 days finally managing to raise Zhou Jin to the beginner 4th tier. Now Zhou Jin can control thousands of people to fight for her at once, and this control can last for 3 days. To control more finely, she can manage at most 100 people. That's already quite powerful. Moreover, she also has her own means of attack. Her spiritual power can materialize. It can attack not only the physical body, but also the spiritual realm. Phew, let's go? We can go home now. Alright, should we return to Fengjing? Let's head back to Fengjing first. Among the major bases across the country, one is Fengjing, but it's not the current Fengjing, it's the future Fengjing. However, whether this Fengjing will become one of the strongest is still uncertain to Lin Mo. After all, with the Luo sisters here, Fengjing's future combat power loses 2 members, and the future has already changed. Lin Mo took out a vehicle. First, let's make a trip to Edo and leave something behind. 10 minutes later. You're not planning to bring a nuclear bomb, are you? A round missile about a person's height stood on the ground with a control panel on it. You're quite clever. Lin Mo praised. Jiang Yu's lips twitched. Most people who have seen movies would recognize it. But, where did you get this from? Lin Mo set a password on it and was about to start the countdown when a system notification came. Warning, this nuclear bomb's power is too great. It is advised that the host stays at least 800 kilometers away from the center. Hiss. This distance is quite excessive, but it seems to refer to the impact zone, not the explosion's core area. In proportion, it should be at most 100 kilometers, definitely not exceeding 150 kilometers. As for the altitude, it should surpass the current nuclear bombs. Right? Forget it, let's leave it at that. Lin Mo set the timer for 1 hour. That should be enough time for them to escape. Just as Lin Mo was about to input the time, he paused. This thing won't consume his experience points for kills, right? It won't push him to the top tier directly. For safety's sake, he decided to ask the system. Nuclear bombs do not count. Then he felt reassured. If this pushed him up, he wouldn't have any zombies left to kill. The countdown begins. Hurry, get in the car, let's head to Fengjing. The girls didn't dare to take it lightly. After all, this was a nuclear bomb. Although they had this vehicle, they didn't want to be caught in such an attack. Once inside Shu, he quickly started the car, taking off vertically and heading towards Fengjing at full speed. 55 minutes later. Let's stop here and see just how powerful this thing really is. Lin Mo and Shu moved to the back, lowered the screen, and Lin Mo released a drone. At this moment, they were about 4,000 meters in the air, and the camera captured an aerial view magnifying the entire Sakura country on the screen. By the way, I have never seen a nuclear bomb explode up close. I haven't seen it either, but this should count as the 3rd nuclear bomb in this country. If I remember correctly, yes, it should be. The number of deaths caused by the nuclear bomb wasn't something they considered. After all, there is a deep-seated resentment. Even kindergarten children know about those Memorial Days. This is something engraved in the bones, as some people may forget, but others will remember deeply. Lin Mo glanced at his watch. The timing was just right. A flash of fire ignited, instantly sweeping around, followed by a pillar of fire rising and slowly transforming into a mushroom cloud. Then came a loud explosion. Boom. It exploded. Lin Mo stared in shock at the windshield. They were currently at an altitude of 4,000 meters, and the mushroom cloud's height had evidently exceeded this, even soaring out of the blue star's atmosphere. While this power feels like a bit of a waste, the system kept sending him notifications. Ding. Killed a beginner 3rd tier zombie, energy points 598. Ding. Killed a 3rd tier mutated hunter, zombie, energy points 1988. Ding. Killed a high-level 3rd tier zombie, energy points 919. Beijing base. What is that sound? It sounds like a nuclear explosion. Oh, it must be from the direction of Sakura country. Did they really use nuclear weapons? Have they gone mad? How can humanity survive after using nuclear weapons? They probably aren't worried. After all, they can discharge nuclear wastewater, so detonating a nuclear bomb shouldn't be a big deal, right? Magic City Base. Isn't that mushroom cloud a bit too big? What yield is that? Unfortunately, there's no internet right now. Oh, I really want to know what could force them to use a nuclear bomb. Tisk tisk, our area is so large, and there are so many zombies, yet no one has mentioned using nuclear weapons. Sheep City Base. In my lifetime, I actually got to see a mushroom cloud. I really am lucky. Thanks to my buddy for bringing back a mushroom cloud. It looks amazing. Speaking of which, have the people over there lost their minds? They actually resorted to self-destruction. Right now, I'm only worried about one thing: will the zombies from there cross the ocean to us? All major regions of Hua country were admiring this beautiful scene. After all, such things are rare. However, those far away could only see a burst of flames, unable to discern details. But one could guess. After all, flames reaching such heights could only come from a nuclear bomb. Lin Mo's car remained suspended in the air, not moving away as shockwaves hit the vehicle without much effect. After all, they were already far from the core area. 2 hours later, the flames vanished, the smoke dissipated, and the clouds in the sky revealed a huge expanse of white. The azure sky was so enchanting. Unfortunately, at this moment, no one in Sakura country would appreciate such beauty. Lin Mo, through the drone's camera, focused on Edo, where the explosion center had formed an enormous pit. The area where it spread outward showed collapsed buildings turning into ruins with a width of up to 30 kilometers. After this, all the glass in the buildings shattered and burned black. Even glass in more distant areas shattered completely. One could say that more than half of Sakura country had no good places left. To an ordinary person, this might just seem like broken glass, but if someone were to test with instruments even 200 kilometers away from the explosion center, the radiation level would still be at 5,000 microsieverts. It can be confirmed that these people are unlikely to survive for many days. People within 500 kilometers could be infected with various diseases. The word tragic can barely describe it. Lin Mo, has this thing always been this powerful? Luo Yun asked, puzzled. It should. I mean, it's my first time watching up close. In the past, wasn't it always on television? Who knows how powerful it really is? The fireworks have finished. Let's head back to Fengjing and check out that villa area. Lin Mo didn't want to give up such a prime location. As for leaving Fengjing, Lin Mo had no plans for that, at least not at this stage. The western region has various mutated beasts, the southern area has snakes and insects, the eastern region is coastal, and the northern area is mountainous. Only the central region is the safest. Even if he were to leave, it would be after some time, at least until the number of zombies in Fengjing is controlled within a manageable range. This way, after he goes out, he still has a backup. A safe zone is the most important thing for survival in this world. Moreover, the next phase is just a relatively peaceful period, but only in relation to Lin Mo. The car under Shi's control headed towards Fengjing. Kyoto Satellite Center. Report through satellite observation: neighboring countries in the west have lost control and zombies are advancing towards our western region, expected to arrive in a month. The situation in the southern region is the same. In the eastern region, mutated creatures have appeared on the beaches. Currently, there are no issues in the northern region. It is temporarily safe. As the information piles up, the responsible person's eyebrows are tightly knitted together. This is more serious than anticipated. For now, there are satellites available for monitoring, but if one day the satellites fail, how will they gather information? You all continue monitoring. I will report. The responsible person took the documents and went to find the highest authority. This document subsequently also appeared in the hands of the leaders of various city bases. We're home. The women got out of the car, looking at the familiar villa with nostalgia, realizing that 4 months had passed unknowingly, and the weather seemed to have turned a bit colder. Zhou Jin stared at the familiar yet strange building, lost in thought. She had returned to Hua country, finally leaving that place. It was wonderful. This place is so much better. A look outside, there are hardly any zombies. Outside the fence, only a few zombies were wandering, not much different from before they left. Compared to this place, Edo City was like a hellish existence. But now there was no need to worry. It had already been reduced to rubble, and not a single zombie would appear. All right, everyone has had a tough time in Edo, so let's rest well and prepare a big dinner tonight. There are many more animals in the breeding area. Let's slaughter a few today. Lin Mo suggested. No matter how one looks at it, they hadn't rested for a moment during their trip to Sakura country. They were either hunting or searching. Sounds good. I want to eat tomatoes and cucumbers. I wonder if the fruit trees have produced any fruit. After all, they've been in there for a month. There should be, since it's a tree that has already matured. When they were in Edo, they saw a few fruit trees and casually threw them into the planting area, but they weren't sure if they would grow there. You all handle it yourselves first. I'll head back to my room for a bit. Zhou Jin, just ask them if you have any questions. Lin Mo returned to the car, heading straight to his room. He opened the panel and looked at the energy points. Wow, 7 million energy points. Who else can compare? A single nuclear bomb gave him over 2 million energy points almost instantaneously. Seeing this, he couldn't help but wonder if he should drop a bomb on the three brothers after all their population density is stronger than that of Sakura country. A single bomb should yield around 5 million energy points, right? Unfortunately, when he saw that a single nuclear bomb actually required 5 million favorability points, he immediately dismissed that thought. After all, favorability points are much harder to obtain than energy points, because energy points can be acquired by killing zombies. However, favorability points can only be earned once a day. No matter how many he has, he can't avoid much. Lin stroked his chin. If he brought back a group of suitable people, he wondered if he could obtain energy points without doing anything else. There are indeed some things that are too tempting for him. Only figuring out how to do it is a bit tricky. Fengjing Base. You must have seen the situation today. The Sakura Kingdom has resorted to using nuclear weapons at any cost, indicating that the zombie crisis is quite severe. Therefore, we must ensure that the zombie threat in our city is minimized. Otherwise, if a nuclear bomb were to land here one day, we would all be doomed together. Yang Jinny's expression was serious fatigue evident on his face. Rest assured, our Fengjing city has the best zombie control in the country. Even the capital and Modu may not be as good as us, Chao Gang said confidently. That's true, but the people in the city center. Don't worry, everything has been arranged. It's just, the emotional state isn't great, and I'm concerned it might lead to trouble. However, Professor Yang Yu has already taken her students to provide guidance, and I believe it will be helpful. Zhang Yong quickly added. This is also unavoidable. The people in the city center were rescued only after the tide of corpses ended. Considering that one has lived in such an environment for 3 months, it's understandable for psychological issues to arise. Moreover, those who survived likely have taken several lives, but they are officials who people should be saved regardless. In such circumstances, some actions are still justifiable. Zhang Yong recalled one woman with shoulder-length hair. When she was rescued, almost everyone in that building had died, leaving only her alive. She was holding a blunt kitchen knife, and her clothes were completely soaked in dried blood. Now she had become a second-tier ability user. Therefore, for some ruthless individuals, the authorities turn a blind eye as long as they abide by the order within the base. That's good. I'll remember to pay more attention. We cannot afford any turmoil now, you understand? Yes, I understand. Yang Jinny nodded, glancing discreetly at Lin Jitao. Director Gu, how is the situation at the Research Institute? Everything is proceeding normally, but regarding food, I still recommend recalling the grain from each county. From my observations, there should not be a large-scale tide of corpses appearing soon, making it a good time to go out and seek supplies. Chao Gang, you arrange this? Yes. Yang Jinny looked around. Today's meeting ends here. Deputy Base Chief Lin, please stay. The others left, and Lin Jitao remained seated, fiddling with the paper in his hands. Yang Jinny sat beside him. Old Lin, do you think we can survive? We should be able to, I suppose. Lin Jitao sighed. Yang Jinny looked at Lin Jitao and said softly, Sai, when will this life of ours come to an end? I heard that recently many private organizations have emerged in Fengjing competing with us for resources. It seems that way, but it's not a major issue as their numbers are small. Besides, you have to let people survive. Who knows, they might become a force one day. Over the course of a week, Lin Mo and his group of girls drove around the city. What has happened during this time? Why have the number of zombies decreased so much? Lin Mo couldn't help but wonder. He remembered it wasn't like this before. Could it be because he resolved that tide of corpses leading to subsequent changes? But it shouldn't have changed this drastically. There were still hundreds of zombies on a street, which isn't enough to fill his gaps. Perhaps more people have come out to hunt zombies. Oh, look, there's a private team over there. On this journey, they encountered many such private teams, which weren't present before they went to the Sakura Kingdom. There were some back then, but certainly not as many as now. Lin Mo stroked his chin. This is indeed strange. Arriving at the city center area, Lin Mo and the others stopped here. After getting out of the car, Lin Mo looked around. Everywhere were abandoned vehicles parked haphazardly, doors and windows smashed on both sides of the street, along with traces of various battles. Let's take a look around. There are no zombies, but we should be able to encounter mutated beasts or zombie beasts. With so many pets in the city, he couldn't believe there were no mutated beasts. They had encountered some in these past few days, but very few. At this moment, Su Yuqing leaned over. How about we visit other countries again? After all, we have nothing to do. Su Yuqing licked her lips. Lin Mo gave her a speechless glance as she had just returned for a few days, and she already wanted to run again. Uncle Lin Mo, there's something dangerous under this garage. Dangerous? What did Xiao want see? A bunch of humans stuck together. Composite mutated zombies. Or something else. Lin Mo released his spiritual power and sensed a robust spiritual flame in the basement, appearing to be of a high level along with weak spiritual sparks similar to zombies, but somewhat different. This does not seem to be a composite zombie. Composite mutated zombies only have one flame. There shouldn't be this many. So could it really be a bunch of people stuck together? This was the first time he had seen such a situation. Let's go take a look, it might be something strange. Lin Mo wasn't worried about any danger below, at worst they could just run. With their current attributes, they were still quite fast when running. Upon reaching the underground garage, it was completely dark. Without Lin Mo saying anything, Lu Wanqing directly ignited an orange fireball. They had already gotten used to the heat waves. While there are quite a few luxury cars here, there's even a Bugatti. This is my first time seeing such a car in Fengjing. Truly, it's a city area. If it were a normal world, Lin Mo might have felt envious. Unfortunately, this is the apocalypse. Such things are basically equivalent to scrap metal now. Only trucks and off-road vehicles are in demand. It was clear that there wasn't a single off-road vehicle in the entire garage, indicating they had all been taken. Based on the spiritual energy, the target should still be a bit inside. 3 minutes later, Lin Mo opened a fire door, revealing a brand new world before everyone's eyes. It really is stuck together. Is this some kind of secretion? It's green and a bit disgusting. Lin Mo squinted, looking at the information he had discerned. Name: nest of the food eater, level none, attributes none, nothing at all. Lin Mo took out a flashlight from his space and shone it through the gap. He could see that the ceiling was covered with this green slime, with green soft round objects hanging beneath the slime, pulsating. With a swift strike, Lin Mo pierced the egg before him. A humanoid creature fell to the ground. Name: failed body of the food eater, level low, tier 3, attributes. As it landed on the ground, the spiritual energy belonging to this creature weakened and vanished. Hey, why does this thing look so strange? It's no wonder Shu Xin found it strange. It had the size of a human, but 6 furry legs, and its mouth was split down to the roots of its ears. Aside from its human-like body, it resembled nothing human. Lin Mo drew his knife and killed the fallen creature on the ground, but the system provided no notifications. It seemed it was already dead. He looked up at the densely packed eggs inside. Perhaps they could only be considered alive when these food devourers hatched on their own. What should we do here? Burn it all. Facing Lu Wanqing's words, Lin Mo also felt a headache. If they resolved it, they would gain nothing, not even energy points. If they didn't resolve it, there might be food devourers everywhere in the future. If he remembered correctly, these creatures were incredibly fast, rivaling hunters. Then let's burn it. Wanqing, it's up to you. Leave it to me. Lu Wanqing conjured a fireball in her hand, but this one was not the previous orange color. Instead, it was a pale blue sphere. Even Lin Mo felt a wave of heat, indicating its temperature. Lu Wanqing waved her hand, and the fireball flew into the gap, followed by an explosion that ignited a blaze inside. Lin Mo glanced at the system, but received no notification of a kill. It seemed they were just starting here. Let's go. Lin Mo felt bored. He initially thought he could collect some energy points, only to find none. The group of women followed Lin Mo as they walked onto the ground. Lin Mo felt someone watching and turned to look. He saw a group of people not far away gazing in their direction. Hey, that guy still has red hair. Has he been looting barbershops for the past few months? It's possible. Oh, after all, some people really care about their appearance. Lin Mo remembered a guy back then whose hair stood up every day. Later he found out that he had used hair gel that could last for 5 years. What a weirdo. All right, let's get in the car. As Shu started the vehicle and moved forward, there was a rumble. The car shook, then stopped abruptly. Did something just explode? Was it our car? It should be, right? Lin Mo wasn't very sure. After all, the feeling was akin to having a bigger stone pressing down, and he couldn't discern anything. In the distance, Qian Zihong, that car seems fine. It shouldn't be. That was stolen from an arms depot, so it should be like a landmine. Qian Zihong was somewhat confused. He had tried this thing, not to mention a motorhome. Even a minibus could blow a hole. But how could this car be unscathed? It didn't make sense. Could it have expired? Should we retreat? If Boss Zhang finds out we attacked the former savior, it would be a gruesome end for us. Hearing the advice from the person beside him, Qian Zihong felt irritated. With this car, wouldn't he be able to rampage through the apocalypse? Then let's go. Qian Zihong and his men prepared to leave. You guys wait a moment. Lin Mo approached with a few women, feeling more and more that this red-haired person looked familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen him. Did you see anyone placing something under my car? No, we just arrived not long ago, Qian Zihong replied calmly. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. Something felt off, a perfect score of wrong. This person had spoken without even thinking, but it was impossible for it to be without issue. Didn't you see anything? No. They all shook their heads. Lin Mo had an inkling these people definitely recognized him. Otherwise, how could strangers cooperate so well when asked questions? Lin Mo signaled to Zhou Jin, who immediately had her eyes turn red, making the gazes of the 10 or so people in front of them vacant. What was placed under the car just now? A landmine. Who placed it? It was Qian Zihong. I did. Lin Mo looked at the red-haired man before him. Was he out for revenge? It shouldn't be. If there was a grudge, he would have died on the spot. Why did you use a landmine to blow up my car? Because I want this car. What kind of ridiculous reason is this? Are you insane? If you want the car, why blow it up? What if it gets destroyed? Lin Mo highly suspected that this man had an IQ problem. He'll leave this to you three. Lin Mo returned to the car with the others, leaving Su Yuqing and the other two women behind. Soon only a few corpses remained on the ground, and after the three women got in the car, they drove away from there. Not long after, a squad of soldiers approached. Captain, there are corpses on the ground. Could those people have appeared? The short-haired woman leading the group frowned, looking at the bodies on the ground, which indeed resembled those discovered earlier. It shouldn't be, the wounds seem different. It must have been done by someone else. It seems there are not just that one team of people, another group possesses such abilities. In the future, be wary of anyone with white hair and red eyes. Understood. As for the corpses on the ground, they would be left here for the time being, and someone would come to collect them later and transfer them outside the city. Lin Mo, what do you have in your hand? Su Yuqing looked at Lin Mo holding a bottle towards her, feeling that it couldn't be anything good. Cough, cough, I just saw that red-haired guy, and suddenly thought that you all looked too conspicuous in your current state. So I'm giving you a hair dye, but don't worry, it works fast. This hair dye was something he exchanged from the shop, costing only 100 energy points per bottle. Alright. White hair was indeed very conspicuous, especially when everyone else had black hair. Lin Mo took the bottle and sprayed it over Su Yuqing's head, and soon her hair turned completely black. Zhou Jin and Lin Xiaowan received the same treatment. As for the eyes, getting red eyes was pretty normal, right? As long as the most conspicuous white hair was gone, that was enough. Alright, let's continue searching, though we probably won't find much more. Lin Mo returned to the passenger seat, clearly losing interest in the quality of zombies in Fengjing City, as there were no high-level zombies left. Lord Honglian, there haven't been any new humans discovered in Fengjing. What should we do now? Honglian stood by the window gazing at the ruins outside. It's not that they haven't been found, it's just that they cannot act. Why do you think they would help humans instead of us? She glanced back at those she had personally led to retrieve. Perhaps they haven't recognized their situation, yet we are inherently enemies of the world. One of the women said with a smile. He shouting is right. So these new humans will eventually fall into our embrace. For now, let's search other cities for our kind, and leave a few people to watch over them. Lin Mo, I have a piece of not so great news to share. Lin Mo glanced at Jiang Yue, wondering what exactly this news could be. It seems that there are hardly any zombies left. Mutated creatures have become rare, encountering less than 10 in a day. Lin Mo was taken aback. None left. For the past few days, Lin Mo had not ventured outside, staying within the room of the dimensional space. He had planned to visit certain locations after a while, but he did not expect there to be no zombies outside, which deviated from his initial plans. In his view, no matter how few zombies there were in Fengjing, it couldn't have reached such a level. Could it really be that his actions altered the entire landscape of Fengjing? Then you all should stay inside for now. There is no point in killing those low-tier zombies. Let's drive the car back to the villa. That location is still the best. During this time, they had just parked the car wherever they pleased, but Lin Mo noticed that there were always some reckless individuals trying to target their vehicle. He didn't know if it was because Lin Mo had vanished for a while, or if the zombies had truly disappeared, but they felt no pressure. Anyone with a bit of strength wanted to come and try, but ultimately the results were divided among Zhou Jin and the others. They killed zombies that were 2 tiers below them, gaining nothing in return. It merely added a few energy points for Lin Mo. However, it wasn't necessary at the moment. After all, Lin Mo had gained an excessive amount of energy points from a single mushroom cloud previously, so he was not lacking. I will have them come back now. By the way, we encountered a woman before. She's from the military. However, her demeanor resembles that of people from the external bases with a heavy killing intent. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Did you have a conflict with her? Jiang Yu shook her head, saying not at all. We just feel that this person could be absorbed into our group. I think you would be interested, but it might be a bit challenging. Based on Jiang Yu's understanding of Lin Mo, he had always been searching for capable women. Men were not within his considerations. Lin Mo rubbed his chin, pondering if she was from the official base. It didn't seem impossible. He just needed to figure out how to attract her. What is her strength like? Her strength is slightly weaker than mine. Among the entire team, aside from Hu Shiyun, who had healing abilities, and excluding the Shu sisters, her strength should be the weakest. Do not underestimate Yu Linglong, who possesses speed-type abilities. She has exceptional swordsmanship. Perhaps she was slightly weaker at first, but after battling so many zombies, her skills have grown considerably. Even Luo Yun couldn't overpower Yu Linglong. Only Luo Fei could maintain a steady advantage over her. Of course, Su Yuqing and her 2 companions were not included in this comparison. They were simply anomalies. The mutated humans were indeed anomalies. However, the main reason was that the 3 of them had already surpassed her. Although Jiang Yu didn't know by how much they surpassed her, she felt a distinct sense of powerlessness during their sparring sessions. Especially when facing Lin Xiaowan, it was as if she could predict every one of her movements. Lin Mo was aware of this as well. To him, Lin Zaiwan's abilities felt akin to a manipulation of time. In that case, let's find this woman. Do you know where she is now? I don't know, but she will definitely return to the official base. In that case, Lin Mo turned on the television and took out the drone controller. The television screen shifted to the outside world. Then let's see if we can find her. Lin Mo controlled the drone to ascend, directing the camera towards the entrance of the official base. As long as she appeared, they would be sure to notice. Unless she doesn't come out. However, according to Jiang Yue, that was obviously impossible. Did Shu Xian and Shu Yi also see that woman? They have seen her. Then let them keep an eye on her. Wait, look at the rooftop of that building. Jiang Yu pointed to a rooftop on the left side, where there were people with white hair. They seemed to be mutated individuals. There was no way to deny it, the white-haired figures stood out too much. One of the women turned her head, glancing at the camera, and whispered something to the person in front of her. The group turned to look in the direction of the camera, but they saw nothing, and yet no one doubted it. A dark fissure appeared, and the group walked into it, disappearing from the screen. It seems that there are indeed quite a few mutated individuals. Just in Fengjing there are so many, one can only imagine how many there are worldwide. Lin Mo recalled a scene in his mind that being when he had encountered such individuals in the Fengjing base, but they were not Lin Xiaowan. Moreover, those individuals were helping the official base. However, the people appearing on the camera did not seem like they wanted to assist the base. Mutated individuals. Mutated individuals. Lin Mo rubbed his temples. In his previous life, he was merely a gatekeeper, not very knowledgeable about these matters. He truly regretted not having thought about climbing up the ranks, perhaps he could have learned more. Let's head back for now. Returning to the villa, those who needed to eat did so, and those who needed rest took their time. Of course, Lin Mo had never forgotten about the importance of goodwill. However, he had a decent understanding of certain individual situations. For instance, Su Yuqing had a significantly higher critical hit rate against her than the normal rate. Lin Mo was unclear on the reason, but there was one benefit: when he was in a hurry, he could easily gain a high level of goodwill in a short amount of time. However, tonight it was evident that he would have to work for a long time, but it wasn't a big issue. Given his current stats, working continuously for a week would pose no problems. It was merely others who couldn't bear it. In front of the television, Shu Xian and Shu Yi were switching channels. Until the third day, Shu Xian spotted the short-haired woman. Lin Mo, that woman has appeared. Oh, she is currently in a car heading towards the city center. Lin Mo hurriedly walked out of the room. Have the camera automatically track that vehicle. We will follow in our car. What about the others? Shu Xin's lips twitched. It was already 9:30, and aside from Lin Mo, she was the only one present. Oh, and Lin Xiaowan was there too. Even her sister hadn't emerged. After midnight last night, she had been on duty, only seeing Lin Mo go from one room to another. It was quite busy. Initially, they thought that once everyone leveled up, things would settle down, but unexpectedly, the results hadn't changed much. They don't need to worry, the three of us will be enough. Xiaowan, what did you see? As Lin Mo stepped out, the red glow in Lin Zaiwan's eyes intensified. She will encounter a zombie beast attack and be saved by Uncle. Brother, but the process of her joining our team will be quite difficult, yet ultimately successful. In that case, what are we waiting for? Let's set off. Although Lin Zaiwan's strength has increased, and she can see more fragments, they are still merely fragments, and not a complete day. Perhaps one day the fragments she sees will be even more numerous, even possibly a complete event. But for now, this is sufficient for Lin Mo's team. Lin Mo was not worried about safety, but rather about wasting efforts. For instance, regarding the short-haired woman, if Lin Xiaowan told him that this matter would not succeed, Lin Mo would not waste any time, nor would he even bother to go. However, since Lin Xiaowan said that they would ultimately succeed, he would definitely go. Strong strength and good looks indicate that there is a chance. Such a person Lin Mo would not miss. Moreover, since Lin Xiaowan said they succeeded, it also indicated that the other party was likely not a saintly green tea type. After all, he had never encountered such a ruthless person. At least in this second life, he had not seen a true one. Of course, those who kill for fun do not count. The car drove through the shattered city with few teams on the road. Perhaps everyone had gone outside the city to hunt for zombies, as living without energy crystals could be said to be nearly impossible. It's snowing. Shu Xian murmured as she watched the falling snowflakes. This was the first snowfall since the apocalypse began. By the way, have you all noticed that the weather has turned quite cold recently? The so-called sub-zero temperatures in Fengjing used to be only about -4 or 5 degrees. Shu Xian said puzzledly. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. It's probably because of the apocalypse plus the global industrial shutdown. A drop in temperature is to be expected. So can we make a snowman? Lin Xiaowan, although already a mutated person and ruthless, when she got to work, could not hide the fact that she was still a child. Then I'll have your sisters help you make a snowman. Great. I've never made a snowman before. Although Fengjing is considered northern, it has never really had snow in the true sense. Snow would fall and disappear upon hitting the ground. However, this time it would not. At this moment, a thin layer of snow had already covered the ground, and if it increased a bit more, the snow would remain abundantly. The car continued to move forward slowly. Creak. You're really here. Jiang Yu stepped out from the dimensional door, wiping her freshly washed hair with a towel. Oh, Sister Jiang Yue, you're awake, Shu Xian said cheerfully. I have to thank someone for sparing my life. Luckily, I was the last one, or else you might not see me until the afternoon. Before Jiang Yu came out, she had gone to other rooms to wake people, but seeing the girls sleeping soundly, she chose to give up. They were all recovering their strength, and waking them at this time was not a good choice. All right, let's hurry up and go. Lin Mo interrupted their conversation. Lin Shaoan was still present, and he didn't want them to be babbling on. The car drove to the city center, and the snow began to fall heavily. This is the first time I've seen such heavy snow in real life. I've only seen it in short videos before. Did you hear that? Shu Yi heard a strange sound through the gap in the car window, somewhat resembling a mouse but smaller and more chaotic. It's the sound of pigs. Lin Mo twitched his mouth. He hadn't expected that the so-called zombie beasts would actually be pigs, which was rather bizarre. So did the short-haired woman encounter an attack by pigs? Bang! A zombie pig flew up and crashed into the side of the car. The zombie pig shook its body, glanced at the car behind it, and continued into the wind and snow. Lin Mo used his insight. It was a third-tier zombie beast with attributes similar to those of a third-tier mutated entity. For Lin Mo, it could only be said to be fortunate. Lin Mo glanced at his panel. Killing a third-tier zombie beast was not considered a significant waste. Let's go down and help. Is it that short-haired woman? She came out today. Jiang Yu was initially puzzled about why she had come out today. It turned out that woman had appeared. It seems like the trouble is not small. By the way, can pigs also become zombie beasts? Anything can change, but it's just that the probability of animals mutating is lower than that of humans. Lin Mo was also unsure why animals would mutate. Logically, animals should also have ordinary ones existing. However, the animals encountered were either mutated beasts or zombie beasts. Probably the normal ones have all been eaten. When Lin Mo was about 20 meters away, he stopped. Although there was still distance, it was just right for him. Through the snowflakes, he could see 6 people surrounded with 4 corpses on the ground. Each corpse had a hole in its head, clearly intended to prevent mutation with a sharp blow, quite ruthless. In Lin Mo's view, it was highly likely that the short-haired woman was responsible. After all, the other 5 people displayed despair, while only the short-haired woman remained calm. Most importantly, through insight, this woman had already reached the intermediate 3rd tier, while the others were merely at the beginner 2nd tier. Moreover, there was a significant difference in their attributes. Should we go help now? Jiang Yu asked in a low voice. No, let's wait until the moment of utmost despair to strike. That's when the success rate is the highest. Lin Mo was not cold-hearted. Rather, to ensure success, someone always had to be sacrificed. Besides, if they were not Lin Mo's people, he truly had no inclination to care about their lives or deaths. He could not be labeled as a bad person or a good person. Captain, can we survive? Not receiving a response, the soldier felt a bit desperate, but still tightly gripped his steel knife. Damn, if it weren't for running out of bullets, we wouldn't be afraid of these pigs. One soldier was somewhat angry. He had thought that there weren't many zombies left in the city and that mutated beasts were also scarce. With 30 rounds of bullets per person and their abilities, it was enough to handle the dangers in the city center. Moreover, their car was not far away, so they could cope with anything that happened. But unexpectedly, when they were almost out of bullets, they were attacked by a group of pigs. It was truly absurd. Shut up. If anyone dares to complain, don't blame me for killing you right now. They had no doubt about the other party after hearing those words filled with killing intent. She could really do such a thing and not be punished. The crowd fell silent. The short-haired woman suddenly conjured 2 black long knives in her hands, and a wave of black mist enveloped her as a set of black armor attached to her body. In a moment, I'll open a gap, you all rush out, and quickly get in the car to leave. What about you, Captain? Although they were afraid of the captain, it was impossible for them to be cowards. The short-haired woman felt a flutter in her heart, but soon calmed down. This is an order. After a brief pause, she added, wait for me at the old place for half an hour. If I don't arrive, leave immediately without speaking, execute. The black flames on the ground gradually dissipated, and the short-haired woman knew the time had come. Run! 2 long knives were planted in the ground, and 2 walls of black flames rose, causing the zombie pigs that collided with them to begin rotting. The other 5 soldiers ran out through the passage. 4 zombie pigs followed closely behind them. Then 2 black daggers flew forward, directly corroding half of the zombie pigs' bodies. The short-haired woman's face turned pale. I can only help to this extent. Zhang Yong, I have repaid your life-saving kindness. She formed another dagger in her hand, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she slowly brought the dagger to her neck. At that moment, a hand rested on hers. Do you want to live? The short-haired woman opened her eyes to see a man grasping her wrist. She looked at him with a cold expression. Lin Mo was not bothered by it, as Lin Xiaowan had mentioned that this journey wouldn't be smooth. Name Yi Qian, age 27, rating 88, favorability 20. This favorability is a bit tricky, it's surprisingly negative. Thinking about it, it makes sense. After all, it has been nearly half a year since the apocalypse began, and being cautious is not a flaw. Do you want to survive and fight against zombies? Lin Mo repeated the question. However, Yi Qian still showed no reaction, even tightening her grip. What? Do you have to die? Lin Mo was speechless. Can't we just live? Zhang Yue, come here. Shu Xian, bring the car over. Yi Qian frowned at Lin Mo, wondering what he meant and why those zombie pigs were not moving at all. A woman walked out from the heavy snow. Lin Mo, how's it going? Aren't you impressive? Oh, how come you all? I seem to be a bit out of control. Favorability did not change, and Lin Mo had no way to address it. How we meet again. This is our captain, and we would like to invite you to join our team. I am very grateful for your rescue, but my life was saved by Zhang Yong from the base, so I cannot join your team. Upon seeing Zhang Yue, Yi Qian remembered that they had met before, and Zhang Yu had helped her once. But that's just how she is, as she didn't want to leave without repaying her life-saving grace. Moreover, that place was an official base. Although Lin Mo had saved her, she couldn't repay him at this moment. Lin Mo felt a headache coming on. He had observed Yi Qian's fighting style just now, and he could only say that she fought purely on instinct, without any flashy movements, purely to kill. This type of person was very likable to Lin Mo, indicating she had talent. There were only so many people in the city suited for survival in the apocalypse. If he didn't strive for one more, it would mean one less. Squeak. Bang. Brother Lin Mo, let me handle this. Lin Xiaowan got out of the car and came to Lin Mo's side. Yi Qian was surprised, not expecting to see a child here. Speaking of which, she had hardly seen any children in the city. Sister, don't be afraid. As she spoke, Lin Xiaowan took Yi Qian's left hand, her eyes flickering with a red light. In Yi Qian's mind, flashes of her experiences since the apocalypse began appeared. Seeing those images again, she couldn't help but turn pale and break into a light sweat. After everything passed, Yi Qian looked at the girl in front of her with some fear. What kind of ability is this? Is it a memory? Or? However, the following segments were unrelated to Yi Qian, but the people in them were known to Yi Qian, and she never expected him to be this kind of person. Few will join you. Lin Mo. So the so-called difficulty is relatively difficult for me. So to join means Lin Xiaowan took her hand and used her ability, right? Is that reasonable? It should be reasonable, as Lin Xiaowan's ability is somewhat outrageous. Welcome aboard. Lin Mo extended his right hand, and Yi Qian hesitated for a moment before shaking it. At that moment, Yi Qian's favorability also reached 30, a value that was neither high nor low. It doesn't matter, things will get better eventually. At this time, the women in the car also got out wearing thin clothing, feeling no cold at all. After all, their levels had risen and their cold resistance had improved significantly. Is this our new teammate? Welcome. Welcome. Sister, you look so cool. Our strength has increased again. Sigh, it seems my status will drop again. Yi Qian glanced at the various beauties coming out of the car and gave Lin Mo a strange look. However, she felt more recognition inside. In the base, it was good to have one woman in 10 squads. Yet a squad entirely composed of women like Lin Mo had none. The most she had seen in a women's squad was 4 out of 10. This also caused her favorability to rise directly to 70. In any case, it showed that a person who seemed to be a burden in the outside world could live so well under Lin Mo, indicating that he wasn't a bad person. As for other aspects, they remained to be observed. After all, a man leading so many women was something she couldn't help but think about. Lin Mo, you really have a good eye. Alright, let's head back first. There shouldn't be anything left in Fengjing. In a few days, we'll go check out nearby cities. Lin Mo had decided it was time to explore other cities, at least to make good use of his plundering ability. Using this ability to kill Tier 3 and Tier 2 zombies seemed somewhat wasteful. He would rather not kill zombies than waste it. Sure, I say let's go to the 3 kingdoms. I dare say their mutated creatures are definitely the most in the world, and there might even be over Tier 6 mutated creatures there. Su Yuqing brought up the 3 kingdoms again. Lin Mo felt a toothache. This Su Yuqing was relentless about the 3 kingdoms. However, the fact that there are many mutated creatures should. Maybe. Let's discuss this later. Lin Mo led the women towards the car. Bang. Bang. What is that? The sound was far away, and Lin Mo released his spiritual power. A massive spiritual flame appeared less than a kilometer from him. Due to the nearby tall buildings and the heavy snow, he couldn't see clearly. He was strong, but he couldn't ignore obstacles to see things. You all get in the car first, it seems like a big fellow is coming. With such a scale of spiritual power, Lin Mo was uncertain of the opponent's strength. The women obediently got in the car, and the doors were left open. The distance was closing in, and the sound was becoming clearer. Rumbling. This should be the sound of a building collapsing. Soon a dark shadow emerged from around the corner, its figure massive, towering at least 10 stories high. Name mutated creature. Name mutant aberrant polymorph. Level advanced tier 6. Attributes strength 32162, stamina 38767, agility 478, mental power 27671. How could there be a biological entity of advanced tier 6? This is impossible. He remembers that in his previous life, there was no such mutant. If there were, he would not have forgotten. There are only two explanations for this situation. One is that it existed in the previous life, but was exterminated, or it simply never appeared here. The second explanation is that due to Lin Mo's series of actions, this situation has occurred. However, regardless of which explanation is true, Lin Mo was not intimidated by this mutant. What's to fear about tier 6? It's just slightly higher attributes, but your agility is low. Even kite flying would fail. Shu Xian, go to the top of the car. Luo Yun, Lu Wanqing, and Jiang Yue, get out of the car. Everyone else stay inside. Close combat is out of the question. It must be long range. He originally wanted to call Luo Fei, but her abilities are mostly for close combat and not suitable for dealing with the mutant before him. After all, its strength is as high as 32,000, even higher than Lin Mo. The three women got out of the car and approached Lin Mo. Jiang Yue, use your ability to slow down its speed. Luo Yun and Wanqing, keep attacking with your abilities. Remember to maintain distance and Shu Xian, target its entire body. Damn mutant, how could the mental power inside be so dispersed? Its core is not just the brain but exists throughout its body. Lin Mo quickly conjured a lightning spear. This time the lightning spear is thick and long. He casually threw it, hitting the opponent's head, but the spear tip only penetrated about half a meter. This distance is merely a superficial injury compared to its head. With nearly 40,000 in physique, its defense has increased exponentially. Although he already expected such a result, Lin Mo did not give up. After all, this is an advanced tier 6 mutant. How much energy points and attributes would it yield if killed? Tat tat tat. Bullets hit the opponent's body, creating bubbles. The bullets did hit, but they disappeared inside the mutant. Lu Wanqing's rain of fire struck the opponent, igniting, but it still could not halt the mutant's advance. Jiang Yu's icy rain also merely coated the mutant with a layer of frost. As the mutant moved, the frozen tissue fell to the ground, leaving behind patches of rotting flesh. Luo Yun's massive lightning arrow had a similar effect to Lin Mo's lightning spear. There was damage, but not much. Lin Mo, this thing has too high a defense. We can only wear it down bit by bit, or should we use that? Jiang Yu suggested. Use that. Lin Mo felt somewhat unwilling. Killing it would grant him attribute points and 100 energy points. But if he used that, he would only receive half the energy points, which he was reluctant about. This is the only high-tier zombie encountered. Let's attack first. If that doesn't work, then we'll use it. After all, that thing can be used directly, so there's no need to rush. Jiang Yu maintained the icy rain, enveloping the mutant within. Lin Mo and the others hurled various damaging abilities at the mutant. However, after 10 minutes apart from a few new wounds, the mutant showed no significant changes. Lin Mo paused for a few seconds, aimed for its right knee, and shoot. Lin Mo conjured 10 lightning spears at once and instantly struck the opponent's knee. The explosion was intense, and it indeed caused damage, slimming the knee down a bit. Luo Yun and Lu Wanqing's abilities also shot out, but their effects were not as effective as Lin Mo's. Hiss! Lin Mo felt a headache. How could this tier 6 mutant be so outrageous? He remembered that tier 6 mutants were not this outrageous. Their strength felt capable of contending with tier 8. Indeed, it was an unexpected product. Phew, let's fall back. Shu E, reverse the vehicle. Shu Xian, activate the electromagnetic rail cannon. Yes. Shu Xian returned to the vehicle and pressed a button, retracting the Gatling gun above the car. The black hole suddenly expanded, and a cannon platform over 2 meters high emerged. The nearly 4-meter-long cannon barrel sparkled with lightning. Shu Xian sat in the driver's seat, putting on a pair of glasses. A crosshair on the lenses aimed at the mutant. Lin Mo, everything is ready. Lin Mo brought the 3 women back to the vehicle. Aim fire. As Lin Mo's voice fell, a beam of white light shot from the cannon barrel. There was no sound, no recoil, just a beam of light shot out. The arcs above the cannon barrel had vanished, and the entire cannon platform dimmed. The beam instantly struck the mutant. Boom! The blinding white light enveloped the entire mutant, expanding and expanding. A light sphere nearly 100 meters in diameter enveloped the area, and nearby buildings collapsed, disappearing without a trace. A shockwave followed, causing the vehicle to shake. Smoke and dust filled the air. Ding! Shu Xian killed an advanced tier 6 mutant, earning 92890 energy points. Damn. He knew it. He knew it. This is still a 50 value. The mutant's values are 1 tier higher than ordinary zombies, meaning these are the values of a tier 7 zombie. As for the attribute points, let's not mention them. He's not short on those few dozen attribute points. He really isn't. Stop the car. Let's wait for the smoke to clear before proceeding. Lin Mo was somewhat curious about the destructive power of this electromagnetic rail cannon. However, the white light he just saw was somewhat different from what he imagined an electromagnetic rail cannon to be. In Lin Mo's view, the so-called electromagnetic rail cannon should utilize electromagnetism to launch projectiles. But this one seems to directly emit something akin to electromagnetic force, laser, or something else. After 10 minutes, the smoke thinned and the distant scene gradually emerged before their eyes. Although it was still snowing heavily outside, it was clear that the nearby buildings had vanished. Indeed, they had vanished. Shu Yi drove to the targeted attack site. Shu Yi looked at the scene outside the glass, unsure of how to respond. A giant pit appeared before her, and it could be seen getting deeper the further in one looked. Lin Mo got out of the car and walked along the edge, becoming increasingly alarmed. No wonder they say it can kill a Tier 9 mutant. Oh, what could withstand such a strike? Lin Mo placed his hand on the ground, and a wave of heat transmitted through his palm. My goodness, this destructive power is too great. The deepest part must be over 5 meters deep, right? That's not the key. Don't you notice the ground is reflecting light? Reflecting light. Lin Mo approached the core area. This is crystallization. Explosion, high temperature, instant melting. Lin Mo could not help but glance back at the cannon on the vehicle. This is definitely a big weapon. It's a pity it can only be used once an hour. After Lin Mo and his team departed, an off-road vehicle approached, and 4 men disembarked. Captain, keep your voices down. Any noise might draw mutated beasts and we'll all die. One soldier whispered sternly. But Captain, what Captain? Look at this massive crater. How could the captain possibly still be here? The 4 stood in silence before the gaping pit where their commander had last been seen. Though the cause remained unknown, it was unmistakable no one could have survived such a cataclysmic assault. Moreover, when they'd left, their captain had been surrounded by zombie beasts. Escape would have been impossible. What now? Do we continue the mission, or return to base? Return to base. This incident must be reported immediately. Such devastation exceeds human capability. It may signal the emergence of an exceptionally powerful mutated zombie entity. Then what about the captain? Report him as Kia. What else could they do? Given the scale of destruction, his body was likely vaporized. The off-road vehicle sped away southward, vanishing into the distance. Yeqian sat quietly in the vehicle, gazing out the window with a furrowed brow. Though she had joined Lin Mo's team, her mind remained shaken by the fragmented visions Yi Xiaowan had shown her. She never imagined Yang Jini could be capable of such cruelty. No wonder there were no elders or children left in the base. They had all fallen victim to his atrocities. She had long assumed they'd perished during the initial urban collapse, but now she understood the truth. Yet one question lingered in her thoughts. Were those visions truly real? After all, she was merely an ordinary awakened individual, though everyone around her far surpassed her in strength. There was little reason for anyone to deceive her. At that thought, her brows relaxed and her mood lifted. Throughout the journey, Lin Mo kept his gaze fixed outside the window. The vehicle did not head directly back to the villa. Instead, it first veered westward to the west suburbs, then turned north to the north suburbs, only finally arriving at the east suburbs. It does seem there are virtually no zombies left. Lin Mo had to admit the zombie population across Fengjing City had nearly vanished entirely. That was absurd. Indeed, you weren't venturing outside during that period. When we were out, we'd encounter only a dozen zombies every 2 blocks. And squads were everywhere. Competition was fierce. I've even heard many teams have already pushed outward toward neighboring counties. Jiang Yu interjected. Counties? After the last zombie tide, surely no survivors remain in nearby counties. Lin Mo turned to ask. Jiang Yu shrugged. Who knows? But if zombies are gone, they'll seek them elsewhere, no doubt about it. Whether for procuring supplies or simply sustaining themselves, they depended on zombie energy crystals, and not every zombie harbored one. Also, haven't you noticed? The corpses littering the ground have disappeared entirely. We slaughtered countless zombies ourselves, yet left their crystals untouched. Indeed, the ground was unervingly clean. At that moment, Yeqian turned and said the corpses were removed by personnel from the official base. But most of the crystals were already missing, likely extracted beforehand. Another discrepancy. Lin Mo recalled no such operation in his previous life. Survival had consumed all attention. Nobody cared for rotting corpses. That neglect had triggered wave after wave of plague. Only the timely intervention of healing-type awakened individuals and surviving physicians had contained its spread. Even so, nearly 10,000 lives were lost. So the official base has done some good after all. Yet Yeqian shook her head. No, they weren't moved far. Those bodies were stacked near the very spot where we encountered that zombie, far from any inhabited area, abandoned there en masse. In fact, there are 10 such corpse dumps across the city. So that mutated zombie we met earlier. Though Yeqian left the implication unspoken, everyone present understood. Yet after hours of searching, they hadn't encountered another identical aberrant specimen. Was that one truly a fluke? Yechian, guide us to the nearest corpse dump. A hypothesis crystallized in Lin Mo's mind. No wonder he'd never encountered such aberrant zombies in his past life. Not at this stage, not in this manner. The timeline had shifted profoundly. Yechian moved to the driver's seat to navigate for Shu Xin. Half an hour later, they arrived at the junction of the east and north suburbs. There they found the so-called corpse dump, a public park where mounds of cadavers rose over 3 meters high, covering 2,000 to 3,000 square meters. Clearly, this was only a fraction of the total. Nothing seems unusual. So how did that aberrant specimen emerge? Lin Mo swept the area with his spiritual sense, detecting no overwhelming presence. Only scattered rice grain-sized traces of spiritual energy, likely minor mutated beasts. Let's go. That aberration was probably a one-off anomaly. The vehicle slowly pulled away, heading toward the villa district. Shortly after its departure, tiny insects emerged from among the corpses. Fine filaments extended from their tails, weaving silently between the dead bodies. They froze instantly at the slightest sign of human presence or passing vehicles, then resumed activity once alone. After countless hours, a grotesque limb, fashioned from countless fused corpses, stood complete. Had Lin Mo scanned it again with his spiritual sense, he would have detected blazing torrents of immense spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Lin Mo and his team were inside the dimensional chamber, hosting a welcome ceremony for Yechian. Early on, new members joined the squad frequently, but lately recruitment had slowed to a trickle. Clearly, the squad's current capacity to absorb newcomers into Fengjing City had reached its limit. Your food is remarkably lavish. Yechian maintained composure. Though her mouth watered, she refrained from devouring it greedily. Fresh vegetables were inaccessible even to someone of her rank in the base. Even senior officials received them only once a week. Most meals consisted solely of vitamin supplements. It's not excessive. We used to dine in the courtyard where space was ample. But snow makes outdoor dining inconvenient now. Lu Wanqing glanced at the 12 dishes laid upon the table, unimpressed by their abundance. Ever since Lin Mo established both a cultivation garden and a livestock farm, vegetables and meat had been consistently plentiful, even surplus accumulated. After all, rich fare grows tiresome, especially rabbit, which had become ubiquitous. Upon hearing Lu Wanqing's words, Yi Qian paused with her chopsticks. Was this not lavish enough? Don't be surprised, but truly isn't lavish. We used to roast whole lambs before. Unfortunately, the weather outside was poor, and it wasn't easy to cook indoors. Smoke filled the room. Luo Yun couldn't help but start to crave roasted lamb. After hearing her speak, the other girls also showed nostalgic expressions. They glanced at the large screen, where heavy snow still fell outside. Indeed, it wasn't suitable. Lin Mo lowered his head and thought of, frankly, he too wanted to have some roasted lamb. With such abundant resources at his disposal, it would be a shame not to indulge. Thus, he opened the marketplace, searching for suitable items. To his surprise, he actually found something. 1,000 SQM grassland camping site, 200 energy points. 1,000 SQM lake camping site, 200 energy points was quite affordable, but the system did specify one thing: it could only be used for camping, and planting or raising animals was not allowed. Lin Mo had no intention of doing that. He knew that even if he found a loophole, the system would patch it up instantly. He was too lazy to bother with it now. After giving it some thought, he directly purchased the lake camping site. He then bought a seafood farming garden. 100 SQM 5x speed seafood farming garden, 300 energy points. Given his current energy points, this was a small matter. Ahem, let's eat first. I've found a good place for you all. Tonight we shall have a barbecue feast. The girls instantly thought of the extra rooms that had appeared earlier. Could it be that Lin Mo had created a space for barbecuing? Great, I want to eat spicy rabbit heads and roasted lamb legs. As soon as food was mentioned, Luo Yun became excited. Me too. Me too. A bunch of parrots. After dinner, Lin Mo headed to the door on the left side, where the seafood farming garden was placed. Upon entering, there was only a 3-meter wide standing area in front, leading to a pool filled with clear seawater. Unfortunately, there were no marine creatures at present. Like other gardens, there was a tablet on the wall that allowed the purchase of various seafood products. Oysters, lobsters, shrimp, crabs. He bought everything he liked. As for the deep sea and shallow sea issues, the system should be able to handle that. He only needed to focus on paying. Soon all 3 pools were filled with various seafood, but whether any would survive the night remained uncertain. At 8 p.m. Lin Mo brought the girls to the 2nd floor. Are we on the 2nd floor? But it shouldn't be suitable here. Barbecuing would create too much smoke. Lu Wanqing looked around the spacious living area on the 2nd floor, which indeed had ample space and was convenient. But the smoke issue was a problem. Of course it's not here. Lin Mo pushed open a door, revealing a patch of grassland. Upon entering, a small lake appeared in the distance, and in front of the lake was a small wooden cabin. The temperature here is quite pleasant. I don't feel cold at all. At that moment, Shu Yi was dressed in a cool outfit. The ones dressed most comfortably were Yi Qian and Lin Xiaowan. However, the girls remained modest, mindful of their image in front of Lin Xiaowan. If it were just Lin Mo, the coolness would turn into chilliness. Come with me, a few of you, we're having a feast tonight. Lu Wanqing was very pleased with the surroundings and decided to showcase her skills. Next to the planting garden, there's a new house. Remember to bring back some good stuff. Lin Mo reminded them, as he had not eaten seafood in a long time and the taste was quite nostalgic. Except for Lin Xiaowan, everyone else went with Lu Wanqing. At first, Lin Xiaowan insisted on following, as with her current strength, she could easily lift not just a table, but even a cow. But who could blame her for being only 10 years old? In the eyes of the others, even if she was at the 9th level, she was still considered a child. They would never let a child do the work. Lu Wanqing and the others arrived at the room Lin Mo mentioned, and upon seeing the contents of the pool, they were all excited. I want to eat spicy crab. I want to eat dry pot shrimp. Should we get some steamed lobster? The girls swallowed their saliva, their eyes sparkling. Although their daily meals were excellent, who would refuse something even better? Yi Qian was dumbfounded. A dimensional RV had already shattered her worldview, and now they were producing seafood. Lin Mo was simply a god. Not to mention Fengtian, even coastal cities had no opportunity to eat seafood. Although mutant animals could be consumed, they dared not touch mutant seafood. After all, zombies could go into the water, and there were also zombie beasts. So far, not a single warrior dared to eat creatures from the sea. The girls took bowls and began to fill them with seafood, but they didn't take too much, just enough in one bowl. As for pigs, cows, and sheep, they were too embarrassed to take more than one. Rabbits were taken by the dozen. They also picked up quite a few vegetables and fruits. Yi Qian followed along, noticing how the prepared dishes looked dramatically different from the fresh ones. The prepared ones could be said to have been stored before, but the freshly picked ones were incomparable. She had been to the research facility in the official base, but the vegetables grown there were all quite small, not even a quarter of the size here. If those researchers had access to such a place, they would definitely fight to join in. No, it should be everyone, and no one could resist food. This was not an era of peace, it was the chaotic end times. Dignity could sometimes be given up a little. With fresh ingredients in hand, everyone returned to the lakeside camping room. Lin Mo and Lin Xiaowan sat on a small stool fishing in the lake. At that moment, there were already 2 grass carps in the bucket next to Lin Mo. How there are actually fish in this lake? Jiang Yu asked in confusion, thinking it was just a scenic spot, She had no idea one could actually fish here. Does this mean this could also serve as a resource supply station? There are fish, how could there possibly be no fish in such a large body of water? Initially, Lin Mo didn't know either. He was simply curious about what the wooden cabin was for. After discovering fishing gear inside, he took a set and sat down to fish only, then realizing there were indeed fish. That's really great. In the future, we can enjoy fishing and also eat fish. That's simply wonderful. The premise is that you need to know how to fish. A fishing expert never goes empty-handed is a curse, you know. Everyone spent over an hour preparing ingredients, and once everything was ready, they began to finalize all the preparations. Let's start today's barbecue feast. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses and clinked them together. In the center of Fengjing City, a series of loud bangs echoed as enormous figures rose, making their way towards several bases. There were a total of 8, 5 of which headed towards the official base, while the other 3 moved towards private ones. Yet none were aware of this. Lin Mo and the others were still at the Hubo campsite, enjoying their meal amidst bursts of laughter. It's been a long time since I've had seafood. I truly miss it. Lin Mo picked up a large shrimp, peeling off its shell. Yeah, the last time I had some was back in May, when I only had frozen ones. Luo Yun bit down hard on a crab claw. Lin Mo thought to himself that it had been a full 4 years since he last tasted it. As the shrimp meat entered his mouth, the flavors of seafood began to resurface from deep within his memories. This is the flavor. The table was piled high with roasted lamb, roasted rabbit, and various grilled seafood, almost overflowing. They feasted heartily, while the others at the bases were stuck with dry, hard food accompanied only by cold water. An hour later, everyone finished cleaning up the battlefield and returned to the living room. The snow is really coming down hard. I wonder how cold it is outside. Looking at the weather outside, Zhou Jin couldn't help but express his thoughts. Although they were no longer afraid of the cold, they still preferred a warm and comfortable temperature. Jiang Yu pointed at a corner of the television, saying, "It shows in the upper left corner that the temperature is minus 22 degrees. This must be the lowest temperature in the history of Fengjing, right?" Fengjing's average minimum temperature during winter is around minus 15 degrees, with the most extreme cases reaching minus 22 degrees. That should be the case, but judging by the current situation, this probably isn't the lowest. After all, it's only November. The coldest times are usually in December and January, when it truly gets freezing. If Lin Mo remembered correctly, the minimum temperature had reached over minus 30 degrees. However, compared to the northern regions, it was still a bit lacking. He recalled that during the first winter the minimum temperature in the northern cities could reach minus 45 degrees. Although it only lasted half a month, the death toll during that time was quite high. At this time the southern regions were the best, with temperatures hovering around 0 degrees. It must be said that winter was indeed better in the south. "Hey, look at that moving shadow," Lin Xiaowan shouted, pointing at the television screen. Everyone turned to the TV, while Lin Mo put on the controller on his head, zooming in the camera. Although the sky was dim, one could vaguely make out the general outline. "It looks like the mutated creature we killed. It should be right." "It does look similar, but with this lighting and the heavy snow, it could also be a composite zombie." "That can't be. The composite mutated creatures we've encountered were only about 10 meters tall at most. This one is much larger." Lin Mo switched to night vision mode, and the image became clearer. Observing its grotesque appearance, he knew it was that deformed zombie. However, he was uncertain about its level. "It seems to be heading towards the official base," Yi Qian said uncertainly as she looked in that direction. Lin Mo zoomed out the image, confirming that the mutated creature was indeed moving south, likely toward the official base, based on its current trajectory. "It seems there's more than just one. There are a few others in different locations." Jiang Yu pointed to several spots on the television where things could clearly be seen moving. Lin Mo checked around and counted a total of 8. That was quite a number. "Should we go after them?" Luo Fei asked, knowing Lin Mo had a fondness for hunting high-level mutated creatures. Of course they liked it too, but only within a certain range. If this mutated creature was indeed the one they encountered during the day, it might become tricky. "Let's go, why not? But let's avoid conflict for now. Let's observe each one first before making a decision. If its attributes were higher than his, he would hold off. If lower, he would eliminate it on the spot." It was a rare opportunity, so it couldn't be wasted. Arriving at the vehicle, the heavy snowfall outside showed no signs of stopping, and it even intensified. Even with the headlights on, visibility was less than 20 meters. Although they were already superpowered beings, they were still helpless in such conditions. Their vehicle wasn't moving very fast, cruising at 40 kilometers per hour towards the eastern base. "I remember the last time during the zombie tide this base was nearly destroyed, right? But those who ran have died, and now it's been rebuilt," Lin Mo said uncertainly. "It should be otherwise. What would this mutated creature come here for?" Generally speaking, mutated creatures tend to prefer places with a high population, but not all of them do. In any case, this matter was still not fully understood by scientists, and Lin Mo was also unclear about it. Soon a massive figure appeared in everyone's sight, viewed through the drone's perspective. From the car's view, it was nothing but a white expanse. "All right, slow down. Let's follow from behind." Lin Mo had just used his insight to check, and found that this was also a high-level 60-year creature with attributes significantly higher than his. To kill it, they would either have to take their time or use an electromagnetic cannon. In any case, he wasn't in a hurry. He would slowly follow to see what this deformed creature was up to. Half an hour later, this mutated creature actually. Did it miss this private base? "Hey, is there no one in this base? Why did this mutated creature leave?" Shu Yi looked puzzlingly at the retreating creature. Lin Mo scanned with his mental power and confirmed that there were indeed not many people inside, only a few dozen, and they shouldn't be the same ones from before. Expanding his search, Lin Mo found a large factory a kilometer away with a crowd inside, at least over 1,000 people. They were developing quite rapidly. "They've changed locations. It seems this mutated creature is indeed heading towards places with larger populations," Lin Mo said, although he was curious as to why such a mutated creature would act with such purpose instead of just attacking anyone. Could it be that an intelligent zombie was controlling it? That shouldn't be the case. Its mental power was even stronger than his. How could someone control it? The distance of a kilometer was quickly covered. "Turn off the headlights," Lin Mo said. In the dark environment, the light was too conspicuous. Lin Mo and Shu Yi moved to the back, both looking at the large screen ahead. From the footage, it was clear that the so-called walls were nothing but a facade to the deformed creature, easily shattered with a single punch. Given this situation, the official base should also be unable to hold up much longer, Yi Qian said with a frown. Although she no longer respected the base leader, there were still many people in that city. "Don't worry. The official base isn't that weak." Lin Mo knew that there were many powerful beings there, although they weren't as strong as him. Their numbers were considerable. Hearing the sound of the wall collapsing, the people in the private base rushed out. "What the hell is this thing?" Although the appearance was unclear, its massive size indicated it was not to be trifled with. "Quick, turn on the lights. Teams 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 attack with full force. Do not let it advance any further." Over 100 ability users unleashed their skills as if they were free, bombarding the aberrant creature. Chunks of flesh, or what could be called zombie, remains kept falling from the aberrant creature. However, some of the fallen flesh returned to its body after a while, a sight observed by Lin Mo and others. "Did anyone notice the zombie flesh returning to the ground after we attacked the aberrant creature?" "Shouldn't have, right?" Lu Wanqing pondered. Indeed, we didn't. The pieces we knocked off were either shattered into bits or charred. How could they return? Luo Yun remembered clearly. What was going on with this creature? Lin Mo enlarged the view, observing the pieces of flesh falling from the aberrant creature. It was clear that the fallen pieces were pulled back shortly after, but some broken corpses remained on the ground. After several rounds, Lin Mo discovered that those being pulled back were intact while the remnants left behind were broken. In other words, to kill this aberrant creature, its body parts needed to be completely shattered. That must be the case. Outside. Chen Yong, what should we do now? This thing feels more terrifying than a zombie tide. Chen Luo looked down with a serious expression. He was a third-tier ability user, yet he had no means to deal with this zombie. You lead a team to attack from the rear. I will engage the front with Changxi. Let all ice-type ability users focus on its feet to keep it immobilized. Those with chaotic skills don't worry about energy, disrupt it fiercely for me. This was Chen Yong's only strategy. If it failed, they would have to evacuate. Sigh, just when I finally found a new place, I have to move again. Why am I so unfortunate? What is such a strong aberration doing here? Can it go to the official base? Boom, boom, boom. Explosions suddenly erupted, and Chen Yong turned to look. The battle in the south had begun. It seems it's not just here. The official base is also encountering this. Does that mean the situations in the west and north are the same? Go fetch the RPGs from the warehouse. I want to use all 10 rounds. Yes. Chen Yong looked at the aberrant creature with a pale face. That one RPG plus 10 rounds had cost him 500 energy crystals. Such a painful loss. As the ability users attacked, the aberrant creature shed more and more flesh. However, most of the base had been severely damaged. 10 RPG rounds had taken out one of its legs. This leg was dragged out of the battle area by the ability users and completely destroyed. At this point, an hour had passed since the battle began. Lin Mo stroked his chin, realizing it was indeed time-consuming. One person's strength couldn't match Lin Mo's, but the combined damage from so many people should still surpass Lin Mo's by at least a little. Even so, it had taken an hour, and judging by the situation, it would take at least another hour. Let's go, it's our turn to take the stage now. The zombies had been severely weakened. It was time to harvest. The melee fighters stayed in the vehicle, and Lin Mo brought only Lu Wanqing, Luo Yun, and Jiang Yu. He had originally wanted to bring Yi Qian, but considering her affinity had not yet reached a full 100, Lin Mo decided against it. If she killed him, Lin Mo would gain nothing. Her attribute was dark type, with continuous corrosiveness, which worried Lin Mo. Upon reaching the entrance, nearby ability users noticed the 4 of them and regarded them with caution. Why did they come at this particular time? It made one wary. Lin Mo didn't mind the others' thoughts. He had only one purpose for coming out: to take the life of this aberrant creature. Zhang Yong, standing on the rooftop, squinted and was shocked to see Lin Mo. How could he be here? When did he return? He hurried downstairs to greet him. Since Lin Mo had arrived, this aberrant creature didn't seem so frightening anymore. Let's begin. Lin Mo jumped onto a rooftop, condensing 5 thunder spears behind him, all piercing towards the zombies' heads. After striking, they let out loud booms. The other 3 women unleashed their various abilities. The scorching flames and Jiang Yu's freezing created a dual torment. The zombie corpses on the aberrant creature slowly detached from its body. Lin Mo had also nearly finished knocking off the zombie heads. Phew, this thing is really hard to kill. Having been attacked for so long, it was surprisingly resilient. Fortunately, it was not intelligent, or else it would have been truly difficult to handle. You must be Mr. Lin Mo. Zhang Yong approached Lin Mo. Yes, do we know each other? Lin Mo recognized this man as the head of the base, having seen him during the last zombie rescue. You may not know me, but I remember you saved our lives last time. If it weren't for Lin Mo's help, then their losses would have been even greater. It's nothing, but it was just a matter of convenience. This time is the same. Lin Mo waved his hand, continuing to condense thunder spears. This aberrant creature was indeed challenging to kill. Zhang Yong fell silent. He then also condensed his abilities to attack the aberrant creature below. Lin Mo glanced at Zhang Yong in surprise. He turned out to be a wood-type ability user. Wood-type ability users typically possess a skill similar to the rejuvenation ability in online games, which can heal injuries. However, its effectiveness is not as strong as that of pure healing ability users. Moreover, wood-type abilities are relatively mediocre, lacking in attack, power, defense, and control compared to other professions, yet they are still the most well-rounded of ability users. Due to these abilities, many wood-type ability users exist. Perhaps this is one reason he could establish this base. 20 minutes later, the aberrant creature finally fell to Lin Mo's hands, not anyone else's. Ding. Killed a 6th-tier high-level aberrant creature. Physique, 79. Energy points, 194000. Good luck. The aberrant creature is dead. Oh, let's leave now. Mr. Lin, why not stay for a meal before you go? Let our base people properly thank you. Lin Mo waved his hand. No need. What's the point of a meal? It's better to go hunt more aberrant creatures. They are much more rewarding than ordinary zombies. Especially after being weakened by others, they are even easier to kill. What a pity about the south. Lin Mo hurriedly asked Shu Yi to drive towards the north, and by the time they arrived an hour had already passed. The gunfire over there was intense. It seems this group is still quite strong. The last zombie wave was like this, and this time facing the aberrant being is still the same, Jiang Yu remarked. Lin Mo shook his head. This time it is indeed an aberrant being. The corpses on it are merely a shell, while the true controller is another type of creature. Ordinary firearms are not very useful. At most they can only hinder its progress. Only large heavy firepower and special abilities can truly inflict harm. This is merely Lin Mo's speculation, for in his eyes the exterior of the aberrant being is composed entirely of corpses akin to its armor. What truly connects them must be something else. Otherwise, how could the psychic flames beneath his spiritual force appear so dense, with most being tiny flames? Soon they arrived at the private base in the northern suburbs. They are still in place. It seems they have developed quite well, at least much stronger than the team in the eastern suburbs. Indeed, at least the location hasn't changed, and judging by the situation of the abilities being released, their number is even greater than before. Regardless, it is normal that no one is joined during this period of development. Lin Mo looked at the aberrant being in the distance through the windshield. Its size had shrunk considerably. It was even more emaciated than the aberrant being they had seen in the eastern suburbs. Lin Mo used his insight ability. No wonder the size is smaller. It turns out to be a low-level tier 5 aberrant being. Lin Mo felt a bit disappointed. Name aberrant being: aberrant polymer, level tier 5, low-level attributes: strength 18421, stamina 20412, agility 254, spiritual force 16432. With this, Lin Mo could handle it alone. You all don't need to go down, and I can handle it alone. Lin Mo got out of the car and approached the aberrant being. In the dark environment, no one in the entire northern suburb base noticed anyone approaching. Until 5 bolts of white lightning flashed, the aberrant being fell to the ground, and only then did they realize that such a powerful figure had helped them. However, they did not discover this until the end. Ding. Killed a low-level tier 5 aberrant being, physique 62, energy points 18,677. Is it over? The few women stared blankly at Lin Mo. From getting out of the car to getting back in took less than 5 minutes. No, didn't the eastern suburbs take so long? This seems too fast. Yes, it's over. This one here is of a lower level than that one in the eastern suburbs. It's true that the people in the eastern suburbs are quite unlucky. Indeed, they were unlucky. If this one were placed in the eastern suburbs, perhaps Lin Mo wouldn't even need to take action to kill it. Let's go continue to the western suburbs. Lin Mo glanced at the time. It was almost 3 in the morning, and they had already delayed for quite a while. Most of the time had been spent on the road. There was no choice. After all, it was snowing heavily, and seeing the road was a major issue. The car moved slowly towards the western suburbs. Why don't we go directly to the southern suburbs? The number of aberrant beings there is the highest. If we kill that one, the cost-effectiveness should be much higher. Luo Yin was a bit confused. Lin Mo gave her a speechless glance. Are you sure you can kill that zombie amidst so much gunfire? Even without gunfire, there are still a group of ability users. Are you sure you can manage? Yi Qian, how many people are there at the official base, and how many ability users are there? Yi Qian pondered for a moment and said, the entire Fengjing base has almost 1 million people, having expanded into 3 areas. As for ability users, how should I put it? About 70 to 80,000 have awakened abilities, but fewer than 10,000 are useful abilities. Among them, over 5,000 have reached tier 2, over 1,000 have reached tier 3, and there are currently no tier 4. Did you hear that? Maybe among tier 3, their strength may not surpass yours, but don't underestimate their numbers. Tier 3 already possesses the ability to dodge handgun and rifle bullets. As long as they don't encounter a firepower net, ordinary firearms cannot harm ability users. Lin Mo had long since put away his handgun. It was of no use. As for the 2 sniper rifles belonging to the Shu sisters, they are not products of Blue Star, and their initial speed is still quite fast, making it possible to take out some of the less agile ability users. Alright, I didn't expect there to be so many abilities. Does that mean we humans are no longer afraid of these zombies and aberrant beasts? It should be the case. At least for now it seems so, but things are not that simple. The most dangerous things have yet to appear. However, they will soon, perhaps in 3 to 4 months. The car arrived at the western suburbs, which were quiet. Lin Mo, that aberrant being doesn't seem to be here. There's no activity at the private base in the western suburbs either. Looking at the ruins before them, it was impossible to have any activity. The former western suburb base no longer resembled its original appearance. Lin Mo released his spiritual force and discovered that the aberrant being had left this place heading towards the southern suburbs, but had not gone far. Turn left, it hasn't gone too far. Shu Yi quickly turned right and gave chase. Half an hour later at the southwestern border, they encountered the aberrant being. Get out of the car and capture it. It was still just the four of them. After spending half an hour, they killed the aberrant being. Thus, all three individual aberrant beings were captured by Lin Mo. Unfortunately, the time spent did not equate to the rewards. It was clear that hunting zombies was still the best method. As for the direction of the southern suburbs, let's stop the car here and see what the situation is in the southern suburbs. He found a corner, parked the car, and came to the back seat with Lin Mo. Everyone looked at the screen together as the drone flew towards the southern suburbs, the image gradually zooming in. 5 aberrant beings were visible, their sizes reduced significantly, and no firearms could be seen, only abilities attacking them. From the density of the abilities, one could see how many ability users were attacking. The official base is still quite impressive. After all, it is a base, how could it not be strong? It is still the largest base in Fengjing. Sister Yi Qian, would you be considered strong in the base? Yi Qian thought for a moment. I can only be considered average, I'm more like a squad leader. Upon hearing this from Yi Qian, the women raised their estimation of the official base's strength. However, they must have been fighting for 3 to 4 hours already, but it seems their strength is not very strong. Jiang Yu raised a doubt. This is considered normal, after all the defenses of the aberrant creatures are quite strong. If it weren't for Lin Mo's attributes being quite powerful, it would take considerable effort to kill an aberrant creature. Looking at the images displayed on the screen, Lin Mo understood that killing the aberrant creature was only a matter of time. As for stealing, he decided against it, it wasn't worth the time. Let's go back. We should rest for a while, and then we can visit other cities later. Lin Mo hadn't yet decided where to go. Whether to go domestically or internationally was something he couldn't decide at the moment. He started the car and headed towards the villa. Upon returning to the villa, the women went back to their rooms. Lin Mo then arrived at Yi Qian's room. Upon seeing Lin Mo enter, Yi Qian's face flushed red. In the past few days, Yi Qian had come to understand the relationship between Lin Mo and the other women, and she began to wonder if she might also become one of them. But when the moment truly arrived, she felt somewhat shy. She once yearned for a beautiful love, but after the apocalypse, she developed a strong aversion to men. Those men seemed to have ulterior motives towards her and took action. In the end, she used knife after knife to leave all those who reached out to her in that building. And Lin Mo, what are you doing in my room? Isn't it time to sleep? Yi Qian looked down, fiddling with a dagger. It's nothing, I just wanted to ask if you're comfortable living here. Lin Mo truly had no other intentions. After all, the favorability hadn't reached 100 yet, and he was concerned that acting now might have the opposite effect. So that's how it is. For some reason, Yi Qian felt a sense of loss. Lin Mo sensed her inner feelings and thought that there might be a chance. He took Yi Qian's delicate hand and sat down on the edge of the bed. I haven't had a chance to chat with you lately, thinking you might need some time to get accustomed since you just arrived. During this time, do you think our team is better than what you experienced at the base? The team is pretty good. It's definitely much better than at the base, 10 times better, or even more. There are no schemes among the members. Everyone interacts sincerely, and the meals are even luxuriously abundant. How could she not be satisfied with such a life? As long as you're satisfied, if you have any needs, feel free to mention them. I understand. Your hand. Yi Qian's face turned red as she looked at the hand resting on her shoulder, feeling at a loss. I'm used to it. As he spoke, his hand gently moved. Ding. Yi Qian has gained a critical favorability of 699. Ding. Congratulations, host. Favorability with Yi Qian has reached 100. Alpha, 102 standard combat suit 100. Lin Mo wasn't in the mood to look at any combat suits. He was busy at that moment. Lin Moi. Yi Qian's face flushed slightly, her gaze looking at Lin Mo like spring water. I understand. Lin Mo extended his right hand, a hand constructed from spiritual energy, and turned off the room's lights. The next day, since there was no need to go out hunting zombies, it was a rare opportunity to rest, and everyone lazily stayed in bed, not wanting to get up. Lin Mo sat on the sofa holding a thin bodysuit in his hand. Is this the combat suit? It looked more like a bodysuit. Alpha 102 standard combat suit can resist bullets from a Blue Star 12. 6mm sniper rifle can withstand scratches and bites from 6th tier and lower mutated zombies. It could be said to be much better than what Lin Mo was currently wearing. This type of combat suit is available for sale in the mall. A combat suit with similar effects costs 0 energy points, and it is similar to what he was wearing before, even thicker. In terms of lightness, this one rewarded by the system is better. It's a pity, if only I could get some higher level cold weapons. At 11 o'clock, the women finally came out of their rooms, each looking refreshed with no trace of the previous sleep deprivation. It's been a long time since I've had the chance to sleep until I wake up naturally. Oh, you also woke up naturally? Yes, did you all? The women looked around and noticed that everyone seemed to be in good spirits. Is Yi Qian? The women exchanged glances and nodded. Then we should really thank Yi Qian today. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have been able to sleep so well. Lin Xiaowan held a small teddy bear looking at them with confusion. Sisters, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand what you're saying? Isn't sleeping well a personal issue? Why do we need to thank someone else? Looking at the innocent and carefree Lin Xiaowan, the women felt reluctant to continue discussing this matter. However, they still had to respond to Lin Xiaowan. Because. Jiang Yu looked conflicted, unsure of how to explain. Because she helped a lot, which is why we could sleep early. Lu Wanqing patted Lin Xiaowan's head, casually finding a reason. So that's how it is. Then I'll help you all in the future, and you can sleep early too, right? Lin Mo had been paying attention to their conversation, and seeing Jiang Yu's conflicted expression was absolutely hilarious. However, Lin Xiaowan's remark made Lin Mo spit out the water in his mouth. The other women were similarly affected, their faces turning crimson as they wanted to laugh, but held it back. Lu Wanqing chuckled, you can't help with this, only adults can help, you're still young. Alright, then I'll talk about it when I grow up. Lin Xiaowan did not dwell on it, hugging her toy and running over to the sofa sitting next to Lin Mo and using the remote to turn on a cartoon. Lin Mo approached the women. You all spoke without restraint. How's that working out for you now? Hey, if it weren't for you, could we have said that? Tisk look at Xiaowan wanting to help us in the future. Hu Shiyun looked at Lin Mo amused. Lin Mo rolled his eyes at her. She's still a child. I see Xiaowan as my sister. She's different from you all. Exactly, I see Xiaowan as my daughter. You all cannot have any ill intentions. Lu Wanqing reminded. Hey, we were just joking. Oh, how could we? We care for her too much to do that. As noon approached, the few of them hurried to the kitchen to prepare lunch. By the time lunch was ready, Yi Qian had yet to come down from upstairs. Hey Lin Mo, what did you do to Yi Qian? She hasn't come down at this time. Luo Yun glanced at Lin Xiaowan nearby and whispered in Lin Mo's ear. I didn't do anything, but it's just normal. Maybe. It's just taking too long. Chuanfu. How can there be so many zombies in this place? It feels like a city filled with the undead. Lin Mo and his companions drove over the city of Chuanfu. The screen in the vehicle lowered, and through the drone, they could see the scene below clearly. The entire city was a paradise for zombies, with the fewest number of zombies at the northern edge. Actually, it's not that bad. At least it looks like the number is similar to that of Fengjing at the start. This indicates that they have pushed back the zombie tide, but most of the zombies remain. In Lin Mo's view, this was already a pretty good situation. So where should we go? Looking at the screen, it seemed that the area with the least zombies was in the southern suburbs. Logically speaking, Lin Mo shouldn't worry about the number of zombies. After all, his vehicle was equipped with protective features and various weapons. However, Lin Mo came here not only for the high-level zombies, but mainly to find suitable team members. Given the current time and the situation in Chuanfu, the probability of encountering people in the city center was extremely low. Rather, the nearby suburbs and official bases were the easiest places to meet people. By the way, it seems they haven't encountered any aberrant beings. Jiang Yu looked at the zombies on the screen. She saw quite a few giant zombies and composite zombies, but none of the unusually sized aberrant beings. Of course not. With so many zombies in the city, they don't have time to clear the zombie corpses. If they can't clear them, it means the conditions for aberrant beings to form cannot be met. The reason Fengjing had so many aberrant beings was due to the corpse piles. Before leaving, Lin Mo and his team drove around the city. The former corpse piles were now completely empty, leaving only a blackened trace. This indicated that the conditions for aberrant beings to form were related to the presence of corpses. Moreover, their strength was indeed related to the number of corpses. As for what gathered these corpses together, Lin Mo had no way of knowing. Soon they found a location in the north with the fewest zombies. Let's go to this villa area. Compared to residential areas, Lin Mo preferred villa areas not because they were upscale, but because compared to densely populated residential areas, there were too few people in villa areas, making it faster to clear them without worrying about encountering zombies every day. The vehicle slowly descended, and a nearby team hunting zombies looked up in astonishment at the RV in the sky. Quick, pinch me. I must be dreaming. An RV is actually flying in the sky. Is this high technology? The vehicle can fly. Not just fly, it can also ascend vertically. Where are its propellers? Stop gawking. Zombies are coming. Do you want to die? Lin Mo was oblivious to this. After the vehicle landed, he immediately used his spiritual power to cover the entire villa area. It turned out there were indeed few zombies, but there were some people in a few of the villas, albeit with weak spiritual power. Lin Mo guessed they were likely ordinary people and some first-tier ability users. Let's go for that villa over there. The nearby villas have no one while the others have people inside. Although a conflict might not occur, Lin Mo still chose to avoid it. He was afraid that the other party would provoke him and he would be unable to resist exterminating them. Fortunately, these people were not foolish. After a glance, they ignored Lin Mo. They were just curious about why his vehicle could fly. Of course, some people had their eyes on Lin Mo's flying RV, planning to steal it under the cover of night. Creak. All of them got out of the vehicle. It's no wonder this place is in the southern region. The temperature is higher than ours. It feels really comfortable. Although they weren't afraid of the cold, who wouldn't prefer to stay in a comfortable environment? Let's take a good rest today. Out tomorrow we'll explore around. There are still quite a few people here. It was about what Lin Mo had expected. The number of surviving humans was similar to that of Fengjing, but most in Fengjing were in bases which Lin Mo didn't want to go to. In Chuanfu there were also quite a few people in the private bases outside. It was likely that due to the larger number of people the last zombie tide was more dispersed, making it easier to kill. Ma Dehua, I told you not to run, or are you still running? Bang! 4 or 5 men in combat uniforms chased a woman into the villa area, and the woman appeared to have an injury on her left arm. Lin Mo glanced at them and ignored it. The other women did the same, as they had become accustomed to such scenes. However, trouble was about to arrive unexpectedly. Big brother, look quickly. Those girls are quite good looking. Yeah, big brother, they are on par with this girl. How about we? They only have one man. Oh, we can definitely take them down. The leader squinted his eyes at Lin Mo, and the others, a wicked smile creeping up at the corner of his mouth. TSK tisk, indeed not bad. I didn't expect to see such clean goods now. Oh, it's really rare. He was not worried about his strength at all. Higu Dima was a third-tier ability user, and the other 4 were all second-tier ability users, making them absolute powerhouses in this area. Ordinary teams wouldn't dare provoke him. Damn it, I'll let you go today, smelling all stinky. The 5 men abandoned the woman in the distance and turned toward the villa where Lin Mo was. The woman who had escaped a calamity covered her left arm, looking at those 5 men with hatred. Then she anxiously shouted at Jiang Yu and the others, "You all quickly get in the car and escape." That Gudima is a third-tier ability user and very strong. Gudima is unconcerned. To him, Lin Mo and the others are just fish on the chopping board ready to be slaughtered. Not bad people. Lin Mo couldn't help but say, "What? You are already eyeing them. Aren't you afraid they are just acting?" Jiang Yu teased, clearly not putting Gudima and the others in her eyes. Every one of these people present was strong, not to mention that they were all wearing combat uniforms provided by Lin Mo, additionally fortified with another layer, giving them maximum defense at this stage. My eyes do not deceive me. The most important thing was that the system would not deceive him. Name Zhong Siyu, age 28, rating 88, favorability 31. Although it was not high, it was enough to prove that the other party held no malice. With some guidance, it shouldn't be a problem. As for the few people in front of him, no, they should be called enemies. It was not a big deal. In the distance, Zhong Siyu looked at Lin Mo and the others, anxious that they didn't heed her warning. "Kid, if you want to live, kneel down for me. If I'm in a good mood, I'll let you go. Or you can just watch from the sidelines. Oh, I don't mind, ha. Ha, the boss said it. Well, let him kneel there and watch the battle. I've wanted to do this for a long time. I'll do the same next time I encounter others." Lin Mo's expression was calm. "Zhou Jin, leave these people to you. Your strength is the lowest right now." "Okay." Zhou Jin smiled broadly. She indeed needed some people to fill the gaps, but unfortunately, she still had to limit herself domestically, otherwise the people in a city might have vanished. Zhou Jin walked step by step towards Gudamao. "Boss, the opponent is using a beauty trap on you. They've sent a woman over first. Don't worry, your boss will definitely not forget about you. Beauty traps are useless to me. If they want to be effective, they must be all-encompassing." Puff, puff. 5 semi-transparent long blades appeared at the hearts of the 5, continuously expanding. What is this? Power. It's the red eyes. Gudamao looked in terror at the hole in the heart of his little brother beside him, and Zhou Jin's unique red eyes trembling all over. He widened his eyes and fell to the ground. In his mind, he kept regretting, had he known there were red eyes, he would never have come here. Those people were monsters. They were even more terrifying than zombies. Soon the 5 on the ground turned into 5 dried corpses. Zhou Jin used her spiritual power to transform into 5 shovels, shoveling the 5 corpses in front of her outside the villa. "Hey, the lady Peking, come over here." Luo Yun smiled warmly at the corner where Zhong Siyu stood stunned. Another one had come, and their rest time had increased, making her very happy. Zhong Siyu hesitated for a moment. Although the other party had dealt with those 5, the way they died was too similar, but the opponent's hair wasn't white, so it should be different. But seeing the expressions of those women, it should be fine. In the end, she chose to step out. She approached the villa courtyard and bowed deeply. "Thank you very much for saving my life, thank you. Miss, there's no need for that. They provoked us anyway, it was just a matter of convenience." "Why were they chasing you?" Luo Yun asked. Hearing this question, all the women looked at Zhong Siyu at the same time. Gossiping was a woman's nature. Moreover, in an apocalyptic environment like this, there's hardly anything to gossip about. It was rare to have some gossip, they had to listen. As for whether the other party was good or bad, Lin Mo didn't say anything indicating that the person was good. They trusted Lin Mo on this point. "They were chasing me because..." "Wait, Lin Mo, why don't we go back to the car, prepare some snacks, and sit down to listen, okay?" Jiang Yu looked at Lin Mo, and the other women also looked at Lin Mo with pleading expressions. Lin Mo twitched his mouth. Is it really appropriate to act like this in front of the victim? He saw Zhong Siyu struggling to maintain her composure and wanted to laugh. They were really good at talking. All right then, let's go to that camping room. It's just in time for lunch. Zhong Siyu looked at them in confusion. Camping? Is there still a place for camping in this world? There are plenty of mutated beasts in the distant forest. However, when she was led into the room inside the car, she was shocked. What kind of technology is this? How could it be like this? Her worldview collapsed directly, and she was dazedly led into a bathroom. First take a shower, and we'll talk after you're done. By the way, what size do you wear? Oh, underwear. Oh, just B size will do. While speaking, Zhong Siyu was still in a daze. There was even a bathtub with various washing and care products. The most important thing was that there was even underwear. She had thrown away her underwear long ago. It had been worn for too long and was already ruined. The main issue was that there was no water to wash clothes, so it had been impossible for a long time. Now inside there was just a piece of cloth wrapped around her. Anyway, it was not big and had no impact. Originally she wanted to find some, but she couldn't find any shops outside. Their team didn't dare to go in. She turned on the faucet, and soon hot water came out. Creak. Your clothes are placed here. Thank you. No need to thank me, just share a bit more later. Zhong Siyu twitched her mouth. The people here were quite nice except for the part about revealing people's scars. Lying in the hot water, she had forgotten when the last time she took a hot shower was. After the apocalypse, it was just a matter of casually using a little water to wipe important parts. As for the smell, it was a means of self-protection. A week ago, she had encountered a woman in a building. That woman was a frontline star. To survive, she covered herself with mud mixed with urine. She exuded a foul smell. Although the odor was somewhat unpleasant, she survived. Life was a bit hard, but it could be considered a narrow escape. If she remembered correctly, that woman seemed to still be there. Zhong Siyu shook her head. She might not even be able to survive, so why think so much? She hurriedly wiped her body. Even though it was comfortable here, she couldn't waste time. It took less than 20 minutes in total. Although the time was short, it made her feel completely relaxed as she hadn't been this comfortable in a long time. She put on the clothes Jiang Yu had sent, but hesitated a bit when looking at the lower part. She cracked the door open a little and looked outside. Seeing Jiang Yu, as Zhong Siyu breathed a sigh of relief, but didn't know if there would be any. May I ask if you have sanitary pads? God knows what she had used when her period came. She had cut pieces from the various clothes she had collected. Although they could absorb moisture, the feeling was truly indescribable. Yeah, they're in the cabinet of the bathroom. You can take them yourself. Thank you. After closing the bathroom door, she went to a separate small cabinet and opened the cabinet door. Zhong Siyu was stunned. What did she see? A whole cabinet full of sanitary pads. Daytime use, nighttime use, ultra-thin, small sizes sanitary pads. She swallowed her saliva, truly wanting to take them all. In the end, she conquered her evil thoughts and only took one. After getting dressed, she walked out of the bathroom. I'm done. Jiang Yu's gaze shifted from the TV to Zhong Siyu, her eyes brightening. She looked even better than before. Let's go, they are waiting over there. Jiang Yu took Zhong Siyu's hand and walked towards the camping room. On the way, Zhong Siyu was filled with curiosity and longing for this place. If only she could live here. Arriving at the campsite, Zhong Siyu was once again stunned. She had forgotten how many times she had been in a daze today. Having experienced so much in the apocalypse, she had seen too much. But what she saw and heard today was simply a spiritual shock for her. Seeing the tidied up Zhong Siyu, Lin Mo's eyes brightened. Indeed, she is a beauty. Initially, Lin Mo was somewhat skeptical of the system's rating. After all, at that time, Zhong Siyu had no clean spot on her body. After getting ready, she was not at all inferior to the beautiful women present. Come sit, the food will be ready soon. Although they were already tired of barbecue, it was still perfect for gatherings. Zhong Siyu nodded in confusion, looking at the familiar, yet unfamiliar food. She wondered if she had gone to heaven. Come sister, sit here, let's continue our conversation from earlier. Luo Yun moved aside a small stool, and the small table was filled with various snacks. Each person held a sunflower seed and looked at Zhong Siyu in unison. Zhong Siyu's eyes twitched. Forget it, it wasn't a big deal anyway. She sat on the stool, grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds, and slowly recounted her experiences. This morning. In the morning, Zhong Siyu set out with her team again to hunt zombies. Their stored energy crystals were already insufficient. Zhong Siyu, will be relying on you soon. Captain, don't joke around. I'm serious, your abilities are crucial for us. Zhong Siyu touched her nose. The group arrived at a remote street where there weren't many zombies and no other teams were present. For their 10-person squad, it was the best place. Unfortunately, the strongest among them was their captain, a second-tier ability user. Captain Wang Jiahao led the other 8 in front, while Zhong Siyu followed behind. She slowly raised her hand. An array of light flashed from her hand, enveloping the team members in a layer of blue light. Then another green light flew out and landed on them. Wang Jiahao felt a wave of ease wash over him. I told you, you're amazing. With Zhong Siyu's enhancement, their team was clearly killing zombies much faster. In less than 3 hours, they acquired nearly 100 energy crystals, enough for their team's use for 2 days. However, just then Gu Dimeo and his 5 men appeared from the side. Boss, we're lucky they just finished clearing the zombies. It seems there are quite a few, and their levels shouldn't be high. Gu Dimeo looked at the team in front of him with disdain. Smart ones will hand over their energy crystals, don't force me to take action. Gu Dimeo approached Wang Jiahao not far from him. Wang Jiahao furrowed his brow, feeling pressure from all 5 of them. Moreover, this person looked very familiar. It's impossible to give them away, there are plenty of zombies nearby for you to fight. After speaking, Wang Jiahao withdrew his group, not wanting to engage in conflict. Gu Dimeo, once a notorious thug, wouldn't let go of the prey so easily. What's more, now that the apocalypse has arrived, he felt even less restrained. He sneered, hee hee, you think you can leave without dropping your goods. Gu Dimeo wielded a long knife, his muscles rippling with sheen as he charged at Wang Jiahao. Wang Jiahao, unwilling to back down, unleashed his skill of fire-formed flying knife, landing on Gu Dimeo without any pain or harm. The abilities of the others also flew out, but they didn't inflict much damage on Gu Dimeo. Hee hee, you think you can break my defense? Impossible. Gu Dimeo was a metal ability user, but he was not an attacker. He was a defensive type of ability user. Even if he stood among zombies, he wouldn't be afraid as long as they weren't high-level zombies or mutated beings. Wang Jiahao's expression changed. He recalled the previous teams they encountered, which seemed to have been robbed. Could it be this very team? We surrender, we'll give you the goods. Gu Dimeo still wore a smile. Surrendering now? Too late. Wang Jiahao's face changed drastically. There was no escaping today. Everyone scatter and run. Upon hearing this, the group didn't linger, fleeing in all directions. Zhong Xiu did the same. This was their agreed plan, and she dashed down a small path behind her. You think you can run? Impossible. You guys kill those who escape, who I'll handle these. Boss, should we kill that girl too? I think she has a nice figure. No kidding, such good goods must be enjoyed. The other 4 didn't hesitate, directly pursuing the escaping people, while the few remaining were naturally dealt with by Gu Dimeo. Zhong Xiu, having run a little distance, turned back and was startled. Their captain was dead, and the others. At that moment, Gu Dimeo looked up at Zhong Xiu, wiping the blood off his face. Little darling, you won't escape. Zhong Xiu boosted her status, restoring her stamina, and continued to run farther. Gu Dimeo wasn't in a hurry. Within his team was a nose-enhanced person. Although they lacked attack power, they had never made mistakes in tracking. Every time Zhong Xiu thought she had escaped, Gu Dimeo would appear nearby. Boss, this girl really can run. But how long can she run? I just love this cat and mouse feeling. Don't you think that a person is most despairing when they give up resisting? That's the most exhilarating, right? Oh boss, you've changed your taste. Oh, weren't you excited by resistance before? Slap. Can't the boss change flavors? Truly a wild boar, can't eat fine grains. Keep up, don't lose track. Zhong Xiu fled, her mindset nearly breaking. In the end, I was caught not far from the villa area, but they didn't start immediately. They kept kicking me, probably because they chased me too far. After all, her skill allowed her to restore stamina, so she was actually fine. But the people behind her, perhaps they were annoyed by how fast she could run. She wasn't quite sure. How far did they chase you? Actually not far, just over 20 kilometers, it's not very far. Speaking of which, I have to thank you guys. When I was outside the villa, these people eyed the villa's location, planning to deal with me hereafter. My innocence might not be preserved. Although innocence was worthless in the apocalypse, she didn't want to lose it for no reason, at least not without a fight for those she cared about. The dead cannot come back to life. Oh, at least those people are dead, so your teammates' grievances are avenged. Yeah, I feel much lighter now. So have you considered joining our team? Facing Luo Yun's invitation, Zhong Xiu admitted it would be a lie to say she wasn't tempted. In a world filled with zombies, only the strong could survive alone. You others without a team could only live a miserable life. Can I really do it? I'm just a second-tier ability user. Zhong Xiu fidgeted with her clothes, feeling nervous. She had seen that woman take out 5 people in an instant. With her current strength, she might not even be at the bottom of this team. You can do it. Many of us started at a low level, and we all helped each other rise up. Luo Yun looked at Zhong Xiu with sincere eyes. She wasn't mistaken. When Zhou Jin joined, she was only a first-tier ability user. Lin Xiaowan was the same, also a first-tier. As for Yi Qian, one could only say she was daring and tenacious. Come join us. Look, we have all women here. Yes, no other team accommodates women like ours. Zhang Yu and Lu Wanqing, seeing Lin Mo make no move to stop, also tried to persuade her. After all, having one more person means more holidays. Zhong Xiu glanced at Lin Mo sitting aside and noticed he didn't oppose. Thank you for letting me join. Thank you. Sai, it's really tough for women to survive in the apocalypse. A few days ago, I met a top-tier female celebrity who, in her struggle to live, had made herself filthy. It was truly tragic. A top-tier female celebrity, Luo Fei and Zhang Yu exchanged glances, their eyes shining with excitement. They had come out with a purpose after all, which was to recruit more women. Lin Mo's standards were not high in general. He didn't even look at ordinary women. They had to be both beautiful and good-hearted. Previously, they had encountered a beautiful woman whose conversation surpassed everyone present. Unfortunately, in the end, Lin Mo rejected her because she spoke too much nonsense. Zhang Yu approached Lin Mo saying, Lin Mo, she's a top-tier celebrity, very attractive. And she knows how to survive, which shows she has brains. The mention of brains was significant, after all those without them found it hard to survive until now. Let's go take a look then. Lin Mo replied nonchalantly. Zhang Yu rolled her eyes at him. Knowing Lin Mo, she was sure he was eager to bring her in. After chatting for a while, the food was nearly ready. Welcome Zhang Xiu to our big family, let's toast together. As the longest standing member of the team, Zhang Yu typically led the toast. Thank you everyone. Zhang Xiu raised her glass and downed it in one go. What a nostalgic taste. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow from entering the vehicle to showering, and now sitting at the table, Zhang Xiu's favorability had soared to a level that suggested she could be completely accepted by tomorrow. Indeed, the longer one spent in the apocalypse, the faster the favorability grew. Next, Zhang Xiu became a second. Yi Qian, stunned into silence by the variety of dishes, even moved to tears. Halfway through the meal, Zhang Xiu suddenly asked, Sister Zhou, are your eyes all red? She noticed that among the whole team, 3 of them had red eyes, but their hair was black, which was different from the people she had encountered. It changed later, it must have mutated. Originally our hair was white, but we dyed it black. Lin Mo thought of those from Fengjing. Have you encountered such white-haired reedy people? There are 2 groups of such people in the East and West. However, the Eastern group kills while the Western does not. The Eastern is much stronger than the Western. In any case, our ability users here do not wish to encounter the white-haired ones. It could mean death. Just thinking about those white-haired people made Zhang Xiu's eyes reveal fear. Do you know how many of them there are? I don't know. After all, no one wants to provoke them. Hearing Zhang Xiu's answer, Lin Mo stroked his chin. Perhaps these people could be recruited. Unfortunately, if there were men involved, it seemed like there would be some trouble. As for those in the East, better not. Lin Mo couldn't accept those who gained strength by hunting their own kind. It's understandable if you provoke me and I kill you, but Lin Mo couldn't bring himself to kill a stranger without reason. The next day, Lin Mo and his group drove towards the direction Zhang Xiu indicated. There are quite a few teams nearby, even more than in our Fengjing. There must be enough zombies here to support so many people. If the zombies disappear, these people would likely leave too. Lin Mo understood why. After all normal food was in the hands of the authorities. To exchange for food, one would need energy crystals. Of course, one could also choose to eat energy crystals directly. According to Yi Qian, the Fengjing base had already targeted other cities nearby. After all, without energy crystals, food would be scarce. Those in the base would be hard to support. However, this issue would soon be resolved as a large group of zombies was about to arrive. The ability user teams they encountered on the way did not cause any trouble for the vehicles. After all, those who had survived until now had some intelligence. Those who could afford to drive in the apocalypse could definitely be considered strong. 20 minutes later. It's that neighborhood ahead. It's been 3 days. I wonder if that person is still there. Zhang Xiu wasn't sure either. After all, this wasn't her home, and they could have moved at any time. Upon reaching the destination, the group got out of the car, leaving the vehicle parked there. In the surrounding neighborhoods, there were people peering at them. Especially upon seeing the beauty of these women and their clean appearances, their eyes gleamed with interest. Zhang Xiu took the lead into the neighborhood, and Lin Mo could sense gazes from different directions, but he didn't care. As long as they didn't provoke him, everything would be negotiable. If someone sought trouble, he would welcome it. He truly didn't want to harm his own kind. But if someone attacked him, then Zhou Jin and the others would have the chance to act. Arriving at the 2nd floor of a building, they entered a room. Well, the person isn't here. They probably went out looking for food. Lin Mo frowned and surveyed the room. The room was filled with dust and dirt along with a foul odor. It seemed this person had a rather unique way of protecting themselves. Yet it must be said that an ordinary person really couldn't go to such lengths. Of course, when faced with desperation, no matter how much one tortures oneself, it would be useless. Jiang Yin sniffed. Do you all smell something fragrant? It seems someone is stewing meat. It seems there are capable people in this building. Lin Mo shook his head as he recognized the familiar smell. But what they are stewing is not something good. Lu Wanqing carefully inhaled. The aroma was purely that of meat, yet it was unlike any kind she had encountered before. How strange. Combining Lin Mo's words with some legends. No way. Lu Wanqing looked at Lin Mo in shock, wondering if it could possibly be what she was thinking. Sister Wanqing, what is it? Why do you have that expression? Luo Yun asked, puzzled, as only Lin Mo and Lu Wanqing understood, while the others looked confused. One could only say that they had experienced little of the dark side. Lin Mo stroked his chin, thinking that perhaps it would be beneficial for them to be exposed to more of this kind of thing. He hoped they wouldn't blame his intentions. He just wanted them to grow a bit more. Since you're all so curious, let's follow the scent and see what's up. Lin Mo led the group of girls upstairs, and the further they went the stronger the aroma became. They reached the 6th floor where the scent was even more intense. It should be on the right side. The curious girls followed closely behind with Lu Wanqing trailing at the back, unable to comprehend. She understood killing after all in the apocalypse under the influence of interests it was normal to fight to the death. Just like the people Zhong Xiyu had encountered, they lived by robbing others, feeling no guilt in taking a life. Yet their team never initiated conflicts. However, if provoked, killing the opponent was perfectly reasonable. But the room at the front clearly exceeded her understanding. Upon reaching the innermost room, Lin Mo peeked inside and found it was just as he had imagined. Hearing the noise, the two men inside turned to look at the door. "Oh, look at this young and tender fellow. Seems like we can have a little extra tonight." Lin Mo glanced at the two men, unleashing a mental attack that struck their minds, instantly rendering them dazed. "You guys go on in and take a look. Let's skip that and wait for the others to return." Luo Yun, having heard the previous remarks, had already guessed what was happening and felt a bit nauseous from the scent. "Yeah, let's head back." Hu Shiyun also realized that this was indeed the smell of their teacher's boiled bones. No wonder it smelled so good. Tisk, what's wrong? Weren't you curious about what smells so good? Now that we're here, don't be shy. Oh, and Zhou Jin, remember to take care of those two inside. Zhou Jin nodded stiffly. To be honest, she didn't want to go in, but she endured it for the sake of her level. The other girls also entered, and upon seeing the ground littered with bones, their expressions turned grim. There were probably 5 or 6 bodies, and among them was even a very tiny bone. As for those two men, they had already turned into mummies. "Should we open the pot lid to take a look?" Lin Mo said with a mischievous smile. He had experienced such scenes countless times in his past life, and was now immune to them. Generally, such individuals were low-tier ability users, not very strong, specifically targeting gullible people, most of whom were ability users trying to save others. These ability users were their backup targets. Thus, saving someone was also a skill. If not handled properly, one could end up sacrificing oneself. Upon hearing this, the girls shook their heads, repeatedly refusing to open the lid under any circumstances. Just smelling it and seeing the corpses outside was already enough for them. Now they wanted them to open the lid. "Absolutely not. Let's go, it's time to head back." Yes, let's go, there's nothing to see here." The girls pushed Lin Mo back towards the room they initially came from, while Lin Mo described how the meat in the pot came to be, detailing the process. The women were retching as they listened. Having seen so many disgusting scenes, they had never felt nauseous, but this place truly revolted them. Back on the 2nd floor, a filthy and stinking person was sitting on the ground, consuming a zombie energy crystal. She was barefoot with thick calluses on her feet, her hair tangled, her clothes unrecognizable, and her face dirty. The only part of her that stood out was her bright eyes. However, upon seeing Lin Mo and the others, they were filled with vigilance. "Sister, do you still remember me? You helped me back then." Perhaps it was because Zhong Xiyu had cleaned herself up, this woman did not recognize her. As Zhong Xiyu got closer, the woman hurriedly stepped back. "Sister Xinlingyun, have you forgotten me?" "Xinlingyun." The eyes of the girls lit up, the diva. Hearing Zhong Xiyu call her name, Xinlingyun squinted at Zhong Xiyu. "It's you. What are you doing here? Who are they?" As Xinlingyun spoke, the hardened dirt on her face occasionally fell off. "I'm here to find you. They are my new teammates. My previous teammates died, and they took me in." Xinlingyun looked at Jiang Yu and the others, noticing they were all women, which eased her wariness considerably. "But why was there a man among them? What do you want from me?" "I want to invite you to join our team. After all, encountering an all-female team is quite rare." Xinlingyun's thoughts stirred, joining a team. But could it really work? An entirely female team. Could they survive in the apocalypse? Even with a man, what use would that be? Forget it, just a 2nd-tier ability user, not much use. Lin Mo remained silent throughout, merely observing Xinlingyun. It was best to stay silent around such a vigilant woman. Name: Xinlingyun, age 29, rating 95, favorability 20. It can be said that this level of favorability is still due to Zhong Xiyu. Otherwise, it might not even reach 10. Sister Shunim, also a 2nd-tier ability user. These sisters have very high ability levels. Sister Shunim, your fan. Oh, please join our team. Yeah, we have several 4th-tier ability users in our team. Yesterday, they had only heard she was a top celebrity, and the girls just thought she looked somewhat similar. After all, today's celebrities are good-looking, but not exceptional. However, Xinlingyun was different. Her beauty was striking, even in the entire entertainment industry, especially as a natural beauty. In her 5 years since debut, there had been no rumors about Xinlingyun undergoing plastic surgery. Such a person must be brought into the team. They couldn't believe that such a beautiful girl would not be liked by Lin Mo. As long as he liked her, they could rest well. The more people there were, the longer their rest periods would become. Even if they could rest for an extra 2 days, it would be worth it. Xinlingyun hesitated. She saw sincerity in the eyes of the several girls before her, and maybe joining wasn't such a bad choice. But this man, Should be no problem, right? Under the persuasion of several girls, Shun Lingyun wavered. She chose to join Lin Mo's team. Shun Lingyun harbored little wariness towards the other girls, but when facing Lin Mo, the caution in her gaze was unmistakable. There was no choice in Lin Mo's eyes. Shun Lingyun's favorability rating was only 35. This meant she only had fondness for these few women, while her perception of Lin Mo could only be described as a slight acquaintance. However, Lin Mo was not the least bit worried. At this stage, increasing favorability was still quite easy. If one meal was not enough, then there could be another. And the most effective method was to give her a few packs of sanitary napkins. The results were remarkable. Lin Mo had conducted this experiment back in Fungjing, but he did not like that woman. At that time, it was October, 4 months into the apocalypse. By all reasoning, people should have long abandoned that wretched sense of savior complex. You can save people, but you need to recognize your own strength. That woman was only at the initial stage of the second tier, yet she wanted to save a group of the old, weak, sick, and disabled. Lin Mo, with a mindset of trying it out, observed whether those not in the team could reach a favorability of 100. He tossed her a weapon along with a few packs of sanitary napkins and several bags of bread. The final result was that the woman's favorability soared from 20 to 80. This indicated that the approach was indeed valid. Subsequently, Lin Mo did not conduct further experiments, mainly due to the low levels. Upon arriving outside the building and looking at the vehicles before him, he glanced toward Lin Mo's team. Can this vehicle fit all of us? It was not surprising that Shun Lingyun was puzzled, as there were quite a few of them, but it was just enough when seated inside. However, no one probed deeper. After all, there was a dimensional room inside, so the vehicle having dimensional capabilities was also quite normal. Zhong Xiyu did not mind that Shun Lingyun was dirty and grabbed her hand. She turned to Lin Mo and asked Captain Lin Mo, "Can I take her to take a shower?" Hearing Zhong Xiyu's words, Shun Lingyun realized that Lin Mo was the captain here. At first, she thought he was one of the boyfriends of the group, but it turned out that this small team was led by him. It seemed she should not be wary of him. Of course, go ahead. Everyone got into the vehicle, and Zhong Xiyu opened the side door, leading Shun Lingyun into the living room. Upon seeing the scene inside, Shun Lingyun was as stunned as Zhong Xiyu. Being brought into the bathroom left her even more bewildered. Being able to take a shower was quite a luxury. "Sister Lingyun, can I call you that?" Zhong Xiyu looked at Shun Lingyun with anticipation. Even in the apocalypse, she still regarded Shun Lingyun like a fan. Shun Lingyun smiled slightly. "Sure, I'm no longer a star. I'm just an ordinary ability user now." Once held in high regard, that status has vanished with the onset of the apocalypse. The former diva, Shun Lingyun, no longer existed. All that remained was a barely surviving second-tier ability user, Shun Lingyun. Sister Lingyun, you should shower first. I estimate there will be a welcome party tonight." From their conversation yesterday, Zhong Xiyu had gathered that a celebration would occur whenever newcomers joined. Usually they had simple meals. Yes, that kind of simple, with 8 dishes and a soup. "Sister Lingyun, you go shower first. I'll borrow a set of clothes from Sister Jiangyu." After saying this, Zhong Xiyu pushed the door and went out. Shun Lingyun turned on the faucet. The cold water gradually warmed up. She dipped her hand into the water, feeling the temperature, and couldn't help but marvel. She never expected that one day she would be able to take a hot shower. Previously, she had only managed to wash the private areas with a bit of water. Half an hour later, Shun Lingyun walked out fully dressed, finding only Zhong Xiyu in the living room. "Wow, Sister Lingyun, you are still as beautiful as before." After washing off the dirt, Shun Lingyun's skin was fair, her lips were red, and her teeth were slightly yellow, but it was not too noticeable. A few more brushes, and it would be fine. As for returning to her earlier pristine appearance, that was clearly impossible unless she got a teeth cleaning. Zhong Xiyu led Shun Lingyun upstairs. She secretly observed Shun Lingyun's expression, which, just like hers, was full of astonishment. Upon arriving at the campsite, the ingredients were just beginning to be prepared. Though surprised about why such a place existed in the vehicle, reason told her it was time to help. Unfortunately, standing next to Lu Wanqing, she felt somewhat at a loss looking at the items on the table. She didn't know what to do or how to cook the dishes. "Sister Shin, you can rest over there. I'll leave these to us." Hearing Lu Wanqing call her sister Shun, her face turned red. She dared not accept the title of goddess. Please just call me Lingyun. I can't bear the title of goddess." Alright. Then I'll call you Lingyun. You go chat with them, I will handle things here." Cooking had always been done by Lu Wanqing, Jiang Yue, and Luo Fei. The others were at most helpers. As for those who couldn't help, they were all sent to the side. "Miss Shin, I didn't expect you to be so beautiful." Lin Mo looked Shun Lingyun up and down. No wonder the system rated her a high score of 95. She was indeed much prettier. It was not easy for such a beautiful woman to survive until now. "Captain Lin, please don't tease me. Just call me Lingyun." On the way here, Zhong Xiyu had also told her quite a bit about Lin Mo. Although not much, she knew that Lin Mo would not treat the female team members poorly. "Then I'll call you Lingyun. By the way, how did you survive in that building?" "We found a household that was cannibalistic upstairs. Hearing Lin Mo's question, Shen Lingyun recalled her long experiences and let out a long sigh. Actually, at the beginning I was with my manager. Life was a bit tough, but we managed to get by. But one day the zombies came orderly like an army. My manager for some reason brought a group of men. My manager did not know I had awakened my ability. I escaped using my own strength and later found that community. I covered my entire body with a mixture of dirt and urine from the community to make myself stink, and that was how I survived until now. Shen Lingyun felt that surviving that period was nothing short of a miracle. Sister Lingyun, I didn't expect you to have it so much worse than me. Zhong Siyu luoked at Shen Lingyun with pity. Luo Yun quickly echoed. Yes, comparing like this I realize we're living quite well. We have endless meals, can take showers and play games. I used to think it was boring. Shen Lingyun felt awkward. Oh, were they sure they were comforting her and not mocking her? Lin Mo stared speechlessly at the two women. Luo Yun's remark was unsurprising, entirely within his expectations. Yet Zhong Siyu at 28 years of age ought to know better. This was hardly how one comforted others. You may now bid farewell to that former life. You will savor true living here with us. Thank you. Shen Lingyun had assumed Lin Mo would be aloof and unapproachable, but he proved otherwise. Moreover, his gaze upon her was clear, unclouded by ulterior intent. It lacked the aggressive intensity she had imagined. Still gazing upon so many beautiful women, she understood if he truly desired anything they might well vie for his attention. The women chorused, "Don't speak nonsense. We're terrified." Soon after, a lavish feast was laid upon the table. At the sight of it, Shen Lingyun's mouth flooded with saliva. Had she not been mindful of her dignity, she would have seized the food with her bare hands. In a villa district east of Chuanfu City. Sister Qin, those newcomers from the west have slain numerous people lately. Our hard-won rapport with the official base has been utterly ruined. A girl with twin braids scowled in fury. Oh Yang, you cease your constant frowning, or you'll age prematurely. Oh Sister Qin, how can you remain so unperturbed? Our male comrades have already been lured away. Oh, our ranks now consist solely of women. Our strength was already meager, and has grown even weaker. They had long honed their abilities through slaying zombies, a slow, arduous path compared to killing humans. Yet Sister Qin had long declared, should anyone seek power through human bloodshed, they must leave this team. At first, all had been stable, until those from the west arrived. Then some among them defected, joining the rival faction. Thus their numbers dwindled from over 50 to merely 16, and even now several remained unsettled, wavering on the edge of departure. A gentle smile graced Sister Qin's lips as she stroked Ouyang Yuer's hair. Each person follows their own path. Forcing them to stay would only plant time bombs among us. Better they depart sooner than later. Moreover, some of those men harbor impure intentions. Ah, Sister Qin, what then of our alliance with the official base? They now regard white-haired, reedied individuals with extreme suspicion, granting no chance for dialogue, only immediate combat. Sister Qin sighed softly. Then we shall keep those resources for ourselves. After all, we need them too. She glanced at the 4 backpacks resting upon the table, filled with zombie energy crystals originally destined for a major trade with the official base. Alas, that plan had been dashed entirely by the Western interlopers. Enough, let the official base be. We've nearly cleared the east, next we head south. The zombies there are comparatively weak. We can handle them. Wonderful. I hope someone dares provoke us. Ouyang Yuer beamed with excitement, for any provocation would grant her license to strike. Sister Qin, however, turned a blind eye to such matters. You now, don't go seeking trouble deliberately, or I shall discipline you. Understood, Sister Qin. To the west, inside an office building, Lady Honglian in Chuanfu, we have assimilated over 20 new humans. 6 more among the remainder remain viable candidates for absorption. The remaining 10 women, however, show no inclination to join. Well done, Wu Chun. Those 20 downstairs are yours as reward. Hearing Lady Honglian's words, Wu Chun rejoiced. Thank you, Lady Honglian. These were all second-tier awakened beings. Absorbing them would elevate him to the 3rd tier. Go ahead. I shall take my leave now. After Wu Chun departed, Lady Honglian gazed into the distance. Shouting, can we trust the newly joined? I have verified their sincerity, but their cultivation level remains low. Level is irrelevant. With sufficient numbers, advancement comes swiftly. Lady Honglian cared nothing for ordinary humanity's fate, only that the new humans ascend to planetary supremacy. She believed many shared her vision, and she intended to consolidate them before her rivals did. Only thus could she reign as queen of the new humans and sovereign of this world in the apocalypse. If Lady Honglian speaks so confidently, then all is well. As for those unwilling to join, shall we? In due time. Should they persist in refusal, we shall send them onward. Understood. Knock, 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 knock. Enter. Lady Honglian. The vehicle from Fongjing has arrived carrying 3 new humans. Shall we make contact? At these words, Lady Honglian turned. Are you certain? Certain. My summoned beast observed them clearly. Oh, Qin Yuhua, did you discern the abilities they wielded? Qin Yuhua shook her head. Forgive me, Lady Honglian. Only one of them acted, yet his power remained inscrutable. No matter. Your task henceforth is to observe these three closely, and seize opportunity to engage them. Yes, my lady. Ah, so utterly full. No matter how often I eat here, I always overindulge. Luo Yun sprawled ungracefully across a reclining chair. Indeed, Sister Wanqing, your cooking is exquisite. This month alone I've gained 2 jin. Hu Shiyun patted her belly with melancholy. She feared she might gain 20 jin within a year. Meanwhile, Zhong Xiyu and Shun Lingyun reclined on chairs basking in sunlight and breeze, savoring this rare, precious peace, something none had dared imagine possible in the apocalypse. It was nothing short of an earthly paradise. Any soul encountering such a group would surely yearn to join. After the meal, no one hurried to depart the campsite. Slaying zombies could wait. There was always time. Lin Mo gazed upon the radiant women before him, a quiet satisfaction swelling within his heart. He mused, what if one could gather beauties from every profession under one roof? That thought had first struck him upon meeting Shun Lingyun. At dawn, maids would attend to his rising, chefs prepare breakfast, masseuses soothe his limbs. Actresses would perform for him, singers serenade him, secretaries manage affairs, CEOs chart his itinerary, physicians and nurses conduct health checks. TSK. Such a life was peerless. Lin Mo stretched languidly, sinking deeper into his recliner to share this tranquil bliss. Shall we sing later? Yes. Sister Lingyun, your voice is divine. Let's head to the entertainment room for a live performance. I long to hear it. A spark ignited in every woman's eyes. This was splendid indeed. In the entertainment room, Lin Mo watched Shun Lingyun singing in front of him. One must admit the professionalism is evident. Her singing is truly delightful. The group played until 10 o'clock at night, and Lin Mo had successfully obtained today's critical reward. After an afternoon and an evening, Shun Lingyun's favorability reached 87 points. Reaching 100 is just a matter of these 2 days. Alright, it's getting late. Hey, everyone should rest now. Tomorrow we start working officially. Lin Mo clapped his hands, interrupting the girls who wanted to continue. Now that you mention it, I feel a bit sleepy. Yes, let's hurry back to sleep. Wait for me, I'm coming too. In less than 5 seconds, only Zhong Xiyu and Shun Lingyun remained in the room, both looking bewildered. They couldn't understand why everyone ran off so quickly at the mention of sleep. It was quite absurd. Lin Mo shook his head. Oh, was he really that terrifying? It was just that they had spent a little more time together, and the frequency had increased a bit. Shun Lingyun, you will stay in the room on the 2nd floor tonight. Tomorrow, whether you want to stay alone or share with someone else, you can decide among yourselves. Just have a good rest tonight. Shun Lingyun nodded. She actually wanted to stay with Zhong Xiyu. After all, she had been living alone during this period, always feeling anxious. However, she thought it might not be necessary here. After sending the 2 upstairs, Lin Mo turned and headed to Zhong Xiyu's room. At this moment, Zhong Xiyu's favorability was just 5 points away from maxing out, which was already sufficient. You, why are you here? When she entered, Zhang Yu and Luo Fei had hinted at something, but when it really happened, she felt a bit nervous. Don't be nervous, I don't know if you're used to staying here. Lin Mo sat directly beside Zhong Xiyu. Looking at her, Lin Mo increasingly felt that gaining critical favorability was really exhausting. Every day, he had to go back and forth between different rooms. Sometimes there wasn't enough time, so he could only earn less critical favorability. For example, Su Yuqing would give about 700 points just for a light slap on her backside. As for Lin Xiaowan, the little girl, Lin Mo could earn around 400 points just by giving her some snacks. But he wanted more than 900 points of favorability. If it was tiring, so be it, it was worth it. It's pretty good. Oh, everyone is nice to me, and you are also quite nice to me. Zhong Xiyu fidgeted with the edge of her clothes, feeling a bit at a loss, with a hint of expectation in her heart. Is that so? Lin Mo placed his hand on Zhong Xiyu's knee, gently sliding it. Zhong Xiyu gained critical favorability 88. Congratulations, the host favorability with Zhong Xiyu has reached 100. Congratulations, the host has obtained a 100 square meter simulated ocean beach component. Although it doesn't provide lethal weapons as an entertainment and leisure area, it is quite nice. Zhong Xiyu's face flushed, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed dreamily at Lin Mo. Lin Mo slowly leaned in as Zhong Xiyu closed her eyes. Only her trembling eyelashes remained restless. Then Lin Mo reached out his hands. At 2 in the morning, Lin Mo returned to the 1st floor. At 9 in the morning, Lin Mo emerged from the Luo sisters' room, returned to his room, changed into his combat outfit, and went back to the living room to await the others. Fortunately, at 10 o'clock, with the arrival of Zhong Xiyu, the entire squad gathered. Jiang Yue, Lu Wanqing, and a few others looked at Zhong Xiyu with ambiguous expressions, making her feel uncomfortable. Shun Lingyun cast a puzzled glance at Zhong Xiyu. She couldn't understand why her skin seemed even more radiant than yesterday. See, did you secretly hide some skincare products? Introduce them to me. Previously, it was about survival. Now that the survival issue was resolved, it was time to pursue something else to spice up life. Zhang Xiyu looked at Shun Lingyun oddly. Instead of that cosmetic is high protein suitable for all skin types. You'll be able to get some in a couple of days. Don't worry, there will be plenty. Ahem. Lin Mo nearly choked on his milk when he heard this. You sure know how to describe things. The other girls watched Zhang Xiyu's serious nonsense, while Shun Lingyun listened earnestly, which was quite amusing. Ahem. Alright, once everyone is full, get ready to set off. They'll wait for you outside. I'm full too, we'll go drive. Shu Yi quickly finished her bun and followed Lin Mo to the car. Starting the vehicle, they headed straight towards the area near the city center. They just needed to push a little into the city center. Upon reaching their destination, the other girls were also ready. Those at higher levels should take care of themselves. Those at lower levels should stay on the outskirts and not delve too deeply. Okay. The zombies here were few, and with the protective suits they wore, they were not worried about being surrounded. Mainly before they could be surrounded, they had already been eliminated by them. Lin Mo expanded his spiritual energy to sweep through the nearby zombies and mutated creatures. There were indeed quite a few fourth-tier zombies and mutated creatures, more than in Fengjing. Perhaps it was because there were more zombies here which led to a higher number of upgraded zombies. Lin Mo gave a few instructions and then disappeared beside the car. Afterward, explosions could be heard from not far away from time to time. Lin Mo felt lazy and didn't want to chop them down one by one. He directly used thunder spears to kill. Ding. Killed a fourth-tier intermediate speed type, mutant spirit 55, A energy points 7511. Ding. Jiang Yu killed a third-tier advanced zombie energy points 463. Ding. Yi Qian killed a second-tier intermediate mutant energy points 356. Ding. Yu Linglong killed a third-tier beginner strength type zombie dog energy points 2879. Lin Mo's system notifications kept increasing not only for his kills, but also for those of the other girls. Lin Mo glanced over. The notifications were continuously refreshing. 2 hours later, Lin Mo surveyed the surrounding zombies. All the fourth-tier zombies and mutated creatures had been eliminated by him. His attributes had increased significantly, except for agility, which was slightly lacking. All others had exceeded 20,000 points, and his spirit attribute was about to reach 30,000. This was quite a breakthrough. Unfortunately, he had already cleared out most of the fourth-tier zombies in this area, and he was no longer interested in the third-tier zombies, as they offered too little. Lin Mo looked to the right. Luo Fei and the others were still attracting zombies and killing them, working in perfect harmony. So he expanded his spiritual energy range to look for zombies with stronger spiritual energy. This spiritual energy feels a bit different. Sister Qin, it's so far away. Oh, I can barely run anymore. 13 women with white hair and red eyes were heading south. You've been a bit lazy. With Rukshu's wind-type acceleration ability, we are already moving quite fast. Sister Qin looked at the double-tailed Ouyang Yuer with some helplessness. Sister Qin, I was just joking. I don't take it seriously. Ouyang Yuer was simply joking, and she could still manage to walk this distance. There are indeed very few people from the east. We've encountered less than 10 teams on this journey, which is quite pitiful. It's an old city, so fewer people is normal. They rushed along, and soon they arrived at the southern suburbs. There are still many zombies here, but unfortunately the energy we gain from killing zombies is just too little. The speaker was a middle-aged woman who was very dissatisfied with Sister Qin's demands. Clearly killing humans yields more energy. Why shouldn't she be allowed to kill? Sister Qin didn't pay much attention to this remark. Sooner or later those who weren't part of their group would be attracted away, so there was no need to dwell on it. Hey, it's best not to engage in killing. We are neither zombies nor humans right now, but our hearts still belong to humanity. Ouyang Yuer responded. Although she also felt like killing, it was only against those who provoked her. Killing for the sake of leveling up was something she couldn't bring herself to do. After all, she used to be an inspector. Although she was a clerk, she was still part of the inspection department. At this moment, Sister Qin raised her hand, signaling everyone to stop. Sister Qin frowned and said, "Did you all feel a wave of mental energy? There is indeed a wave of mental energy sweeping over. This person's mental strength is not weak. Could it be that the group from the west has come here? That shouldn't be the case. Weren't they supposed to be in the west and north? There aren't many teams in the south either." Sister Qin looked worriedly towards the west, the direction from where the mental energy was coming. Perhaps we should retreat. It feels a bit dangerous. Suddenly a man appeared in front of her. "Su Yuqing, bring Lin Xiaowan and Zhou Jin to me." Upon hearing the man's words, Sister Qin's expression turned vigilant. "Relax, we are not enemies." Lin Mo looked at the group before him, a bunch of white-haired reed mutants. If he could recruit this group, it would count as a gain, but it would be a bit challenging. The only regret was that among these 13 people, only 4 reached the threshold of 85 points. The rest were all below 80. It was understandable. How could there be so many people with scores above 85? Besides, Lin Mo noticed that 3 of them harbored hostility towards him, with their favorability already dropping to 70. As for the others, their scores were mostly around 0, which wasn't too problematic. In front of Lin Mo, Sister Chin always felt that the other party could take her life at any moment. She knew that the person before her was very powerful, even stronger than those outsiders from the east. Soon the 3 women caught up. Upon seeing Sister Chin and her group, the 3 understood why they had been summoned. Their eyes turned red as they greeted. "Hello, is there anything we can help you with?" Sister Chin's pupils constricted as she realized that mutants had actually joined the group. This indicated that this person could accept them, or was it just an illusion? However, she felt pressure from 2 of them, one of whom was a child. Could it be that this man had made the child kill? Thinking of this, her favorability towards Lin Mo inevitably decreased. Lin Mo looked at the favorability, changing from 15 to 20, utterly confused. He hadn't said anything or done anything, so why was it decreasing? "There's nothing we need help with. We are just here to hunt zombies." Sister Chin hesitated for a moment and asked, "What about your hair?" Lin Xiaolan pointed to her hair, saying this was changed to black by brother Lin Mo, so we wouldn't stand out as much. It must be dyed hair. Sister Chin had considered this question, but she knew that after dyeing, the hair would revert to white in less than 3 days, which was hardly worth it. "Sir, you can call me Lin Mo." Sister Chin gathered her words and said, "I understand that gaining strength in the apocalypse is crucial, but isn't it wrong to kill your own kind?" She originally wanted to say that killing one's own kind would cause heartache, but considering the other party's strength, she opted for a more tactful approach. "Own kind. I think you misunderstood. Oh, we haven't actively killed any of our own kind. We just took a trip to Sakura country." Sister Chin twitched her lips. "Going to Sakura country? Why not say you want to eagle sauce? If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave." Sister Chin stood in front of the women, nervously watching Lin Mo, fearing he might take action. Seeing this, Lin Mo understood that recruiting them would take some time. However, he had all the time in the world, so there was no rush. "Wait a moment, take this, if you consider joining our team. I can take you to level up, just like those 3. Lin Mo handed Sister Chin a black walkie-talkie, which he bought for 5,000 energy points with a communication range of up to 500 kilometers. It was the same price as the previous Bluetooth device, but the range was longer. The only downside was that it was somewhat bulky. Don't rush to refuse. Think about it. This is an apocalypse. Surviving alone is definitely not as good as banding together, so consider it. Our team will be staying in Chuanfu for a while, so there's no hurry." After saying this, Lin Mo left with the 3 women. After walking a distance, Su Yuqing approached Lin Mo with an ambiguous expression. "So are you interested in the 2 in front? One is quite charming, and the other is a double-tailed cutie. Your preferences are quite purposeful." Su Yuqing licked her lips. "Yes, I admit I'm interested. But for a reason beyond that, I've found that the abilities of these mutants are relatively strong. Finding strong teammates is also not a problem, right?" "Really? Then why didn't you invite those strong male ability users to join?" Lin Mo twitched his lips. This was his territory, and there was no way he would let other men join. Not a chance. His teammates could only be women. Although that previous team had a lot of low scores, for the sake of those few high scores, he considered the low ones as free gifts. On the other hand, Sister Chin watched Lin Mo walk away, her anxious heart finally easing. It seemed the other party had no intention of attacking them. "Sister Chin, do you think what he said was true? Inviting us to join the team?" Ouyang Yuer's eyes were filled with hope. Sister Chin sighed upon seeing Ouyang Yuer's expression. "Haven't you learned your lesson yet? Have you forgotten about the first team you were in?" Sister Chin first met Ouyang Yuer after she became a mutant. She saw Ouyang Yuer, who had her hair tied in twin ponytails, in the courtyard of a small community. At that time, Ouyang Yuer's hands were stained, as if with blood, covered in scabs, and tears streamed down her face. The reason was simple: her teammates had tried to assault her. She had no choice but to kill her teammate. This team, after the heavy rain, was the 3rd team she had joined. The first 2 teams met the same fate for the same reasons. Despite Ouyang Yuer's cheerful demeanor, she was actually a very decisive person, killing without hesitation or mercy. Of course, as long as you don't provoke her, you would still be good friends. Ouyang Yuer kicked at the ground, saying, "This team is different. Look at those 3, they are also new humans, so there shouldn't be any problems, right?" She simply didn't want to feel too lonely in this apocalyptic world. Even now that she had a team, she hoped it could grow larger. Unfortunately, as a white-haired reedy individual, it was hard to have other teammates. Let's not talk about that for now, but we'll discuss it later. For now, let's hunt zombies nearby and strive for an early advancement. Upon seeing Su Yuqing, Sister Chin felt a hint of danger emanating from her. There were too many powerful individuals in this world. She wondered if she could still protect the people behind her. She couldn't help but glance at the last 3 individuals. Perhaps tomorrow they would leave, and as for the others, sigh. Sister Chin led them down the elevated bridge, beginning to hunt zombies. Lin Mo had already brought the 3 women back to the location of their team. "What's going on over there?" Jiang Yu asked curiously. Nothing much, just encountered a dozen mutants similar to Su Yuqing, so I tried to recruit them. But the effect was minimal, and I don't know if there will be any opportunities. Lin Mo was unaware that Hong Lian and the others had also arrived in this city. Let it be, after all, it's almost the end of November, and the apocalypse has lasted for nearly 5 months. It's normal to be cautious. Of course, Jiang Yu and the others hoped to find more teammates since sharing firepower was beneficial, and the more people the better. But it was truly difficult to encounter someone like Zhong Siyu again. Even Shen Lingyun only recognized Zhong Siyu, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to join the team. However, things seem to be quite agreeable now. Yes, so I decided we should explore more around Chuanfu. If we can meet suitable candidates, let's recruit them in. Lin Mo was not in a hurry, but took a long time in Fengjing for him to find these few teammates. He was already satisfied to gain 2 teammates upon arriving in Chuanfu. As for why it was so difficult, only Lin Mo knew. The other women were unaware. From Jiang Yu and the others' perspective, Lin Mo only recruited beautiful women. The targets they previously mentioned were indeed quite pretty, yet Lin Mo did not let them join the team. The main reason was the scoring issue. A score of 85 was a watershed. Only those who reached this value would allow Lin Mo to gain rewards, otherwise he would get nothing. Lin Mo had to admit that the people they introduced were indeed beauties. However, their scores ranged between 80 and 83, leaving him with no options right. Even if they joined the team and their favorability reached 100, Lin Mo would gain nothing from them killing zombies. It was frustrating. In the following week, Lin Mo led the women to clear out the higher-level zombies in the south. In his eyes, there were no zombies or mutants above the 3rd tier left, only 1st and 2nd tier zombies remained. In Lin Mo's view, there was no need to kill these. Are we continuing today? No more, let's find a place to stop. I'll take you to a nice spot. Since acquiring that ocean simulation room, Lin Mo hadn't gone inside yet. This was a perfect opportunity to check it out. He parked the car in the gap between 2 buildings and followed them into the room. The group arrived on the left side of the 2nd floor. Lin Mo opened the door, clearing the way. Off. This is the ocean. Wow, why is this room so big? Look at the sky, that sun looks even more real than the one in the swimming pool. Sisters, come over and change clothes. There are several cabinets here. Jiang Yu and Luo Fei went to a cabinet, looking at the clothes inside, while calling the others. Lin Mo followed behind with a smile, casually picking up a pair of shorts. After thinking for a moment, he said, please be mindful, Lin Xiaowan is still a child. She's almost 11 years old. Do you really think she doesn't understand anything? Jiang Yu rolled her eyes at Lin Mo. Lin Mo? He glanced at Lin Xiaowan not far away. Are today's children really that precocious? Zhong Siyu and Shen Lingyun lagged behind. Sister Lingyun, is my eyesight broken? This place is way too big. It shouldn't be broken because I see it too. This is by the sea, where we are is an island, and there's even a sun in the sky, and it feels the same. Shen Lingyun was also uncertain. She had thought that having so many rooms in the vehicle and one large lake was already outrageous. She never expected there would be such an incredible place. If more places like this were created, wouldn't this be no different from Blue Star? Let's go, we should head over there. By the way, I haven't been to the beach in a long time. Sure, Sister Lingyun, I've never been to the beach in my life. Zhong Siyu said excitedly. Lin Mo found a lounge chair to lie down on. The lounge chairs here were not much different from those by the pool. Lin Mo selected a chilled beer, a few snacks, and a fruit platter on the tablet. After payment, a black hole appeared in the middle of the table, revealing a tray with the beer on it. After Lin Mo took down the beer, the black hole appeared again, this time showing the snacks he had bought earlier. As expected, it's the same. Lin Xiaowan ran over happily. Brother Lin Mo, do you have any drinks? I want to have a drink. What do you want to drink? I'll buy it for you. Buying things requires spending energy points, and only Lin Mo had these. Can I have chilled orange juice? Of course. A cup of chilled orange juice rose from the middle. Actually, Brother Lin Mo, you don't have to take care of me. Ooh, I understand everything. Cough, cough. Lin Mo nearly choked on a mouthful of beer. Isn't this taking care of you? I'm worried you might learn bad habits. Am I becoming bad? Actually, I feel like I am already quite bad now. Lin Xiaowan lowered her head, holding a glass of orange juice, feeling dejected. Lin Mo furrowed his brows. Why do you think that? Because I killed someone. Mom said that killing is a crime and criminals are bad people. At that time, I was so ruthless because of Yang Jinyi's previous actions, especially since it was in the Sakura country. But since coming back, Lin Xiaowan hasn't killed a single zombie. The provocations she encountered later were either from Zhou Jin or Su Yuqing. Lin Xiaowan never made a move. Seeing Lin Xiaowan in low spirits, Lin Mo felt somewhat at a loss. Was his idea wrong? Shouldn't he let Lin Xiaowan kill? But now is the end times, one must be ruthless to survive. After a moment of silence, he said, if you don't want to fight, you can just stay in the car. You don't have to take action. For Lin Xiaowan's current level was already sufficient. Even if she didn't level up later, her abilities would still be very useful. Some abilities are still powerful even without levels, while others are useless regardless of how much they are upgraded. At this moment, Lin Xiaowan was in such a situation. Lin Xiaowan shook her head. It's okay, I just can't figure some things out. I'm not that fragile yet. Sometimes I just wonder, why do we as fellow countrymen still fight each other? She didn't care about her actions in the Sakura country. What she cared about was always the matters within her own country, especially the person who forced her to kill when she first gained her abilities. Although Lin Xiaowan didn't understand why that man knew. Yes, why did he know? Lin Mo Gij, why do you think Yang Genie knows I need to kill to become stronger? Lin Mo was taken aback. Indeed, logically, he shouldn't have known. How did he forget this question at the beginning? Unless there are two possibilities. The first is that he is also an evolved person, but that is clearly impossible. Then the second possibility is that he knew an evolved person when they first appeared, and that evolved person has always been by his side, either a relative or a friend. And this evolved person was right beside him. Lin Mo recalled a figure white-haired and reedy. Indeed, there was such a person in the shelter at that time. Moreover, it was a man. The shelter Lin Mo was in was shelter No. 2, established later. He remembered the leader wasn't called Yang Genie, but Yang Jinhue, probably brothers. That white-haired man seemed to never have introduced himself. It seemed this shelter was more complicated than he thought. All right, Xiaowan, let those unpleasant things drift away with the wind. As for Yang Genie, we can ask him when we have time. With your abilities, you should be able to see more clearly. At that time, Lin Xiaowan also saw fragments of his future through Yang Genie's hands, but those fragments were very few. With Lin Xiaowan's current level, she would definitely see more, perhaps even understand the reason. Although it might not mean much to Lin Mo, it could change Lin Xiaowan's psychological state. Compared to Lin Mo's ease and comfort, Qinjie and the others were not having it easy. Roshue, hurry up, we need to catch up. Qinjie, I'm already at my maximum, their levels are too high. Roshue was nearly in tears. The gap in levels was simply too great. Qinjie, those people have betrayed us. Why? Ouyang Yulan covered her left arm where the bloodstains had already dried, clearly injured for a long time. Tears streamed down her face. She truly did not expect that the sisters who had spent so long together would actually turn against her. If it were men, she could have accepted it. But they were all women. Everything is about interest. When the interests are big enough, brothers will turn against each other as a matter of course. Qinjie held a walkie-talkie, her finger pressing the button, her knuckles turning white with force. Half an hour earlier. Let's take a break. We will head back soon. The sun is already setting, Qinjie said, looking at the sun sinking in the distance. The group found a clean spot to sit down. I feel like I'm about to level up soon. Me too, but unfortunately the speed is a bit slow. So we can't compare to those people in the West, they are too ruthless. Qinjie listened silently to their chatter. She knew that among them 3 had long wanted to leave, but she didn't want to give up. As for the others, they were probably in a similar situation. Qinjie didn't know when those people had contacted these once, nor how that person had persuaded them. They had quietly caused this team to fall apart. Qinjie, do you think they are going to leave? Ouyang Yue hugged her legs, her eyes vacant. Maybe this might just be fate. Suddenly Qinjie stood up, be on guard. 7 white-haired reedy individuals emerged from the shadows. We've met again, Su Qin. Wang Yun, since you've joined them, why are you looking for us? He, of course, to eliminate you. Oh, let's fight. Puff, puff, puff. Su Qin hurriedly turned around to see the 3 women directly kill the 3 individuals in front of them. I'm sorry, Qinjie, but we really want to become stronger. The 3 who were killed instantly turned into mummies, while the 3 who did the killing swiftly leveled up to the 3rd stage. After all, killing is the fastest way to gain strength, especially when killing kindred. The 3 women looked at Qinjie and the others with contempt, the red light in their eyes growing even more intense. Run! The 7 quickly broke out of the encirclement and ran eastward. Sister Xiaoting, what should we do now? Wang Yun cautiously asked the woman in front of her. Xiaoting's face revealed a gentle smile, and her voice was extremely soft. Of course we kill them. They are better than evolved beings in terms of experience. However, her words were chillingly cold. A group of 10 pursued Su Qin and the others. Su Qin turned back to see another teammate killed. Damn it. Su Qin dared not slow down, but she could only have Roshue boost everyone's status and run as fast as possible. However, the enemy also had their means. The distance was closing in. 2 among them couldn't bear the torment and stopped directly. We also want to join you. Yes, we have long wanted to join you. It's just that Qinjie wouldn't let us go. The 2 looked at their leader. Xiaoting smiled. Of course you can join us. Hearing this, the 2 breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, as long as they could survive, that was better than anything. Just in time, we have something for you to do. No problem, just give your orders. In that case, it will be easy. She happens to lack nourishment, so you will have to offer yourselves. The pupils of the 2 shrank. Suddenly, a pair of hands pierced through their chests, grasping their hearts, and they could even see their hearts beating. We already joined, didn't we? Xiaoting maintained a gentle smile on her face. Yes, but you joined too late. You didn't join when you had the chance, now that you want to it's too late. There are no regrets in this world because she once regretted as well. Keep pursuing, there are 5 more, leave none behind. Xiao Ting's once gentle face suddenly turned cold as ice. Understood. The group continued the chase. The gap in levels was not easy to bridge. As time passed, only Ouyang Yue and Ro Shui remained by Su Qin's side. Su Qin took out the walkie-talkie, given by Lin Mo. Her expression conflicted. But looking at the exhausted figures of Ro Shui and Ouyang Yue, she had to make a decision. If she didn't decide soon, they would surely die here, for the leading woman's gaze was terrifying. Hello Lin Mo, I'm in trouble. The newcomers are hunting us down. Su Qin's knuckles turned white as she spoke rapidly. The waiting was agonizing, and she wasn't sure if Lin Mo could hear her. But the pursuers were getting closer. Would they really make it? Su Qin estimated that in 2 minutes the enemy would catch up, provided Ro Shui could maintain her current speed. Otherwise they might not last even half a minute. Hold on, I'll be there soon. Lin Mo's voice came through the walkie-talkie. All right. Su Qin let out a sigh of relief. Su Yuqing and Zhou Jin, come with me. Lin Mo glanced at Lin Xiaowan beside him and decided to take the two along. Lin Mo hadn't forgotten the previous situation, she was still too young. Brother Lin Mo, take me with you. Lin Xiaowan looked up. Let's skip it. This time it's a battle against mutants, not against ordinary ability users. You still lack experience in combat with them. In fact, Zhou Jin's talent was even worse, but her abilities gave her many advantages. Not everyone is suited for combat. Some things cannot be achieved through effort alone. Su Yuqing may have a high level, but she truly couldn't compete with Yu Linglong. Killing someone of a lower level was far too easy for Yu Linglong, so, in the face of talent, effort really doesn't count. Unless you put in 10 times the effort, you might just succeed. Oh fine. Lin Xiaowan looked dejected, knowing that her previous words must have bothered brother Lin Mo. Lin Mo smiled, ruffling Lin Xiaowan's hair, without saying much. If only there were a psychologist around, they would definitely know how to comfort Lin Xiaowan better. Su Yuqing and Zhou Jin changed into combat suits and came to Lin Mo's side. Since we're ready, let's go. Lin Mo placed the walkie-talkie in front of his chest and hurriedly led the 2 women out of the vehicle. After getting out of the car, Lin Mo unleashed his spiritual power to its fullest extent. One by one, spiritual flames appeared in his mind. Found it. The flame signal he had just encountered today was discovered by Lin Mo. He wrapped his arms around the waists of the 2 women. Hold on tight, we're off. With Lin Mo's agility, he was not slow at all. In less than 5 seconds, he found 2 waves of teams. Whoosh. Lin Mo appeared right in front of Su Qin. Seeing Lin Mo, Su Qin also breathed a sigh of relief, hoping he wouldn't deceive her. She glanced at the 2 kindred she had just met today beside Lin Mo. They should be fine, right? Sister Qin, are we going to join his team afterward? Ouyang Yue asked, panting. If he really saves us, then let's join. Anyone willing to risk their life to save us must not be of bad character. Only Ro Shui didn't care. Wherever Su Qin went, she would follow. Hey, you're speaking ill of me now. How could my character possibly be in question? Whoosh. Su Yuqing couldn't help but laugh, and upon seeing Lin Mo looking at her, she hurriedly resumed a serious expression, staring straight ahead. The pursuing mutants stopped in their tracks. They were originally going to approach, but were stopped by Xiao Ting. Long time no see, big brother. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect it to be you. You actually turned out like this and joined that organization. Name Chun Xiaoting, age 23, score 87, favorability 50. The first time they met, the favorability reached 68, and now it's still at 50. That shouldn't be the case. Given the current situation, she should have been chasing after Sister Qin and must have killed someone, otherwise there wouldn't only be 3 of them left. But what is this favorability? Is she smiling while killing people? At that moment, Chen Xiaoting still wore a smile, even more gentle than at the beginning. If one didn't know better, they would think she was a harmless white lotus. Her teammates were continuously swallowing their saliva, knowing that the brighter Chen Xiaoting's smile, the more tragic the outcome for the opponent. One day, Chen Xiaoting received some news, and her smile blossomed like a flower. When she returned, she dragged a man back with her. The man cried out for mercy, and in the end his body was broken and hung on a lamppost. I had no choice. After the last time I saw you, many unpleasant things happened. At this point, Lin Mo saw endless pain in Chen Xiaoting's smile. That does sound pretty miserable. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. He knew what had happened afterward without needing Chen Xiaoting to elaborate. After all, the expressions of those men at that time said it all. If nothing had happened, it would have been strange. Chen Xiaoting's smile stiffened on her face. Would this person not speak? Her expression slowly regained composure. Anyone who could travel from Fengjing to Chuanfu must be extraordinary. But she was not afraid, for she was already at the intermediate level of the 4th tier, and she didn't believe anyone could surpass her. Moreover, she had leveled up by killing, having taken down quite a few ability users. Her strength was exceptional. Even that high-level ability user in the Chuanfu base could only tie with her. If it weren't for the overwhelming number of firearms in the base, Lord Honglian would have long since taken them to the base to enjoy the feast of slaughter. Big brother, for the sake of our past acquaintance, you should leave. Chen Xiaoting's tone was cold, and the people behind her were already prepared, knowing that it was about to begin. Sigh. But I promised to save her life. How can I go back on my word? Lin Mo shrugged his shoulders. Giving you face means I respect you, but men are indeed no good. Attack, kill them all. The 9 people behind her rushed forward, almost instantly standing before Lin Mo and the others. Su Qin and the others' pupils contracted sharply. How could they fight this? However, they were soon stunned. The 9 who charged forward seemed to hit something and stopped rubbing their heads. You two can handle this yourselves. For you, these 9 are not dangerous. The only real threat is that Chen Xiaoting. Unfortunately, even if one wanted danger, it wouldn't come. Chen Xiaoting's expression slightly changed. Her eyes were red. She was also a mutated human, so the person Wu Chun was monitoring was this young man. Seeing Su Yuqing and Zhou Jin make their move, Chen Xiaoting rushed forward. However, as soon as she moved, Lin Mo stopped her. Chen Xiaoting looked at Lin Mo in surprise. He was so fast. Your opponent is me, not them. Then I have to see if you even qualify to be my opponent. Chen Xiaoting's body emitted something resembling blood, enveloping her and forming a blood armor. She casually swung a punch at Lin Mo. Lin Mo simply extended his hand and gently caught Chen Xiaoting's fist. What seemed like a lightning-fast punch to others still appeared slow to Lin Mo. However, Chen Xiaoting smiled. A blood-red dagger formed at her knee, and she violently raised her knee to kick Lin Mo. But just as it was about to connect, the tip of the dagger stopped an inch away from Lin Mo. Lin Mo had never given up on using his mental field ability, he just didn't use it often. To break this stance, one either needed to exceed his strength or surpass her mental power. Clearly no human had achieved that yet. Chen Xiaoting quickly retreated, her expression wary as she watched Lin Mo. Glancing at the battlefield behind Lin Mo, 4 of the 9 had already died. Failure was only a matter of time, and the losses this time were quite significant. She glared fiercely at Lin Mo, her blood surging, and a blood-red helmet covered her head. Her arms, knees, and head all formed blades of varying sizes. Whoosh! Chen Xiaoting charged at Lin Mo, launching punches and kicks. Knees and elbows switched back and forth, yet none of it inflicted any harm on Lin Mo. Is this really your strength? Are you all this weak? Lin Mo kicked out, disregarding the dagger tip at Chen Xiaoting's abdomen. The tremendous force sent Chen Xiaoting flying. However, even after flying over 50 meters, she showed no signs of stopping, still soaring through the air. Lin Mo was momentarily astonished, then quickly reacted. This woman really has a sharp mind. Chen Xiaoting's blood armor sprouted a blood-colored wing from her back, turning and flying off into the distance without a hint of reluctance. Chen Xiaoting glanced back at Lin Mo as she continued flying away. He must think I will fight him to a conclusion. Only a fool would do that. Knowing full well she couldn't win, why wait to die? During their first clash, she had already foreseen the outcome, so she was merely waiting for Lin Mo to land a heavy blow. She intended to seize the opportunity to escape, but she underestimated him. This blood armor could withstand Lord Honglian's full strike, yet even Lin Mo's casual attack caused her blood to surge. PFF. Too strong. She felt her insides burning. Lin Mo, you really are something. You didn't even kill me. You wouldn't let her off just because you know her, would you? Su Yuqing joked, watching Chen Xiaoting, who had already flown nearly a kilometer away. No, I just wanted her to feel a bit more despair. Lin Mo's back sprouted a pair of wings made of lightning, disappearing from his spot and reappearing beside Chen Xiaoting. I've let you go for so long, and you only made it this far. You really are weak. Seeing the wings behind Lin Mo, Chen Xiaoting gave up. Wings made of lightning, how can you even run? She had previously encountered a second-tier ability user with similar lightning wings, and even Lord Honglian couldn't catch that person. Since then, whenever encountering someone with lightning abilities, they generally opted for a quick kill. Chen Xiaoting slowly landed, and her blood armor returned to her. Her exposed face was exceptionally pale, clearly indicating great exhaustion. If you want to kill me, just do it. Sigh, how can I bring myself to do that when you look like this? Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoting's heart ignited with hope. Then you definitely want to attack me, right? In that case, I will be leaving. But if you leave, I will have a bit of trouble. Lin Mo appeared to have a headache. What do you want to do? Do you want my body? Suddenly, an invisible weapon pierced through her chest. If you want kill you, then I'll take care of it myself. You are not trustworthy. Zhang Xiaoting looked at Lin Mo, blood spilling from her mouth. TSK tisk, what a statement. First I said I wouldn't kill you, and I haven't killed anyone. Second, what era is it now? Is trust even worth anything? Lin Mo couldn't help but scoff. You two absorbed mutated humans, how's the energy absorption going? Lin Mo was somewhat curious about the difference between mutated humans killing mutated humans and ability users. Lin Mo, let me tell you, the absorption is much stronger than that of ability users. I feel like I've stepped forward again. Su Yuqing's eyes had turned a lot redder, as if they might become deep red over time. At this rate, could it be that the ultimate goal of mutated humans is to turn their red pupils black? Red turning black. Zhou nodded. As well, I've reached the 4th tier after absorbing that person. I feel like I've jumped 2 levels. Lin Mo used his insight on Zhou and confirmed she had indeed reached the initial stage of the 4th tier, already comparable to Su Yuqing and the others. It seemed that infighting among the same kind was playing this apocalypse to its fullest. Alright, let's head back. Although it was slightly less than expected, it wasn't bad. 3 is better than none. However, since we've added a mutated human, it seems we still need to make a trip abroad. The 3 returned to Su Qing. Lin Mo, thank you for helping us. I wonder if we could join your team. Of course, Lin Mo smiled. Let me introduce myself. My name is Su Qing. The one with twin tails is Ouyang Yuer, and she is Qin Roshua. Alright, come with us and meet everyone. Lin Mo walked at the back looking at the data before him. How could I not let you join? Name Su Qing, age 32, rating 90, favorability 85. Name Ouyang Yuer, age 21, rating 91, favorability 80. Name Qin Roshua, age 24, rating 86, favorability 75. With such high favorability and ratings, it would be inappropriate not to take them in. Moreover, Su Qing's enchanting charm and Ouyang Yuer's innocent cuteness with her twin ponytails are hard to resist. Although Qin Roshua had a slightly lower rating, her long slender legs, nearly a meter in length, would look stunning in shorts. Su Qing gradually fell behind, walking alongside Lin Mo. Don't call me sir, just use my name. Lin Mo, I've noticed something else. Those newcomers. The mutated beings under their control manipulate a group of ordinary people, and those ordinary people possess various abilities. However, their capabilities differ from others, and their physical constitutions are extremely poor, making them easy to eradicate. Su Qing shared the situation she encountered with Lin Mo. She wasn't sure how important this matter was. Upon hearing her words, Lin Mo nodded. He already had an inkling of the situation. It seemed that the abilities of these mutated beings were indeed bizarre. Just now, Chun Xiaoting's blood armor was unique. It was unlike anything he had seen before. But he wondered what effect it would have if that thing pierced someone. Blood-sucking. Blood control. Arriving at the parking area, Su Qing looked at the cars in front of her, puzzled about where they had obtained so much gasoline. One must know that in Chuanfu, gasoline could only be acquired through official base exchanges. They actually had cars, but they ran out of fuel long ago. Even though they could run as fast as cars, who wouldn't want to save some energy instead of running themselves? Let's go get in the car. Under the leadership of Zhou and Su Yuqing, they boarded the vehicle. Lin Mo stood at the car door, gazing into the distance. Once again, he felt that faint, elusive gaze. Could it be the person who was with Qin Xiaoting? Yuqing, you two take them to find Jiang Yu and let them relax first. I'll go check over there and return later. Alright, just be careful. Lin Mo arrived at a rooftop, releasing his spiritual sense. Unfortunately, that gaze had vanished. His unique spiritual sense noticed something. He wondered if it was from the person who had looked at him earlier. Here it comes again. Lin Mo turned his head towards the distance, focusing on the eastern region. His spiritual sense surged forth, and he conducted a thorough observation of the entire eastern region, watching as the previously indistinct spiritual flames slowly became more detailed. Each time he released his ability, his spiritual sense trembled. Standing on the rooftop, Lin Mo casually scanned his surroundings, not daring to relax his spiritual sense even for a moment. The feeling of being watched returned. He found it. Lin Mo vanished from his spot, appearing above a distant building. Wu Chun watched Lin Mo disappear before him, his heart sinking. That shouldn't be possible. There's at least a distance of over 10 kilometers. He shouldn't be able to detect me. Even in their team, only those specifically responsible for reconnaissance could sense within a 10-kilometer radius. Beyond that, it was nearly impossible to perceive his probing. Is this person not an ordinary human? Why? No need to ponder, as Lin Mo had already appeared before him. With lightning wings unfurled behind him, he gazed at Wu Chun. So the one who had been spying on him was indeed a mutated being. Hey, you're not from Chuanfu, are you? The outsiders Su Qing spoke of must be these people, yet during Lin Mo's probing, he found no trace of special spiritual energy. I'm local, not an outsider. Lin Mo's lips twitched. Could you at least speak your Mandarin clearly before trying to deceive me? With such a thick accent, who wouldn't recognize it? Seeing Wu Chen's expression, one might think he was speaking perfect Mandarin. Swish. Lin Mo instantly appeared beside Wu Chun, his long knife pressed against the latter's neck. I'm giving you one more chance. Where are you from? Wu Chun swallowed hard, feeling the cold blade scraping against his neck, and he couldn't help but feel a chill. He had just reached the 3rd-tier high level. He couldn't be killed so easily, could he? To tell or not to tell? Lin Mo pressed the blade closer to Wu Chun. If you don't speak now, this knife is going in. I'll tell you. I came from Fengjing. Wu Chun exclaimed, sweating profusely. It's all right, a Lord Honglian is very powerful. Do you know Qin Xiaoting? Wu Chun froze upon hearing this. Didn't Chen shouting go after those people chasing Sister Qin? How could this person know her? Could it be he knows Sister Qin, but that wouldn't make sense. It seems you do know her. In fact, Lin Mo already knew they were together. He just wanted to determine whether there was only one squad of mutated beings in this eastern district, or if there were more. Based on the current situation, it appeared there was only this one squad. Where are the others? However, no matter how he asked, Wu Chun wouldn't say. Lin Mo had no choice but to give up. Oh, what a pity. Wu Chun clutched his neck, falling to the ground in terror, convulsing. Though he knew he was about to die, he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Couldn't he have asked a couple more questions? Threatened him a bit. Lord Honglian would be here soon. Lin Mo shook his head as he looked at the lifeless body on the ground. If only Yuqing were here, they could absorb this, and it should increase their energy significantly. Lin Mo once again swept his spiritual sense around, still finding nothing. He vanished from his spot. 10 minutes later, a team of silver-haired, reed individuals arrived at the rooftop. It seems we arrived too late. Wu Chun has already been killed, and Chen shouting hasn't returned, indicating that their group must also be dead. Red Lotus showed no signs of emotion regarding this outcome. Wu Chen's death is inconsequential. His strength was nothing much. That person is very strong. I didn't expect such a powerful existence in the human camp. I'm becoming more and more interested in him. Lord Honglian, should we stay here or head to other regions? Yiling, let's go to another place. Yes, Lord Honglian. A woman dressed in a black robe stepped forward, her hands together, then slowly parted, revealing a dimensional gate. Her rosy cheeks were strikingly pale. Thank you, Yiling. How far is it this time? 50 kilometers, and we can open it 3 more times, or we'll reach our destination by tomorrow. Good, you didn't disappoint me after all. A smile appeared on Red Lotus's face as she was pleased with the woman Yiling. She was the most satisfied among everyone. Yiling smiled humbly, standing at the back of the team as she watched everyone step through the dimensional gate. As they approached the gate, she glanced into the distance, saying, Lin Mo, I didn't expect you to become this formidable. I hope that when we meet again, you'll be even stronger otherwise. Lin Mo returned to the car, finding no one on the first floor. He checked the time as something felt off. Hadn't several hours passed? Surely those people weren't still playing in the sea. As he entered the room of the ocean, indeed. With curvaceous figures and slender frames, a scene of pure white unfolded before him. Lin Mo swallowed hard. These people were simply too audacious. This child is missing, no wonder. Lin Mo, come here quickly, look at Sister Su Qin. Jiang Yu approached Sikin and wrapped her arms around her shoulder. Hiss. This damned blinding holy light is going to blind me. There must be at least 4 of them. Is it really true that the older you get, the bigger the number? Or could it be that Sikin also had a child? After all, the only one comparable to her is Lu Wanxing. Lin Mo, quickly see if we look like sisters. Luo Yun pulled Ouyang Yuer's hand, and the two stood by the shallow water, waving to Lin Mo. Lin Mo turned to look. Both had twin ponytails and were of the holy light level 3. They were of similar ages. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them sisters. They even looked more alike than Luo Yun and Luo Fei. It turns out that unknowingly he had already gained so much. But why did he still want more? He slowly walked to the girl's side. Where's Lin Xiaowan? Oh, she went to the entertainment room to play games. She said she hadn't finished the game she was playing before today. She finally has a break, so she'll probably play for a few hours. A few hours? Lin Mo looked at the array of beauties before him. Why wait? Let's all play together. Lin Mo changed into swim trunks and dove right in, swimming around underwater. If it weren't for seeing Su Qin and the other 3 here, he would have brought everyone ashore long ago. In the evening, this time they were having a barbecue hot pot by the sea to welcome Sikin and the others. Having come here, Lin Mo had already gathered 5 people. His luck was simply too good. The girls hadn't changed clothes and were just wearing bikinis walking around. Lin Mo felt both pain and joy. Family who understands. This feeling is simply unbearable. After the gathering, Lin Mo bought dye from the store, turning the hair of the 3 into black. All right, now you can look like normal people, at least on the surface. That's great, now we can go to the base. Ouyang Yuer said happily. Lin Mo was a bit surprised. What are we going to do at the base? There shouldn't be anything good there. Ouyang Yuer looked at the table full of dishes, seemingly realizing that indeed. Then why was she so happy? That's true. Ouyang Yuer scratched her head, her chest involuntarily trembling. Lin Mo took a glance and didn't pay further attention. Saw the child has gone through so much, it must be hard on her. For the next 2 days, let Luo Yun stay with her to ease her fears. No, today he should guide her. This would show his concern for his teammates. Whether physically or psychologically, he had an obligation to help. Who told him he was the best captain? It was decided. The food is about finished. Do I have something to say? Starting tomorrow, we'll drive around while leveling up, and remember to look for teammates. As for the requirements, you all know, so I won't repeat it. Except for the 5 from Chuanfu, the other women laughed. Lin Mo didn't mind. After all, they didn't understand his good intentions. After that, we're preparing to go abroad. Although it's somewhat dangerous, the opportunities are greater. Based on the situation in Sakura country, the conditions abroad probably aren't much better. That sounds good. I say let's not look for teammates, let's just go abroad instead. Just think of all the colorful foreign beauties, isn't it enticing? When it comes to going abroad, the most excited one is Su Yuqing. The other mutants remained relatively calm, especially Suqin and her friends. They didn't pay much attention, thinking Lin Mo was joking. After all, the road from domestic to abroad isn't easy, or no matter how powerful this vehicle is, it can't fly right. Cough, what nonsense are you talking? Our goal is to level up. Level up, that's all. Fortunately, Lin Mo reacted quickly. He almost got led astray by Su Yuqing. Oh, we understand a leveling up. Yes, leveling up is the most important, the rest doesn't matter. Absolutely, it's all about leveling up. That may be true, but the looks in these women's eyes say it all. Suqin roughly understood the implied meaning, but she didn't care. Since she had joined, some things were inevitable. Moreover, her husband had been dead for 6 years, as she had kept herself clean all these years. Suqin looked at Lin Mo's profile, who she hadn't noticed before, but he was quite handsome. According to Lu Wanqing, he was very powerful, and she didn't know why she felt a bit excited. System have feelings of affection are not such simple things. In the following time, Lin Mo led the team members wandering around Chuanfu. They killed quite a few zombies, and Lin Mo's level was already close to mid-tier level 4, ready to break through soon. The others had also leveled up a bit. However, there was no sign of teammates. The west and south had very few people, most were in the official base. Regarding this aspect, Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh. The people here were indeed different from Fengjing. They were too united. As for the east, one could say not a single living person could be seen. The only encounters were zombies or mutated beasts. If skeletal remains counted as people, then the east indeed had quite a few. They even saw a pile of bones formed from skeletal remains in a small community. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was already mid to late December. The weather had grown increasingly cold. Even though Chuanfu was in the south, the chill was still palpable. Today is December 31 SD, the last day of the year. Tomorrow marks the beginning of a new year. Unfortunately, it is still the era of the apocalypse. Let's take a day off today and prepare a good meal. Tomorrow we'll set off, this time heading west. The location is set in Gaul. Lin Mo had thought this through. The countries there were relatively scattered, and there were almost no places that could pose a threat. This meant that the zombies there would have a higher level, which was very suitable for them. The only concern was the number of humans. After all, those countries have a low population, it's just an unavoidable matter. Oh, we're actually going there. Why don't we go to Asan's place? There are definitely enough people there. Su Yuqing was somewhat disappointed. We'll hold off on going to Asan's for now. Oh, there's no rush. The more people there are, the more zombies there will be, and the higher the levels that show up. Let's wait and see. The demand for high-tier zombies in the future will be significant. If we kill them now, it will be difficult to level up later. Unless they go into the sea, there are plenty of level 9 overlords there, and they can't kill them all. Alright, the group prepared a sumptuous dinner, and tomorrow they would embark on a new journey. Lin Mo looked at the outside world through the screen, wondering how things would change when they returned. Oh, it's flying, really flying. Ouyang Yue looked out the window, her face filled with excitement as she watched the buildings shrink away. She never expected that this vehicle could actually fly. Not only Ouyang Yue, but even Suqin was surprised that this thing could take to the skies. If Suqin had any doubts about Lin Mo and the others going to the Sakura country before, she certainly had none now. With the ability to fly, going to Sakura country would be like child's play. After reaching a certain height, Shu-Yi changed direction and headed west according to the map's instructions. Since this was a long-distance journey, most people stayed in their rooms, leaving only Suqin, the three of them, and Jiang Yu in the cabin. Lin Mo came to sit in front of the four. After this trip, I believe the three of you will level up quickly. I think that should be possible. In the country, Suqin adhered to her principles and chose to level up by killing zombies. But now that they were abroad, those principles could be temporarily set aside. Compared to Hong Lian and the others, it was incredibly easy for Lin Mo's group of mutants to level up. They didn't need to worry about the local official bases and could hunt supernatural beings freely. But Lin Mo's group had no such worries. Abroad, they could do as they pleased. By the way, are there mutants abroad? Jiang Yu pondered. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's question, Lin Mo had to consider the issue as well. If mutants could appear domestically, then during their time in Sakura, Lin Mo and his group had encountered Zhou Jin, which was only because they had generally swept through the area. They hadn't conducted a thorough cleanup. What you said isn't impossible. It seems we still need to be cautious. Especially since your levels are relatively low, I can't always be by your side. This doesn't mean that Lin Mo having a higher level didn't take this seriously. He was also somewhat worried. After all, when they went to Sakura, there were already 5th and 6th tier existences. Who knows if there would be 7th or 8th tier existences in the West at this time. If such levels appeared, Lin Mo might not even be able to defeat them. One must have self-awareness. The reason he wasn't eager to level up was so that when he reached the highest level in the future, no one could surpass him. Creek. Oh, you're still here. The sisters have gone to the beach. Do you want to join them? Shu Xian leaned over to ask. You all go ahead, or I'll stay here with Shu. Lin Mo shook his head. This was a long trip, and he needed to be present. Although the RV had a protective shield, he was still unclear about its effectiveness. Previously, it had only resisted some ordinary zombies and bullets. The journey had been quite calm, and Lin Mo had planned to go back and enjoy the sea with them. Lin Mo, what are those? At that moment, they were above the ocean, and a mass of black dots floated in the distance. As they got closer, the floating objects became clearer. They were all birds, mostly seagulls, but these were significantly larger than normal seagulls. Their wingspan reached over a meter, nearly 2 meters. Fortunately, these seagulls were flying slowly, allowing them to pass through the flock quickly. With this number, there must be thousands of them. That seems about right. It's a pity that their levels were rather low, mostly second tier, with very few third and fourth tiers. Otherwise, Lin Mo would certainly want to kill a wave of them here to gather some energy points. Lin Mo, do you think these birds will come ashore? What if we have to face not only ground monsters, but also airborne ones? Shu, he wasn't worried. She was simply a bit annoyed. So far, there hadn't been any strange creatures that could harm this team. The only somewhat troublesome encounter was the aberrant they faced back then. Crossing the ocean, they entered the land with snow covering everything. After all, they were in the same hemisphere, and the weather was normal. In between, Shu Xian took over for Shui. Lin Mo, are you sure you don't want to go? The clothes they're wearing today are quite special. Forget it, you go have fun. I'm just going to take a look. Lin Mo pushed open the passenger door, got out, and walked to the edge of the rooftop. The cold wind howled, bringing a chill. Lin Mo looked down from the building. Tisk, the number of zombies here is not any less than in Sakura country. Lin Mo didn't need to check to know that the population here must be small. However, the number of zombies below was clearly much higher than he had anticipated, probably because nearby zombies had gathered. But this meant that the number of living people here had decreased significantly, estimated to be less than half of that in Fengjing. It was really quite dire. Lin Mo released his spiritual power to cover the nearby area. The spiritual flames were dense, with many large spiritual flames present. Looking at their size, they were at least of 6th tier caliber, which was indeed good news for Lin Mo. Indeed, it is this laissez-faire approach that most easily leads to the emergence of high-level zombies. The reason there are so few high-level zombies in the early stages domestically is that the ability users in the cities are constantly hunting fierce beasts. Even an ordinary ability user would take action, as they must fight to survive. Furthermore, the authorities also play a supervisory role. However, it's different abroad. Usually neighbors form small teams, still filled with suspicion towards one another. Thinking of this, Lin Mo felt a headache. The danger is not in the present, but in the future. The next wave of zombies will not be so simple, by then they will consist of high-level and mid-level teams. In fact, the numbers are astonishing. Given the current timeline, those zombies should be nearing the border. Meanwhile, the creatures in the sea should be on the verge of evolving. Lin Mo marked a few locations and returned to the car. Arriving at the first-floor living room, he did not disturb the girls playing upstairs. They could only enjoy today. Tomorrow, they would have to travel around this continent. He turned on the living room television, picked up the drone controller, and launched the drone. The footage was transmitted back. From east to west, from south to north, Lin Mo surveyed the area with the drone. He gained a rough understanding of the situation. The number of zombies was even more considerable than anticipated, indicating a significant accumulation over the past 6 months. Among them were plenty of mutated bodies of various types. In the suburbs, zombies stood scattered, too lazy to move. Lin Mo also identified several potential human gathering spots. Of course, this is merely his speculation based on the numerous zombie corpses in those areas. However, he would still need to use infrared detection shortly. Using infrared, he found that there were not many people in those places, estimating the numbers. The most populous area had fewer than 10,000 people, while the least had only a few hundred. Meanwhile, in the building where Lin Mo was located, there were fewer than 100 people. Tisk, it was indeed pitiful. He just wondered if there were any mutated individuals inside. However, where is the official organization here? Lin Mo scanned the area, but found no official institutions. He also did not spot any local military forces. Could it be that those people are not in the city? At 7 in the evening, dinner is ready. The freshly picked vegetables were transformed into delicious dishes. All the meat was also freshly slaughtered today. Given the current number of people, 1 pig would be enough to last 1 to 2 weeks. After all, they were all girls and their appetites were rather modest. However, the key reason was that the pig was raised in a breeding farm. A few days ago, Lin Mo checked the inventory in his space and found that 1 slab of pork was insufficient. He needed 2 slabs to feel full. Lin Mo speculated that the food produced by the system contained the energy required by ability users. Thinking this way, those ability users truly had it tough. Ordinary food could not fill them up, and they could only consume the poorly flavored mutated beasts or the energy bodies within zombie corpses. Half an hour later, everyone had eaten nearly enough, and the pace of eating gradually slowed down. I've roughly surveyed the nearby situation with the drone. There are many zombies and the levels are likely not too low. As for humans, there aren't many, but it should be sufficient for you few. Regarding guilt, Lin Mo felt some, but not much. Moreover, since they are not from the same country, that sense of guilt could be said to have diminished to an almost negligible level. At most, he would pay a moment of silence for them. 1 second is already showing great mercy. So are we going to operate like in the Sakura country? Still the same. Shu E will drive, and Shu Xin will handle the low-level zombies. We will deal with the corresponding level of zombies, but everyone must be a bit cautious this time. There should be quite a few high-level zombies and mutated bodies here. I even suspect that the number of mutated beasts in this area will exceed that of our place. Especially the rats, they seem to be everywhere. Lin Mo even saw a rat nearly a meter long through the drone, not counting the length of its tail. Those rats even eat the corpses of zombies, and the larger ones would directly attack zombies. Originally, ordinary rats have strong reproductive abilities. Who knows how much stronger the mutated rat's reproductive capabilities might be. Besides rats, there are also numerous other creatures. After all, the locals seldom consume these creatures, leading to an overpopulation issue. If this were domestically, not being able to eat these creatures would be an insult to one's stomach. I know I've heard that the rat population here is 3 times that of their human population. The girls all looked toward Ouyang Yuer. What are you all staring at me for? Ouyang Yuer glanced around, her twin ponytails swaying with her movements. Lin Mo was taken aback for a moment. I absolutely detest rats. That's terrifying to handle them. Hu Shiyun trembled all over, as if recalling something horrifying. Don't say that. I already have a mental image. Ordinary rats are manageable, but mutated rats might be scarier than southern rats. Southern rats are generally around 30 centimeters, including the tail. They can reach 60 to 70 centimeters. If such a large rat were to mutate, wouldn't its size reach 2 meters? Hiss. The girls collectively gasped. Even with their high levels and strong abilities, they still could not ignore creatures like rats. Hearing this, Lin Mo doubted that the so-called large rat he saw might only be a medium-sized rat. There might be even larger rats out there. Lin Mo opened his mouth, but decided against it. Looking at the current state of these people, if he mentioned that a rat without its tail could reach 1 meter, they would probably have sleepless nights. Don't think too much, just be cautious, and there shouldn't be any major issues. Besides, you all are wearing combat suits, so there's no need to worry. While saying this, overcoming the sensation of disgust from deep within the soul is not so easy. Looking at the table full of food, the girls lost their appetites. They all helped put the food into the refrigerator. Half an hour later, everyone returned to their respective rooms. Lin Mo went to the second floor feeling somewhat conflicted. It was a tough choice. One room housed Su Qin, another room housed Qin Roshue, and another room housed Luo Yun and Ouyang Yuer. Thinking that Luo Yun would not be staying here tomorrow, he no longer felt conflicted. He pushed open the door and walked in. Upon seeing Lin Mo enter, Luo Yun was not surprised at all. She even thought it was only natural. Ouyang Yuer then recalled something, her face turning red. Could you please take care of me? I haven't. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your affinity with Ouyang Yuer has reached 100. Congratulations, host. You have awakened the super ability Awakening Device X1. The next day, Lin Mo emerged from his room. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was still resting, he took out the super ability Awakening Device. The device was quite large, resembling a nutrient chamber, and it appeared that one needed to lie down inside to use it. However, Lin Mo did not rush to try it out. Instead, he opened the system store. In the end, he found this item in the favor point store, and he couldn't help but gasp at the price displayed. It was worth a staggering 50 million favor points. At his current speed, he might not even reach that number in 3 years. Super ability Awakening Device can awaken the first ability free, randomly awaken the second ability free, directed awakening of the second ability, 1/0 favor points. It's worth noting that the lightning ability Lin Mo obtained was a reward costing him nothing. However, in the favor point store, this lightning ability alone required 1 million favor points. As of now, he didn't have that much. But with this Awakening Device, the price dropped to a mere tenth, which was already quite low. Hiss. No wonder this thing dares to be sold for 50 million. Even 100 million would be worth it, since he wouldn't have to spend any money. Lin Mo suddenly thought of something. System, can the second ability be replaced if I don't like it? Yes, but it costs 2,000 each time, or use Directed Awakening. Damn, a profiteer. Lin Mo pondered. If he wanted to directly use Directed Awakening for the second ability, it would cost 1,000 favor points. Currently, he didn't have many favor points, only a bit over 6,000. If he directed it, it would only be enough for 6 people. Clearly that wouldn't work. The best approach was to first awaken the second ability for free, and if he was dissatisfied, he could either replace it with a paid option or directly use one of his 0 favor points for directed replacement. Lin Mo, you really got up early. Su Qin looked at Lin Mo with a strange expression, wondering if he was all right. Good morning. Lin Mo did not notice Su Qin's expression and was unaware of what she was thinking. However, upon seeing her, he checked her situation and indeed found that she had no abilities. All of their capabilities were inherent after mutation, or weren't they considered abilities? It shouldn't be the case, or was it that so-called abilities were only possessed by those who are human? Lin Mo couldn't help but ask the system in his mind. You can think of it as the talents of mutants. If that's the case, then their claim of being new humans is actually valid. If they multiply, wouldn't it all be the world of new humans? No, the host doesn't need to think like that. Because mutants can only be hybrids, they cannot reproduce among themselves, you can consider this a form of genetic punishment. Hiss, wouldn't that be even better? Wait, doesn't that mean that after a few generations new humans would disappear? Lin Mo glanced at the machine and then at Su Qin. I have a new device which hasn't been tested yet. Do you want to give it a try? Don't worry, there won't be any life-threatening risks. Sure. With Su Qin's current favor level, she would hardly have any rebellious thoughts against Lin Mo's words. Lin Mo put away the instrument and called Su Qin, leading her to his room. Su Qin's face turned slightly red as she recalled Lin Mo entering Yuer's room yesterday and roughly guessed what Lin Mo intended to do. Should she cooperate well during that time? Shouldn't she comfort him if he struggled? With such great strength, yet lacking in that aspect, the poor child. Su Qin had these thoughts entirely because she saw Lin Mo sitting in the living room in the morning. She thought he must have gone to bed early yesterday, which was why he woke up so early. Going to bed early implies an early end. With this in mind, Su Qin couldn't help but shake her head. She had already decided she would definitely help Lin Mo. After Lin Mo set everything up, he glanced at Su Qin. For some reason, he felt pity when he looked at her face. What kind of pity? What on earth was she thinking? You need to lie down inside now. Lin Mo pointed at the awakening device. Huh, isn't this space too small? Su Qin looked at the awakening device, which was only big enough for one person, and couldn't help but wonder. Was there only up and down, no left or right? This girl couldn't have never learned about it. That was too pitiful. What do you mean too small? Just lie down inside, Lin Mo said, somewhat confused, feeling as if they were not on the same wavelength. All right, since Lin Mo said so, Su Qin complied. She took off her outer jacket and was about to remove her inner layer. Stop, just lie down like that. Su Qin was puzzled. Could one wear clothes while using this? Lin Mo also realized it then. Hiss. What had he just said? He actually made her stop. But this was fine. It was time to get down to business. Otherwise, the immense holy light would delay matters somewhat. After Su Qin lay down, Lin Mo pressed the start button. Buzz. Blue lights illuminated, continuously scanning Su Qin's body, and various data flashed across the screen. Lin Mo couldn't understand the data. The only numbers he could comprehend were 95, 70, and 90. Please select the awakening method for the second ability. Indeed, just as the system said, their talent abilities were actually the first ability. Random. The blue light surged, and 3 minutes later the machine stopped. The second ability has awakened localized enhancement capability. Lin Mo shook his head. It was indeed random enough. This ability was useless. Though it wasn't impossible. He couldn't help but glance at Su Qin and quickly shook his head. It was important to listen now. If it became too big, the proportions would be off. He looked down at himself and indeed found that this ability was rather lackluster. He didn't need it at all. Lin Mo, can I use it? I suddenly feel like I have an extra ability, but this ability is quite singular. Wait a moment, let's do it again. Su Qin remained still and underwent the process again. Lin Mo attempted to spend 2 favor points to replace the ability. Replacement started. The second ability has been replaced. Speed enhancement. It was the same ability as Yu Ling Long's. Although it was somewhat inferior, it was still better than the previous one. All right, you can come out now. Su Qin stood up from the awakening device, her face flushed. After what had just happened, she understood. It was not at all as she had imagined. She felt a sense of loss for some unknown reason. However, she quickly regained herself. I feel like I have gained another ability. Was it the machine's doing? Yes, that's right. It can help you develop a second ability. Having another ability can somewhat help you enhance your strength. After saying this, Lin Mo thought of Su Qin's earlier demeanor. Wait for me tonight. Although Su Qin claimed to be older, her experiences in that regard were actually quite limited. Hearing Lin Mo's words, her face flushed even more. She couldn't help but shoot Lin Mo a glare. What are you talking about? However, her coyness made Lin Mo swallow hard. The Prime Minister did not deceive me. At around 9 o'clock, the women got up. When they noticed that Ouyang Yuer and Luo Yun had not arrived, they understood the situation. Everyone was not in a hurry and slowly prepared breakfast. Su Qin joined the cooking team today. By 10 o'clock, breakfast was ready, and Ouyang Yuer and Luo Yun came down together. It was just that Luo Yun was supporting Ouyang Yuer. Lin Mo, can't you take care of her? Huh? Lin Mo looked bewildered. Yeah, Lin Mo Gidge, she has been helped down you. Are being a bit too harsh. Shu Xian couldn't help but say. Lin Mo remained in a daze. He really hadn't done anything yesterday. No, I just squatted for too long in the morning. Ouyang Yuer's voice got softer as she spoke, whether it was because of last night or her bathroom visit. Luo Yun couldn't help but chuckle. Hey, you all apologize to me. Lin Mo pretended to be dissatisfied. Oh, we were just concerned about Yuer Mei feeling unwell. Yes, after all, Yuer Jia has just gone through it. Exactly, at worst, we'll make it up to you tonight. These few days have been quite comfortable. Amidst the laughter of the women, Ouyang Yuer's shy demeanor gradually faded. After everyone finished eating, they got out of the vehicle, and Lin Mo put it away. All right, there aren't many humans in this building we're stepping into. Yuqing, you take them, and try to get Su Qin and the others to level up. Understood. As for us, we will proceed according to yesterday's plan. The group walked through the rooftop door with Su Yuqing and Zhou Jin leading the way, followed by Su Qin and the others. Lin Mo and the others lagged behind since they were the main force at this time. It wasn't until they reached the 18th floor that they encountered the first group of people. Who are you? Bird language, we're asking you a question. Speak. If you don't talk, we'll shoot. Bird language. Lin Mo could only catch the gist. After all, bird language wasn't commonly used, and he hadn't learned it well. Understanding wasn't necessary. As soon as he saw the other party raise their gun, he knew what they meant. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire rang out. Perhaps due to Lin Mo and the other skin color, these people were merely conducting routine questioning, never intending to let Lin Mo and the others live. However, the bullets halted half a meter away from Zhou Jin. A wall made of spiritual energy floated in front of Zhou Jin, which was why she was at the front. What the hell is this? It's an ability, user, be careful. However, the outcome was already determined. Uft. A series of dried corpses formed, collapsing to the ground. Su Qin looked at the corpses under her feet, her heart racing significantly. This was her third time killing someone, as she couldn't tell if it was excitement or nervousness. Su Qin felt a bit dazed. When was the last time? It seemed to be after she turned into a white-haired person. Everyone waited for Su Qin and the others to calm down before continuing downward. They had killed about 70 people by the time they reached the 10th floor. Unfortunately, they had encountered fewer than 10 ability users in total. Do the people in this city not dare to kill zombies? Why is everyone wielding guns and the energy absorbed is so little? Su Yuqing kicked a dried corpse at her feet, and it instantly split in half. Maybe otherwise they wouldn't be hiding in places like this. That doesn't mean there are no ability users, but their strength is indeed too weak. Their levels are quite high, reaching the 4th rank. However, the quality of their abilities was indeed lacking. They fought recklessly, showing no technique whatsoever. Lin Mo, come here for a moment. Zhou Jin stood in front of a house in a corner, waving at Lin Mo. What's wrong? Inside the room lay a particularly clean girl with golden hair. She didn't seem very old, but how could she be so mature? Named Xiong Alice, aged 20, rating 90 favorability. Perhaps because she was asleep and didn't see Lin Mo, her favorability was not displayed yet. But this is quite big. How did this girl end up here? What do you think? Looks good, right? Should we recruit her into the team to contribute to the country? What the hell does contributing mean? Lin Mo looked at Zhou Jin speechlessly, and honestly, who knows what the situation is with this person here? We'll take a look. At that moment, Hu Shiyun walked over. Oh, still a little beauty, what's going on? Probably fainted from hunger, her complexion is pale. Lin Mo guessed. After all, under Lin Mo's observation, the girl before him was indeed a light-type ability user, but her level was very low, only the 1st rank. She was probably the doctor here. Hu Shiyun checked Alice's body and confirmed that she had indeed fainted from hunger. But what should they do? Kill her? It felt like such a pity. It was said that people of her race had unique talents in that regard, and they might be able to help greatly. The girls kept brainstorming ideas in their minds. However, in this apocalyptic world, this person might not be. Jiang Yu leaned over to Hu Shiyun's ear and whispered a couple of sentences, and Hu Shiyun's eyes brightened, saying she would check it herself. Although she hadn't worked in a large hospital, she could still manage such a physical examination. Of course, she could only check for completeness. Hu Shiyun didn't hold out too much hope. After all, this was abroad. In terms of playfulness and openness, this place was unmatched. In the country, it couldn't even compare. All right, you all go out, I'll check her physical condition. Hu Shiyun gave the girls a glance, and they understood immediately. Okay, then we'll head over first. Mog, let's go together to take a look. Yes, it's quite boring anyway. The girls dragged Lin Mo away, leaving only Zhou Jin and Jiang Yu at the scene. Jiang Yu was there to help, while Zhou Jin was there to prevent danger. Hu Shiyun removed the girl's pants. It seems she has been well taken care of. No wonder she's a water-type ability user, or maybe she has a healing-type ability like me. Her body is quite intact, she looks very young, probably hasn't even had a boyfriend. Otherwise, given the situation here, how could that be possible? Do you think Lin Mo will let her join? If she does, I feel like he'll only get to rest 4 or 5 days a week. Who knows? Then Hu Shiyun helped the girl put on her clothes, and a flash of light appeared. Alice's eyes trembled slightly. Who are you? Alice's face turned pale, her voice weak and laced with caution. Zhou Jin walked into the room. Asking questions is too tedious, it's better to solve it with force. I was brought here against my will. Why were you captured? Because I have healing abilities, they want me to be their doctor. The few of them exchanged glances, seemingly relieved that the situation wasn't as they had imagined. Otherwise, they wouldn't have allowed this woman to join their group. Zhou Jin thought for a moment and asked the last question. Have you ever had a boyfriend? I have had boyfriends, but it hasn't progressed that far. That's quite a rare species. Ew, I can't believe you've never had one. It's truly unusual in this country. This is gall, not eagle sauce. It's actually quite normal. If it were eagle sauce, there probably would be none. Hu Xian's friend studied abroad in eagle sauce, and she told her that parties there were simply mind-blowing. Of course, you need to be good-looking, otherwise people wouldn't take the initiative. Alice suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing she hadn't felt anything during Zhou Jin's questioning. She continued to watch Jiang Yu and the others warily. Who exactly are you? We're just passers-by. We saw you faint here and saved you. We can't say we came to save people, can we? By the way, what are you talking about? I can't understand a word. Jiang Yu's English is poor too. Her level is about as good as gambling in toxic situations. This is indeed a problem. Lin Mo seems to have poor English as well. Alice blinked. What language are these people speaking? Jiang Yu waved her hand dismissively. It doesn't matter as long as we understand a few words. Several of them exchanged knowing smiles. Of course, they knew what words were being referred to. Hu Shiyun turned to Alice and asked, since our team is almost all women, do you want to join us? If you don't want to come with us, well, leave now. Alice looked conflicted, but seeing how beautiful the women were, she thought they couldn't be lying. Although they weren't from the same country, they were all women, so they probably wouldn't deceive her. She hesitantly nodded. I will join, but can you ensure I have enough food and 100 milliliters of water daily? The three exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Stuffing yourself is fine, and you can use water for bathing too. Hu Shiyun shook her head. Indeed, no matter where people are from, the living conditions are tough. Jiang Yu called Lin Mo over. Shiyun, please translate for her. Hu Shiyun introduced the two and said to Lin Mo, there's just one problem. She doesn't understand our language, so communication will be difficult. No worries, I'll handle this. Lin Mo observed the favorability level towards her, which was now at 40 points, so it shouldn't be a big issue. As long as we provide food and water, it's only a matter of 1 or 2 days. Lin Mo took out a pill from her space and handed it to Alice. Shiyun, tell her that eating this will allow her to understand our language. Alice took the pill with skepticism, but indeed she could understand the words of Lin Mo and the others, and it seemed she responded as well. Wow, this thing is amazing. I can actually speak your language after eating it. If I had this earlier, I wouldn't have failed my exams. Alice went over to Hu Shiyun, wrapping her arm around hers and chattering nonstop. Perhaps it was the novelty of the situation, as she turned into quite the chatterbox. When everyone descended to the next floor, Alice, like an ostrich, hid her head behind Hu Shiyun. Unfortunately, her height made it impossible to hide properly without bending over. Alice looked at the corpse on the ground, dried out like a mummy, and couldn't help but doubt whether joining this team was the right choice. They seemed even more ruthless than the people here. Have you never killed anyone? Hu Shiyun looked at Alice curiously. It's been half a year since the apocalypse began. It's hard to believe someone hasn't killed anyone. Alice shook her head repeatedly. I have never killed anyone, not even an animal. If it weren't for dire circumstances, I probably wouldn't even dare to touch a zombie. She only killed zombies for self-preservation, otherwise she wouldn't have even reached the first level. You're quite rare indeed. Hu Shiyun stopped talking. She led Alice to follow behind the others, watching as Zhou Jin and the others cleared out the entire building. Finally, after clearing to the 3rd floor, they were done. All right, let's take a break for a while. After resting, we will head out from the 1st floor. Sigh, there are so few people. Su Yuqing kicked a chair beside her, looking bored. She hadn't even done much yet, and there were already none. All right, we will pass through many cities. You will have plenty of opportunities. Lin Mo hadn't planned on returning too early. As long as we return by the end of February, it's fine. Thinking of February, Lin Mo fell into a daze. He didn't know how the situation would be this time and how many people would survive. He wished to help others, but unfortunately, he lacked the strength. After all, he was a human, not a god, and couldn't perform any cloning techniques. He could only ensure the safety of one city. Even if he cleaned through each city now, March would still be hard to survive. Because in March, the issue wouldn't be zombies, but mutated beasts. Alice secretly looked at these beautiful women in front of her. But what does this man do? From the beginning until now, Alice had never seen him take action. He couldn't possibly be a freeloader, could he? But he didn't seem like one of these women. All listened to him, so could he be the captain? Alice rubbed her stomach, feeling very hungry. The last meal she had was still from yesterday at noon, she had no idea if these people planned to eat. Alice looked conflicted, wanting to speak up, yet afraid to say anything. What's wrong? Hu Shiyun asked upon noticing Alice's troubled expression. I'm a bit hungry and very thirsty. Yesterday's water I drank half, and the rest I used to clean below. I tell you, if it weren't for my healing light, I would have gotten sick down there long ago. Hu Shiyun chuckled, finding Alice quite interesting, but it was indeed true. Men and women are different. If the lower part gets infected, it becomes an inflammation. And for those with healing abilities, it's not a big deal. But for ordinary people without such abilities, inflammation is no different from death. The medicine has long been taken. Here I still have a bag of bread and a bottle of water. Hu Shiyun took them out from her backpack and handed them to Alice. Then what will you do? Hu Shiyun shook her head, saying, it's fine, I still have some. We are not lacking in food. Thank you, then I won't be polite. Alice was clearly starving, finishing a bag of bread in less than 3 minutes. Seeing this, Hu Shiyun gave her another bag. After all, she wasn't particularly fond of bread, it was just a habit to carry 2 bags. While Alice munched on the bread, she mumbled a thank you. Suddenly a car appeared. I think we should have lunch first, otherwise it will take too long when we start fighting later. Lin Mo planned to hunt until dark. It would be better to finish lunch and then continue until nightfall. Alice was startled by the sudden appearance of the car. However, thinking that she now possessed healing abilities, a car thrown by others was not a big deal. Yet upon hearing Lin Mo mention lunch, she paused for a moment before continuing to eat. For lunch it was probably just bread and water. As a Gaul, she was quite accustomed to eating bread and had no issues with it. However, after getting into the car and arriving at the living room, she was also shocked for a moment. But in her heart, she only regarded this as another type of ability possessed by others. Perhaps the villa was merged together. Anyway, there were no bizarre abilities present. However, when a table full of sumptuous dishes was served an hour later, Alice felt like crying. Although she had never tasted Wagwo's cuisine, she had seen it online. She had long wanted to try it, but had never had the chance to go abroad, or rather she didn't have the money to go. But now, she was already full, having drunk a large bottle of mineral water. There was no room left in her stomach. Lin Mo looked at Alice, who was about to cry, puzzled. Shiyun, what's wrong with her? Hu Shiyun smiled and said, she ate 2 pieces of bread and drank a bottle of mineral water. Now she's probably feeling overwhelmed by the sight of so much food. Alice nodded in agreement. Lin Mo shook his head, thinking it was nothing serious. It's fine, we'll have dinner later too. Our meals are like this every day. But it's all Wagwo cuisine, not the food from your place. If you can't get used to it, you'll have to cook for yourself. I can get used to it. Having something to eat is good enough, oh why be picky? Moreover, it looks delicious. After finishing lunch, it was time for the official hunting journey. In the hall, Shu Xin was already seated in the shooting chamber. Let's go. As Lin Mo's voice fell, 2 tongues of fire smashed through the door, shooting the zombies at the entrance. Sensing the smell of blood and flesh, zombies continuously rushed over. However, these zombies couldn't even breach the door, turning into minced meat that fell to the ground. Alice rushed to the back and began to vomit uncontrollably. This scene was truly hard to bear. The most brutal sight she had seen was just smashing a zombie's head. After regaining her composure, Alice moved to Hu Shiyun's side. Perhaps because Hu Shiyun also had healing abilities, Alice sensed a similar aura from her and felt more inclined to be close. Since all these zombies have been smashed, won't the zombie crystal cores be impossible to find? Those things are useless, why bother looking for them? Until now, they had never consumed the crystal cores, which were simply energy bodies. Alice thought about it and agreed. They had so much food already, what more could they want from crystal cores? The gap between people is indeed vast. Here, take this. Remember to kill zombies to enhance your strength. Each member of our team has a role to play. If you don't want to fall behind, it's best to start hunting. Jiang Yu approached the 2 and handed her own dagger to Alice. Okay, I will. Alice took the long knife and nodded. She was no longer the naive girl she once was. If in the past, everyone might have taken care of her, now, without value, she was not worthy of being cared for. So when Jiang Yu said those words, Alice felt no aversion. 20 minutes later, the number of zombies at the entrance had decreased significantly, indicating that the zombies nearby had been nearly wiped out. Shu, lower the blade and clear a path. After Shu Xin goes out, clear the nearby zombies. The rest of you go out together and be cautious. Lin Mo drew his long knife, standing on the right side of the vehicle. Yu Linglong and Luo Fei took position on the left side, while the others stood in the back. Shu pressed a button, and a heavy blade dropped from the front of the vehicle, scraping the ground as the vehicle moved forward, pushing the remnants of flesh ahead. Fortunately, the blood of zombies was not like that of humans. It resembled black date paste, thick and slow-flowing, thus not spreading quickly. Wherever the blade passed, it left behind a black mark with a pile of corpses behind. The vehicle stopped after moving about 20 meters. All right, Yuqing and Xiaowen, you can decide for yourselves. If you don't want to kill zombies, you can stay in the vehicle. There are no humans gathering nearby. The rest of you should act according to your abilities. As for Alice, just stick with Shiyun and let her teach you. If anything comes up, contact me, you'll be off now. Lin Mo vanished from the spot. He also needed to start exerting himself. In the distance, there was a horde of 4th-tier zombies, some of which were even 5th and 6th tier. He glanced over, the attributes were roughly manageable. Ding. Killed a 4th-tier advanced zombie, physique 49, energy points 4783. Ding. Killed a 5th-tier advanced zombie, spirit 58, energy points 8923. Ding. Killed a 4th-tier intermediate mutated body, spirit 54, energy points 7498. Besides the attributes gained from plundering, there were also the attributes absorbed from the kills, and Lin Mo's panel values kept fluctuating. Lin Mo had never felt such thrill from killing before. The system notifications arrived almost every second. As the zombies surrounded him, Lin Mo's blade was imbued with lightning. With each swing, arcs of electricity danced among the zombies. The system notifications surged at a rate of over 20 per second. Generally, Lin Mo would not use this ability due to its poor controllability. But here Lin Mo had no worries. All the nearby zombies were 4th tier or above, so even if the lightning veered off course, it wouldn't be a big issue. After all, there were no low-tier zombies nearby. With each strike, Lin Mo felled a group of zombies. All the 4th tier or higher zombies around were slaughtered by him. It's a pity that the numbers are still a bit low, only over 500. Lin Mo shook his head, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. In truth, he was quite pleased inside, having reached the intermediate 4th tier. He estimated that within these 2 or 3 days he would break into the 5th tier. He just didn't know how much his attributes would surge. After killing another group of zombies, Lin Mo retreated. The main reason was not that he had gone too far, but that a group of low-tier zombies had appeared, and Lin Mo did not want to risk accidental kills.